through Chenkang. That night, news about the existence of a big secret in the Longevity Village was inadvertently leaked. The story is well organized, with a beginning and an end, and is well reasoned and well founded. Almost 80% of people believed the news and took it to be true. Have you heard? It turns out that Changsha village was not destroyed for no reason, but there is a big secret inside. You are out of date. I know that this big secret is the inheritance left by the great emperor after a catastrophe 1,000 years ago. You too are out of date. As far as I know, the inheritance of the great emperor is in the hands of the villagers in Changsha village, so those villagers were killed. Are you still chatting? Most people have already rushed to Fuxian County. Let's go together, fellow travelers. Countless people flocked to Fuxian County, just for the inheritance of the great emperor. Whoever obtains this inheritance of the great emperor can ascend to the great emperor in one step, a steady path. According to the legend, anyone who inherits the legacy of the great emperor will definitely become the great emperor as long as he does not die in the middle of the journey. This is a fact recognized by the world of immortal cultivation. Even the Lord of Paradise City, Ji Yu Quan, heard the news, but Ji Yu Quan knew that this was news deliberately released by heaven, and it was exactly the same as the method used by heaven to recruit last time. He had also heard a little about the Changsha village in Fuxian County. The Qing dynasty also had records of the catastrophe that occurred 1,000 years ago. As the city lords, they also knew some things. However, he did not believe in the inheritance of the great emperor. If it really existed, it would not have appeared now. Besides, is the Lord of Heaven such a generous person? He didn't believe it. He thought the other party was definitely not that kind of person. There must be a conspiracy here, so he didn't send anyone. Ji Yu Quan simply arranged his men to keep an eye on the news from Changsha village. Although he knew there was a conspiracy, he was very curious about what conspiracy the Lord of Heaven was planning. The world of immortal cultivation is different from modern society after all, and communication is always a big problem. It would take at least half a month or even more than a month for what happened to be spread on a large scale in the world of immortal cultivation. In the Longevity Village, Chu Ge fell asleep comfortably and spent the whole night resting and recuperating. He slowly placed his palm on the ground, and a special pattern disappeared into the ground like ripples. Chu Ge closed his eyes, and after a moment, he opened his eyes with a smug smile on his lips. You're still too young to play with me. Although Chu Ge didn't know who the person behind the scenes was, their fight had already begun as soon as he entered the Changsha village. I have already won this start. When this door to the demonic realm will open is up to Chu Ge himself. After taking a look at the ground, Chu Ge took Zhao Yu, Ji Yu Bai and the rest of his men and disappeared directly into Changsha village. It is amazing to have spatial abilities. Chu Ge can go when he wants to and come when he wants to. Zhou Tianyang, who had been waiting outside, didn't know that the Lord of Heaven had already left Changsha village, and he couldn't sleep now. The Longevity Village is like a sun emitting dazzling light, attracting the attention of everyone outside and making them flock to it. Zhou Tianyang was stunned for a moment. He had been very confident, but now he found that things were a little out of his control. Young master, what should we do now? Who spread this news? Find out for me. Uncle Lin's face was rarely solemn. He looked at the person reporting the incident and spoke in a very cold and stern tone. Why would the news of the great emperor's inheritance in Changsha village be revealed at this critical moment? As you command. The person who reported the intelligence crawled away on his knees. Zhou Tianyang had no idea what to do now. Looking at the intelligence officers leaving, his mind was in a mess. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Tianyang forced himself to calm down and not panic. Things were not yet out of control. Uncle Lin, do you think this matter was spread by the Lord of Heaven? Zhou Tianyang looked towards the direction of Changsha village with great suspicion. I waited outside in the cold wind for a whole night, wondering why the other party didn't go to unlock the door to the demon realm. Those living dead in Changsha village were left by me to the other party. Although refining the emperor's bloodline requires the other party to do it, doesn't the other party know how to refine weapons? It is impossible not to refine the bloodline. In fact, Zhou Tianyang has another idea, that is, good things come to him and bad things go to others. Zhou Tianyang also wanted to leave things like refining blood, which were detrimental to the virtue of heaven, to the Lord of Heaven. It doesn't look like it. There's no benefit for him to do this. Uncle Lin did have doubts, but the Lord of Heaven was unlikely to be a suspect. On the contrary, once the Lord of Heaven who is now in Changsha village is discovered, if the inheritance of the great emperor cannot be found, the other party will become well known. The inheritance of the great emperor cannot be found, and since you, the Lord of Heaven, appear here first, does it mean that the inheritance of the great emperor has been taken away by the Lord of Heaven? So if the Lord of Heaven does not want to anger the people, he must give an explanation to everyone. After all, it is the inheritance of the great emperor. Under such a huge trend of interests, even the Lord of Heaven cannot suppress the people's hearts. The interests are not equal. In Uncle Lin's heart, he is the same as Zhou Tianyang. The Lord of Heaven is an extremely ambitious person and it is impossible for him to do anything that benefits others without benefiting himself. I think the Lord of Heaven should have left. Zhou Tianyang suddenly said. We should evacuate now and arrange people who are not ours to go into Changsha village and dig out those villagers and take them away. Take this with you and hide the gate to the demon realm again. Zhou Tianyang suddenly had a premonition that this was the Lord of Heaven declaring war on him, and it was very likely that he had guessed wrong just now, and this was what the Lord of Heaven had publicized. But now we can only evacuate, otherwise it will be terrible if our plan is exposed. Uncle Lin next to him could only nod. Over the years, Uncle Lin himself had trained many people, but for some reason, he never met someone as brilliant as the Lord of Heaven. Moreover, the people who are trained are all from the demon realm and cannot enter the longevity village. Those who are not trained using the methods of the demon realm are simply mediocre. This has also led to the embarrassing situation that no one is available now. Zhou Tianyang was also decisive and did not worry at all about the risk of the hidden gate to the demon realm being exposed. Reporting to the young master, the buried villagers are missing. Those who went to Changsha village hurried over and reported the situation inside with panic on their faces. What? Did the Lord of Heaven take away even the corpse? Zhou Tianyang was full of shock. The aura of the Supreme instantly oppressed one of the Jindan stage cultivators, causing him to vomit blood and die. The rest of the people were bombarded with the aura in their brains and almost turned into fools. Report to the young master, the traces of burial are very heavy, but there are no traces of digging at all. Young master, please spare our lives. One person answered hurriedly, hoping that the young master would calm down and spare their lives. HMPH, I really underestimated you. Zhou Tianyang's face was gloomy and his aura was instantly retracted. He didn't expect that the Lord of Heaven would actually play a trick on him. Chapter 442. By some strange coincidence, is there really an emperor's inheritance? After Chu Ge left, he did not go far. Instead, he found the trace of the person behind the scenes. Chu Ge hid in the void, looking in the direction Zhou Tianyang was retreating, and the system's reminder sounded in his mind. Ding dong. Option 1. The gate to the devil's realm is a threat to all living things. As the Lord of Heaven, it is your responsibility to exorcise the devil. Reward. Key to the demon realm. Option 2. Control the door to the demon realm, use the people in the demon realm, chaos will arise, and heroes will rise. Reward. Demonic space coordinates. Choice 3. Cooperate with demon realm's young master Zhou Tianyang, bring a wolf into the house, and use any means necessary to achieve the goal. Reward. Secret method of demonic realm assimilation. There is nothing good when signing in today, just a bottle of ordinary elixir that can make a person directly become a Yuanyun realm cultivator from the mortal stage, without any side effects. To Chu Ge, this was useless garbage that even dogs wouldn't eat. So Chu Ge threw the bottle of pills into his own space. But Chu Ge didn't expect that the selection system would actually pop up. The probability was even smaller than that of Zhao Haifeng not looking for a woman. These three choices made Chu Ge realize that the person behind the scenes was Zhou Tianyang, the young master of the demon realm. No wonder Zhou Tianyang wanted to open the door to the demon realm so much. It turns out your father is inside. It would be even more impossible to release your father. Now Chu Ge's strength is not enough to directly crush those strong men in the demon realm gate. It was too difficult to deal with. The reason why Chu Ge spread the news and attracted countless cultivators to come to Changsha village was to restrain the other party. If you have the guts, kill all these people. The consequence is that you will expose yourself. If you have the ability, just endure it and your father will not be able to come out. Although Chu Ge knew that there were other demon realm gates, the other party attached so much importance to this demon realm gate, which obviously meant that the other demon realm gates were likely to be much more difficult than this one. So he directly chose the second one. The first one was the demon realm key. What did he want to do here? Wouldn't the demon realm coordinates be better than the key? As for the third one, it is even more impossible. It is like seeking the skin of a tiger and inviting a wolf into the house. There is only one consequence. The lord of the demon realm will come out and destroy the bridge after crossing the river. There is no need for me to make such a thankless choice. Do you need the secret method of demonic realm assimilation? It is totally useless. You don't need it at all. After making the choice, the spatial coordinates of the demon realm appeared in Chu Ge's mind. With these spatial coordinates, he could enter and exit the demon realm at any time. However, Chu Ge would not go there rashly because he was not sure. What if the other party had some secret method to know that outsiders had entered the demon realm? Doing so would alert the enemy. It is very simple to control the gate of the demon realm. From the moment he made the decision, the gate of the demon realm has been renamed Chu. Boss, do you want to follow? Gu Bai volunteered. After all, Gu Bai was very confident in tracking people, as most of the Qingtian guards under his command were from the shadow guards. Chu Ge simply waved his hand and gave up. There was no need to follow, so he said, no need. The other party can't even get the living dead. Even if they have the souls of the living dead, so what? These monks who come here for benefits will not leave Changshu village easily. What we are doing now is to sit back and wait. You make some arrangements, create images, and even take out some treasures. Even if they don't find the inheritance of the emperor, they will not be disappointed and leave when they see the ready-made benefits. Those people behind the scenes won't be away for too long. They will definitely find a way to come again. Even a rabbit will jump over the wall when it is cornered. I am looking forward to how the other party will react. Chu Ge is very much looking forward to what kind of surprises this protagonist will bring him. But it has to be said that this protagonist has the highest starting point and the least miserable experience among all the protagonists he has ever met. Perhaps this should be the template for a protagonist who is a genius with a strong background. The young master of the demon realm, this identity is dozens of times higher than the starting point of any protagonist he has met. It can be said that those who were born in Rome are such people. There is no possibility of conquering such a protagonist. Gu Bai and Zhao Yu saw the boss, the owner of the court, looking silently into the distance, and they also stood silently by the side. This is the duty of subordinates, to perform their duties conscientiously and abide by the law. In fact, Chu Ge suspected that there were other secrets in the longevity village, which was one of the reasons why he spread rumors to get people to come to the longevity village. After all, I have been heading eastward, but I have not found the greatest opportunity yet. The gate to the demon realm is not an opportunity, at least Chu Ge doesn't think so. Heading eastward, he happened to encounter this incident in Changshu village, which means that this opportunity is still in Changshu village, but he has not discovered it yet. Since it is an opportunity, it will always be discovered by someone. It doesn't mean that this opportunity is unique to you. You need to discover it yourself. An opportunity found by others is also an opportunity. For 3 days, these monks worked tirelessly to search all the places in Changshu village. Some of the monks who came here even came from outside Paradise City. In the entire Qing dynasty, the strongest was only the supreme, and there were several anonymous cultivators in the Yuanong realm. These people are as powerful as the city lord, but they are used to being free and have not joined the Qing dynasty. These people are the ones who most eagerly want to obtain the great emperor's inheritance. As long as they obtain the great emperor's inheritance, they can become the great emperor. During this period, many people found many good treasures, and even some top-grade elixirs, which made them more certain that a great emperor had died here and left behind a legacy. The news of the emperor's inheritance is becoming more certain, and more people are coming. Some weaker people have been forcibly expelled from the Changshu village by those strong ones. Even Ji Yu Quan of Paradise City began to doubt his previous judgment. Could it be that he had wrongly accused the Lord of Heaven? Is there really a great emperor's inheritance? Even Ji Yu Quan was hesitating, not to mention the other city lords of the Qing dynasty and the emperor in Shengjing of the Qing dynasty. This is the inheritance of the great emperor. As long as you get the inheritance of the great emperor, you will not change even the position of emperor. The emperor of the Qing dynasty wanted to inherit the legacy of the great emperor to revive the imperial family and make the Qing dynasty the Qing dynasty. Countless people are paying attention, countless people are entering, the strong ones come in and the weak ones leave. After Zhou Tianyang learned the news, his hatred towards the Lord of Heaven grew stronger day by day. He never thought that if he hadn't plotted against Chu Ge really wouldn't have stayed in Fuxian County. Every carving and polish is determined by nature. What is opportunity? This is opportunity. It's the feeling that someone forces you to stay and feeds opportunity into your mouth. Chu Ge looked at the jade slip in his hand with surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that it actually contained the inheritance of the great emperor. Boss, is there really a great emperor's inheritance? Could it be that the court master has known about it for a long time? Ji Yu Bai and Zhao Yu widened their eyes in disbelief when they heard the news. Chapter 443. The three protagonists are about to meet. In fact, Chu Ge really wanted to say I know nothing, but when the words came to his lips he didn't know how to explain, so he was too lazy to pay attention to the two of them. He himself had never imagined that the lie he made up would one day become true. This is really unbelievable, but when Chu Ge thought about it carefully, there is a chance that the inheritance will be left here. Before the great emperor died, he sacrificed himself to seal the gate to the demon realm. He must have thought about leaving behind his legacy as the great emperor. The other party has no time to find a good place, and will definitely leave his emperor heritage in Changshu village nearby. If it is the inheritance of the great emperor, then this is considered a great opportunity, which makes sense. Has the news been blocked? Chu Ge played with the jade slip and moved his gaze to Ji Yu Bai and Zhao Yu standing beside him. If the news could be blocked directly, even though he didn't need the emperor's inheritance, he could cultivate a future emperor for himself. Ji Yu Bai said respectfully, it is currently blocked off. It was a coincidence that our people were mixed in the Changshu village. It just so happened that only 2 people discovered the entrance to the great emperor's inheritance, and they were finally silenced by our people. Now we are the only ones who know this news. Once the great emperor's inheritance is opened, it will surely not be hidden. We must be prepared for the worst. Zhao Yu also bowed to the lord of the court, glanced at Ji Yu Bai, and said, I think, for now we should solve the problem of the demon realm gate first, and when the problem of the demon realm gate is solved, everything will be easy. When there is no one in Changshu village, it will be the safest to solve the problem of the great emperor's inheritance. Ji Yu Bai couldn't help but glance at Zhao Yu. He didn't expect the other party to say such a thing. It was his own inconsiderateness. After bowing to the boss, Ji Yu Bai quietly stepped aside and stopped talking. He kept reflecting on himself, thinking that he was not good enough and would be surpassed by others sooner or later. He was not working hard enough and would be left behind sooner or later. Chu Ge nodded to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu spoke very maturely at this time and was growing very fast, which meant that he was not wrong about him. He was worthy of being one of the characters who served as the protagonist template. We are not in a hurry. Some people are in a hurry, and they will be exposed in a hurry. Chu Ge patted Ji Yu Bai, who was silent beside him, and said, it's up to you now, keep a close eye on them. Chu Ge planned to take action himself, not to kill the other party immediately, but he had a hunch that if he spared the other party's life for the time being, the gains might be greater. Although he didn't know whether his premonition was accurate or not, if he didn't believe in his own premonition, who could he believe in? Zhou Tianyang, who was plotted against by Chu Ge, changed his previous calmness and looked at Changshu village in exasperation. He was blind to take advantage of the Lord of Heaven, and now he can only try his best to make up for his mistake. The living dead only have 7 days left to exist, and the soul condensing bead in his hand also has only 7 days left to work. If I can't open the door to the demon realm within these 7 days, then I will not only be sorry for my father, but also for Uncle Lin's hard work for thousands of years. Today, Changshu village is overcrowded with people, all of whom are the city lord's men. All the independent cultivators have been driven away, and there are even people from the Qing court among them. Zhou Tianyang originally thought that he would be able to have peace in 3 or 4 days, but now looking at the situation, with treasures being dug out from time to time, he would not be able to have peace even for 1 or 2 months or even half a year. How could this be possible? He only had 7 days left and the Lord of Heaven was nowhere to be found. He suspected that the Lord of Heaven was watching everything here from behind the scenes and was laughing at his own joke. Uncle Lin, why don't we find a way to lure all the people here out, and then destroy them with lightning speed? As for the restrictions in Changshu village, I can think of another person. Zhou Tianyang suddenly said. In fact, he had thought that there were many people here who could replace the Lord of Heaven to fulfill his plan. Moreover, the demon realm is not tolerated by the world. Even the city lords cannot be controlled by him, and even the independent cultivators cannot truly submit to him and serve him. It was all because the demon realm's methods were too brutal in the past. Some people secretly defected to them, but in the end, they became abandoned by their fathers. The most important thing is that this world has an unwritten rule, which was set by the emperors who participated in the war after the war that year. Once someone from the demon realm is discovered, they can be killed by anyone. Even if one has intelligence about the demon realm, they can get a valuable reward by reporting to the contact points of those holy places. As for the demon realm assimilation technique, although with Uncle Lin the supreme strength, he can completely assimilate people in the Yuanheng realm. But once assimilated, they become people of the demon realm again, and are stuck in a vicious cycle that they cannot escape from. And the person Zhou Tianyang was thinking of now was the person whom the Lord of Heaven did not kill at that time, that is, Lin Tian, a good friend of the son of the current Lord of Shenyang City. Zhou Tianyang met Qin Zhen by chance. They were close friends who could talk about anything. The other party also told him about Lin Tian's existence. Qin Zhen also knew that he was the young master of the demon realm, but Qin Zhen had never despised or been afraid of him. He also knew Qin Zhen's ambition. He said that as long as his father came out, he would use the power of the demon realm to help him ascend the throne and become emperor. Qin Zhen once said that as long as he could be of help, he would be there if you asked him. But Zhou Tianyang was so proud and confident at the time that he never thought that one day he would really need help. Originally, Zhou Tianyang didn't want to bother his best friend with such things, but now he had to ask him for help. Since the young master has a plan in mind, then just do as you say. I believe you won't let me down. Uncle Lin was relieved to see that the young master did not become depressed because of his previous failure in using the Lord of Heaven, and he was relieved to see that the young master was cheering up again. He raised the young master since he was a child, and only he knows the feelings he has for him, but he can only bury it deep in his heart so that no one can notice or discover it. Thank you, Uncle Lin. I promise I won't make any mistakes again this time. Zhou Tianyang looked at Uncle Lin with some guilt. If he hadn't taken the initiative to use the Lord of Heaven, the current situation would not have happened. Lord of Heaven, after this matter is settled, I will not be done with you. Zhou Tianyang wished he could eat the flesh and break the bones of the culprit who caused this situation. Qin Zhen, who was far away in Shenyang City, immediately rushed to Jila City after receiving a call for help from his best friend Zhou Tianyang. Without hesitation, without thinking whether this was worth doing or not, he would go as long as the other party needed him. This was his promise to Zhou Tianyang. As for Lin Tian, it was natural that Qin Zhen went with him, and he followed him too. It was Qin Zhen who saved his life. So the three protagonists will soon meet. Chapter 444, Conspiracy, Two-Handed Preparation. It was Ji Yuquan who learned that Qin Zhen had left Shenyang City with someone and was heading for Paradise City on a high-level flying magic weapon. Ji Yuquan, who had been keeping an eye on the movements in Shenyang City, received the news half a day later. It was a special communication method that consumed a kind of spiritual stone ore called communication. The communication spirit stone mine itself is difficult to mine, not to mention that the output itself is extremely low, and the price on the market is also very high. A communication spirit stone can be used 3 times, after which it will be useless. Deliver this message to heaven. Ji Yuquan engraved the information into a jade slip and handed it to his subordinate in front of him, saying, "Wait for heaven's reply and then come back." Yes. Ji Yuquan's subordinate took the jade slip and instantly turned into a black shadow and disappeared. The reason why Ji Yuquan told Tian Ting was because it was incredible that the person that Tian Ting's leader wanted to kill was not dead. He would not interfere in this matter. Giving the Lord of Heaven a reminder was already a sign of his sincerity as a collaborator. However, after his own investigation during this period, he discovered that Qin Hongxi, the lord of Shenyang City, was hiding too deeply. This damn old man. Ji Yuquan also had the idea of killing someone with a borrowed knife. The young city lord of Shenyang City left Shenyang City in person. Could it be that he wanted to avenge Lin Tian, who was beside him and was not killed by the Lord of Heaven? In that case, if the young lord of Shenyang City died at the hands of heaven, then the Lord of Heaven and Qin Hongxi would have an unsolvable hatred. At that time, there will never be a possibility for the Lord of Heaven to reconcile with the Lord of Shenyang City. The so-called enemy of my enemy is my friend. Only in this way can the cooperation between heaven and him go further. You plot against me, and I plot against you. In this world of cultivating immortals, there are plots all the time, and all of them are for the purpose of making oneself stronger. Cultivating immortality is to cultivate life. In order to make oneself live longer, the strength of one's physical strength is the highest guarantee of living longer. Chu Ge had no idea that someone had already set their sights on him and wanted to use him to make the Lord of Heaven completely stand on the other side. Even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. He wanted to be an emperor, so naturally he would not be afraid of such things. But if you want to plot against him, you have to see if you have the strength and the life to do it. As usual, Zhao Haifeng directly summoned the other 3 people. Now Zhao Haifeng has habitually prepared a cup of wolfberry tea for himself. There are too many things to do in heaven, and the boss is doing a good job of being a hands-off manager. It's like going out for nightlife, having fun yourself and then not caring about the people below. Tui, scumbag. Zhao Haifeng complained silently in his heart, put the jade slip sent by the Lord of Paradise City on the table without changing his expression, and drank wolfberry tea in silence. This is a message from the mayor of Paradise City. I haven't read it yet, so I called you here first. I say, you are practicing Taoism, but you still drink wolfberries. How weak are you? Lin Feng took a look at the jade slip and didn't take it. Instead, he mocked Zhao Haifeng first. The mayor of Paradise City actually sent them information. This is a bit weird. Although because of the boss, Heaven and Paradise City are now partners in secret, but the other party is inexplicably nice to you, which is so scary. After drinking wolfberry tea, there is no green tea in your mind. Zhao Haifeng snorted coldly. This guy doesn't understand the joy of drinking wolfberry tea at all. Let me take a look. Jun Moshao smiled and picked up the jade slip and read the contents with his spiritual sense. That guy is not dead. Jun Moshao suddenly exclaimed in surprise, attracting the 3 people to look at him. Zhang Chuchen was closest to Jun Moshao. He reached out and sucked the jade slip directly, reading the contents inside, and said in surprise. This guy isn't dead yet. I wonder if the boss knows about this news. What the hell is this? So mysterious. Lin Feng couldn't help but snatch the jade slip and read its contents curiously. His expression became the same as the other 2 the next second. Don't scare Dad. I'm old enough to drink wolfberry tea now and I can't stand being scared. Zhao Haifeng was frightened by the expressions of the 3 of them and quickly drank the wolfberry tea to calm himself down. It's Lin Tian. That guy is not dead yet. Moreover, the city lord of Shenyang City, Chu Ge, will also arrive in Paradise City in the next few days. Jun Moshao is well aware of the power of the boss's space tunnel. Once a person enters there without protection, there is no way he will survive, unless he possesses a treasure of time and space like the boss. He felt that this matter must be reported to his boss immediately to avoid delaying his boss's important business. Someone come here. Zhao Haifeng knew the pros and cons of the matter. Most likely, Lin Tian had found helpers to seek revenge. Great Elder. The disciple waiting outside the door hurried in and saluted respectfully. Zhao Haifeng took out a blank jade slip, quickly engraved the contents on it with his spiritual consciousness, then threw it to him and ordered, "Give this to the intelligence department, and have the intelligence department pass it to the master of the court immediately." Disciple understands. The disciple respectfully took the jade slip and left immediately. Come back. Lin Feng directly called out to the disciple who was about to leave their sight. The disciple lowered his head in fear, not knowing what mistake he had made and was very nervous. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Haifeng and said directly, "You plan to send people to kill him directly, right?" "How do you know?" Zhao Haifeng silently made himself another cup of wolfberry tea. "The better this stuff is, the more addictive it is. Wasn't he doing something wrong? Was he supposed to wait for the other party to harass the boss? Leave the jade slip behind and go out first." Zhang Chuchen gently ordered the frightened disciple. "Yes, sir." The disciple heaved a sigh of relief, put down the jade slip and went out. It was at this time that Lin Feng spoke up and said, "You don't know the plan of the Lord of Paradise City at all. He just wants you to do this to achieve his goal. This is the purpose of the other party sending the information." "I know what you said." Zhao Haifeng is not stupid. His starting point is that no one should harass the boss. Are they going to let us watch them come to Paradise City? I strongly suspect that their purpose is not simple at this time. Why did they come at this time instead of earlier? Obviously they are heading for Changshu village. Zhao Haifeng said with certainty. Lin Feng didn't expect Zhao Haifeng to think so much at once, and was a little surprised. Then he said, actually, we can report it to the boss first and let the boss decide. To be honest, he didn't know what to do. This is a naked conspiracy. Seeing that Zhang Chuchen did not comment, Zhun Moshao stood up and said, first report to the boss, since the other party is heading for Changshu village, we will ambush him on the road he must pass. Don't worry about offending Shenyang city. As long as we can prevent others from disturbing the boss's fun, even if it means starting a war, I am not afraid of it at all. Zhun Moshao, who was trying to smooth things over, changed the subject, but both of you are right. We should make preparations for both situations. On the one hand, we should arrange people to ambush the other party, and on the other hand, we should report to the bosses. As long as the boss nods, we will act immediately. If the boss disagrees, then we will pretend that nothing happened. Chapter 445. Although the three people present could tell that Zhun Moshao was trying to smooth things over, they all knew that this was the only thing they could do. So the four of them discussed the details carefully again, and after they dispersed, the news was sent from heaven to Changshu village. The messenger from Paradise City who had been waiting in heaven also left after receiving the reply jade slip from heaven. Zhao Haifeng originally didn't want to pay attention to it, but doing so would seem petty. Although no one would know, both parties still had to maintain their basic face. This time, after discussion among Zhao Haifeng and other three, they decided to arrange the boss's mount, the three-legged golden crow Wuden, and Li Fei, who has a snake body but is loyal to the human race. Now Wuden went into seclusion to practice out of spite because his boss didn't take him with him when he went out. Now he is named the Demon Emperor of Heaven and commands all the demons from the lower world, especially those who are still in heaven. The Nine-Smoke Demon King had never expected that this Demon Emperor would one day become his real boss, and Wuden didn't seem to mind that he had betrayed him before. It was better to leave the affairs of the demon clan to her. After receiving the order from Elder Zhao, she immediately went to the demon palace of Demon Emperor Wuden to report. Your Majesty, Elder Zhao has sent an order. The specific task is in the jade slip. The Nine-Smoke Demon King stood outside the demon mansion, holding the jade slip in both hands. Order. Ha. A disdainful snort came from Wuden's palace, and the jade slip held in the hands of the Nine-Smoke Demon King instantly flew into the demon palace. Okay, you can go down. The voice of Demon Emperor Wuden came again from the demon palace. I'll take my leave. The Nine-Smoke Demon King bowed and left without changing his expression. Inside the demon's mansion, Wuden looked at the jade slip in his hand with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Someone actually wanted to cause trouble for the boss. People like Zhao Haifeng really take chicken feathers as their authority. Did they think they can order anyone around? If it weren't for the boss, Wu Taniao would have ignored Zhao Haifeng and the others. He is the Demon Emperor, and his status is equal to that of the elders. His position in the heavenly court is second only to the emperor. As an elder in charge of law enforcement, Li Fei was fair and transparent in his conduct, causing countless disciples of heaven to correct their mistakes promptly after being punished, and to believe in the fairness and strictness of the elder in charge of law enforcement. After receiving the order, Li Fei didn't think as much as Wuden, and the rights exercised by Zhao Haifeng and others were given by the boss. After receiving the order, Li Fei handed over the affairs of the law enforcement hall to other law enforcement disciples, and asked them to be fair and strict, otherwise he would punish them severely when he returned. There are only two people involved in this operation, Wuden and Li Fei. According to the considerations of Zhao Haifeng and others, there will definitely be no accidents if these two people take action. However, Wuden and Li Fei simply cannot see eye to eye. The other party is clearly a member of the Xi clan, but he actually acts like a human. He is truly in Cao's camp but his heart is with Han. Wuden himself was reborn into the demon clan and had already abandoned all the human things of his previous life. Since he is in the demon clan, he should just sit back and consider the demon clan wholeheartedly. Li Fei is a typical example of someone who cannot sit properly. After Wuden and Li Fei met, they didn't say a word. Wuden didn't want to pay attention to each other, and Li Fei simply had no good feelings towards the demon clan. Li Fei is a goody-goody among the human race, but when facing alien races, he is a ruthless killer. Are you sure we didn't make the wrong arrangement? Zhao Haifeng felt a little worried as he watched the two people leave without communicating with each other or even looking at each other with disdain. What are you afraid of? Wooten is the demon emperor with the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow. Li Fei has a dragon ball, and his snake body is now half a step away from becoming a dragon. He will turn into a dragon sooner or later. Wooten is from the demon clan and has a bad impression of humans. Li Fei is from the Sea clan and is loyal to humans. I think it's a good idea to neutralize the two. Jun Moshao did not have the same worries as Zhao Haifeng. Instead, he was very confident in the two of them. I hope so, Zhao Haifeng said and left. After all, he also had a lot of things to do. When the boss comes back, I will say that I must take a vacation. When will this end? Outside Changshu village, Chu Ge received a message from heaven, but he didn't expect that the protagonist of Shenyang City would come to find him. It was really interesting. And Lin Tian didn't go looking for him himself, but the other party actually came to him. It is true that if you don't take the road to heaven, you will end up in hell. However, Chu Ge was very satisfied with the decision made by Zhao Haifeng and the other three. Wooten and Li Fei's strength and steady nature made Chu Ge not worry about anything going wrong. But Ji Yu Quan from Paradise City actually revealed this news to him. It seems that Ji Yu Quan wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two tigers, and wanted to make himself stand completely on the other side. Smart as a whim, Chu Ge snorted coldly and crushed the jade slip directly. So what about Shenyang City? Ji Yu Quan doesn't really think that he is afraid of Shenyang City. Ji Yu Quan never thought that his target had never been them. Even if all the people in Shenyang City came out, they could not destroy the heavenly court. Everyone has different visions. Ji Yu Quan's vision is to rebel, establish a dynasty, deepen his luck, gain boundless magical powers, and become an emperor with rising luck. An emperor with good fortune relies on good fortune, but an emperor who becomes one through self-cultivation does not need it. But both have their own advantages. An emperor who achieves his success through luck relies on luck. The stronger the luck, the stronger the emperor's strength. An emperor who achieves his success through self-cultivation relies entirely on his own cultivation. The path of luck is full of mysteries. Only those who truly become the emperor of luck know how terrifying luck is. Therefore, many people aspire to build a royal city and become the emperor of destiny. Chu Ge thought about it and finally decided not to let Wooten and Li Fei take action, but to let them come. He was looking forward to what would happen when the three protagonists were together. The protagonist's luck aura has no effect on him. What kind of chemical reaction will appear when the three protagonists are together? Order Wooten and Li Fei not to stop them. They can have a brief fight, and then let Wooten and Li Fei come over. Since they have all come out, Chu Ge will not let Wooten and Li Fei go back. With the three protagonists present, his side cannot weaken its momentum. Be sure to treat them well. He also wanted to know whether the selection system would appear after the three protagonists stood together, and what kind of rewards would be given. I understand, Ji Yu Bai said respectfully. Zhao Yu closed his eyes and practiced on the side. He had to become stronger all the time to be able to help his boss. His practice speed was not slow and his qualifications were no worse than anyone else. What are those people doing now? Chu Ge asked. Ji Yu Bai organized his words and said, Boss, those people are still outside the Changshu village, but it seems that a lot of people have gathered and are hiding around. I suspect they want to take action, but they can't get in, so how can they do it? Ji Yu Bai hadn't read the contents of the jade slip, so he naturally didn't know. Chu Ge chuckled, his laughter full of disdain for Zhou Tianyang's behavior. A cornered dog will do something desperate, Zhou Tianyang. Chapter 446, A Tentative Battle. Zhou Tianyang is not just a desperate dog, he even wants to fly to the sky. Even though his good friend was on the way, the passing of time became an invisible torture for him. As time went by, Zhou Tianyang's patience wore away. He was not as calm as he appeared to be. His mood fluctuated like floating duckweed. 3 days had passed at this time, and Zhou Tianyang only had 4 days left. These 4 days are his last chance, otherwise he will have to give up the gate to the demon realm. However, the other gates to the demon realm are guarded by the direct descendants of the emperor. Zhou Tianyang is only the supreme now and has no strength to challenge the emperor. Moreover, once he made a move, he would be exposed. Only in such a remote small place could his plan be implemented. Now he can only hope that his good friend Qin Zhen can arrive soon. At this time, Qin Zhen, whom Zhou Tianyang was expecting, had been blocked by Wooten and Li Fei. Who are you? Qin Zhen looked at the two people blocking his way with an expressionless face. Lin Tian looked at the two men in great surprise. He knew these two men. One was the demon emperor canonized by the heavenly court, and the other was a law enforcement elder. So Lin Tian quickly told Qin Zhen what he knew to prevent the other party from being careless. Qin Zhen's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that he would be blocked on the road by people sent by the Lord of Heaven just on his way. It seems that he is indeed feared by the Lord of Heaven, otherwise why would the other party act so quickly? At the same time, Qin Zhen's heart stagnated. He suddenly thought about why the other party was paying attention to him and knew his news so quickly. The only possibility is that he was being monitored by the other party, and the city of Shenyang was being monitored by the other party. It seems that even though Shenyang city is so low-key, it has still been discovered. The Lord of Heaven is not ordinary. Shenyang city is far away in the sky, but it can still be noticed by the heavenly court. This explains the problem. Has the hand of heaven reached so far? Moreover, he did not believe that the Lord of Heaven knew that Lin Tian was not dead. It was simply impossible. I didn't expect that he was the demon emperor and the law enforcement elder of heaven. I am really flattered to be valued so much by the Lord of Heaven. Qin Zhen said in a very cold tone. Wooten glanced at Qin Zhen, then turned his gaze to Lin Tian, and said in a murderous tone, "You were lucky enough to survive that time. Instead of living in seclusion in the mountains, you actually thought of coming out to die. Hee, your woman is dead and burned to death. I handled it personally. I think your teacher should still be here. I wonder where he is now." Lin Tian had actually received an order from his boss. The boss asked him to try it out. If the man didn't kill him, he would not bother to ambush him. Wu Tian's words immediately made Lin Tian's face full of anger. The death of his childhood sweetheart had always been a knot in his heart, and at this moment, his heart was filled with anger rising. Don't be impulsive, he is provoking you. Qin Zhen hurriedly grabbed Lin Tian and revealed Wu Tian's true purpose in one sentence. After Lin Tian was stopped, the rising anger seemed to be poured down by a basin of ice water, and he immediately calmed down. There is no point in talking more, let's see the truth with our hands. Lin Tian shouted coldly, and the special flame coming out of his body made Wuten's eyes light up. Defeated general, come and fight. Wuten was very envious of the opponent's blood. After absorbing a little bit last time, his strength improved a lot. Two rays of light as dazzling as the scorching sun collided with each other in an instant, and the two men fought without using any weapons. After seeing Wuten choose Lin Tian, Li Fei knew that his opponent could only be Qin Zhen. Since it was a test, he had to test out most of the opponent's strength. Li Fei directly transformed into a dragon and snake, and his huge body was looming in the clouds high in the sky. I didn't expect it to be a dragon beast. Qin Zhen sneered, and an endless force instantly rose from his body. A spear appeared in his hand, and he went straight up to kill. Roar! Li Fei's eyes flashed with anger. It was true that he was a goody-goody, but he loved the human race very much. However, he would never be merciful to his enemies. Humans are humans, and the human race is the human race, the two cannot be confused. 4 people, 2 battlefields. High in the sky, 2 elusive rays of scorching sun were fighting fiercely. The power of both sides was very similar, and they even wanted to devour each other. Especially Lin Tian, the last time he was swallowed by the other party, he knew that he could also swallow the other party. As long as you devour the opponent, you will become stronger and your physical fitness will be improved to another level. The scorching suns appeared across the sky and collided with each other, as if 2 suns appeared out of thin air. The earth became dry and torn apart, and the forest below withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The true fire of the sun and the fire of the sun fell down one after another, burning the earth. The space seemed to be melted by the temperature, revealing twisted waves. The roars of dragons and the hums of spears caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Some monks passing by could only watch cautiously from afar, and were even afraid of being accidentally injured by the battle. Li Fei swung his tail and swept directly horizontally, and his huge body did not slow down at all. Qin Zhen was shocked when he saw this, and he dodged urgently. It was impossible for him to use his weakness to counter the opponent's strength. The huge mountain disappeared in half in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Li Fei's 4 dragon claws fell heavily above Qin Zhen who had just dodged. Qin Zhen's face turned cold, and he swung his spear across the air, with the tip of the spear slamming directly into the sharp claws. The next second, Qin Zhen discovered that the opponent's flesh was real flesh, and his attacks could not cause any damage to the body. It was really a weird thing. The Lord of Heaven actually has such powerful subordinates, so how talented is the Lord of Heaven? In an instant, Qin Zhen paid special attention to the Lord of Heaven. No matter what Lin Tian said before, it was not as thorough as experiencing it personally now. In the future, he will definitely fight against the Lord of Heaven. A mere spear can't hurt me at all. Li Fei snorted coldly and attacked Qin Zhen with his sharp claws one after another. Qin Zhen's face turned angry, and the spear turned into a stream of light, and the power of the spear became stronger than before. Gathering all the strength on the tip of the spear, breaking the power of all laws, thunder accompanies the tip of the spear, resounding with thunderous rage. Li Fei roared to the sky, his dragon body radiated golden light, and the dragon ball in his body spun wildly. He had to be serious, otherwise he would not be able to bear it. The opponent is indeed very strong, and I must force him to reveal his hidden cards as much as possible here. The next second, Qin Zhen's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged to a distance. Behind him, water arrows condensed from the yellow spring kept shooting past him. Qin Zhen's face was solemn. This was the yellow spring water. If contaminated, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, my white seal warned me in advance, otherwise I would have suffered a great loss. Li Fei looked at Qin Zhen, who was dodging the yellow spring water arrow with great surprise. The way the other party dodged in a hurry just now seemed that he recognized the yellow spring water he used. This yellow spring water is the summoning technique that he inherited from Dragon Ball, which summons the yellow spring water from the underworld. Once one is contaminated by the yellow spring water, at best one will lose the memory of past and present lives, at worst one may turn into the yellow spring water and die completely. Chapter 447, Breaking the Law with Force, Solar Flare. Of course, if the other party is much stronger than you, then that's a different matter. After all, everything depends on strength. The two of them fought like dry firewood and fire. Ever since Li Fei used the yellow spring water, Qin Zhen became cautious and no longer confronted the opponent head-on. Li Fei found that the opponent was as smooth as a loach. He couldn't touch him at all during the fight. His body movements were as fast as a shadow, and each scene was a new one. Why are you hiding? Is that all you can do? After Li Fei's attack failed, he couldn't help but snorted coldly when he saw that Qin Zhen no longer fought him head-on. Qin Zhen was not ashamed at all. Instead, he responded with a smile. No matter whether you are dodging or fighting head-on, as long as you can't hit me, it means your strength is far from superior to mine. Big guy, sometimes victory or defeat is not determined by strength. Suddenly, Qin Zhen stopped dodging, floating more than 10 meters away from Li Fei, and suddenly formed a seal with his hands. The seal slowly grew larger, and as it rotated, a black and white rotating Tai Chi diagram suddenly appeared. The next second, it instantly filled the sky. Li Fei looked up at the Tai Chi pattern in the sky, and even sensed a hint of danger from it. Roar! Li Fei rushed directly towards Qin Zhen, preventing him from successfully performing his trick. However, he also achieved his purpose of testing him. This guy really had a lot of cards up his sleeve. Qin Zhen watched the other party attacking him expressionlessly. A hint of pride appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he shouted coldly, "Bagua formation prison lock." The Tai Chi diagram in the sky suddenly stopped selecting, and black and white chains appeared from the center of the Tai Chi diagram and instantly wrapped around Li Fei's limbs. Li Fei was only 1 meter away from Qin Zhen. Qin Zhen could even feel the sharpness of the opponent's claws. His cheeks were stinging. The opponent's physical strength was really strong. It is conceivable that if I continue to fight the opponent head-on, the balance of victory and defeat will only tip towards the opponent. Li Fei wanted to struggle, but found that his strength was being suppressed by the chains and he could not exert any strength at all. Qin Zhen took out the spear again, his eyes flashed with danger, and he said coldly, "Now you can only let me slaughter you. The dragon horn, the dragon skin, and every part of your body are good things." I said, victory or defeat is sometimes not determined by strength. Suppress. Qin Zhen formed the last seal with one hand. Li Fei found that he was being pulled upwards by the chain. On it was a Tai Chi pattern that began to rotate again. Was it trying to pull him into the Tai Chi diagram? "Hey, Li Fei, are you dead? Do you need my help?" Wu Tian's extremely caring greetings came from the sky. Although Wooten hated the other person, he didn't want to kill him, so he still had to help. I don't need it. Li Fei's face darkened. He couldn't afford to embarrass himself in front of Wooten. The next second, the dragon's head became ferocious, and the dragon's roar was so loud that even Qin Zhen, who was about to kill him, had to retreat. Damn it. The wind was blowing hard. Qin Zhen covered his face and was forced back by the wind, cursing softly. Clap, clap, clap. Li Fei's limbs swelled up instantly, and a force that shocked Qin Zhen directly shattered the chains on his limbs. Li Fei looked at the Tai Chi diagram above his head expressionlessly, and directly swung out the dragon's tail. With one blow, Qin Zhen's formation was instantly shattered and slowly fell down like a mirror. Strength is the foundation, means are just minor tricks. No matter how many means you use, I can break them all with one force. Li Fei attacked Qin Zhen directly, with huge physical strength surging up. Under the power, any means are futile. Of course, the boss is an exception. Until now, he still can't figure out the boss's ways. Even when he challenged the boss alone, it was a crushing battle every time, and there was no sense of combat experience at all. From then on, Li Fei became sensible and never challenged the boss to a duel again. He had no combat experience and was easily traumatized by the abuse. Qin Zhen finally understood what was the rage of a reckless man and what was pure physical strength. It's hard to hit, too tanky, doesn't lose blood, and is extremely disgusting. When Wooten above saw Li Fei continuing to fight, he looked up to Li Fei in his heart for being able to break free from this repressive formation. It seems that Li Fei's true strength is not weaker than his own, but Wooten's perception of Li Fei will not change because of this. People who sit with their butts crooked are looked down upon. Boom! Wooten was knocked back by Lin Tian's punch, and fireballs formed by the sun's fire kept exploding around Wooten. Haha, you dare to be distracted while fighting with me. Where is the formation you used last time? Use it. Lin Tian always remembered the formation that the opponent used, so he had been paying attention to it. It was because of the opponent's formation that he was defeated by the opponent. Although he didn't care on the surface, he was still very afraid in his heart. However, he already had a way to deal with it. As long as he didn't give the other party a chance to use his formation, there would be no way for him to use it. If you can't solve the problem, then get rid of the person who caused the problem. This is also the result of discussion between myself and Qin Zhen. After a series of explosions, Wooten's figure appeared and turned into a three-legged golden crow and flew directly into the sky. While the golden crow was crying, the three-legged golden crow slowly hugged himself and turned into a real sun. Li Fei, go quickly, I'm afraid of hurting you by mistake. Wooten transmitted the message to Li Fei's ears. Li Fei looked up at the sky and saw the huge dragon body turned into a green light and instantly flew away. Seeing the other party leaving, Qin Zhen did not stop and flew directly towards the position above Lin Tian. The next second, Qin Zhen suddenly looked up at the dazzling sun in the sky. The dazzling sunlight made it impossible for him to look directly at it, and his eyes gradually narrowed. No, it's a fraud. Qin Zhen hurriedly shouted at Lin Tian, Lin Tian, go quickly, there is danger. After that, Qin Zhen fled into the distance. This power was too dangerous. Although he didn't know it, the warning of the white seal had never let him down. Lin Tian also realized something was wrong the second before Qin Zhen shouted, and after hearing Qin Zhen's reminder, he immediately fled to a distance as fast as he could. Can you run away? Wooten became furious and planned to test the two of them with this move, and try out his own move at the same time, which he had hidden for a long time. Solar flare. A violent flash of light suddenly erupted, releasing high-intensity solar energy. The radiation caused by solar flares can only be dealt with by the sun itself. The three-legged golden crow was conceived and born in the sun. It can be said to be the son of the sun, or the sun itself. Wooten himself is a reborn person, and the power of the solar flare is not something Qin Zhen and Lin Tian can withstand. After the solar flare exploded, blinding white light swept in all directions. The power of the speed of light, even though Qin Zhen and Lin Tian ran away first, were caught up by the flares behind them and directly swallowed them up. Those who were watching the show were also instantly swallowed up by the power of the solar flare. Li Fei was the first to run away, but he was also affected. He had spots of wounds on his body, and they were still steaming. Chapter 448, Two People Who Dislike Each Other. Li Fei could feel a corrosive and burning force gradually invading his body, destroying his cells and trying to disintegrate his body. Is this guy Wu Tian hurting the enemy by 1,000 and injuring himself by 800? Li Fei looked in the original direction with some worry. I wonder if this guy is seriously injured now. At that time, I didn't notice that the other party was in a difficult situation. Why didn't he show up for such a long time? Did something happen? Although Li Fei hated the demon clan, they were still his teammates after all, and he couldn't just stand by and watch. After thinking about it, Li Fei suppressed his injuries, turned into a green light and returned the same way. Wu Tian actually didn't get into trouble. He searched in the direction the two people fled, but he didn't find any trace of them, and couldn't help feeling disappointed. He actually let two people escape, but he was still confident in his solar flare. The other party definitely could not avoid it, and must have run away injured. Lin Tian had a similar root cause as himself, but it was impossible to eliminate the damage caused to his body by the solar flare in a short period of time. Solar flare is Wuten's trump card. He thought of Li Fei. With that speed, that guy should not have been able to escape. I hope nothing will happen. Wuten changed his human form with some worry, turned into a golden light and fled on the spot. A golden light and a green light met halfway. Are you okay? Wuten and Li Fei asked hurriedly after meeting each other. As soon as the words came out, their faces froze at the same time and their heads tilted to one side. For some reason, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. HMPH, it seems you are fine, otherwise I really don't know how to explain to the boss. Wuten's stiff face suddenly sneered. Li Fei sneered in return. Same here, I thought you were already lying on the ground, and was thinking of coming back to collect your body. It's worth our time as colleagues. Where are they? Li Fei didn't want to dwell on this topic, so he changed the subject. They are probably seriously injured and escaped, but I believe they will still go to Changsha village. Let's go too. I tested their strength this time and found that their strength is no worse than ours. This move of mine is called solar flare. The solar flare in your body will continue to erode your body until it drags you down, and you will even be in pain on weekdays, and it will torture your body. Wuten shrugged, and did not dwell on the previous topic. It would be better not to mention the embarrassing topic. It's none of your business. Li Fei would never ask the demon tribe for help. He could only ask the boss for help when he arrived at Changsha village. Since you're here to collect my body, I'll help you clean it up. Wuten walked in front of Li Fei with some arrogance. A gentle force was transmitted into Li Fei's body, and the spots on his skin slowly faded away until they disappeared completely. I won't be grateful to you. Li Fei curled his lips, glanced at the other party, and fled away. Wuten sneered, I don't need your gratitude. The next second, he turned into a three-legged golden crow and left here. The environment here has been destroyed beyond recognition and it will take at least a dozen years to slowly recover. The damage caused to the environment by immortal cultivators is enormous, but due to the spiritual energy, the world itself can repair the environment very quickly, and the recovery of the environment is just a matter of time for the immortal cultivators to retreat. On the outskirts of Changsha village, after Zhou Tianyang learned the message from his friend, he became anxious and immediately took people to pick up his friend. At the same time, Zhou Tianyang felt extremely guilty. If it weren't for him, Qin Zhen wouldn't have been injured. I didn't expect that the Lord of Heaven would be so despicable and shameless that he actually sent people to launch a sneak attack. What is the difference between such behavior and that of the people in the evil way? Although Zhou Tianyang himself is more evil than the devil, when it comes to his own people, Zhou Tianyang's bias is naturally very obvious. Zhou Tianyang came to a secret temporary cave and saw Qin Zhen, who was meditating very weakly. He looked at Lin Tian, who was in the same condition, and became worried. Are you okay? How are your injuries now? I have top-grade healing pills here. You can take them first. Zhou Tianyang took out precious healing pills from his space ring and gave 3 to each of them without hesitation. Qin Zhen slowly opened his eyes and saw the pill handed to him by his best friend. He swallowed it without hesitation and activated his magic power. Lin Tian had never seen Zhou Tianyang before, but after seeing Qin Zhen swallow it without hesitation, he swallowed it himself and began to heal his wounds. However, Zhou Tianyang was worried when he saw that the spots on Qin Zhen's face and arms had not disappeared. It turned out to be the power of the sun. Zhou Tianyang could feel the most yang power in the world wreaking havoc in their bodies. Half an hour later, Lin Tian and Qin Zhen opened their eyes. Thank you. Lin Tian bowed in gratitude. If it weren't for the other party's medicine, it would probably take me half a month to recover. You're welcome. Zhou Tianyang waved his hand and said very politely. Qin Zhen looked at Zhou Tianyang and said, I have to come to your plan. This is your only chance. I have suppressed the injury. I can help you next. Zhou Tianyang wanted to refuse, but he couldn't say it. After all, this was really his only chance. I know everything. There's no need for us to say thank you to each other. Qin Zhen showed a weak smile, stood up and patted Zhou Tianyang on the shoulder. I was careless. I didn't expect that this three-legged golden crow could actually utilize such deep sunlight. But don't worry, I can handle it. Give me some time. Lin Tian was also inspired by the opponent's moves. Next time they meet, he will be able to use the opponent's power. Let me take you there. After Zhou Tianyang took out a flying magic weapon and let the two of them get on, he left here with a group of men and headed straight for Changsha village. Chu Ge looked at Li Fei and Wuden who had arrived and smiled curiously. Actually, I'm very curious about why Zhao Haifeng and the others arranged for you two to come here. After all, you two can't pee in the same pot. Chu Ge knows his subordinates much better than they know themselves, which is why Chu Ge is able to get their service. Boss, Zhao Haifeng and his men took chicken feathers as a token of authority and actually gave me orders directly. I am the demon emperor appointed by you personally. Wooten complained as soon as he arrived and was still brooding over this matter. Okay, I'll talk to them nicely when we get back. For Chu Ge, these were all trivial matters. After getting the boss's assurance, Wooten's expression finally eased. Boss, Qin Zhen is very powerful. Li Fei repeated Qin Zhen's general information to prevent the boss from getting into trouble. Chapter 449 How can the door to the demonic realm be easily opened? Chu Ge looked at Li Fei and said slowly, so the strength of the young city lord of Shenyang City should be about the same as yours. The opponent can't break your physical strength, but it doesn't mean that the other party has no means to break it. It is very likely that the other party has the same idea as you and has retained some strength. The means used by the other party should not be the tricks of the city lord of Shenyang City. It seems that the other party has had another adventure. Li Fei nodded thoughtfully, I thought so before. Qin Zhen uses very few means, but they are very powerful. Chu Ge waved his hand and said. Qin Zhen and Lin Tian have now reunited with Zhou Tianyang. There is not much time left for Zhou Tianyang. I think they will take action soon. Then, Chu Ge ordered Zhao Yu and Ji Yu Bai, you two should immediately arrange people to go to Changsha village and be prepared to take action at any time. Understood. Zhao Yu and Ji Yu Bai responded quickly. Zhou Tianyang waited patiently for another day, allowing Qin Zhen and Lin Tian to recuperate and recover from their previous injuries. Now our people are outside and cannot get in. You have to find a way to lure them out of Changsha village. We have enough people outside to quickly eliminate them all. Quote. The only thing I'm worried about now is that the Lord of Heaven will make trouble secretly and hinder our plan. Zhou Tianyang now has a psychological trauma against the Lord of Heaven, and his self-confidence has been completely destroyed by the other party. Qin Zhen was not worried about this problem. He said confidently, actually, you don't have to worry too much about the other party. If the other party was so confident, they would not have sent people to attack Lin Tian and me. Since I'm here, you can rest assured. I can definitely help you reopen the door to the demon realm so that you can reunite with your father and enjoy family happiness. Although Lin Tian didn't know Zhou Tianyang very well, since the other party was Qin Zhen's best friend, he still believed in Qin Zhen's judgment and nodded, I will do my best. Besides, the heavenly court and I are sworn enemies. I will do anything that is not good for them. Then I'll leave everything to you. Zhou Tianyang's heart slowly settled down. The key to the success of this operation lies in whether Qin Zhen and Lin Tian can lure the people out of Changsha village. After all, it is impossible for just two people to kill all the people in Changsha village. No need to say thank you between us. Qin Zhen interrupted Zhou Tianyang's words of thanks and took Lin Tian directly into the Changsha village. There are so many people here. If we want to lure them out, there must be something outside to attract them, or there must be a great terror inside to make them flee from Changsha village. Lin Tian said worriedly as he looked at the powerful monks stationed in Changsha village, the unique flags of each major city, and the symbols of the major forces and sects. This is very simple. Didn't Zhou Tianyang have people prepare the illusion that a treasure was born outside? Qin Zhen thought this was not a problem. Although he had belittled the Lord of Heaven in front of Zhou Tianyang before, he was still very wary in his heart. After just a brief fight with the opponent's subordinates, he realized the power of the heavenly court. Everything was going according to plan. Zhou Tianyang created the illusion of a treasure being born outside. The sky was filled with colorful rays of light. It was obvious at first glance that a treasure was being born. Everyone in Changshu village saw the strange phenomenon. The monks who were originally looking for the inheritance of the emperor of Changshu village did not hide their greed at all, and flew directly to the place where the strange phenomenon occurred on their magic weapons without hesitation. The scene of these monks rushing forward was clearly seen by Qin Zhen and Lin Tian, who were hiding in the dark. The greed of cultivators is also one of the reasons for the chaos in this world. One day, I must change this chaos, Qin Zhen said with emotion. However, Lin Tian knew Qin Zhen's goal and said, I believe that one day you will be able to achieve what you want in your heart, and I will help you. Most people have left, let's get started. Qin Zhen took out the soul condensing bead that Zhou Tianyang handed to him personally. There is only one of this soul condensing bead and there is only one chance. He couldn't let his good friend down, so Qin Zhen resolutely headed towards the coordinates Zhou Tianyang gave him. The two quickly found the location of the demon realm gate. The soul condensing orb seemed to be moving, emitting a scorching heat. It works. Qin Zhen's face lit up with joy, and he smashed the soul condensing orb directly on the gate to the demon realm. After the soul condensing orb was shattered, the gate to the demon realm erupted with strong fluctuations, as if the wrong souls in the soul condensing orb had disturbed the slumber sealed on the gate to the demon realm. After the soul condensing orb shattered, the souls of the people from Changshu village who were trapped inside rushed out, trying to escape from this place of trouble. 8 trigrams, dragon prison lock. Qin Zhen looked at these wronged souls and listened to them shouting out their grievances. There was not a ripple in his heart and no emotion on his face. He drew a magic seal and slapped out with his palm. It was the same method that was used to deal with Li Fei before. A Bagua diagram instantly covered the surroundings, and black and white chains directly imprisoned those wronged souls, preventing them from escaping. The sealed gate to the demon realm was surrounded by endless demonic energy, the ground was cracking and collapsing, and the entire mountain began to violently collapse. Boom! The earth was shaking and a huge pit seemed to appear out of nowhere below. The whole mountain fell down, leaving only the gate to the demon realm still there, as if it was floating in the air, which was extremely weird. The entire Changshu village disappeared, leaving only the demon realm gate floating in the air, with an extremely powerful suction force constantly absorbing these wronged souls. No matter how these wronged souls begged for mercy and cursed the two, Qin Zhen and Lin Tian remained unmoved. Although the two are the protagonists, they are not saintly protagonists. In the world of cultivating immortals, it is enough to leave the remaining kindness to the people around them. It seems that this demon realm gate itself was formed by opening up a space. The entire Changshu village and the back mountain rely on the demon realm gate. Qin Zhen and Lin Tian stood firmly in place, staring at the changes of the demon realm gate. Just like a treasure breaking free from the soil, the seal that originally covered the door to the demon realm shattered into spider patterns, and with a crackling sound, a beam of light burst out from it. With a loud bang, the seal was broken, and the demon realm gate appeared intact in front of the two of them. Demonic energy instantly surged out from within the demon realm gate. A hand suddenly stretched out from inside the demon realm gate and grabbed the side of the demon realm gate. At this moment, a beam of light from space and time instantly hit the demon realm gate, as if time and space were flowing backwards. The two watched helplessly as the demon realm gate returned to its unsealed state again. The soul condensing orb also appeared intact in front of the two people again, floating. The two people who were originally surprised suddenly looked stunned and froze on the spot. If it can be opened so easily, then why did I go to so much trouble to create all this? Chu Ge's voice came from behind the two of them. Chapter 450 Confrontation between the two sides. Lord of Heaven. Qin Zhen and Lin Tian turned around hurriedly after hearing this voice, their hair stood on end and cold sweat poured down their face. Your vigilance is a bit low. Chu Ge looked at the two of them with a smile, slowly raised his hand, and the soul condensing beads behind them immediately moved. The soul condensing orb flew over and both of them noticed it. The soul condensing orb is of great importance, and the two cannot let Zhou Tianyang down. Qin Zhen caught the soul condensing orb in time, and both he and Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, the soul-condensing orb in Qin Zhen's hand disappeared instantly, leaving Qin Zhen with nothing. When he appeared again, he was already in Chu Ge's house. Looking at the soul-condensing orb in his hand, he said, "It seems that this thing can really unlock the seal of the Demon Realm Gate." The reason why Chu Ge did not take action before was because he wanted to make sure that the thing in the other party's hand could open the Demon Realm Gate. Although he knew the coordinates of the Demon Realm Gate, it was limited to himself, and even bringing others with him was a bit troublesome. But if you hold the key to unlock the door to the Demon Realm, things will be different. The reason why there was such a big commotion was that the people who stayed in Changshu village did not come to make trouble. It was because Zhao Yu and Ji Yu Bai were cleaning up the irrelevant people. The two men looked at the Lord of Heaven with serious faces, wondering what this guy wanted to do. When did the other party come? Did he arrive in time, or had it been planned for a long time and had been watching them here all the time, but they just didn't notice? And as for the scene just now, anyone who is not a fool knows that this method definitely involves the law of time. The ability to go back in time allowed the door to the demon realm to return to its original state instantly, and the soul-condensing orb just appeared in the opponent's hand. It's so scary, this person is really so scary. Thinking of this, Qin Zhen and Lin Tian's fear of the Lord of Heaven soared to the extreme. Among all the enemies they have encountered so far, the most elusive, mysterious, and terrifying one is the Lord of Heaven. The most terrifying thing is that the other person is about the same age as them. The other person's potential, future, and path are far superior to one's own. Qin Zhen hid his fear in his eyes and sneered, "I didn't expect that the Lord of Heaven would do such a cowardly thing." Lin Tian didn't say anything, with hatred hidden in his heart. At this moment, he even wondered if he could really deal with the other party. If you ask yourself honestly, you are only equal to the opponent's subordinates. If you want to deal with the Lord of Heaven, you are far from being able to do so. What do you mean by this? I've always been here, but you just can't see me. It's beyond my expectation that you, Lin Tian, were lucky enough to survive. I thought it was because you, Qin Zhen, saved you. I didn't expect that you could appear in the time tunnel. After Chu Ge put the soul-condensing pearl into his pocket, there was a hint of amusement in his eyes as he looked at the two of them. Zhou Tianyang, who was dealing with those people outside, had no idea that the Lord of Heaven had already gone in. Because Chu Ge entered through his spatial ability, the people arranged by Zhou Tianyang could not discover him at all. Zhou Tianyang also felt something was wrong in his heart. He had clearly felt the breath of the Demon Realm Gate after it was unsealed just now, but in an instant this breath disappeared without a trace. I originally thought that someone in the Demon Realm had hidden the aura of the Demon Realm Gate, but I haven't seen my friend come out for such a long time. Now it seems that there is a problem inside, something must have happened. The Changshu village has disappeared, and the ban is gone. Young master, let's go there now. After an investigation, a subordinate came immediately to report the situation. Uncle Lin, I leave this to you. I'll take some people over to check out the situation first. I suspect something has happened over there. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianyang acted promptly. After giving some instructions to Uncle Lin who was about to take action, he quickly took his men to the scene of the incident. Uncle Lin's strength is supreme, and these greedy people are no match for him at all. Now the Changshu village has completely disappeared. Zhou Tianyang flew over a mountain on his sword and saw Qin Zhen, Lin Tian, and the Lord of Heaven in front of them. The Lord of Heaven once showed up at the Heavenly Court's enthronement ceremony. Every day, Zhou Tianyang would reflect on the Lord of Heaven's portrait and the mistakes he had made. At this time, from the deepest pit at the bottom, Ji Yu Bai, Zhao Yu, Wudin and Li Fei flew out with the people from Dongcheng and Qingtianwei. Kill them for me. Zhou Tianyang gave the order in a cold tone. Ji Yu Bai and I will lead our men to kill them. After we deal with these people, we will come back to meet up with you. Zhao Yu instructed Wudin and Li Fei, and led the people from the East Factory to kill them directly. Although Ji Yu Bai had some complaints about Zhao Yu's presumptuous behavior, now was not the time to argue about it, so he could only follow with the Qingtian guards. Wudin and Li Fei rushed to the boss without hesitation. Hello. We meet again, Wu Tian greeted Lin Tian very enthusiastically. Lin Tian stared at Wudin with cold eyes without saying a word. Li Fei squeezed his palm towards Qin Zhen, as if to say, you can't escape from my palm. Brother Qin, what exactly happened? Why did the aura of breaking the seal of the demon realm gate only exist for a moment and then disappear? Zhou Tianyang rushed to Qin Zhen alone and asked anxiously. Qin Zhen's tone was full of guilt. He pursed his lips and spoke with difficulty. This was an accident. I'm sorry, Brother Zhou, I let you down. The soul condensing orb was taken away by the other party. But I have grasped an important information. The Lord of Heaven actually has the ability to go back in time. I have just opened the door to the demon realm, but unfortunately I was forced to go back in time by the Lord of Heaven just now because I was just one step away. Zhou Tianyang's face suddenly darkened and he stared at the Lord of Heaven. That damn guy has always been picking on him. Just one more step and I would be reunited with my father. Do you want it? Chu Ge took out the soul condensing orb and teased Zhou Tianyang. I didn't expect that such a soul condensing orb could open the seal set by the Emperor. It's really amazing. The previous use of the ability to go back in time had already consumed most of Chu Ge's mana. Now he has not taken any action and is also recovering his own mana. Zhou Tianyang looked at the soul condensing orb in the other party's hand. Now the bodies of the villagers of Changshu village have been hidden by the other party, and the soul condensing orb is in the other party's hands again. I actually lost another game, but it doesn't matter. As long as we can hold the other party back and wait for Uncle Lin to finish dealing with things over there, we can then personally take action to deal with the Lord of Heaven. I believe that the Lord of Heaven is not yet a match for the Supreme Powerful One. At this moment, Chu Ge frowned and discovered the subtle changes in the soul condensing orb in his hand. He possessed the 10,000 Souls seal and the 10,000 Ghosts banner, and was quite knowledgeable about the soul. According to the changes of the soul condensing orb, it will automatically and completely disintegrate in just 3 days, and the soul inside will also dissipate along with the disintegration of the soul condensing orb. Chapter 451 reveals Zhou Tianyang's true strength. Although Chu Ge himself had already expected that the other party did not have much time, after all, it could be seen from the fact that the other party was so anxious. But I didn't expect that this soul condensing bead would not exist for such a long time, which means that if I want to use it, I must use it within 3 days. Wrong. Chu Ge's habitual thinking almost led him astray. Now he had the ability to control time. With his current ability, he could completely use time to freeze the time for the soul condensing orb to dissipate. However, the time freeze can only last about half a year, but it is completely enough for Chu Ge. Zhou Tianyang frowned. He really didn't know what the Lord of Heaven meant by saying this. Was he really saying this to him? Will you really give it to me? The Lord of Heaven thinks too much of me. Zhou Tianyang said coldly with disdain on his face. Although he was now very worried about whether he could open the door to the demon realm as scheduled, he did not show it on his face and could only delay the opponent as much as possible. However, Zhou Tianyang discovered that the Lord of Heaven was looking at him with a teasing look, as if his little thoughts could not escape the other's eyes. Chu Ge suddenly laughed out loud, and his voice echoed through the air. As his laughter echoed, it was accompanied by waves of chills that made Zhou Tianyang and the other two feel cold in their hearts. Pointing at the battle below, Chu Ge joked, "Young master of the demon realm, are you thinking of relying on these ants to fight against me?" Chu Ge raised his eyes slightly, a ripple appeared in his eyes seemed to ignore the mountains blocking their way, as if he saw the scene behind the mountains. Or, young master of demon realm, do you think that someone of the supreme level can control me? Young master of demon realm is hiding very deeply. However, it takes some ability to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. I just don't know if you will become a pig if you keep accompanying others. It was also the first time for Chu Ge to meet a supreme level protagonist. Although Zhou Tianyang hid himself very well, he could see that this was not the opponent's true strength. Zhou Tianyang wanted to keep his cultivation level hidden, obviously intending to save it for later. Hearing this, Zhou Tianyang's face became extremely gloomy. He originally wanted to hide his supreme strength, but the other party actually looked down on the supreme strong man. Moreover, the other party actually directly pointed out his own strength. In this case, it would be better not to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Since the other party knows it, there is no need to hide my identity as a person from the demon realm anymore. Although Zhou Tianyang didn't know where the other party got the information from, he knew that there was definitely a traitor around him. When he comes back, I must clear away the heat around me. A frog in a well has no idea of the vastness of the world. As soon as the words fell, a long-buried seal in Zhou Tianyang's body suddenly appeared on his skin. Dark lines appeared like tattoos, and the aura of the netherworld surged on the lines. Go ahead. Li Fei and Wudin looked at the boss at the same time, and then they attacked directly in tacit understanding. The two of them slapped out at the same time, and a huge palm print blasted out. After seeing the other party take action, Lin Tian and Qin Zhen naturally would not stand idly by and took action at the same time. Chu Ge still had a calm smile on his face, and he just watched Zhou Tianyang quietly remove the seal in his body. Zhou Tianyang's face became completely evil, with demonic blood surrounding his body, as if he was an evil demon from hell. The demonic blood flowed out of his mouth when he opened his mouth slightly. Young master, I'm here. Uncle Lin also came from a distance at this time. Seeing that the young master had actually untied the seal, he turned into a magic light and rushed to the young master's side. Young master, how are you? Uncle Lin asked worriedly. In his opinion, if the young master had not encountered a life-and-death crisis, how could he have opened the seal? You must know that once the seal is opened, there is no way back. Zhou Tianyang was deeply moved when he saw his brothers Qin and Lin fighting for his life with the two men of the Lord of Heaven regardless of their injuries. If I continue to play the pig and eat the tiger, I would be betraying the brotherhood between Brother Qin and Brother Lin. I'm fine, Uncle Lin, let's deal with him together. Zhou Tianyang's eyes instantly locked onto the Lord of Heaven, who was not at all panicked. I don't know if you are pretending, but the truth will never hide in the face of power. Young master, let's go. Uncle Lin was not as talkative as the young master. He interrupted the young master and attacked the Lord of Heaven directly. Zhou Tianyang nodded heavily and took action together with Uncle Lin. Wu Tian and Li Fei both knew that as supreme-level strongmen, the two of them would simply be a burden to their boss. The only thing they could do was to kill Qin Zhen and Lin Tian as much as possible. After seeing the other party take action, although Wudin and Li Fei had confidence in their boss, they still had a trace of uncertainty and worry. The force of heaven and earth collapsing was like the sky falling, and the suffocating, terrifying and majestic magic power suddenly rushed towards Chu Ge himself. If others faced an attack from the supreme power, they would have fled in despair and died in the attempt. But Chu Ge is different. Facing the attack of a supreme-level strong man, he has the ability to protect himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so desperate as to confront the supreme head-on. Facing the two men on the left and one on the right, he attacked from both sides and directly blocked the possibility of the Lord of Heaven escaping. Both Zhou Tianyang and Uncle Lin are very confident. Even if the Lord of Heaven has the power of time, his power is still too weak now. Below the Supreme, all are ants. The moment the two men attacked, in the blink of an eye, Chu Ge attacked them both at the same time. Come on, so what if you are the Supreme? All the power in the world cannot escape the erosion of time. Time is merciless. Time leaves no trace. In an instant, the magic power released by the two disappeared without a trace. The next second, Chu Ge took advantage of the gap and punched Zhou Tianyang away, and Uncle Lin behind him attacked him again with a palm seal. Chu Ge turned around and raised his hand, and the seal disappeared without a trace in an instant. At the same time, Chu Ge disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, Chu Ge appeared behind Zhou Tianyang who was flying backwards, and a magic seal blasted out from his palm. After being attacked by Chu Ge for the first time, Zhou Tianyang became extremely wary of the opponent's next attack. He gripped his spear tightly and stabbed behind him with his backhand. Boom! The power of Uncle Lin's seal instantly hit the tip of Zhou Tianyang's spear. After all, Zhou Tianyang's power is still a little weaker than Uncle Lin's seal. Don't think that this little bit of power is already an accomplice in tipping the balance of victory. Zhou Tianyang didn't expect that the other party would use Uncle Lin's power to deal with him. His face was extremely gloomy. After being unable to stop him, he quickly dodged and withdrew his spear. The demon realm is eternal, the blood demon technique. Uncle Lin was repeatedly teased by a junior, so he shouted angrily and used his real skills. At this moment, Uncle Lin was like a blood demon, with his blood boiling. The blood instantly polluted the surrounding space, as if the space had been transformed directly. Chu Ge was now in an endless sea of blood, with blood bubbles bubbling from the hot springs on the ground. Chapter 452, Killing the Supreme Powerful One in One Move. Boom boom boom. In the entire blood demon space, Chu Ge looked up suddenly, only to find a fireball falling directly from the bloody sky, and the target of the attack was himself. Suddenly, a cold light came from behind. Chu Ge grasped the Longyuan sword with his backhand. When the sword was at its sharpest point, he listened to the dragon's roar. Clang! After seeing his attack being bounced off, Zhou Tianyang did not linger any longer. His figure sank directly into the sea of blood and disappeared without a trace. Boom boom boom. The fireball fell down instantly. The entire ground merged into a sea of blood, which was rolling and roiling in an extremely terrifying manner, and a sickening bloody smell filled the air. When Chu Ge saw this scene, he stared at the sea of blood. He could vaguely see piles of bones deposited in the sea of blood. He frowned, but he was not too worried that he would be in danger. This should be the opponent's formation. There is a winding and secluded road ahead. The road is formed by hell rock and can only accommodate one person. Walking on it feels like floating on a sea of blood, with the feeling of rising and falling on the sea. There was a sharp blood stone formed by a sea of blood above his head. Chu Ge walked all the way over without flying. He just wanted to see what tricks the other party was playing. The two people who were observing Chu Ge in the dark started talking. Uncle Lin said in a serious tone, "What is the origin of this Lord of Heaven? He actually possesses the ability to control time. The seal I just released was absorbed by him and used against you, young master. Although both of them have supreme strength, far beyond the Lord of Heaven. But if you can't touch each other, it feels like you are hitting cotton. What is the upper limit of the Lord of Heaven? So far, no one has been able to force the Lord of Heaven into a desperate situation." Zhou Tianyang sighed deeply. It is said that it flew up from the lower realm, but there must be someone supporting it behind the scenes, otherwise how could the power of heaven grow so quickly? I still haven't found out anything about the mystery of the Lord of Heaven. The other party has the ability of time and space. I don't know if he has special blood or a special physique. Uncle Lin, the soul condensing orb and the living dead in Changshu village are in the other party's hands. What should we do? Zhou Tianyang has no plan in his mind now. What does it matter if he possesses supreme strength? The other party is simply attacking him from a dimensionality reduction perspective. My own strength was simply not enough to affect the opponent at all. Just now, when I launched a sneak attack, even though the opponent didn't use the power of time and space, I was still bounced away by him. Uncle Lin had no plan at this moment. The only option now was to use the Sea of Blood method to delay time and think of a solution. If possible, he could use the Sea of Blood method to kill the opponent. Uncle Lin, I'll go outside and deal with those people first. Zhou Tianyang said with a vicious look and a cold tone. Okay, I'll try my best to hold him back. Uncle Lin felt that he didn't have much confidence in dealing with the Lord of Heaven who possessed the power of time and space. However, one thing is certain, that is, the Lord of Heaven will never be able to use the ability of time and space endlessly. Now, outside the Blood Sea Dharma, the people brought by Uncle Lin are being hunted down by Ji Yu Bai and Zhao Yu and their respective men. Wooten and Li Fei were still entangled with Qin Zhen and Lin Tian. The fight was fierce and the sky was dark. After Zhou Tianyang came out, he took a look at the battle situation between his subordinates and brother Qin. A trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. The next second, he shot up like a cannonball and killed Wooten who was fighting with brother Qin. Wu Tian was a little surprised when he found Zhou Tianyang. The shadow of the three-legged golden crow instantly appeared behind him with its wings spread out, and fireballs as big as the sun attacked Zhou Tianyang. The situation of the court master is unclear now. Ji Yu Bai, we have to hurry. Zhao Yu also noticed Zhou Tianyang's appearance and hurriedly shouted to Ji Yu Bai. Got it. Ji Yu Bai's body moved into the crowd, dodging countless attacks. When he got close to them, he swung his knife and several heads flew off. These people's attacks couldn't even touch the corner of Ji Yu Bai's clothes. Their eyes were cold, with only killing in their eyes. They raised their hands and cut with their knives. Killing was so easy. Wuten's side has been losing ground due to the joining of Zhou Tianyang. After all, he is different from his boss, and the strength of the Supreme is too much for him to cope with. All the demons, your heroic spirits have returned. I order you all to help me kill the enemy. Wuten's arm was pierced by Zhou Tianyang's spear. He simply grabbed the opponent's spear and pulled it out with force, then turned into a three-legged golden crow and flew high. The 10,000 demons banner was directly sacrificed from his mouth. Be careful, Lin Tian told me about this trick. Qin Zhen reminded quickly. In the Blood Sea technique, Chu Ge walked forward for an unknown number of steps, but blood corpses appeared at every step. The rising and falling of the sword almost became a subconscious action. Is this all the strength you have? This is too disappointing. Chu Ge had lost his patience as he looked at the endless long passage. The Longyuan sword roared like a dragon, and all the blood corpses in front of him turned into blood and disappeared silently. This is the power of time. In the face of time, even the strong are nothing but passing clouds. Fortunately, Chu Ge's power is not enough to make a supreme being disappear with time. Otherwise, Chu Ge can make the other party disappear in the long river of time with just one glance and completely destroy him. The Lord of Heaven is really good at this. It is said that only the great emperor is qualified to touch the ability of time and space. I didn't expect that you, a mere Taishu, would always have both the abilities of time and space. My demon realm has always valued talents. Perhaps the Lord of Heaven can cooperate with my demon realm. My Lord of Demon Realm will not treat the Lord of Heaven unfairly. Chu Ge narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man who appeared on the road not far from him. With a sneer on his lips, it is the responsibility of all people in the world to prevent the door of the demon realm from being unsealed. Although my heavenly court is small, I also know the righteousness. Exorcise demons and defend the way. What I want to shout is to get rid of the people in the demon realm. You want me to cooperate with you, but I don't know what qualifications you, the rats that everyone shouts and beats, have to cooperate with me. Uncle Lin looked at the Lord of Heaven and bewitched. Don't the Lord of Heaven want to pull down those high and mighty holy places? My demon realm can do it. And you, the Lord of Heaven, only need to unlock the seal and reap the benefits in the future. From now on, my demon realm and your heavenly court will never invade each other. You can make a vow. What Uncle Lin wants most now is to lift the seal. Otherwise, even if he kills the Lord of Heaven, it will be of no avail. He didn't believe the hypocritical words of the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven just wanted benefits. Tisk. Chu Ge couldn't help but sneer when he heard it. It's better not to take advantage of this. If your demon realm is really as powerful as you say, you wouldn't be sealed in the demon realm. Okay, I've rested enough, prepare to die. When the Lord of Heaven said this, Uncle Lin became extremely alert, his hair stood on end, and a sense of life and death crisis rushed into his heart. Phew. The Longyuan sword had pierced his heart without any warning. Have a nice journey. Chu Ge appeared beside him without warning with a gentle smile on his face, and patted his shoulder gently like a good friend. Chapter 453 The three protagonists fled in embarrassment. He was shocked and his eyes widened in disbelief. His heart was crushed, and he could even feel his soul wandering. He wanted to escape, but found that his soul could not leave this body. He could feel the passage of time on his body, and all the strength he could mobilize was used to resist the passage of time. Unfortunately, time is merciless and time is the most terrifying force in the world. He didn't have time to say anything, he just opened his mouth, and the light in his eyes faded and became cloudy, losing its luster in an instant. The whole person seemed to be eroded by time at the fastest speed. The flesh and blood disappeared visibly with the naked eye, and instantly turned into a pile of bones, and then fell to the ground. A supreme and powerful person of his generation, under the erosion of time, can only die sadly with the passage of time. Chu Ge couldn't help but let out a breath when he saw this. The supreme's strength was indeed powerful. This time-stopping move was almost shattered by the opponent's force. In the final analysis, it is because I am not strong enough, otherwise I would not have stayed with the other person for so long. After the death of this supreme powerful man, the surrounding environment slowly faded away from above like fading colors. The situation outside came into Chu Ge's sight. Wooten, Li Fei, Ji Yu Bai, Zhao Yu and the other two were joining forces to fight against Zhou Tianyang and his two companions. Zhou Tianyang's supreme strength caused heavy losses to the Qingtian guards and the Dongcheng people. Even when the four of them joined forces, they could only maintain an undefeated situation. But the decline was already apparent. Zhou Tianyang's strength far exceeded that of the four of them. In particular, in order to block Zhou Tianyang's attack, the four of them were attacked by Zhou Tianyang's self-esteem and strength and were seriously injured. The boss is out, we are saved. Zhao Yu could still speak in a normal tone at this time, because he had been taken care of by three people, and most of their attacks were blocked by them. He will not thank him in person, but he will keep this favor in his heart. Only when he is strong enough will he be qualified to repay it. Let's go. Zhou Tianyang took Qin Zhen and Lin Tian without hesitation and used the blood shadow secret technique to escape. They were so fast that they disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Because Zhou Tianyang saw Chu Ge appear but didn't see Uncle Lin just now, he immediately knew that Uncle Lin might have met with an accident and that he was no match for him. The four did not try to stop him because their injuries were almost at their limit. Only Zhao Yu was slightly better, but if Zhao Yu went after them alone he would just be seeking his own death. Chu Ge's figure was a few steps away, and he walked up to the four people with one step. Zhou Tianyang escaped. "Boss, do you want us to chase him?" Ji Bai couldn't help but groan and frown. He seemed to be in great pain. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. He forced himself to speak quickly. Chu Ge carefully observed the injuries of the four people, but they were able to withstand the attacks of Zhou Tianyang and the other two. If they did not have the halo of the protagonist, they would probably have died gloriously. "No need, you're just a stray dog. To them, you are the most important. Fortunately, time passes slowly, you can all still be saved." Under the puzzled gazes of the four people, Chu Ge waved his hand, and the power of time instantly enveloped the four people. The injuries of the four people are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In fact, Chu Ge is not healing their injuries, but he is just restoring their original state. "Boss, is this your time ability?" Ji Bai was surprised when he saw that his body had recovered to its original state. The physical condition of Wu Tian, Li Fei and Zhao Yu has also recovered. However, the astute Wuden discovered that his condition had returned to the time before he fought Zhou Tianyang. He did not recover from his previous state because there was a small wound on his arm caused by Lin Tian. This is the boss's power of time, it is really terrifying. He controls both time and space. The boss's future is absolutely indescribable. Chu Ge's body seemed to be hollowed out, and he swayed in the air for a while, frightening the four people so much that they hurriedly supported him. "Boss, are you okay?" Wuden felt panicked for some reason. "Nothing must happen to the boss. Don't worry, I'm fine." Chu Ge smiled at the four people, comforting their anxious and worried mood. The four of them breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. As long as nothing happened, it would be good. If anything happened, those people who returned to heaven would have skinned them alive. Chu Ge also realized his dependence on the ability of time. The power of time is mysterious and mysterious. Even after I comprehended the ability to control time, I no longer care about other means. However, the ability to control time puts a heavy burden on the body and requires powerful magic power to support it. In the final analysis, I am too weak. Chu Ge couldn't help but laugh at himself. The four of them were filled with helplessness. If this was still weak, then weren't they the weakest of the weak? "Boss, is that supreme old man dead?" Li Fei suddenly asked at this time. "Yes, he's dead. I killed him with my own hands." Chu Ge nodded, then ordered Zhao Yu, "Go tell Zhao Haifeng and the others to march into Fuxian County." "Yes." Zhao Yu responded excitedly. Nowadays, Fuxian County is actually the base camp of Zhou Tianyang, the young master of the demon realm. The emperor's inheritance is still here. Of course, the safest place is to turn it into his own territory. As for Ji Yu Quan, the lord of Paradise City, I believe he will not mind such a small matter. Zhou Tianyang's escape direction is the main city of Fuxian County. Fuxian County is Zhou Tianyang's base camp. In simple terms, it is a devil's cave. This time he brought only 1/3 of the strength. If he brought too much, he would be exposed and would attract the attention of those who are interested. But now Zhou Tianyang no longer cares. Uncle Lin is dead, and he has also lost the key to unlock the seal of the Demon Realm Gate. All this was caused by the Lord of Heaven. "Brother Zhou, are you planning to have a decisive battle with the Heavenly Court?" Qin Zhen asked hurriedly after hearing Zhou Tianyang's order to mobilize all the forces in Fuxian County. "There is no other way. I can only fight with my back against the wall. Uncle Lin is dead. Uncle Lin, who raised me since I was a child, is gone just like that." Zhou Tianyang's face was expressionless, and no one could understand how devastated he was right now. Two of his closest people, one was killed, and the other was sealed in the Devil's Realm and unable to get out. Even if he had supreme power, he still had to flee in disgrace before the Lord of Heaven. Lin Tian suggested that Zhou Tianyang should take his men to Shenyang City. This is also what Qin Zhen wanted to say but was embarrassed to say. After all, if he brought it up, it would feel like taking advantage of someone's misfortune. After listening to Lin Tian's proposal, Zhou Tianyang looked at Qin Zhen, who was hesitant to speak, and suddenly laughed out loud. Brother Qin, I know what you mean. I believe you think so too, but it's hard to say it out loud. Zhou Tianyang smiled bitterly, but I am unwilling to accept this. Because of my stubbornness, I lost Uncle Lin and the opportunity to break through the gate to the demon realm. Chapter 454 Temporary Retreat, Attack Fuxian County. Zhou Tianyang is now in a very depressed mood and blames himself. If he had not been so confident to provoke the Lord of Heaven, he might have been reunited with his father now. Uncle Lin wouldn't have had to die because of the mistakes he made. Uncle Lin's death was the price he paid for being too clever. He now only wanted to kill his way to the heavenly palace, turn the world upside down, and let the Lord of Heaven know that he was not someone who could be easily bullied by the other party. Qin Zhen patted Zhou Tianyang's shoulders with both hands, trying to cheer him up. The best plan for now is to leave here first. It's not cowardly. I believe that the Lord of Heaven will soon lead the heavenly court to attack. Fuxian County has been exposed. The Lord of Heaven is not a fool. He must know that Fuxian County is your hideout. Now only Shenyang City is safe. I will tell my father. You will go to Shenyang City with me. Sooner or later we will settle accounts with the Lord of Heaven. A real man must endure the pain for a while and plan for the long term. Brother Zhou, I don't think your Uncle Lin wants to see you go on like this. Even if you make a mistake, Uncle Lin didn't blame you, right? Because he believes that the young master he raised may make mistakes, but he will not let him down in the end. Will he really not be disappointed in me? When Qin Zhen mentioned Uncle Lin, a faint light appeared in Zhou Tianyang's decadent and dull eyes. After seeing this, Qin Zhen quickly assured, you are the person who knows your Uncle Lin best. Do you want to see the young master you raised die here for revenge for you? A real man should put his career first. Even if you want revenge, if you can't win, just retreat first and come back when you can. This is what my father taught me. This is not being a coward. This is being brave and resourceful. A temporary humiliation or pain is nothing. Zhou Tianyang seemed to be moved by Qin Zhen, and shouted to his men waiting outside, notify everyone, everyone will gather in 1 hour, and everyone is allowed to bring their families. We lost this time, but next time, we will come back. Yes, young master. The two Yuan Hang realm powerhouses who were loyal to Zhou Tianyang outside obeyed the order loudly, and at the same time were full of gratitude for Qin Zhen's behavior of persuading the young master. As subordinates, they naturally cannot dissuade the young master, but as a friend, Qin Zhen is currently the only one who can dissuade the young master. Qin Zhen couldn't help but smile comfortingly. His tone softened. Brother Zhou, you went to Shenyang not to join me, but to be my guest. I hope Brother Zhou doesn't have any psychological burden. Zhou Tianyang smiled bitterly and thanked him. Thank you for your advice, Brother Qin. I almost forgot about the important thing. Uncle Lin's biggest wish is to open the door to the demon realm. When I arrive in Shenyang City, I will find a way to contact my father in the demon realm once, and I hope I can get a solution. Qin Zhen bowed and smiled. This time out, I also saw the world of the strong outside. The Lord of Heaven is our common enemy. I'm sorry for involving you. Zhou Tianyang said apologetically. Lin Tian and I are brothers, and we are also brothers with you. The three of us brothers should help each other and eliminate this hidden danger in the heavenly palace. Qin Zhen shook his head, pulled Lin Tian, who was silent, and then pulled Zhou Tianyang, and said very solemnly. Yes, we are brothers. Zhou Tianyang pulled Lin Tian and Zhou Tianyang and said seriously. Lin Tian looked at Brother Zhou and Brother Qin, and said slowly, it is my honor that you two brothers think highly of me. I am willing to live and die together, advance and retreat together with you two brothers. After Chu Ge's news reached the heavenly palace, Zhao Haifeng immediately summoned the other three to discuss important matters. Because the boss was in a hurry, the four of them discussed it briefly and decided to take action together. Those who stayed behind in heaven included General Bai, Ji Yu Hongming, Luo Shu and others, who were enough to deal with any emergencies. Among the immortal cultivation troops of heaven led by Zhao Haifeng and other three people, there are disciples of heaven in the Qi refining and foundation building stages who have been practicing in heaven and have never truly experienced war. The ship developed by Lin Lang has begun internal use and is ready for sail. This time, the heavenly court went on an expedition using the warships developed by Lin Lang. They were so huge and magnificent that they made people sigh in admiration and tremble with fear. The warships seemed to be flying in the clouds, and the flags hanging higher the symbols of heaven. The disciples of heaven stood on the deck of the warship with excitement on their faces, their white robes fluttering in the wind, various magical instruments in their hands, their blood burning with passion. Fight for the Lord of the Court, fight for the Lord of Heaven. This is the idea of the new generation of heavenly forces, although some of these heavenly disciples have formed small circles and some do not like each other. But under the education of heaven, they can distinguish right from wrong, and what is the most important thing, and can let go of all the small things. Zhao Haifeng also spoke in front of these heavenly court disciples before leaving. Internally, you may fight with each other, but externally, you are teammates who depend on each other and can save each other's lives. Chu Ge has not yet joined up with Zhao Haifeng and the others, but has come to the place where the Emperor's inheritance is located. Previously, because of the Demon Realm Gate, the entire Changshu village collapsed directly into the abyss. Chu Ge and others arranged people to search again below. Let's go and meet up with Zhao Haifeng and the others. All of your men will stay here and keep in touch at any time. If anything happens, immediately request support from the heavenly court. Chu Ge had a headache. The great emperor's inheritance could not be found at the moment. The subordinate who had discovered the great emperor's inheritance described it before, and it was just a simple statue enshrined on the altar. Okay, this is my fault. I didn't take it away at the time in order not to attract attention. Ji Bai also had a headache and said with great self-blame. Don't blame yourself. The emperor's inheritance is ours now. We just haven't found it yet. It's just a matter of time. Let's go. Chu Ge and the four of them instantly disappeared into the void, capturing the time and space coordinates he left on Zhao Haifeng. Chu Ge and four other people appeared in front of Zhao Haifeng and his three companions. Boss, you are finally here. I don't want to be the Grand Elder anymore. You should give it to someone else. I get up earlier than the chickens and sleep later than the dogs every day. My life is so hard. After seeing the boss, Zhao Haifeng burst into tears and loudly expressed how difficult his life was. If you don't tell your boss, he won't know. Okay, I know how difficult it is for you. Chu Ge looked at Zhao Haifeng's shoddy performance, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Everyone watched Zhao Haifeng's performance silently, but none of them was as shameless as Zhao Haifeng. Li Yunxiao, who was shameless, was guarding the heavenly palace. Hehe, with the boss leading us to attack Fuxian County, Fuxian County has no chance of winning at all. Zhao Haifeng smiled and said loudly without wiping his tears. Chapter 455, Encountering the Evil Thief. I just don't know if Fuxian County is deserted now. Chu Ge pinched Zhao Haifeng's shoulder and looked in the direction of Fuxian County meaningfully. Although most protagonists prefer hard steel, there are always some protagonists who prioritize rationality and choose to retreat. According to his understanding, Zhou Tianyang is not, and Lin Tian is not either, but he doesn't know whether Qin Zhen is the one or not. The boss means they will run away. Zhang Chuchen said without any surprise. The boss wants him to die at 3 o'clock, and even the god of hell dare not keep him alive until 5 o'clock. Hearing this, Lin Feng, who was leaning on the edge of the deck, smiled coldly and kept wiping the thunder cloud sword on his hand. Zhun Moshel looked at everyone and couldn't help but chuckle. His voice was extremely low and his eyes seemed to be filled with worry. This is just the Qing dynasty, a remote area. It would be extremely difficult to produce an emperor. Quote. In fact, boss, you don't have to be so restrained. It will only take 2 years for me to restore my strength to that of an emperor. You know, emperors can be strong or weak. By then, having said that, Zhun Moshel laughed at himself and said no more. No matter how much I say, it can't change the fact that I am still a weakling. I don't mean to brag, but I want to remind myself, constantly remind myself, what I need to do now and why I need to become stronger. Chu Ge held the railing of the boat with both hands and looked at the place under the clouds. I am only doing things that are sure. For things that are uncertain, I will not gamble or take risks with everyone's lives. You all think I am conservative, too cautious, and too careful. Actually, you are all wrong. When I was weak, I liked to drive wolves and tigers to devour. I liked to use all kinds of things that could be used to achieve my goals. Chu Ge's eyes fell into memories, and his eyes seemed to have returned to the time when he was still weak. At that time, I had nothing and was barefoot without fear of wearing shoes. Now I have you in the foundation of heaven. Chu Ge slowly turned around and looked at the crowd, his back against the railing of the boat. The tone of his voice infected everyone and moved everyone's hearts. I just don't want to walk too fast and lose all of you. I don't want to think that I am invincible in the world, with only piles of bones behind me. I hope that you are behind me. The demonic energy in you is too heavy, and the evil demons are returning to the world. Today, for the sake of all people in the world, this goddess will use the sword in my hand to wipe out all the evil demons in the world. A woman in white clothes, a sword, and a woman stood in front of Zhou Tianyang's evacuating troops. She blocked the troops of more than 10,000 people with just one sword. When the woman's voice is heard, righteousness is in the heart, and the sound echoes loudly. With just one sword, the ancient and lightless sword energy directly destroyed the flying magic weapon in the front, and the people inside the flying magic weapon hurriedly escaped. Some people were unable to dodge, and when the sword energy struck, their means of blocking were instantly turned into dust, and the entire person was killed by the sword energy. It's really like a tiger in dire straits being bullied by a dog. What righteous sect trained this girl? She is actually from Shui realm. She doesn't look like a native here. Zhou Tianyang was filled with anger. Seeing someone blocking his way, the anger surged into his heart and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Although the other person was very pretty, in Zhou Tianyang's mind, women would only affect the speed of his cultivation. Qin Zhen really admires this kind of woman. It would be interesting if he could get to know her. Lin Tian's eyes were sharp and he recognized the woman's identity at a glance. He said to Zhou Tianyang and Qin Zhen on the spot, "This is the goddess of heaven who was canonized by the Lord of Heaven." Goddess of heaven. Could it be that the other party knew we were going to run away, so they sent someone to stop us first and delay time? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianyang's eyes became even more murderous. He wanted to get rid of everyone in heaven as soon as possible, but unfortunately he was unable to kill the 4 subordinates of the Lord of Heaven at that time. Although his strength was supreme, he was unable to defeat the opponent's weak subordinates, which made him lose face. Lin Tian shook his head repeatedly and said with certainty, "Absolutely not. If it was arranged by the Lord of Heaven, it could not be just one person. As far as I know, the Lord of Heaven has countless capable people under his command. Given the character of the Lord of Heaven, it is impossible for him to send out only one goddess. Maybe the other goddess passed by. The other party seems to be a little mentally ill, and she often shouts about eliminating demons and defending the way. It is not like the purpose of heaven at all, so we will go straight over and kill them. We can't be held back by the other party. Once held back, it is only a matter of time for the Lord of Heaven to get here. I'll do it." Zhou Tianyang grabbed Lin Tian who wanted to take action. The spear in his hand was sharp, and he was full of murderous intent. Let him go. He has been suppressing his inner pain. Let him vent it out. Qin Zhen also held Lin Tian and watched Zhou Tianyang fly forward. Lin Tian sighed deeply and explained quickly. "You have no idea why the Lord of Heaven canonized her as a goddess. It must be because of her strength. Her status is equivalent to that of an elder second only to the one emperor, and she is in charge of all the female cultivators in heaven. You must know that the 4 we faced before were not as strong as the 4 elders of heaven." This was the reason why Lin Tian wanted to take action himself and wanted to cover Qin Zhen and Zhou Tianyang's departure, instead of letting Zhou Tianyang vent alone. If that's true, then things might be a little bad. After Qin Zhen saw Zhou Tianyang fighting with the goddess of heaven, he saw the sword energy released by the goddess, and even Brother Zhou had to avoid its edge. He instantly felt something was wrong. But right now, the only one who can command the entire army is Zhou Tianyang. Now the entire army is suspended in midair, and the Lord of Heaven may be coming from behind. There is a wolf in front and a tiger behind. It's really terrible. Qin Zhen rubbed his temples with a headache. It seemed that he had to take action. Let's work together and help Brother Zhou get out of the battle immediately, and then we will evacuate immediately. Just as Qin Zhen opened his mouth, Lin Tian's words hit the mark. A powerful force condensed in his palm, and he left the deck with Lin Tian. Xu Muyu had no idea that his boss's enemy was the evil thief in front of him. She was originally in the process of training, and heard that the boss was also in this place, so she kept hanging around here and doing righteous things. Just when she was getting bored and ready to leave, she saw demonic energy rising to the sky not far away. She was excited, thinking that she had finally caught something big, so she hurried over. As a result, Xu Muyu actually saw these monks flying in groups in the air with demonic energy rising to the sky. Xu Muyu then thought of the demon realm that Zhao Haifeng and the others had discussed before. Chapter 456, The Undead Blood Demon, Qin Zhen's Conspiracy. Given her personality, she naturally couldn't just sit there and do nothing after seeing this, especially since the other party was the current enemy of heaven. If he wanted to run away, it would depend on whether the sword in her hand would allow him to do so. At this moment, the spear was like a python, the wind was whistling, and murderous intent was approaching from behind. Xu Muyu frowned, his figure flashed, a sword light was swung out, and at the same time, a palm directly hit Zhou Tianyang. Zhou Tianyang's face was filled with murderous intent. He crushed Xu Muyu's attack with one palm and attacked the opponent without any pause. Qin Zhen and Lin Tian, who had already arrived, attacked Xu Muyu at the same time. A majestic sword light appeared in front of the three people, and a green light instantly blocked the three people. Boom! There was a flash of surprise in Xu Muyu's eyes. He didn't expect that the other party could actually block his attack. Snap! The shield used by Zhou Tianyang instantly broke into two halves. Damn it! Zhou Tianyang cursed and threw away his shield magic weapon. He had been using this magic weapon until now, but he didn't expect it to be broken. This goddess's swordsmanship is so profound, no wonder she was able to obtain the position of goddess. Brother Zhou, can you kill her? Qin Zhen looked deeply at the goddess of heaven and transmitted his telepathy. Just give me some time, I can kill her. Don't look at this woman's weak strength, but in terms of swordsmanship, I'm not as good as her with spears. For a while, I can't get close to her and will always be forced back by her sword energy. Even with my supreme strength, I'm a little afraid of this woman's sword energy. If I'm injured by her sword energy, I'll need a while to recuperate. Zhou Tianyang shook his head helplessly. He doubted in his heart whether his supreme strength was a little weak. Why couldn't he kill anyone he met recently? It would be fine if the Lord of Heaven was very skilled, but why couldn't he even kill the opponent's subordinates? In fact, Zhou Tianyang had no idea how powerful the protagonist's halo was. Perhaps he would have supreme strength when he woke up, and he could not experience this feeling. If he told Qin Zhen and Lin Tian his thoughts, the two would definitely say that this was perfectly normal because they often challenged those above their level until they encountered the Lord of Heaven and his subordinates. Since we can't kill him, let's go and sacrifice a group of people to cover our retreat. Zhou Tianyang was also decisive and could even abandon his loyal subordinates. Qin Zhen and Lin Tian did not say anything, which also indicated their agreement. After all, it would not be good for them to nod or shake their heads. After Xu Muyu found out that the other party was about to run away, he immediately chased after him. However, he found that the other party's men dared to stop him, and he immediately knew the other party's plan. Blood-feeding blood demon secret method. These monks from the demon realm who were left behind by Zhou Tianyang, flew their swords in midair, the seals condensed, the demonic energy condensed into a ball, a vortex appeared, and two blood-red big feet slowly came out. Roar! The man has a bull's head and a human body, holding two blood axes in his hands, and his body is burning with blood. The source of this blood comes from these monks from the demon realm. The price of summoning this blood demon is to feed the tiger with one's own blood. Countless blood and energy were extracted from the bodies of these demon realm monks, and one after another, the demon realm monks fell directly from midair. Just like tarot cards, they fell one by one, looking dead like mummies. Roar! The blood demon was like a four-wheel drive vehicle that had just been fully charged, rushing towards Xu Muyu at full speed, and the blood axe was thrown out by the blood demon. It's really evil. They even use blood sacrifice and use their own lives as the price of summoning. Xu Muyu saw this scene with a grim smile. These people don't deserve any sympathy. The demon realm is indeed evil and their methods are so cruel. Clang! Xu Muyu swung the sword lightly, and the sword energy wrapped around the sword body directly hit the attacking blood axe. Boom boom boom. The blood axe made a dull turning sound and was bounced away, then it returned directly to the blood demon's hands like a boomerang. Under the cover of the blood axe, the blood demon had already arrived in front of Xu Muyu. With a roar, he swung his two blood axes down directly. Xu Muyu's face was cold as he slashed down. The sharp and cold sword energy directly destroyed the blood demon's arms, and the arms and the blood axe flew up together. Just when Xu Muyu was about to chop off the opponent's head, her arms instantly returned to the blood demon's body, seamlessly connected, and two blood axes chopped down at her at the same time. At this moment, Xu Muyu turned his wrist, and the sword light directly broke through the sky. The peerless sharp sword light directly split the blood demon into two halves. The blood demon resurrected again, and Xu Muyu was directly stopped. This was Zhou Tianyang's purpose. As long as he could hold Xu Muyu back, he would be able to escape. Immortality, Xu Muyu moved away from the blood demon in disbelief. The blood demon seemed to have identified him and kept attacking him. A blood demon who has no consciousness and is in a daze but can identify his target and only knows how to kill. Nothing is immortal. Xu Muyu didn't believe it at all. She noticed that when she killed the blood demon this time, the burning blood on his body seemed to fade. After discovering this, Xu Muyu used sword light after sword light to consume the blood demon's blood energy. I didn't expect that we could hold them off for so long. We should be fine now that we have escaped from Fuxian County. Next we just have to follow the route towards Shenyang City. Qin Zhen couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no sign of the goddess behind him. It was great that the other party didn't catch up with him. Once entangled, it is unknown whether you and others can escape. Zhou Tianyang sighed deeply. Of course. The blood demon summoned by sacrifice has the ability of immortality. It is not difficult to delay him, but it's a pity for my men. Brother Zhou, I will compensate you for your loss when I return to Shenyang City. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Qin Zhen didn't want to affect his relationship with Brother Zhou because of this. It doesn't matter. These are their lives. It's all worth it. Although Zhou Tianyang was heartbroken about the sacrifice of his men, he really didn't have the face to compensate them. After all, it was me who got Brother Qin involved in this mess, so I should bear the consequences for everything. Stop being polite to each other. We are all in the same boat now. Why don't you think about how we should deal with the Lord of Heaven? Lin Tian couldn't help but interrupt when he saw that the two were still being polite. Brother Lin is right. Zhou Tianyu and Qin Zhen looked at each other and laughed. Qin Zhen became serious and said, "My father is the lord of Shenyang City and the backbone of the Qing dynasty. My father is loyal to the imperial family. As long as the danger to heaven is reported, it will inevitably have some impact on heaven." The Qing dynasty is not fast. Lin Tian hesitated to speak. After all, Qin Zhen's father was a loyal minister of the Qing dynasty, and he couldn't be too blunt. The Qing dynasty's prestige is still there, and it's above all righteousness. We only need to issue an imperial decree to define heaven as a people of the demonic realm. Brother Zhou, don't get me wrong, as long as we have a preconceived idea, the label of heaven as the lord of the demonic realm will not escape. People from the demonic realm are hated by everyone. As for the fact that they have no demonic energy, it can only be said that they have hidden it too deeply. And as long as Brother Zhou stays in my Shenyang City and doesn't take any action, no one will know Brother Zhou's identity. Qin Zhen smiled complacently. Chapter 457. Even if the Lord of Heaven knew about this plan, he would not be able to stop it, especially since Qin Zhen's father was one of the few, die-hard, loyalists of the Qing dynasty. I believe that the Qing dynasty will not reject my father's proposal. My father still has some face in front of the Qing emperor. Qin Zhen's plan could indeed cause very serious obstacles to the heavenly court. The territory of the Qing dynasty was as large as the entire earth, and outside the Qing dynasty, there were also many holy places, sects and dynasties. Almost all forces that can gain a foothold in this world have a foundation of hundreds of years. Lin Tian had different ideas. I think we should lie dormant. What we need now is to accumulate strength to defeat the heavenly court. Learn from previous experience. You can look at me. It was because of an impulse that I did not accumulate strength in secret. This caused me to lose my lover, and my teacher was also unconscious. Lin Tian's face couldn't help revealing real emotions, and his tone was very sad. I don't want us to repeat the same mistakes and lose again. Listen to my advice. It may seem to you that I am alone, without background and support, but it is because of this that I can see it better than you. Brother Qin's plan can be done, but we can't stand in the open and go against the heavenly court again. Qin Zhen and Zhou Tianyang fell silent after listening to Lin Tian's bitter advice. The two knew what had happened to Lin Tian, and they also knew that Lin Tian was now alone. Perhaps Lin Tian wanted revenge more than anyone else. Brother Lin is right. I think we should not be reckless anymore. Qin Zhen took Lin Tian's words to heart and turned to look at Brother Zhou, who was silent. Brother Zhou. Ah, I'm here. Zhou Tianyang hasn't come back to his senses yet. Thinking back to yesterday when he was full of energy and vigor, it seems like a dream now. Lie low. Zhou Tianyang turned around and went straight into the cabin. It was the spirit stone that drove the entire ship to fly, and there was someone controlling it, so it was very stable, as if walking on flat ground. Maybe Brother Joe hasn't let it go yet. After all, it just happened. Lin Tian looked at the clouds in the sky. That cloud really looked like his childhood sweetheart. Qin Zhen stayed beside Lin Tian silently without saying a word. No comfort was enough to soothe the pain in a person's heart. Only by accompanying you silently can perhaps you slowly dispel that feeling. Not to mention that Qin Zhen himself doesn't understand and has never experienced the feeling of losing a loved one. He cannot empathize with others and has no right to comfort them. After Chu Ge and others arrived at Fuxian County, they found that the people in Fuxian County had all left and there were no immortal cultivators. Mortals have no idea that the Fuxian County where they live was once a demon's den. So ignorance is bliss. Fuxian County has now been completely incorporated into the scope of my heavenly court. Boss, you have won a great victory this time. The enemies have fled in fear, all thanks to your great reputation. Zhao Haifeng stood beside Chu Ge and flattered him greatly. Every word he came up with revealed the meaning of licking. Lin Feng pushed Zhao Haifeng aside and looked at the boss. Boss, do we need to chase them and kill them to eliminate future troubles? Chu Ge was not too disappointed, but the fact that they ran away made him have a different opinion of the three people. A protagonist who can forge ahead bravely is not actually scary to Chu Ge. A protagonist who knows how to advance and retreat is more terrifying. Chu Ge has now encountered this kind of protagonist. The other party should be planning to lie low, endure humiliation and make plans later. Arrange someone to tell the public that Shenyang City Lord Qin Hongxi is secretly accumulating strength to prepare for a rebellion. Quote. Also arrange for our people to infiltrate Shenyang City. It would be even better if they can lurk around those three people. Upon hearing this, Zhao Haifeng immediately pushed Lin Feng aside. Go away, get out of my way. Boss, leave this matter to me. Zhun Moshao and Zhang Chuchen did not want to participate either. They both had their own differences in their hearts. Zhun Moshao crossed his arms and suddenly said, I think the most important thing we need to do now is to go to Shengjing to find out when the Qing dynasty will end. I don't like the name Qing dynasty. It makes me confused. Zhang Chuchen flicked his whisk and turned away. After all, he didn't need to say much here. He might as well go to Fuxian County to see if there are any good seedlings. It is a pity that my Taoist temple cannot meet any real good talents now and cannot pass on my true abilities. What if I were to die someday, and my inheritance was cut off, and I met my master after I died, I guess. Chu Ge glanced at Zhun Moshao and said with a smile, if you want to do something, just do it yourself. I won't stop you. You all have your own considerations. Zhao Haifeng will leave Fuxian County to you to arrange people to manage. As for the placement of personnel, leave it to you, Lin Feng. After speaking, Chu Ge left here directly. Zhao Yu and Ji Yu Bai looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Zhun Moshao just laughed on the spot. The boss was worthy of being the boss. He could tell what he was thinking just by what he said. After all, he was once the abandoned emperor, so it didn't make sense for him to rely on his boss for revenge. So he has been accumulating strength and planning to train people from scratch. When training personnel this time, what he cared about most was loyalty. Being betrayed once was enough, and he didn't want to be betrayed a second time. He used to be stupid and liked people who were just, honest and loyal. Ridiculous. It was not until he had been with his boss for so long that he realized that loyalty was the most important thing. The people around the boss, including Zhao Haifeng, Lin Feng, and Xu Muyu, all have their own flaws. If he were still the abandoned emperor, he would never accept them. But now, although these people each have their shortcomings, they are loyal to the boss and will never delay things because of their shortcomings. Ah! Zhao Haifeng suddenly screamed like crazy, attracting the attention of Zhun Moshao and Lin Feng. What's wrong with you again? Lin Feng held his forehead and shook his head, speechless. Zhao Haifeng held his head and cried, sobbing, woo, I actually forgot to ask my boss to give me vacation. God, what nonsense was I just saying? Lin Feng kicked Zhao Haifeng directly on the butt, making Zhao Haifeng subconsciously react like a vicious dog jumping into shit. Okay, as the Grand Elder of my heavenly court, you are destined to have no holidays. Didn't you think about this when you were appointed as the Grand Elder? Zhao Haifeng stood up expressionlessly and snorted coldly at Lin Feng. This elder naturally knows, let you tell me. Psycho. Lin Feng cursed inwardly and left. Come on, Come on, they've all left. I'll take you to a nice place to have some fun and introduce you to a good girl. When Zhao Haifeng saw that Jun Moshao was the only one around him, he put his arm around Jun Moshao's shoulder, winked, and laughed in a voice that only men could understand. Chapter 458, Discovery of Human Trafficking. Okay. Jun Moshao wanted to refuse, but the reason Zhao Haifeng gave made it impossible for him to refuse. For the sake of a good seedling, Jun Moshao had no choice but to walk into a den of thieves and feed the tiger with his own body. Piaoshanuan in Fuxian County is the most famous entertainment venue in Fuxian County. Zhao Haifeng usually sneaked out from heaven to play in this Piaoshan courtyard. He also visited many similar places for comparison, and the service here is still better, the taste is authentic, and I know the taste of the sea. Although Zhou Tianyang took away all the local cultivators in Fuxian County, there were still many foreign cultivators living here. No one dared to cause trouble in Piaoshanuan, because the heads of those who caused trouble would be hung on the outer wall of Piaoshanuan the next day. Not only is the service good, but the women in Piaoshanuan are all well educated. Jun Moshao finally experienced the feeling of being active all night and feeling his body was drained. I don't know how Zhao Haifeng can bear it. Isn't he afraid of dying of exhaustion? Anyway, Jun Moshao came once and wanted to come again. Zhao Haifeng is really a good person. How was it? Did you feel like coming again after having done it once? Zhao Haifeng pushed the door open with his clothes on, winking at Jun Moshao who was enjoying the moment on the bed, and grinning wickedly with a smug look on his face. That's right, but where are the good seedlings you mentioned? Jun Moshao did not forget the main topic. Follow me. Zhao Haifeng put away his smile and waved at him. Jun Moshao followed Zhao Haifeng with a puzzled look. There were many cultivators coming and going in Piaoshan courtyard. It is early morning now, and most of the guests are fast asleep in their bedrooms. After all, after a night of fighting, it is normal to be exhausted. Boom boom boom. Zhao Haifeng passed the crowded place and came to an empty garden. He shuttled through the rockery, dodged countless patrols, and came to a secluded and deserted corner. Jun Moshao's curiosity was growing. Could it be that Piaoshanuan had some unspeakable secret? Otherwise, would it be necessary for so many people to patrol a mere garden? Perhaps this is where Piaoshanuan stores its spiritual stones. All expenses in Piaoshanuan are paid with spirit stones, which are too expensive, more than twice as much as those of its peers. However, there is an endless stream of guests coming here, and no one stops here because of the spirit stones. Zhao Haifeng hushed at Jun Moshao, signaling him not to make any noise. Along the way, Jun Moshao discovered that there were a lot of patrol personnel here. If the two of them hadn't deliberately concealed their aura, they might have been discovered. Jun Moshao suspected that perhaps Zhao Haifeng had discovered this and asked him to be his helper. Of course, Zhao Haifeng's purpose was not just to invite Jun Moshao to play, he discovered this place was also a coincidence. After much investigation, Zhao Haifeng finally found out what Piaoshanuan was doing behind the scenes. It turned out to be human trafficking. If it was just ordinary human trafficking, Zhao Haifeng would naturally not interfere, and after all, the territory was not his. But now it's different. Fuxian County is their own territory, and the people trafficked in Piaoshanuan are not ordinary people. These abducted children have very good physiques and are good candidates for cultivating immortals. Moreover, according to his observation, the women in Piaoshanuan did not practice cultivation on normal days, but every once in a while he would find that the cultivation level of these women had improved. Until one time, Zhao Haifeng came every night for half a month, and he only ordered one woman for half a month. Finally, he discovered that this woman's cultivation was actually improving, so Zhao Haifeng looked up a lot of information, and finally he realized that this was actually dual cultivation. Even Zhao Haifeng didn't notice anything wrong with the way these women used yang to replenish yin. It was not until Zhao Haifeng was having fun and paid close attention that he discovered subtle changes in his body. This method of taking yang to replenish yin will not cause any harm to the cultivator. At most, he will just be weak for a few days. So, Zhao Haifeng began to doubt the true identities of these women. What are you thinking about? Seeing that Zhao Haifeng had not made any move, Jun Moshao, who was standing behind him, heard what Zhao Haifeng was thinking about and shattered the thoughts in his mind. Don't be impatient. Zhao Haifeng didn't waste any time. He input a trace of magic power on the edge of the rockery stone, and the secret door opened automatically. After Jun Moshao noticed this action, he stared at Zhao Haifeng with a gradually suspicious look. I'm afraid you didn't build this secret door yourself. Just turned it on by transferring mana. Are you kidding? Zhao Haifeng explained through telepathy, this is the magic power of the proprietress of Piaoshangyuan. I got it with great difficulty. Don't forget the skills I practiced before. Jun Moshao heard it and silently followed Zhao Haifeng into the secret passage. The secret passage was a staircase that continued to extend downwards and was only wide enough for one person to walk alone. This Piaoshangyuan is secretly engaged in human trafficking. Since Fuxian County is our territory, then as the Grand Elder of Heaven, I have the obligation to wipe out this den. Trafficking children with talent for cultivating immortals, aren't you afraid that these children will remember you in the future and come back for revenge? Hearing Zhao Haifeng's puzzled tone, Jun Moshao couldn't help but explain, revenge. You probably don't know that there are countless elixirs in this world that can make people forget their memories. Even if they have the aptitude for cultivating immortals, these children are just mortals now. Feed them elixirs and train them to be die-hard fans. Your worries don't exist at all. Zhao Haifeng didn't speak. In order not to alert the enemy, he had never been here before. He came here now because the large troops were in Fuxian County. Even if something went wrong, there was no need to worry that the other party would run away. The only thing that Zhao Haifeng is a little worried about is the people behind Piaoshangyuan who support him. Once he alerts them, the other party will hide and it will be difficult to find them. It is not Zhao Haifeng's nature to make enemies out of thin air, but it is his habit to root out the enemies. Either avoid offending or eradicate the root of the problem. Either don't do bad things, or do them to the extreme. This is Zhao Haifeng, a villain who is valued by Chu Ge because of his luck. At the end, there was an iron fence surrounding the only exit, and a huge iron lock locked the door, so these mortal children couldn't get out at all. These children haven't taken a bath for a long time. They smell bad, have messy hair, dull eyes, and curl up in a corner. These are the children that Piaoshangyuan secretly collected and abducted. I have no idea where these children were taken to or who they were traded with. Zhao Haifeng put on an invisibility talisman extorted from Zhang Chuchen, and also gave one to Jun Moshao, then pointed at the children and said, "Oh, that's right, that child who doesn't stick together and huddles in a corner by himself as if he's isolated. I saw him by accident in Piaoshangyuan last time, and sure enough, he's here." Chapter 459, Using Benefits to Shut Up the Mouth of the Heaven. Jun Moshao's eyes never left the little boy huddled in the corner, as if the little boy's thin figure attracted him. These children have good roots. It seems they spent a lot of time, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to collect so many children without being discovered. There are nearly 100 children being held here without anyone guarding them. However, Jun Moshao looked at the oil stains on the surface of the pig trough in the corner. It seemed that these children relied on someone to deliver meals to maintain their basic lives. Looking carefully, I suspect the industry chain behind this is very deep. Jun Moshao said. When Zhao Haifeng saw Jun Moshao's attention to the child, he grinned and said, "I'm right, isn't it? That kid has amazing physique and is a genius in cultivating immortals. It's a pity that he had such a miserable childhood. But Lao Tzu once said that if you want to accomplish great things, you must suffer in your heart and work hard in your body." Jun Moshao glanced at him and said, "That's what Mencius said." Zhao Haifeng retorted with certainty, "No, that's what Lao Tzu said." What are you going to do? If Jun Moshao saved these children, he would definitely alert the enemy. It's better to play the long game and hook the big fish. Therefore, he planned to secretly observe and pay attention to the child's character during this time. If he cultivates another ungrateful person, he will really have no place to stand in the heavenly court. I plan to arrange for General Bai to investigate this matter. After all, General Bai's spirit guards are very convenient for investigating such things. Quote. But there is a possibility of being discovered. After all, the spirit guards are all ghost cultivators and spirit cultivators. Jun Moshao heard Zhao Haifeng talking nonsense and interrupted him, "So what are your plans? If you can't make a decision, I'll do it." Zhao Haifeng smiled, and his smile was like a lamb falling into the trap he set. "Okay, then I'll leave it to you. I should have thought of it earlier." Jun Moshao saw this and didn't know that he had been fooled. His face instantly sank. After all, with Zhao Haifeng's usual personality, how could he be so proactive in doing things? "Okay, I'll hand over this good seedling to you. I keep my word. As for this matter, since you want it, I'll hand it over to you. I have no objection at all. Zhao Haifeng smiled. He had a lot of complicated affairs in the heavenly palace and was exhausted. His boss didn't pay him overtime and he didn't even have any holidays. If I were to take on more trouble now, wouldn't that be just looking for trouble? The two stayed here for a while, and when they left, they restored the secret door outside to its original state. In just half a day, the news that the entire Fuxian County had changed its owner spread like a storm. Especially after Changla Mansion learned the news, he was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweats. His mind was now filled with thoughts about whether the heavenly court could not help but take action. The ambition of the Lord of Heaven is known to everyone, and as the Lord of Changla Prefecture, he is the first to bear the brunt. With the power currently displayed by the heavenly court, it is simply not something that Changla Mansion can stop. Maybe it only takes one night. As long as the heavenly court is determined to take action, his Changla palace will disappear from the world. So the Lord of Changla Mansion quickly arranged for his men to deliver the letter to Jile City and personally hand it over to the Lord of Guquan Ancient City. Ji Yuquan, the mayor of Paradise City, looked at the information in his hand for a long time without saying anything, and a gleam of light flashed in his gloomy eyes. Fuxian County actually had a new owner, and it turned out that those people were all from the demon realm. It was unknown when Fuxian County became the headquarters of the demon realm. This news even made Guquan doubt the rest of the places ruled by Paradise City. He was preparing for war in the main city of Paradise City, but one of the 4 counties of Changla Prefecture under his rule was actually deeply infiltrated by people from the demon realm. And he had never noticed it before. Fortunately, he was discovered by the heavenly court this time, allowing the people from the demon realm to escape. This news must be suppressed. Fortunately, it has not been spread out, otherwise the identity of the city lord of Paradise City would become well known. Once you are suspected, the traces of your previous actions will be clearly exposed. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. If people knew that I had the intention of treason, no matter if I was a loyal minister of the Qing dynasty or not, they would come forward under the banner of redress. After all, everyone likes to do this kind of thing, as it allows you to eliminate one opponent and get rid of him easily. Before he knew it, cold sweat had already appeared on Koizumi's forehead. Therefore, Ji Yuquan attached more importance to the heavenly court. Only the heavenly court and the Lord of Changla Mansion knew about this matter. With the courage of the Lord of Changla Mansion, no matter how brave the other party was, they would not dare to betray him. But it is different in heaven. I must strengthen my connection with heaven. So he took out the map of his own territory and drew on the map of Paradise City's territory. No matter how he drew it, Ji Yuquan was still not satisfied. He felt that his sincerity was not strong enough. Once the heaven court was dissatisfied and leaked the news, he would not be able to explain himself. Especially since he himself has quite a few political enemies, once there are too many people saying he has his own way, it would be hard to explain himself. It can be said that the heavenly court has grasped its own lifeline. But in fact, Chu Ge didn't take Ji Yuquan seriously at all, and Ji Yuquan's Daihua psychological factors were becoming more and more serious. Finally, Ji Yuquan drew a red circle on Changla Mansion. He looked very satisfied, but he was heartbroken in his heart. Changla Mansion was given directly to the heavenly court, which was his greatest sincerity. You should know that there are only 4 prefectures in your Paradise City, namely Dongyi Prefecture, Yangxia Prefecture, Lianshui Prefecture and Changla Prefecture. Dividing a prefecture is equivalent to giving 1/4 of the territory of Paradise City directly to the heavenly court. However, this also makes the cooperation between himself and the heavenly court more compatible. It's worth it, everything I have done is worth it. For the throne in my heart, the Changla Mansion is nothing. Ji Yuquan stared at Changla Mansion with red eyes, and repeatedly tried to find reasons to comfort himself. The boss has left, and I don't know where he has gone. Now the affairs of Fuxian County are on my shoulders, and there is a lot of work to be done. What I have in my hand will definitely let the boss know how hard I work as his subordinate. This Lord Guquan is really sincere. He came to our door before we even arrived, and he also brought a Changla Mansion with him. Zhao Haifeng was holding the message from Guquan, the Lord of Jile City, in his hand, and his expression was extremely satisfied. Jun Moshao, Lin Feng, and Zhang Chuchen gathered around a campfire, roasting top-quality mutton on the rack. The mutton had a charred aroma and not a single mutton smell. Jun Moshao cut off a leg of lamb and started chewing it. If you ask me, Paradise City should be ours. Zhang Chuchen took a dagger and cut a piece of tender lamb on the grill and put it in his mouth. Xiaodao thinks we don't need to take big steps. We have too much time. Lin Feng, on the other hand, felt that this was a very bad thing. After all, he used to be a mercenary and had seen the old age of countless once powerful special forces soldiers. The veterans were old and no longer had ambitions. We cannot enjoy this kind of stable life. We need excitement, fighting, and killing. Only in this way can the heavenly court grow in the blood of war. Chapter 460. The boss doesn't care, the four of them are going to start having fun. Those who love war will perish, and those who forget war will be in danger. We have lived well for 3 years. Perhaps the boss has ignored this issue from his perspective, but shouldn't we, as subordinates, consider it? Shouldn't we share the boss's worries? Lin Feng's words made the three of them look at him with admiration. Zhao Haifeng, who was gnawing on the lamb chops with greasy hands, looked at him in surprise. Oh my god, you can actually say such reasonable words. Then, Zhao Haifeng approached Lin Feng mysteriously and asked in a low voice, "Tell me honestly, did you secretly write a draft and find someone to write for you?" Get lost, I'm speaking from the heart. Lin Feng glared at him unhappily and directly snatched the lamb chops from his hand and started to bite them. No matter how sharp a sword is, it will rust if it is not unsheathed for a long time. Jun Moshao wiped his oily hands, looked at the three people, and said slowly, "Perhaps the boss's departure is to make us accustomed to thinking alone without the boss. There is nothing wrong with that." Zhang Chuchen chewed slowly and nodded, wiping the oil stains from the corners of his mouth. The boss left without saying anything, which already explains the problem. I remember the boss once said something that left a deep impression on me. I remember that time seemed to be in the lower realm. Zhang Chuchen said after thinking, at that time, the boss told us to go out often, and the opportunity may be waiting for us to discover it ahead. The boss said that we are different from others. We can't stay in one place all the time. Maybe you haven't discovered it. Remember the young man with 7 sisters? After we killed that person, our strength grew so rapidly. Maybe the boss knows something we don't know, but it's just inconvenient to say it. Jun Moshao squinted at Zhang Chuchen. He didn't expect that Zhang Chuchen actually remembered what the boss said, and couldn't help but interrupted. I remember you also got the Liangyi bell. That's right. I just went out for a while and encountered the opportunity. This is not a coincidence. Zhang Chuchen couldn't help but cut off another piece of mutton. Jun Moshao hesitated for a moment, but finally said, I was also very surprised at that time. There is something I have never confessed to you. What is it? Zhao Haifeng and the other two looked at him at the same time. You should all know that my experience is richer than you think. Before I met the boss, my progress was so fast that normal people could never imagine it. It only took me 3 years to go from an ordinary person to the abandoned emperor. 3 years. Zhao Haifeng was so surprised that he forgot to eat the lamb chops he had just cut. Lin Feng and Zhang Chuchen stared at the campfire thoughtfully, the shadows of the burning flames reflected in their eyes. That's right, it's been 3 years. Jun Moshao directly took out the abandoned heaven record. The abandoned heaven record finally restored some of its functions along with his own strength, especially the suppression ability, which was far beyond what it could be before. I still haven't fully understood the record of the abandoned heaven until I became the abandoned heaven emperor. I have fought countless battles in the past 3 years and experienced countless life and death experiences. There is great terror between life and death. I grew up in bloody battles, and my enemies turned into bones to pave my way to becoming the emperor. You can also say that it was the enemy who made me the abandoned heaven emperor back then, that is me. I agree with what Lin Feng said. I have also been enjoying this peace and can't bear to give up. Perhaps I am deceiving myself. I think we should make a change. Zhao Haifeng did not have such an experience, but he had one biggest advantage, which was his ability to listen to others. Zhao Haifeng looked at Jun Moshao thoughtfully and said, in that case, should we change our heavenly court's attitude towards the outside world and expand our influence outward with Chongla Prefecture as the base? Lin Feng proposed at this time, since everyone thinks what I said is right, then we must make war money during the war, otherwise we will be impoverished by war, and if the benefits are not equal, I don't want to fight. Quote. Only when the benefits are extraordinary, the war we launch is worth it. I think our chief financial officer Lee Haru is the best at this. After all, Lee Haru is now very well prepared. The newly invented magic tools have been added to the inventory, and the only thing left is how to enter the market. If Lee Haru knew what we were thinking now, he would be very happy. As the chief financial officer, Lee Haru manages the logistics of our heavenly court and the supply of various spirit stones. How many spirit stones are needed for the war, healing pills, life-saving pills, food, accommodation, consumption of magic tools, etc., are almost all under his control. Any major move in the heavenly court cannot avoid Lee Haru. Listening to Lin Feng's words, Zhang Chuchen remembered that he had never worried about money since he came out of the mountains because of the boss's care. Although he couldn't empathize with Lin Feng, who used to be a mercenary, he also knew the importance of money. The money in this world is spirit stones. Spirit stones are used for cultivation and are the basis for becoming powerful. Because spirit stones are the condensation of spiritual energy, the purity of spirit stones is much stronger than simply absorbing spiritual energy. The importance of spirit stones is self-evident. If you fall behind by one step, you will fall behind step by step. Without spirit stones, it is simply a pipe dream to want to become stronger. After all, not everyone is the protagonist, and there are countless cases where the protagonist becomes stronger simply by absorbing spiritual energy. As for those people in heaven who are not the protagonists, almost all of them rely on absorbing spirit stones to practice. The amount of spirit stones consumed by heaven every day is a huge number. Although the heavenly palace has no shortage of spirit stones now, and Xinyang County also has spirit stone mines, but if it continues to grow without any foundation, the heavenly palace will not be able to develop for long. Without a foundation, it is like a rootless duckweed, and will sink at any time. It looks like the boss has left us alone, so let's just go for it. Zhao Haifeng tore the meat off the lamb chops intact with a tearing sound. The tender and chewy lamb meat burst in his mouth, which was extremely comfortable. At the same time, Zhao Haifeng suddenly had an idea and told himself a fortune. The compass flew out from between his eyebrows and floated in front of everyone. Zhao Haifeng's eyes seemed to be filled with strange thoughts. The compass slowly rotated, and golden light slowly flickered from its surface. Spots of golden light appeared, and two lines of words gradually appeared in everyone's eyes. With a sharp weapon in mind, murderous intent arises, winds and clouds surge, the sky appears. After seeing these two sentences, Zhao Haifeng smiled and waved his hand to disperse the two sentences. The compass flew into his forehead. It seems that even God is helping us. Our decision will bring good luck to our future foreign expeditions. Zhao Haifeng raised a jar of wine and spoke loudly to the three people. Cheers. Jun Moshao laughed and raised a jar of wine. Lin Feng and Zhang Chuchen smiled as a jar of liquor rolled down their throats. The four of them threw away their previous calmness and became full of vigor and vitality. Chapter 461 The Emperor's Inheritance. 3 tokens ran away. So it seems that the four of them finally figured it out on their own. Chu Ge put down the jade slip in his hand and played with the statue in his hand. He had been looking for this statue for half a month and just found it today. Ji Yu Bai and Zhao Yu stood silently beside Chu Ge and did not dare to join in the topic. After all, Zhao Haifeng and the other three have the most experience, have followed the boss court master the longest, and are the most reliable. But what Ji Yu Bai and Zhao Yu couldn't understand was, why should they let them wake up on their own when they could just tell them directly? Although Chu Ge was not in charge of the heavenly court, he could still learn about the news from the heavenly court from Zhao Yu's East Factory. Zhao Haifeng had been in Fuxian County for half a month and had arranged it in an orderly manner. The new manager was a deacon of the heavenly court. This deacon is also a casual cultivator who joined the heavenly court right after it was established. His current strength is at the 4th level of the Cave Ruins realm, making him just the right person to be the administrator of Fuxian County. Even though the people in Fuxian County have changed, those who have no connection with the demon realm continue to live the same as before, as if nothing has changed. Chu Ge was not very interested in Fuxian County. The reason why he repeatedly left the heavenly court was, firstly, because of the issue of opportunity, and secondly, he wanted the four of them to be more independent. Instead of relying on him as the boss to make decisions on everything and asking him to handle everything. Chu Ge had already had this plan when he appointed 4 people as elders to assist him in management. I have too many protagonists under my command, and they have always been restrained by me, making it impossible for them to truly grow. Chu Ge had already hinted at this when he was in the lower world, but after Zhao Haifeng and the others went out once, he habitually stayed at home and didn't want to go out. Accustomed to stability, accustomed to enjoying a peaceful atmosphere. But only Chu Ge knows that they are protagonists who can only realize their true potential in adversity, and their best time for growth must not be wasted. He didn't care at all about who the Heavenly Court would offend in the war, nor did he care about whether the Heavenly Court would be implicated because of who the 4 people offended. Heaven is everyone's heaven. It is like a comprehensive switch for circuits, affecting everyone, including Chu Ge himself. Now that the 4 of them had figured it out, Chu Ge felt very relieved. Many people may die in the war in heaven, but there will also be many true geniuses and strong people who grew up in the flames of war. You guys should also try to inherit the great emperor's legacy and see if you can get this opportunity. Chu Ge threw the statue directly to Zhao Yu and said to the 2 of them. This is the advantage of following Chu Ge, the 2 of them are close to the water and get the moon first. Ji Yu Bai didn't bother to hide his excitement and quickly signaled Zhao Yu to try it. This is the inheritance of the great emperor. Even Ji Yu Bai cannot control his desire to become stronger and become the direct train to the great emperor. Zhao Yu stared at the statue for a long time, but there was no reaction at all. Dropping blood had no effect. He shook his head and handed it to Ji Yu Bai with some disappointment. Although disappointed, Zhao Yu was not too depressed. After all, his inheritance could also allow him to grow into an emperor, but it was not a direct train. Zhao Yu was soon relieved. If he got it, he would be lucky. If he couldn't get it, he would die. The inheritance of the yin-yang beads was the most suitable for him. Why should he look for other ways? Ji Yu Bai quickly took the statue, and the statue instantly shot out 2 red rays of light from its dull eyes. Ji Yu Bai froze on the spot, his eyes dull. Master. Zhao Yu looked a little nervous and immediately put his hand on the hilt of the sword. It seems that Ji Yu Bai has begun to accept the test of the emperor's inheritance. Chu Ge showed a smile on his face. As long as his own people are recognized by the inheritance, it will be no loss. Chu Ge is not the kind of person who is so stingy as to take all the good things for himself, which is one of the reasons why he can be recognized by these protagonists. Chu Ge has more than he can use all his own things, so helping his subordinates grow quickly without affecting himself is also a great external help to himself. At this moment, the statue carrying the emperor's legacy suddenly changed, and even Chu Ge was unable to react. I am the Blood Shadow Emperor. Anyone who is destined to come can come and take my inheritance. These big characters instantly dissipated and merged into the golden light, and then the golden light burst out into dozens of tokens that spread out in all directions. Chu Ge was quick-witted and used his time ability to only block most of the tokens. The last 3 tokens still escaped from Chu Ge's palm. What a pity. Chu Ge snorted coldly and smashed all the tokens that were intercepted in his hands. He looked at the directions in which the 3 tokens were flying and narrowed his eyes. Everyone retreat 20 kilometers, whether in the sky or on the ground, be alert to all unknown creatures, and give a signal immediately if anyone breaks in after giving a warning. Obey the Lord's order. The people from the East Factory and the Sky Guards quickly knelt on one knee to receive the order, and then disappeared from the spot in an instant, running in all directions. Master, this Blood Shadow Emperor actually has another trick up his sleeve. Zhao Yu hurried to the master's side, wondering what kind of destined person these 3 tokens would attract. It doesn't matter, it's just 3 tokens. Chu Ge looked at Ji Yu Bai, who was still accepting the inheritance below. Ji Yu Bai was the first person to accept the inheritance test. What Ji Yu Bai needed now was to race against time. But he also believed that Ji Yu Bai would not let him down. I just don't know whether this token will be used to receive the inheritance directly on the spot, or be teleported here to receive the inheritance. If it was here, then Chu Ge would be easy to deal with. But if he was receiving the inheritance in the local place where the destined person was, then he would be powerless to do anything. During the half-month that Zhao Haifeng was dealing with Fuxian County, Zhun Moshao and the other 2 were not idle. Lin Feng was responsible for placing spies into Shenyang City. He was also responsible for spreading the news that Shenyang City was planning a rebellion and fabricating a lot of irrefutable evidence. The main people making preparations for war were Zhun Moshao and Zhang Chuchen. When they came back, they looked for Li Heru, the chief financial officer. After Li Heru learned about the four people's plan from the two people, he raised both hands to agree with their proposal. Profiting from war is a quick way to make money. Li Heru was very considerate and assured the two that he would definitely ensure the logistical supply, and if they needed anything else they could just contact him. After Lin Lang learned about the plan of Zhao Haifeng and other three from Li Heru, he also got involved and planned to join the war with his newly developed robot. War is the most primitive means to promote scientific and technological research and development. Lin Lang will improve the robot during the war until he feels that the robot is perfect. This time the robot was installed with his most proud research results. As long as it shines in the war, he would also be able to be proud in the heaven. Everything is ready. After Zhao Haifeng came back, Zhun Moshao and the other two were sitting in the conference hall, already feeling a little impatient. In the conference hall, everyone who was appointed by the boss was there, except Xu Muyu who was hanging out outside. Chapter 462, Assignment of Expedition Personnel. Everyone has a part in this war. Why hasn't that girl Xu Muyu come yet? You know, she is in charge of the female disciples of heaven. If she doesn't come, do we have to take charge? Zhao Haifeng just spoke when he noticed an empty seat on his left. If he remembered correctly, this seat belonged to Xu Muyu. Lin Feng glanced at the empty seat and said, I have already asked someone to notify her and got a clear reply from her. Maybe something delayed her on the way. Then let's wait a little longer. Zhun Moshao felt that since it was the first official meeting after all, no one could be absent, it would be incomplete. Zhao Haifeng had long known that Xu Muyu was unreliable and that he would not be back for a while, so he waved his hand and immediately said, no need to wait. I have already calculated the auspicious time for the expedition. It will be in 1 hour. The target is Chongla Prefecture and the remaining two counties in the Chongla Prefecture area, Baolong County and Xile County. Are you, Demon Emperor, ready for this expedition? Zhao Haifeng looked at Wuden who was silent. As the Demon Emperor appointed by the boss himself, Wuden is also the boss's mount. He controls all the demon races, so his importance is self-evident. You should know that there are hundreds of thousands of demons in the Heavenly Palace alone, and they are all the elite among the elite who have been strictly selected. Of course there is no problem. This time, my demon tribe will send out 200,000 troops. Wuden opened his eyes, looked at Zhao Haifeng and said in a flat tone. When he thought of the last time Zhao Haifeng had given him a direct order, he felt a little blocked in his heart, and he was not in a good mood when talking to Zhao Haifeng. Well, what about the Sea people? Zhao Haifeng didn't care about Wu Tian's cold tone and asked Li Fei directly. Li Fei is the law enforcement elder of the Heavenly Court. Although his boss did not explicitly ask him to manage the Sea clan, the dolphin ancestors of the Sea clan have always been enthusiastic about Li Fei. Even though Li Fei has always been cold and indifferent towards the Sea people, the dolphin ancestor never gives up. During this expedition, the dolphin ancestor also came to Li Fei to inquire about how many Sea tribe troops would be sent out. Although Li Fei was not interested in the Sea tribe, he was very concerned about the expedition of heaven. This time, the Sea clan also dispatched an army of 200,000 Sea clan members. Li Fei immediately responded to Zhao Haifeng's question. Zhao Haifeng wrote on the paper on the desk. The two sea monster tribes had a total of 400,000 troops this time, plus 300,000 heavenly soldiers, the original shadow guards, as well as disciples and deacons from various sects, a total of more than 820,000 people. We also have to take into account the robot army and various military ammunition and artillery shells researched and produced by Lin Lang, totaling 1 million Iron Torrent troops. Zhao Haifeng thought of Xu Muyu again. He actually imitated the boss and became a hands-off manager. The female disciples under his management couldn't even find the entrance to sign up for the expedition. There is not a single female disciple on the list now, how ridiculous. Swoosh. At this moment, the door of the conference hall was instantly opened, and a list of names flew towards Zhao Haifeng from outside the door. Zhao Haifeng directly pinched the list with 2 fingers. There were 2 big words, goddess, on the list. I'm not too late, goddess. Xu Muyu's voice was still outside the door, but she had already sat down in her seat without knowing when. Not too late, just right. Zhao Haifeng snorted and opened the list, which contained a list of all the female disciples who had registered, from the strongest to the weakest, totaling 50,000 people. The total number now is more than 870,000. Zhao Haifeng looked at everyone, closed the list in his hand, and said slowly. 3 battlefields will be opened this time, and each battlefield requires a battlefield leader. Baolong County is handed over to you, Luo Shu. You will lead 20,000 of the 2 Sirens tribes, 70,000 heavenly soldiers, 20,000 male disciples, 10,000 female disciples, 10 deacons, and an army of 300,000 robots. Leave it to me. Luo Shu stood up. Zhao Haifeng was very confident in Luo Shu. After all, the two had known each other for a long time, so he handed him the transfer order and the list. Here is a list of personnel transfers, and the other is a list of people who must be killed in Baolong County. Except for the people on the list, the rest can be killed or not. Quote. After all, you are the person in charge of attacking Baolong County. It is up to you to decide whether to kill or not. After taking the list, Luo Shu sat back in his seat and carefully looked at the personnel transfer order. The war is not 1 volt 1, nor 100 volts 100, but a crushing battle. Zhao Haifeng is not a fool. He would rather have a fair war with equal numbers of people. After detailed investigation, the overall strength of the cultivators in Baolong County was determined, and it was found that the strongest person in Baolong County was only at the 9th level of the Shui realm. Of course, Luo Shu himself is no match for the 9th level of the Shui realm, but the list Zhao Haifeng gave him includes Wuden and Li Fei. The advantage of a large army's numbers lies mainly in its formations and battle arrays, not in its sheer numbers or face-to-face fighting. The main force of the attack this time was still in Chongla Prefecture. After discussion, Zhao Haifeng, the person in charge of Xile County, decided to appoint General Bai as the commander-in-chief. General Bai's predecessor was a famous general, especially General Bai's ability. It would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut if General Bai was given the task of dealing with a mere Xile County. General Bai's personnel list and transfer order were exactly the same as Luo Shu's. After Zhao Haifeng finished explaining the relevant matters of Xile County and Baolong County, he stood up. Everyone go down and make preparations. When the time comes, we will set off immediately. Once we set off, our actions will not be hidden from outsiders, so we must be quick. The others who were not mentioned also stood up and left one after another. These people knew that they would follow Zhao Haifeng to Chongla Prefecture to fight. Hey, Zhao Haifeng, what do you mean? What about me? What should I do? Xu Muyu was stubborn and had a simple mind. He didn't think so much. When he saw Zhao Haifeng leave directly but he was not mentioned, he became anxious on the spot. Of course you will act with me. Zhao Haifeng paused outside the hall, turned and looked at Xu Muyu, speechless. After so long, this guy hasn't changed. Is this what they call a pure heart? No, it's just that fools have good luck. No wonder after coming back from this trip, this woman Xu Muyu has become even stronger. In fact, not only Zhao Haifeng noticed it, but everyone else also noticed the subtle changes in Xu Muyu's aura. Especially Lin Lang. In order to prevent someone from pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger in front of him, Lin Lang has developed a detection program that can detect the opponent's strength. He installed this detection program on his watch, which could clearly analyze the strength and mark it in the form of data. This guy Xu Muyu actually has a combat power 10,000 higher than that of Zhao Haifeng, Jun Moshao and others. Chapter 463, War begins, robots appear. Lin Lang is not an immortal cultivator, but immortal cultivators generally cannot harm themselves. In order to prevent himself from being assassinated by immortal cultivators, Lin Lang attaches great importance to his own safety. Once the passive defense is violated, Lin Lang will disappear on the spot and return to the safe house he has set up in advance. Lin Lang may not be able to control time now, but he already has some ideas about the time machine, and now he has some knowledge of space. But he didn't say it to anyone else, and now only he knows about it. With Lin Lang's technological means, he can directly kill the 9th level of Kaiguang realm, and even the Dongshu or Shui realm can be defeated on equal terms. However, Lin Lang does not have the confidence to defeat the cultivators in the Shui realm, but it is only a matter of time. Lin Lang was very excited about using his robot army on the battlefield this time. He was about to become famous in the world. It was true that he liked to study technology, but he also didn't like to be unknown. People always have to have some aspirations. Lin Lang's aspirations are not high. Now his research institute has no disciples, and no one in heaven wants to come to him. However, Lin Lang's target is not those who have the qualifications to cultivate immortals, but those mortals who have no hope of cultivating immortals. These are his choices. After all, Lin Lang is also a person who has no qualifications to cultivate immortals. Only mortals without qualifications can put aside all worries and concentrate on technology. When the robots he developed shocked the world during this war, he would recruit many disciples and everything would go according to his plan. The time for setting out on the expedition soon arrived. There are countless spaceships floating in the sky above the heaven. The spaceships are full of technology and each spaceship can accommodate 10,000 people without appearing crowded. The food, drink, defecation and urination of 10,000 people on a spaceship are enough to sustain them for a month. The expedition of more than 870,000 people emptied the heavenly palace by nearly half. At this moment, the heavenly palace's protective formation was instantly activated, and a high-tech energy shield directly enveloped the entire heavenly palace. Almost all the main forces of heaven have been dispatched. After discussing with Zhang Chuchen, Lin Feng and Zhun Moshao, Zhao Haifeng entrusted the important task of guarding heaven to Gong Lian, who had resigned. Gong Lian is the woman of the Lord of Heaven and their boss. She has enough prestige and qualifications to command the rest of the relevant personnel guarding the heaven. Let's go. Zhao Haifeng picked up the internal communicator of the heavenly court and directly gave the order to set off. The spaceship from heaven slowly set off, speeding up faster and faster, and within a few breaths it had disappeared above heaven. As time went by, the news of the heavenly court's expedition spread throughout Chongla Prefecture and even Jile City. The mayor of Paradise City was immediately furious. He thought that the heavenly court had too big an appetite and was not satisfied with the Chongla mansion he had given them. It was not until the Lord of Guquan City learned the direction of heaven's attack that he slowly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly chased back the messenger he had sent to question heaven. After thinking for a while, Ji Yu Quan understood what Tianting meant. It seems that the heavenly court wants to tell me that I don't need others' gifts. If I want something, I can just go and get it myself. Ji Yu Quan looked at the rescue letter sent by Chongla Mansion and burned it directly. Forget it, out of sight, out of mind. Xile County and Baolong County were caught off guard by the massive attack by Luo Shu and General Bai. Faced with such a powerful attack from heaven, the defenses of the two counties became extremely fragile. In addition, with Shu Pengfei from the Shu family as an insider in Xile County, they were able to advance even faster. With his own people leading the way, the attack on Xile County went so smoothly that General Bai even suspected there was a trap. Shu Pengfei is now very important in the Shu family. Even Shu Pengfei's biological father does not have as much prestige as Shu Pengfei. There is only one reason, that is, Shu Pengfei is actually valued by the Lord of Heaven. Although it was not done openly, the Shu family had no choice but to surrender in the face of a behemoth like the heavenly court. But under the secret care of the heavenly court, their lives were indeed getting better and better, which made Shu Pengfei the one who had the final say in the Shu family. When the heavenly court was preparing to attack, Shu Pengfei received a secret message from the heavenly court, ordering the Shu family to cooperate in the operation. Shu Pengfei naturally cooperated with all his strength, mobilizing the entire clan to cooperate with the heavenly court army outside and directly broke through the defense formation of Xile County. Chongla Prefecture was under tremendous pressure facing the attack from the main force of heaven. Fortunately, Chongla Mansion's defense formation was activated in time, so it was not attacked by heaven. Chongla Prefecture is also a huge city, with tens of millions of mortals living inside. The defense of Chongla Prefecture is also very strong. The general guarding the defense of Chongla Prefecture is a powerful cultivator of the 9th level of Taishu. After Yu Kun, the lord of Chongla Prefecture, asked for help from the lord of Guquan City, he felt relieved and prepared to defend, delay the main force of heaven, and wait for the support of the city lord. As for taking the initiative to attack, he didn't really want to because it would cause a loss of strength for his Chongla mansion. Moreover, the Lord of Heaven has not appeared yet, so he only needs to be on guard against the Lord of Heaven's actions. As for the others, he doesn't take them seriously. But Yu Kun had no idea that the Lord of Guquan City, on whom he placed his hopes, had already given up on Chongla Mansion and him long ago. And the Lord of Heaven is not here at all. Yu Kun never thought that his eldest son Yu Feng was now entertaining Li Yunxiao, who should not be in the mansion. Brother Yu, Chongla Mansion can't stop my heavenly court army. Li Yunxiao wanted to persuade Yu Feng to give up his evil ways and join the good. In fact, he admired Yu Feng very much. He was a resourceful man, but unfortunately they had different standpoints. If persuasion is not effective, then Li Yunxiao will have no choice but to send this good brother off personally. Yu Feng was somewhat tempted but also somewhat conflicted. He did not want Chongla Mansion to be gone, and his father was a powerful man at the 9th level of Guishu. There is no reason why Chongla Mansion would lose. Even if the Lord of Heaven came in person, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat his father. Li Yunxiao drank his tea slowly, not in a hurry at all. His current task was to seduce Yu Feng and break through Chongla Mansion from the inside. Lin Lang, let your robot army go up and consume the energy of Chongla Mansion's defense formation. I don't believe that it has so many spirit stones to support it. Above the sky opposite Chongla Mansion, Zhao Haifeng stood on the deck, leaning on the railing, and said to Lin Lang beside him. Leave it to me, no problem at all. Lin Lang assured confidently, then pressed a button on his watch, and the shadow of Teacher Kang appeared in front of everyone. Send out the robot army and make every effort to break through the defenses of Chongla Prefecture. Understood. After Lin Lang gave the order, more than 10 spaceships rushed up from the rear, and robots emerged from the spaceships one by one on flying tools. These robots are fully armed and full of futuristic technology. They are made of smooth gold-plated material and have strong defenses that can withstand attacks from 9th-level immortal cultivators. These robots stayed in the air, and the guns in their hands were gathering energy bombs like cannonballs. Lin Lang equipped these guns with the ability to absorb the more violent spiritual energy in the world. This is a new kind of spiritual power that Lin Lang discovered after coming to this world. This kind of spiritual power is most suitable for weapons development. What are those things? The guards on the city walls were extremely surprised when they saw the robots for the first time. The city guard commander Zhang Qi immediately sent someone to report to the lord of the mansion. After receiving the news, Palace Lord Yu Gan appeared on the city wall and looked at those iron men, frowning. Chapter 464, Death and Destruction. Boom boom boom. Light blue, destructive energy rays fell like rain, falling on the energy shield above the main city of Chongla Prefecture. Like raindrops falling on the water, creating ripples. After Yu Kun noticed that the formation was not destroyed, he couldn't help but sneer. The heavenly court was so naive that they actually wanted to break through the formation that protected his palace. How naive! If he had not been unsure of the Lord of Heaven's strength, he would have taken action directly. According to intelligence, the Lord of Heaven is a person with spatial means. Space is still too far away for him now. The more unknown it is, the more mysterious the Lord of Heaven seems. At this time, an anxious subordinate came from a distance to report. Reporting to the palace master, the person controlling the palace protection formation reported that although the attack from the opposite side did not cause devastating damage to the formation, it is only a matter of time if it continues like this. Yu Kun made a prompt decision and immediately ordered his men to take the initiative to attack. Pass my order to kill those iron men. Yes, sir. Zhao Haifeng, who was watching from a distance, pointed at the people who came out of the tortoise shells and said, Lin Lang, can your robots deal with these people? After scanning the combat effectiveness of these people, Lin Lang immediately said, there should be no problem. The army of robots that received the order formed a formation of 3 by 3 in batches, and the attack instantly formed a firepower network, hindering those cultivators who wanted to get close. However, the soldiers of Chongla Prefecture were no pushovers. A small team led the way in front, holding defensive shields. Boom boom boom. Laser rain bombarded the shield, and as time passed, cracks soon appeared on the shield. As the shield endures more and more attacks, the cracks become fissures, and finally it collapses outright and loses its defensive function. Robots don't just use guns. The ground robot troops in the rear provide support to their robot brothers in the front. The heavy shells blasted out of the barrel, arriving in an instant and exploding directly around the monks who came out to kill the robots. The powerful shock wave blew them away in an instant, and suddenly, terrifying beams of light penetrated their bodies directly. What's even more terrifying is that these light beams did not cause any substantial harm to them. The next second, their bodies were directly decomposed into particles and disappeared. There were no bloody scenes, no flying limbs, and no heart-wrenching screams. Just like that, he disappeared silently from this world. Terror instantly spread to the soldiers standing on the city wall watching. Hundreds of cultivators dispatched by Chongla Mansion, including those at the Yuanyun realm, Kaiguang realm, and one at the Dongshu realm, were all dealt with in just 10 minutes. Standing on the city wall, Yu-kun, the lord of Changla Prefecture, looked at those iron men with a look that was no longer contemptuous but solemn. What should we do? Lord, please don't do it yourself, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on until the lord of Guquan City in Jile City rescues us. The city lord guarding Zhongqi looked at the iron man outside with a worried look, his tone a little fearful. These iron men made no sound at all. They were most likely puppets controlled by someone. When did heaven have such a powerful person who was good at puppetry? They didn't get any news from Changla Mansion at all. Hold on and wait for support. Palace Lord Yu-kun shook his head. He still didn't want to take any risks because the Lord of Heaven had not appeared. Yes, the city defender Zhongqi could only bow and obey orders. I didn't expect that you, Lin Lang, have actually developed this kind of beam cannon. Do you have many more of this kind of beam cannon? Zhao Haifeng looked at Lin Lang beside him and asked with some surprise. Being able to instantly disintegrate the body of a cultivator, causing him to die without even leaving a corpse, Lin Lang did give him a little surprise. Lin Lang sighed, not much. We brought all our family belongings with us. We only have one ship, and we can still use about 3 million rounds of this beam cannon. Oh, that's not a lot. What's the name of the beam cannon? What's it called? I named it the Death Beam Cannon. It's quite appropriate. Zhao Haifeng nodded and continued to look forward. Half an hour later, under the joint attack of a full 100,000 robots, the tortoise-shell-like formation of Changla Mansion has become looming. The people in Changla Prefecture all turned their attention to the protective formation that was protecting them. Under the fierce attack of heaven, the formation that was originally like a guardian angel has now become shaky, as if it will collapse in the next second. This news instantly spread throughout the entire Changla Prefecture. Fear began to spread and the atmosphere of war began to permeate. Changla Mansion has been run by its Lord Yu-kun for many years, and its strength should not be underestimated. However, Yu-kun does not want to consume Changla Mansion's resources in order to deal with the heavenly court. Yu-kun knew very well that there would only be losers in a war, and even if he won, he would have to enter a short period of recuperation. At that time, will other prefectures in Jile City secretly covet the resource areas within Changla Prefecture because of Changla Prefecture's weakness? All of this was caused by Ji Yuquan, the Lord of Paradise City. The indiscriminate laissez-faire model of raising GU can indeed make each prefecture stronger and stronger, but it will also make each prefecture timid when faced with war. Everyone get ready, break this tortoise shell for this elder. Zhao Haifeng felt that the time had come, and he flew high up, his voice spreading throughout the sky. Kill. The heavenly soldiers, the predecessors of the shadow guards, who were ready to go immediately attacked after hearing the order. The disciples of heaven who experienced such a grand scene for the first time followed the senior heavenly soldiers and charged forward with high morale and vigor. All demon clans, do not lose face for this emperor, follow me and fight for the heavenly court. As the demon emperor, Wudin was filled with demonic energy when he appeared, with thousands of demons following behind him, including countless demon kings. Attack with all your strength. Lin Lang immediately issued instructions to the robot. Follow me to kill the Sea Tribe. Although Li Fei disliked the Sea Tribe, he also knew that the Sea Tribe now belonged to the power of heaven. Only under his leadership could the Sea Tribe unleash its strongest power. Oh no, they are about to launch an all-out attack. The city defender Zhongqi felt his scalp tingling when he saw the heavenly court launching a massive attack with hundreds of thousands of people. Yu-kun quickly ordered everyone not to panic. Don't panic, everyone should be on guard and prepared to resist the enemy. Don't be afraid of wasting spirit stones, and do your best to stabilize the formation. The support from Paradise City had not arrived yet, and not even a single message had been sent back, which gave Yu-kun a bad feeling. The 200,000 elite monks defending the city instantly became more motivated and eager to fight when they learned that the palace master would defend the city with them. The city lord is a strong man in Guishu realm. The city lord's power has long been engraved in their hearts, so they are not afraid of the heavenly court. Chapter 465 Start the space engine. Zhao Haifeng, Lin Feng, Zhang Chuchen, Zhun Moshao, Wu Tian, Li Fei, Xu Muyu and others attacked at the same time. The colorful attacks, accompanied by artillery fire from the rear and light beams fired by robots, simultaneously hit the protective formation of Changla Mansion. Boom! The deafening sound seemed to be warning the people in Changla Mansion. The formation was instantly broken and Changla Mansion no longer had any tortoise shell. Heaven, you are going too far. Lord of Heaven, come out and fight me to the death. After seeing that his protective formation was destroyed by heaven, Yukun attacked in anger. However, his opponent was not these people, but the Lord of Heaven who had been reluctant to show up. You are not worthy enough to find the head of my family. Everyone, join me in attacking. Zhao Haifeng laughed coldly, with the compass in his hand, he was not panicked. Kill. Jun Moshao and the others naturally knew that they could only have a chance to kill the Lord of Chongla Mansion if they joined forces. Zhao Haifeng threw the compass in his hand directly, and the compass released the power of Bagua and instantly attached itself to Jun Moshao and others. Zhao Haifeng is the best at adding buffs to everyone. Yu Kun was so angry that he laughed. Ha 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 ha, well, the Lord of Heaven is not here, and a mere small fry dares to be arrogant. Do you really think you can't kill anyone? Is the Lord of Heaven too confident? Arrogant. He was the Lord of the 8th level of Guishu realm, and was very powerful. When he thought about how he had not taken action before because he was worried that the Lord of Heaven was here, he became angry. Die for me. Yu Kun's first move was to directly target Jun Moshao who was in the front. Jun Moshao's face condensed, and the record of abandoned heaven instantly appeared beside him. A suppressive force instantly enveloped the opponent, and he threw a punch, and the power of abandoned heaven blasted out directly. Yu Kun's power far exceeds Jun Moshao's. Jun Moshao has killed countless people of Yu Kun's strength in the past. With the help of Zhao Haifeng's compass prediction ability, Jun Moshao found a flaw in the opponent at the critical moment and tilted his body to the extreme. Boom! Jun Moshao was still knocked away by Yu Kun, blood gushed out of his mouth, and drops of blood floated in the air. Suddenly, the long sword was like light, illuminating all directions, and the sword intent, containing infinite murderous intent, attacked from the side. This is Shu Muyu. Shu Muyu has changed her previous cheerful face. She knows very well that the Lord of Chongla Mansion in front of her is a strong enemy. The sword intent is so profound, but it's a pity that the cultivation is a little lacking. Yu Kun smelled the sword intent of this woman, exclaimed in surprise, and flicked away with one finger. His fingertips were like golden, jade and blood hands, extremely hard. Even such sword intent could not break his body. They were not the boss. It was not easy to deal with the Lord of the 8th level of Guishu realm. Zhang Chuchen swung his whisk, and the Taoist magic was released from the whisk and arrived in an instant. Lin Feng swung the thundercloud sword, thunderclouds filled the air, and sword energy spread everywhere. Wooten and Li Fei transformed into their original forms, and the three-legged golden crow and the dragon burst out with terrifying aura and attacked together. For a moment, the sky seemed to be torn apart, dark clouds gathered, thunderclouds flashed, the golden crow rolled like the sun, and a dragon roared with the sea water accompanying it. Wushan, do you want to dry up my sea water? Li Fei roared. Wu Tian curled his lips and decided to stay away from Li Fei quietly. No wonder Li Fei and I don't get along. It turns out that fire and water can't coexist. After Wooten moved away from Li Fei, the surging and suffocating waves suddenly expanded several times and swept towards him. They do have some tricks. Yu Kun had a hunch that if they allowed these people to grow, their future prospects would be limitless. An ancient and broken knife appeared in Yu Kun's hand. There was a gap on the blade, and he chopped out extremely fierce blade lights. The power of the scorching sun was cut off by him, the vast sea water was split in half, and the attacks of the crowd were directly dispersed. I'll do it. Jun Moshao was supported by Lin Lang and came to Zhao Haifeng on a high-tech aircraft. What are you doing here? Go back quickly. Seeing that Lin Lang actually came here, Zhao Haifeng hurriedly asked him to go back because it was too dangerous here. As a member of the Heavenly Court, how could I retreat when the disciples of the Heavenly Court fought bravely during the war? Lin Lang looked at Zhao Haifeng with a firm gaze, and the latter really couldn't refuse that look. Okay, then be careful. Zhao Haifeng could only nod. He saw persistence and desire for victory in Lin Lang's eyes. Teacher Kang, start the dual attack and defense program. After Lin Lang handed Jun Moshao to Zhao Haifeng, he left directly. Jun Moshao was seriously injured and had no choice but to withstand the opponent's full-strength attack. The abandoned heaven record was originally surrounding him, but just after Jun Moshao took the healing pill, the abandoned heaven record flashed a faint light and instantly merged into his body from behind him. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw this scene. This should be a good thing, and his eyes couldn't help but continue to stay on Yu Kun. Lin Lang flew towards Yu Kun. During the flight, Teacher Kang's voice kept ringing. Activate the defensive energy shield. Activate the automatic flight function. The space engine is turned on, the divine body mode is activated, the space scan is in progress, and the space redefinition mode is activated. If someone observes Lin Lang carefully, they will find that Lin Lang's body has evolved. This is the trump card that Lin Lang relies on, and it is also the confidence that brings him here. Just because he was caught by his boss, Lin Lang attached great importance to personal issues. If technology is just an external force, then it is definitely a wrong path. So based on the future technological chip he got in his mind, Lin Lang finally successfully developed the space engine in divine body mode when he came to the upper realm. The space engine in divine body mode do not require so-called spirit stones and spiritual energy, but instead operate through technological algorithms. A mortal has come. Yu Kun also noticed Lin Lang and sneered. He knew that this was the person appointed by the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven must have been canonized because of the other party's qualifications. Although he is still a mortal now, he will definitely not be one in the future. First kill someone that the Lord of Heaven values, and let the Lord of Heaven know the price of underestimating himself. The sword energy instantly forced Zhang Chuchen and others to retreat. Yu Kun stared at Lin Lang with burning eyes and moved very quickly, arriving in front of Lin Lang in an instant. Mortal, prepare to die. Lin Lang, be careful. Zhang Chuchen didn't expect that Zhao Haifeng would actually let Lin Lang come over. Isn't this nonsense? The space engine redefines the space, and the attack target is shifted. Lin Lang was not panicked at all. He looked directly at the other party without changing his expression. His eyes were vast and flashing with many characters. He wanted to redefine the space. Yu Kun didn't have time to hurt Lin Lang, and his attack disappeared. At the same time, Yu Kun's attack directly split the city wall of Chongla Prefecture in half. Continue to locate yourself in space. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Lin Lang's face. No matter how powerful the immortal cultivator was, he could still be played around in his hands. Yu Kun was so confused that he killed his own city guard General Zhang Qi with his own hands. Just when he wanted to vent his anger on the heavenly army behind him that was attacking his city wall, Yu Kun was once again moved away by Lin Lang's spatial definition. Chapter 466 The Formation that Turns a Monk into a Mortal. Yu Kun was furious. The general who defended the city, whom he had trained for many years, was killed by his own hands. His heart was bleeding. I was actually tricked by a seemingly ordinary person. Yu Kun's eyes were gloomy and uncertain, and he was horrified in his heart, because he found that he was like duckweed, drifting in the wind, and he could not control his own destiny. You have to know that I am a strong man in the 8th level of Guishu realm. What methods did this person use? In fact, Lin Lang couldn't hold on for long. As the opponent's resistance became more and more intense, his own computing program was overloaded. In other words, if this continues, Lin Lang's space engine will crash due to overload. Hurry up, I can't hold on for much longer. Lin Lang couldn't help but get angry when he saw Zhang Chuchen and the others were actually watching the show. These people just watched from the sidelines without taking any action. Although Lin Lang enjoyed the surprised looks of the crowd, he really wanted to hold on, but his strength did not allow it. Looks like I have to use this. Zhang Chuchen was very surprised by Lin Lang's methods. He didn't expect that this guy actually had another trick up his sleeve. Looking at the other party's angry look, it was obvious that he couldn't hold on for long and could only trap the other party for a short time. But this is enough for Zhang Chuchen. Before setting out on the expedition, Zhang Chuchen anticipated that he and his men would be no match for the Lord of Chongla Mansion. So he went to find General Bai and asked him to refine something that could be used to deal with the Lord of Chongla Mansion. In fact, this was General Bai's original ability, but General Bai needed to be responsible for fighting on another battlefield and could not come here. If he himself cannot come, then his abilities can appear here. Zhang Chuchen has not forgotten the formation that he and his boss entered when they were in the lower world, which can turn immortal cultivators into ordinary people. At that time, General Bai's ability was not as good as it is now. So it was a very difficult problem for the Lord of Chongla Prefecture, who was at the 8th level of Guishu realm, to trap the other party in the formation. The other party is not a fool. It is impossible for him to wait foolishly for them to set up the formation. This formation requires a certain amount of time to prepare on the spot, and within this time, the opponent has enough time to kill them. Originally, the backup plan that Zhang Chuchen prepared was just a helpless move, but now Lin Lang's ability gave him hope. 7 rays of divine light flew out from Zhang Chuchen's whisk and shot directly at the 7 people. Wu Tian, Li Fei, Shu Muyu, Lin Feng, Zhao Haifeng, Zhun Moshao, and Li Yunxiao all caught the flags. The 7 people in the Zhu Xian killing formation respectively occupy Yaoguang, Kaiyang, Yuheng, Tianquan, Tianji, Tianshuan and Tianshu, which are the positions of the 7 killing stars. As the core of the main formation, Zhang Chuchen used himself as the center of the formation to suppress the formation. In 3 minutes, the 7 killing stars will be formed and the Zhu Xian killing formation will be activated. Zhang Chuchen reminded Lin Lang that he still needed 3 minutes to prepare. Lin Lang felt a little sorry for the space engine he had just used. The data analysis was almost at the limit of overload, and the warning sound kept urging Lin Lang to stop this behavior. Now Lin Lang didn't dare to stop at all. Once he stopped, his algorithm would not be able to keep up with the opponent's speed. For example, you just calculated the other party's spatial position, but the other party has already left the original position in the last second. So Lin Lang ignored the alarm of the space engine and directly lifted the restrictions he had set on the space engine. Just like overclocking a computer, the space engine entered high-load operation. I'll do my best. Lin Lang couldn't guarantee how long his space engine could last. Maybe 1 minute, maybe only 2 minutes, he wasn't sure. Yu Kun is now being kept in a state of spatial transfer by Lin Lang, because every time Lin Lang's spatial calculation is transferred, the spatial algorithm for the next transfer is already ready. Yu Kun didn't have enough time to escape from Lin Lang's control. However, Yu Kun noticed that the seemingly mortal Lin Lang could not seem to hold on for too long, and he also noticed that his own city of Chongla Prefecture had been breached by the Heavenly Court. Moreover, it was he himself who broke through the city wall, and Tian Ting rushed into the interior from the place where the city wall was just broken by his sword. Could it be that the Heavenly Court and Ji Yu Quan reached some kind of deal? Yu Kun, who had not received any support for a long time, couldn't help but have some very bad thoughts in his mind. 3 minutes actually passed very quickly. Yu Kun was trying his best to break free from Lin Lang's space transfer method, and Lin Lang's space engine had really reached its limit. Warn, warn, warn. The space engine is overloaded and is about to reach the critical point. Please shut it down immediately. Please shut it down immediately. Lin Lang. Zhang Chuchen was ready. Sure enough, he can't hold on any longer. Lin Lang felt very distressed, but he still increased the power of his calculations, intending to send the other party into their formation. Danger, danger, danger. The space engine has been running at overload for too long and has reached a critical point. Lin Lang didn't say anything and slipped away immediately after the space engine failed. His divine body could only protect him from being hurt by ordinary cultivators, but it could not guarantee that he would not be hurt by this guy. If I were killed, my dream would never come true. Yu Kun thought that he had successfully escaped from the opponent's control and his face was filled with joy. He never expected that he had just escaped from the tiger's den and fell into the tiger's mouth again. Where has my power gone? Yu Kun looked crazy. Looking at the palm of his hand, he found that he was just a mortal now. The power he usually relied on disappeared out of thin air. Zhun Moshao, who had recovered from his physical injuries, walked directly into the formation. The opponent didn't know that as long as he ran out, he could recover his strength. This formation cannot trap anyone. Any cultivator who enters it will simply lose all his strength and become an ordinary person. As long as he leaves smoothly, his strength will return again. Zhang Chuchen and others would not tell him this information. This is also the biggest flaw of this formation. After all, if it had no flaws, it would be too terrifying to have such a formation that could restrain cultivators in such a powerful way. The more terrifying something is, the greater its flaws will be. Perhaps this is the balance of all things in the universe. Let me tell you, the formation you are in is a great formation of the end of the law specially prepared for you. Zhun Moshao came here at this time and turned from an immortal cultivator into a mortal. Then you are also immortal. Yu Kun stared at him with murderous eyes and suddenly sneered. Yu Kun saw that the other party would kill him first, which meant that everyone trapped in the formation would become mortals. Even if the other party wanted to kill him, he could only come here and do it in person. Yu Kun felt relieved. When he was still immortal, he also knew some martial arts. Even if he loses his magic power, the other party will never be his opponent. Seeing Yu Kun coming towards him with a sword, Jun Moshao took out his hand that had been hidden behind his back, held a pistol in his hand, and pointed it at Yu-kun. Chapter 467 Crow Mouth. The Lin family came to the door. Hidden weapon. Naive boy. Yu-kun had no intention of stopping the attack. He laughed at the other party in his heart for being childish for using a hidden weapon in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets from the pistol poured out until all 7 bullets were used up. The sound of empty chambers was heard, and all 7 bullets hit Yu-kun. As a mortal, how can I be a match for bullets? For mortals, a pistol is like the deadly scythe of the god of death. A slight scratch can result in a life. Yu-kun fell down with his eyes open, killed by the hidden weapon he despised. He never imagined that he would die in such a ridiculous way. His body did not fall down, but floated in the formation until the formation disappeared and then fell directly to the ground. Done. Jun Moshao breathed a sigh of relief, finally solving the biggest problem. Although his surface injuries have recovered, the injuries inside his body are not easy to recover. It would be great if the boss was here, but unfortunately, who knows where the boss has gone. Take good care of your injuries. We will take charge from now on. We will definitely win this war. Zhang Chuchen came to Jun Moshao and stuck a talisman on him. It was a healing talisman. Zhang Chuchen didn't know whether it was effective or not, but anyway, he had put it on and the intention was there. Yes, don't worry, such a bloody accident will never happen. Li Yunxiao said with a jinx on the side. Shut up. No one will think you're dumb if you don't speak. Zhao Haifeng glared at him fiercely. What is a ridiculous accident? If one really happens, I will have a headache. Li Yunxiao immediately shut up. He really wasn't a jinx, so why was he so fierce? Boom. There was a thunderbolt in the clear sky, dark clouds gathered, and the sky was filled with lightning. A spear like a thunder python appeared from the rolling clouds, flashing with lightning and falling down in an instant. With a crackling sound, the speed of distorting space fell directly inside the city. The family traitor Lin Yi slaughtered his fellow clan members with blood and flesh, he should be killed. Amid the rumbling thunder in the sky, a figure appeared above the clouds. Only a man could be seen, and his voice was extremely loud and majestic. Zhao Haifeng immediately rushed into the city when he found something wrong. Lin Yi's family unexpectedly came to him at this time. Li Yunxiao pursed his lips, looked at the figure above the thundercloud with lingering fear, and swallowed subconsciously. I really am not a jinx, but doesn't this scene prove the fact that I am a jinx? It's actually someone from the Lin family. After such a long time, the other party finally found out. The person who came is actually a powerful person with supreme strength. Lin Lang, are you okay? Zhang Chuchen looked at Lin Lang and transmitted his voice through his spiritual consciousness. Lin Lang doesn't know how to transmit sound through his telepathy, so he doesn't know whether to nod or shake his head. He was working hard to repair his space engine device. Once he used this space engine, he felt that he could not live without it. Zhang Chuchen felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he saw that Lin Lang did not reply to him. Was this powerful man with supreme strength really going to fight head-on? The gap is quite big. At this time, Zhao Haifeng also looked in the direction where the thunder python spear disappeared and found Lin Yi. Lin Yi was not in a very good condition at this time. Lin Yi was pierced by a spear. Although the weapon that pierced him disappeared, a shocking wound appeared in his abdomen. Kneeling on the ground with a very weak breath, the extremely stubborn Lin Yi did not want to kneel on the ground in embarrassment, and tried to stand up with his trembling hands supporting the ground. But he could no longer perform such a simple action. It is conceivable how bad Lin Yi's current condition is. He may die in the next second. If Lin Yi had not held on with one breath under the attack of the supreme strong man, he would probably have fainted. Blood was oozing out of his wound. Don't talk for now, I'll take you back for treatment. Zhao Haifeng used his magic power to wrap Lin Yi to prevent him from dying from excessive blood loss. Your Excellency is going too far. Although Zhang Chuchen was not as strong as the other party, he had the mentality to face the most powerful person. Oh. A surprised voice came from the rolling thunderclouds, as if wondering where the other party got the courage to talk to him. In the thundercloud, a figure gradually solidified and slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. It was an old man in a light blue robe. Junior, are you in cahoots with Lin Yi? Lin Chunghua came here with only one purpose, to get rid of Lin Yi completely, because the Lin family had already discovered that the missing people were caused by Lin Yi. For so many years, they originally thought that it was done by their enemies, but in the end they found out that it was actually done by the crippled Lin Yi. There is a soul hall in the Lin family's ancestral temple, where every born member of the family is recorded, and their life, death, and even location can be roughly determined. When he just made the move, he discovered that Lin Yi had actually recovered his supreme bloodline. This discovery made him more determined to kill Lin Yi. This time he took action because his favorite junior died at the hands of a loser, and he also wanted to find out who was helping Lin Yi return to the upper realm. He even suspected that some hostile forces were using Lin Yi to target the Lin family. Lin Yi is our brother. If you want to kill Lin Yi, you have to get past us. You old immortal fellow, as the supreme being, you don't even have this little face and actually attack a junior. Zhao Haifeng brought Lin Yi to Lin Lang. After handing Lin Yi to Lin Lang, he spoke rudely to the old man in the sky. Haha. It seems that you are the ones who helped Lin Yi return to the upper realm. I'm a little disappointed. Quote. Lin Chunghua looked at these juniors who were hostile to him, his tone was very disappointed. He had thought there would be some surprises, but he didn't expect that they were all a group of weak juniors. In that case, then you will follow Lin Yi and die together. Quote. Lin Chunghua was too disappointed to talk nonsense, and with a wave of his hand, thousands of acres of thunder poured down like a river from the sky. Be careful, he, the ancestor of the Lin family, is good at thunder magic. Quote. With his last breath, Lin Yi tried his best to tell the little information he knew, and then he fainted. Hey, don't die. Quote. Lin Lang quickly told Zhang Chuchen what Lin Yi said before he fell into a coma, and then took Lin Yi directly to the rear. The medical equipment in the rear should be able to maintain Lin Yi's vital signs. Zhun Moshao also knew that he was unable to fight now, and staying would only be a burden, so he followed Lin Lang and left. The vast expanse of thunder was like a world-destroying catastrophe. The merciless thunder roared ferociously, and the earth trembled. An extremely oppressive and irresistible aura of terror instantly spread through everyone's hearts, becoming heavy. Everyone used all their defensive spells, the thunderstorm was coming and no one could escape. After the thunderstorm, Zhang Chuchen couldn't help but spit out blood, lightning flashed on his body, and he lost consciousness all over. Thunder and lightning were still running rampant in his body, destroying his 8 extraordinary meridians. The rest of the people were not much better, but they all survived, so this is the protagonist. They are not dead yet. Lin Chunghua was very surprised. It's really terrifying, but we too are really not afraid. It's just a matter of whether we should take action now. I think we will just be dying if we go over there. Let's go over there. What if Zhang Chuchen and the others can't hold on? Let them die. They can't die anyway. We can't let Zhang Chuchen and the others get into trouble. As the gods of heaven, Yifeng and Xiao Chen had been keeping an eye on the movements in the front from the rear. After seeing Zhang Chuchen and the others being struck by lightning, they still took action. In the void of the battlefield. Boss, are you really not going to make a move? No, they are not at their limit yet. Their potential has not been pushed out yet. They are not desperate yet. Chapter 468. Everyone is united, so what if he is the supreme leader? Chu Ge was naturally still worried and came to take a look. The Lin family's attack was indeed something he had not expected. Unexpectedly, after so many years, the Lin family still found out. When Lin Yi was attacked, Chu Ge did not try to stop him. It was not because he did not have the ability to do so, but because he knew very well that the more dangerous the protagonist was, the greater the benefits he would get. This is already one of the basic laws of the protagonist. If things go as expected, Lin Yi will be reborn stronger and will exceed everyone's expectations. Zhao Haifeng had no idea that the boss was secretly watching everything here. But it's really embarrassing that this old guy in front of us has made everyone so embarrassed. So what if he's the supreme? Today we'll kill a supreme for fun and have some fun. Quote. Let's all attack together. Zhao Haifeng used all his strength to operate the compass. Beams of light of the 5 elements and 8 diagrams shone on everyone. Regardless of anything else, he filled up the buff first. I'll show off, and you guys go fight. After equipping everyone with the buff, Zhao Haifeng instantly became extremely weak. He looked at the old man in the sky with a smug look on his face, and fell to the ground in a daze. So tired. It feels like my body has been hollowed out. Younger sister. I saw many young girls running towards me happily in the slightly salty and humid sea breeze. laughing and talking, wearing mini skirts and tucked in triangle dresses. Hey hey. Zhao Haifeng showed an obscene smile on his face and fell asleep. Under the blessing of Zhao Haifeng's buff, everyone seemed to be supported by some kind of power. They looked at Zhao Haifeng and rushed straight into the sky without saying a word. Shu Muyu, sword energy breaks the heaven and earth. Lin Feng, thunder accompanies me. Zhang Chuchen, the door to all wonders, the way of nature. Li Yunxiao, listen to me, old man, we are good people. If there is anything, let's talk slowly. Don't take action. Wutan, the true fire of the sun, the power to burn the sky. Li Fei, the deep sea is boundless, and the flood will destroy the world. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen silently mobilized the ubiquitous resentment in the world, quietly affecting Lin Chenghua's emotional fluctuations. Everyone attacked with all their might, and with Zhao Haifeng's buff, the power of the attack increased several times. The robots below did not support them because they had already entered Chongla Prefecture and were advancing step by step. The artillery positions in the rear fired at the same time, as if the earth was furious and roaring. Lin Chenghu looked at the attacks of these youngsters with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, but more of it was murderous intent. A group of juniors have such abilities, which makes me look up to them, but it's just a glance. When thunder is with you, the thunder will appear. Lin Chenghu admitted that these juniors have gained such strength at such a young age, and he is indeed not as good as them at this age. That's why he would not hold back. Keeping these youngsters would just invite powerful enemies for the Lin family in the future. Be serious and send these young people off on their journey well. It can be seen as a small token of my appreciation as an elder. For some reason, he felt more and more admiration for these youngsters as he looked at them. For a moment, he was unable to bring himself to do it, and the strength in his hands was reduced again and again. The giant formed by rolling thunder held a spear in his hand, and with a ferocious roar, he swung the spear directly to release endless thunder. However, if anyone knew him, they would know that this amount of power was less than half of his. Kill. Zhang Chuchen had been pushed to the point of giving it his all. He no longer held back and his face turned red with ferocious fury as he tried his best. All the talismans of the family's belongings flew out, all the attacking talismans were used, but all the auxiliary talismans were cast on Shu Muyu. You can save your trump cards if you lose them, but if you lose your life, you have nothing. Their hope lies in Shu Muyu's attack this time. This is not the first time that they have joined forces. Only when everyone's abilities are coordinated with each other can there be hope of winning. The boundless thunder seemed to engulf the entire world. Its destructive power shook the heavens and the earth. Ripples appeared in the space, and the space was almost about to split apart. But it seems that there is a mysterious force that is stabilizing the space here, making it remain stable. If Lin Chenghu noticed this scene, he would definitely find it abnormal. You must know that you can be the most powerful being, and a casual blow can be the wrath of heaven. In the void, Chu Ge watched all this silently, very calmly, which made Ji Yubai and Zhao Yu beside him very anxious. Ji Yubai has successfully obtained the inheritance of the great emperor. After all, Ji Yubai is the protagonist. How could those destined people possibly snatch the opportunity from Ji Yubai? With the combined efforts of everyone, the boundless thunder was blasted out by the power of everyone, creating a gap that could accommodate one person. Everyone knew that they and others were trying their best to send the strongest Shu Muyu over. The boundless thunder directly bombarded everyone's bodies. They were unable to resist and fell down one after another. Shu Muyu knew that he was everyone's only hope. His eyes were extremely determined, and he stabbed the opponent straight with the ancient and calm sword in his hand. Even if there is no hope, even if he tried his best, the other party could easily resist. But, she is the goddess of heaven, she is a female knight, she is a fairy, and she is also a pure swordsman. Wherever the eyes go, there is killing, there is advancing, and there is beheading. At this moment, she was only thinking about one thing in her heart, and that was the sword. Her heart was like a sword, her body was like a sword, and she was the sword that cut off all the evil in the world. Shu Muyu's swordsmanship made a new breakthrough at this moment. He turned his body into a sword, and his entire body became a sword that was unique in the world. Wherever the sword's edge passed, the space was torn apart by the majestic and sharp sword intent, and the sword energy swept the clouds, as if it was going to break the sky apart. Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted at this time, and his words of pleading softened the hearts of those who heard them. She is just a weak and pretty girl. Please be magnanimous and show some mercy to her. I beg you. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen were also trying their best to stimulate Lin Chenghua's compassion at this moment. As long as they could make the other party feel compassion at this moment, Xu Muyu would be successful. Lin Chenghua was just about to kill the woman whose sword intent shocked him, but he found that he had softened his heart. He looked at the woman who was coming towards him with hesitation, and he couldn't bring himself to kill her. Hesitation leads to defeat. The sword transformed by Xu Muyu directly broke through Lin Chenghua's defenseless body, and penetrated his body while Lin Chenghua was still hesitant. Hateful. The severe pain from his body made Lin Chenghua wake up instantly. With a look of anger on his face, Lin Chenghua turned around and slapped Xu Muyu directly with his palm. Xu Muyu faced the opponent's attack very calmly and stabbed out with his sword. Even if he died, he would die on the way of swinging the sword. Boom! Xu Muyu kept his sword sheathed, looking at the two figures blocking his way with surprise. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen were directly hit by Lin Chenghua's angry blow. Their bodies could not withstand the attack of the supreme strong man and collapsed instantly. It's a worthwhile death. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen disappeared from everyone's sight amidst laughter. Lin Chenghua smiled coldly and said, "You blocked one attack, but can you block my second attack?" Zhang Chuchen, Lin Feng and others, who were like indestructible cockroaches, stood in front of Xu Muyu. What a joke. If we have to die, we should die first. How can it be a woman's turn to die first? Chapter 469 Chu Ge takes action and kills instantly. Lin Feng, what you said is right. How can I, the dignified demon emperor, fall to the point where a woman stands in front of me? My life has been a very simple one. I was adopted and taught carefully by my master in the first half of my life. After my master died, I met the boss when I came out of the mountain, and I have followed him ever since. Although I disagree with the boss's actions sometimes, I have never regretted my decision to follow the boss. Lin Chenghua made his move with great force, and all the juniors who stood in front of him were ruthlessly knocked down by him with a wave of his sleeves. Starting from Zhang Chuchen at the front, one after another they fell directly to the ground like meteors. It's your turn now, Lin Chenghua said calmly, looking at the woman in front of him who was not moved at all. He now attaches even greater importance to these people in heaven. They can actually influence his character, make him hesitate, and feel pity. This method is unheard of. It must be eliminated, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Xu Muyu was very worried about the situation of Zhang Chuchen and others. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen would be resurrected, but they would not. He didn't know what their situation was now, and he couldn't sense any sign of their life. Your companions are already dead. Lin Chenghua never thought that these youngsters could still survive after he had killed them so many times. Xu Muyu exhaled deeply, looked at the other party calmly, and thrust out with the long sword. The best fate for the sword holder is to die from swinging the sword. Okay, you've done well enough. Who? The sudden voice frightened Lin Chenghua. Who on earth could appear beside him silently? Lin Chenghua turned around and found that there was a man standing behind him. He was wearing white clothes and had a faint smile on his face. He could actually see a hint of coldness in him. Boss. Xu Muyu's expression of being ready to die disappeared instantly, and his face was filled with surprise. Are you the Lord of Heaven? Lin Chenghua looked at the young man with some doubt. Although the portrait of the Lord of Heaven that he had seen was exactly the same as the other parties, there was a huge difference between the Lord of Heaven that he had seen in the information and what he was experiencing in person now. What? Doesn't it look like it? Chu Ge took a step forward. He was flying in the air as if he was walking on the solid ground. Even the Supreme Being could not do this. Lin Chenghua couldn't help but take a step back and looked at him in surprise and doubt. Chu Ge's appearance was seen by Lin Lang, who was leading a robot to move the corpses of Zhang Chuchen and others. It has to be said that after the boss showed up, Lin Lang and Zhun Moshao both breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Chuchen and others did not die. It seemed that there was a glimmer of life in the dark that was keeping them alive. Only the protagonist who has experienced hardships can achieve true transformation. So you have been watching here. Even if I killed those subordinates of yours with amazing talents, you didn't come out to stop me. What good will it do you to do this? Lin Chenghua found that he could not see through the thoughts of the Lord of Heaven at all. Chu Ge signaled Ji Yubai and Zhao Yu behind him to take Xu Muyu away. After the three of them left, the look in his eyes when he looked at each other suddenly changed and became extremely dangerous. My subordinates have to thank you for carving and tempering them. Only by carving jade can they become useful tools. I want to thank you for this. I will send you away from this world in a good way. Don't worry, there will be no pain at all. Lin Chunghwa didn't expect that the other party would use him as a whetstone for his subordinates. If he hadn't thought that all the other party's subordinates were killed by him, he would have almost laughed out of anger. What a nice tone. The Lord of Heaven is so arrogant. I thought the Lord of Heaven would be different, but now it seems that he is just so. Lin Chunghwa is not a fool. He could not even detect the way the Lord of Heaven appeared before, so how could the other party be simple? He said this simply to let the other party know that he had let down his guard and that he would kill him with one strike. In order to prevent the other party from using the ability just now to disappear. Once the other party disappears, even if I am the supreme, I will not be able to find the other party's trace. An enemy hiding in the dark will not be of any benefit to the Lin family. I'll give you one last chance now, to let you see if my men are really dead. Chu Ge showed a weird smile on his face. Lin Chunghwa's pupils shrank, and he swept his consciousness downwards, and found that these people who he had believed to be dead still had a faint breath of life hanging onto their lives. Phew! A bloody hand pierced through his body from behind, with a beating heart tightly clenched in the palm of the hand. The veins were shocking, and blood was gushing out so much that it was impossible to look directly at. Have I ever told you not to turn your back to the enemy? Lin Chunghwa discovered that the Lord of Heaven in front of him had disappeared and appeared behind him. Even he, the supreme power, could not catch up with this speed. Dwang! The sound of a bell from the ancient times rang out, instantly shaking Lin Chunghwa's soul. For a moment, Lin Chunghwa's head was buzzing with the sound of the bell. The brain kernel is directly crushed into a paste, just like the tofu pudding you are eating now, which is stirred vigorously and a little sugar is added. When exactly, and why did you appear behind me? Lin Chunghwa was gradually losing consciousness, and he didn't even have the ability to send a signal to his family. Go and figure it out slowly on your way to the underworld. Chu Ge was not one to waste time. He simply crushed the opponent's heart and shattered his soul with the Dongwang bell. A ray of time force touched the other person, and the other person disappeared without a trace, disappearing in the torrent of time. Time is king, space is supreme. Chu Ge himself is now practicing dual cultivation of time and space. In addition, his own Dao evolution technique is based on the 3000 Dao laws. He has only chosen 2 of them. This is an invincible road that belongs to Chu Ge himself. Chu Ge looked at the heavenly army fighting bravely below, and couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism in his heart. It is true that a man has ambitions to go far and to fight. When Chu Ge returned, Zhao Haifeng and the others had already woken up, and they were all very weak. Boss, you were actually watching secretly. Did you see my heroic performance? Zhao Haifeng was much better than everyone else. At least he was not beaten, but his body was drained. When he learned that the boss had been watching them in secret, he immediately shouted. Why are you barking like a dog here? Everyone present is braver than you. Only Lin Feng could make Zhao Haifeng speechless by saying this. Boss. At this time, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen pushed the door open and saw that everyone and the boss were there. They immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense mood disappeared instantly. After the 2 were resurrected, they saw that everyone was gone and thought that everyone was dead. Now it seems that everyone is still alive. You are all doing well. Rest assured and recuperate. I will not leave for the time being. Chu Ge had no plans to go out and have fun. They were still in the midst of a war and were very busy. What Zhao Haifeng and the others needed most now was to recuperate and sum up their experience to improve their strength. As for why they didn't use the law of time to heal their injuries, it was because if they did so, they would have been beaten in vain. Chapter 470 discovers the identity of a transmigrator. When Zhao Haifeng heard that his boss would not leave, he immediately came out of his weak and empty state, with tears of emotion welling up in his eyes. Are bosses really going to start being considerate of their employees? Boss, can I take a leave? Zhao Haifeng looked at his boss expectantly. No. Zhao Haifeng closed his eyes silently, and lay down on the bed in a daze, feeling empty again. The ruthless exploitation of capitalists completely breaks the desire of a worker to take a holiday. Everyone laughed when they saw this scene. The boss was going to be in charge in heaven, and everyone completely put their worries aside. As long as the boss was there, any problem could be solved. Lin Lang walked in from outside at this time, his voice sounding a little joyful. Boss, good news came from the other two battlefields just now. Luo Shu and General Bai are already cleaning up the mess, and some remnants are still fleeing everywhere. In order to wipe them out, they are already being hunted down. Quote. 2 people are already rushing towards us. Even though the victories in the other 2 battlefields were expected, they still made everyone look happier. Chu Ge was very relieved about Luo Shu and General Bai, and said with a smile, the 4 counties of Chongla Prefecture are in our hands from now on. Chongla Prefecture is still struggling, and it is only a matter of time before it falls into our hands. Ji Yu Quan, the city lord of Jiao City, originally wanted to give Chongla Prefecture to us. His meaning has been very clear. He doesn't want us to disturb his plan. My heavenly court can support this person to become emperor, and he will be a chess piece of my heavenly court to the outside world. My heavenly court will live in seclusion behind the scenes and be the big hand that covers the sky and the sun. Jun Moshao nodded, looked at Chu Ge and said, Boss, I understand what you mean, but do we need to make some preparations to prevent the other party from betraying us? He is now very sensitive to betrayal. Once this topic is touched, he thinks of his own experience. In order to take Jun Moshao's feelings into consideration, Chu Ge didn't want to say anything like, it's not necessary. Then just place people around him or bribe his cronies. Just focus on recuperating, I'll watch over you outside. Chu Ge knew that what everyone needed was rest, so he didn't say anything nonsense and took Ji Yu Bai and Zhao Yu out of the room. There is no one in charge of Chongla Prefecture now. There are wars everywhere and the fighting power is very dispersed. No one can step forward to take charge of the situation. The eldest son of Lord Yu Kun mysteriously disappeared at this time, and the other sons and daughters of the Lord had been killed in the mansion. Li Yunxiao did all this himself. In the end, Yu Feng was unwilling to betray Chongla Mansion, so Li Yunxiao fulfilled Yu Feng's wish, gave Yu Feng a decent burial, and finally gave him a good burial. The rest of Lord Yu Kun's immediate family members were all killed by Li Yunxiao alone. There are still people in Chongla Mansion who can fight now, but after the death of Mansion Lord Yu Kun, the situation was hopeless, and those priests who usually acted arrogantly were the first to flee. The attack from heaven was too fierce. Especially Lin Lang's robot army, they led the charge and fought bravely wherever they went. Even if they were fought in close combat by the cultivators of Chongla Mansion, they would self-destruct and die with the enemy. This is a self-destruct device set up by Lin Lang. Anyway, the robot has become a production line. As long as there are enough materials, you can have as much as you want. However, the training of a monk takes at least 10 years, which is totally disproportionate. Chu Ge personally came to the battlefield and took action as the Lord of Heaven. He was like a god. With a wave of his hand, he directly killed the remaining Taishu realm powerhouses in Chongla Prefecture. Kill the enemy. Chu Ge's majestic voice has reached the ears of every disciple in the heavenly court. The disciples of heaven looked at the lofty figure with fanatical gazes as if they were chasing a star. Their momentum instantly increased several times, and they fought desperately to kill the enemy. Without the command of those last Taishu realm powerhouses, the power of Chongla Mansion collapsed instantly, becoming nothing more than a pile of loose sand. After 5 hours, a 10-hour-long cleanup battle, all the people in Chongla Mansion who were enemies of the heavenly court disappeared completely. There may be some rats secretly who are unwilling or harbor hatred, but they can no longer cause any big waves. The battle in heaven made the other 3 prefectures of Paradise City see the attitude of the Lord of Paradise City, and also made the 3 prefecture lords feel insecure. The 3 prefectures of Dongyi, Yunxia and Lianshui began to contact each other secretly in case the heavenly court was dissatisfied with Chongla Prefecture and attacked them. However, he didn't know that heaven had no such idea at all. The purpose of heaven's expedition was just to give Zhao Haifeng and his men an opportunity to gain experience in actual combat. After Zhao Haifeng and his men have absorbed the fruits of this combat, perhaps another great war will begin. The protagonist can only become stronger through fighting, unless the protagonist's cheat code is so good that he can win without doing anything. However, Chu Ge noticed that the robot created by Lin Lang had indeed changed a lot compared to before, and had more methods. Shenyang City. Qin Zhen handed the latest information to the 2 of them and spoke quickly as they watched. The latest news is that the ambition of the heavenly court has been completely exposed, and Chongla Mansion has fallen into the hands of the heavenly court. I don't know what the Heavenly Court will do next, but I have not received any news that the Heavenly Court will continue to attack. We must become stronger. According to the intelligence on the battlefield, a supreme strongman appeared, but was directly killed by the Lord of the Heavenly Court. However, the subordinates of the Lord of the Heavenly Court seem to have only their last breath left, and it is impossible to confirm whether they are dead or not. My people can't detect the internal situation. It is too difficult to infiltrate the interior of the Heavenly Court. After reading the intelligence, Zhou Tianyang put it down silently and looked at Brother Chen worriedly. The Lord of the Heavenly Court is very strong, but he is only strong in one person. However, the intelligence marked a person, and that person is Lin Lang from the Heavenly Court Research Institute. Those iron men should be robots. I suspect that they were developed by this Lin Lang. In addition, the means displayed by the other party against the Lord of the Mansion Yukun were determined in the intelligence to be some kind of spatial ability. I think it is very correct. Quote. Why is Brother Zhou so sure? This Lin Lang is just an ordinary person. There is no need to be so nervous. Yes, Brother Zhou. Even if the other party can create these puppets called robots, they will not be able to guard against them all the time as long as an assassination attempt is made on them. Lin Tian and Qin Zhen were not time travelers, and they did not understand why Zhou Tianyang took it so seriously. Zhou Tianyang suddenly felt an inexplicable fear in his heart, that is, he was not the only time traveler. This is a common problem in the hearts of all time travelers. They even created an army of robots. So is it possible that the Lord of Heaven is also a time traveler? But if Lin Lang was a time traveler, why would he be so humble? Doesn't a time traveler have any dignity left? Chapter 471, The Lingering Sound. Lin Lang is a time traveler, so who are the other subordinates of the Lord of Heaven? He suspected that each of them had a complicated origin. The fear in Zhou Tianyang's body spread to every cell in his body. Was it because he was not confident in his own ability? Or was it because he was afraid of how seriously the Traverser took him? Because he himself is a time traveler. He had read a lot of novels in his previous life, so he had a deep understanding of how powerful time travelers were. Brother Zhou, why don't we strike first? Since you attach so much importance to Lin Lang, why don't we just kill Lin Lang? Qin Zhen saw that Zhou Tianyang attached unprecedented importance to him and suggested, I have a subordinate who is a top assassin and can perform the task of assassinating Lin Lang. This assassin was also rescued by Bai Yuyan. Because he showed up in time to save the other party's wife, the assassin chose to bring his wife to Shenyang City to work for him. He wanted to retire from the underworld, but unexpectedly his enemies came to find him and almost killed his wife. For this reason, he swore to be loyal to Qin Zhen. This assassin is at the 9th level of the spiritual transformation realm and is only one step away from the Yuanheng realm, which is the level of a palace lord. Assassinating a mortal who has no foundation in cultivating immortals is definitely not a problem. No, Zhou Tianyang refused without saying a word. He suspected that if he allowed Qin Zhen to arrange someone to assassinate him, they would probably return in defeat, or even kill the assassin. The Lord of Heaven attaches so much importance to him and even specially conferred a title on Lin Lang. How could he not have thought of the possibility that Lin Lang would be assassinated? Okay, Brother Zhou, now people outside are saying that our Shenyang city has evil ambitions, but the court still trusts us very much and has agreed to my father's memorial to announce to the world that the Heavenly Palace has been assigned to the evil cult. Although this world only covers the territory of the Qing dynasty, it is enough. There was also a hint of satisfaction of revenge on Qin Zhen's face. The exposure of Shenyang City was caused by the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court could suffer such a blow, and it would probably have problems recruiting people in the future. Although the Qing dynasty has declined, its influence still remains in the eyes of others. If heaven is classified as the devil's realm, its reputation will plummet. That's good news. Zhou Tianyang and Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh in gloating. But the laughter stopped abruptly. Zhou Tianyang thought of a problem and his face suddenly became gloomy. Brother Zhou, what's wrong? Lin Tian asked hurriedly when he saw Zhou Tianyang's expression change. At that moment, Zhou Tianyang felt that Shenyang City was in a very dangerous situation. Let me ask you, did the Qing dynasty take a long time to respond to your father? Zhou Tianyang looked at Qin Zhen and asked hurriedly. Yes. Qin Zhen nodded, and the next second he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes became solemn. Lin Tian seemed to understand what Zhou Tianyang meant, and his gloating mood disappeared all of a sudden. If the Qing dynasty really believed in the loyalty of Shenyang City, why would it wait until now to agree? If you agree now, then things will become serious. Brother Qin, Brother Lin, I feel like something big is going to happen. I must get that boundary-breaking bead now, and I must get in touch with my father in the demon realm. Zhou Tianyang felt that his current situation was very dangerous, and even the supreme strength could not soothe his uneasy sense of security. The only thing missing to contact his father is the boundary-breaking pearl. The only place where the breaking boundary pearl knew about its existence was Anyang City, next to Shenyang City, in the treasure house of the city lord of Anyang City. Qin Zhen nodded and said very seriously, I have to talk to my father about it. Don't fight over it, use courtesy before force. It would be best if we can exchange it, but don't create unnecessary trouble. The three of them were no longer in the mood to drink tea. Qin Zhen went to find his father, while Lin Tian and Zhou Tianyang continued to practice, cherishing their time and working hard to become stronger. The news that the heavenly court was a force secretly cultivated by the demon realm instantly exploded throughout the Qing dynasty. The news of heaven's capture of Changla Prefecture was also said to be the first step in the demon realm's comeback. Changla Prefecture will become the demon realm's forward base. Inside the heavenly palace, Zhao Haifeng and others were still recovering from their injuries, and Chu Ge, the only person in charge, did not take the news seriously at all. When the disciples of heaven heard the news, they were extremely angry and wanted to leave heaven in groups of 3 or 5 to make those who spread the rumors pay the price. However, they were stopped by Shu Muyu. She had been fighting demons and defending the way for many years. If these disciples went out now, they would probably be fought against by others. Chu Ge was looking at Lu Yanru, who had been sleeping for several years. He now seemed to have some understanding of Lu Yanru's condition. It seemed that because she was too weak before, Lu Yanru was unable to absorb the power all at once. The instinctive mechanism of her body protected Lu Yanru so that she could absorb the power while sleeping. Now Lu Yanru can be said to be getting stronger while lying down, and has now reached the Taishu realm that ordinary cultivators dream of and pursue. If this continues, Chu Ge feels that Lu Yanru might fully awaken when she reaches the supreme strength. Hubby, eat something. Feng Linlin walked in carrying chicken soup that had been simmering for a while. Well, Linlin, are you adapting here? Chu Ge simply hugged Feng Linlin in his arms and signaled her to feed him like this. Sister Yanru is still here. Shall we go to another room? Feng Linlin's big eyes blinked, and her cheeks turned red with shame as Chu Ge moved, and the soup was about to spill out. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chu Ge hugged Feng Linlin and disappeared into the room. The Tiangong is Chu Ge's residence, and its scale is far larger than the current imperial palace of the Qing dynasty. The imperial palace of the Qing dynasty now appears somewhat desolate and lonely, while the heavenly palace is exuding vitality. There are more than 10,000 palace maids in the heavenly palace, and eunuchs are naturally indispensable. There are about 5,000 eunuchs, and they are all learning Zhao Yu's immortal cultivation techniques. It doesn't mean that Chu Ge must use eunuchs and can't use only palace maids. But it is the normal way of nature, the balance of yin and yang. It is never good to have only palace maids but no eunuchs. A series of lascivious music was heard from a palace in the heavenly palace. Feng Linlin's voice lingers in the air, like a singer singing freely on stage, with the tune rising and falling in a long and continuous manner. After 2 hours of noise, the palace maids outside had red ears and were eager to try. Those who are selected to enter the heavenly palace do not have ordinary looks. Feng Linlin, who hadn't had such a release for a long time, had a sore throat and lay lazily beside Chu Ge like a kitten. Chu Ge hugged Feng Linlin and asked, "What has my father-in-law been doing recently?" "My father's health has been getting better and better recently. Of course, he is cultivating immortality. He has no shortage of resources. He said that he doesn't want to leave me alone in this world." Feng Linlin was a little speechless, and her voice was dry and hoarse. Chu Ge snorted, "I'm afraid my father-in-law is worried about me. It's not that he has a problem with his father-in-law. After all, the other party really cares about Linlin, otherwise he would not have brought Feng Legion into this world. You've never been honest. My throat hurts now." Feng Linlin twisted in Chu Ge's arms like a spoiled child. Chapter 472, A Simple Hot Spring Bath. Chu Ge was very busy and was too busy to get out of bed. After comforting Linlin, there was also a little green snake. Chu Ge didn't know whether Xu Xian had ever experienced the softness and entanglement of his body, but Chu Ge could feel it. That feeling could only be understood but not described. The cold scales gently caressed and wrapped around his body, and the cool feeling came from the scales, slowly rubbing and wrapping around his whole body. Chu Ge named this move, Old Tree Roots. In the hot spring that could accommodate Zhao Qing's body, Chu Ge floated directly on the spring water, and hot spring water of moderate temperature slowly and continuously gushed out from the mouth of the huge dragon head next to him. Hot air rises and white mist surrounds. The roar of the green snake continued to come from the pool in the center of the hot spring, as if a warrior was roaring in the pool to subdue the demon. The green snake resisted violently, and the water in the pool kept surging out. With a roar, the green snake spat out its tongue hysterically. The white mist gradually dissipated, and Chu Ge walked out of the hot spring pool holding Zhao Qing, who had regained her human form. Zhao Qing's dangling little feet were tender, flawless, and boneless. Zhao Qing hugged Chu Ge's neck with a spring-like face. Her eyes were as charming as spring, and her tender eyes seemed to be filled with the beauty of spring. A white robe was draped over Zhao Qing's body, and the hazy angle made Zhao Qing even more charming in Chu Ge's eyes. "You won't go out this time, will you?" Zhao Qing stuck out her tongue reluctantly, recalling the previous taste. Chu Ge kissed Zhao Qing on her delicate face and said, "After I come back this time, I won't go out for a long time." He really wouldn't go out, but he still had some things to do, things that he could do without going out. He hasn't solved the problem in the demon realm yet. Since the Qing dynasty dared to offend the heavenly court, he doesn't mind turning what the other party said into reality. Chu Ge's words made Zhao Qing twist her body with joy. Obviously she had not been satisfied just now. Chu Ge's heart was moved when he saw this. He narrowed his eyes and prepared to eat the meat. He was not a person who believed in abstinence. He could eat the meat anytime he wanted. Back on the bed, Chu Ge's combat power instantly soared by 100,000. Then it was Lin Feng's sister Lin Zan. After coming to the upper realm, Lin Zan also practiced diligently. She wanted to live forever with her boss. This was her only wish. Lin Zan's queen-like figure made Chu Ge linger. Lin Zan is still his personal secretary. Although the company no longer exists in the upper world, her position has not changed, and she is still his personal secretary. "Boss, is my brother okay?" Lin Zan was still worried about her brother's safety. Seeing her brother's critical condition, she almost fainted from fright. "It's okay. There's no rainbow without wind and rain. After this time, your brother will get the strength he wants." Chu Ge's hands were touching around dishonestly, and his eyes were closed when he spoke. "I'm glad you're okay. But it's too risky. I'm going to have a good talk with him when he comes out. He's my only brother and he's actually playing with his own life. How can he be worthy of me?" Lin Zan was very dissatisfied with her brother Lin Feng's behavior, but the boss's strength made her frown from time to time and endure it. As for his woman's complaints about his brother-in-law, Chu Ge naturally chose not to help either side, and Lin Feng was left to fend for himself. A month later, the Heavenly Court had taken control of the entire Chongla prefecture, and no movement could escape the Heavenly Court's eyes. The injuries of Jun Moshao and others have basically recovered. As Chu Ge expected, they have absorbed the experience of this battle in their respective caves, and their minds have become clear, making breakthroughs one after another. Jun Moshao is the first person among the crowd to directly break through to the Yuanhang realm. The speed at which the protagonist increases his strength is enough to make people ashamed to the point of committing suicide. Jun Moshao had not expected that he would be able to practice smoothly within a month and his strength would be restored to the Yuanhang realm. The strength of Zhang Chuchen and others also broke through to the Hualing realm, which is second only to the Yuanhang realm. Of course, the protagonist also needs resources to break through, and the Heavenly Court has no shortage of resources. As long as they can improve, they can take the resources at will. Chu Ge also convened a high-level meeting in heaven at this time. "Damn, how did you reach the Yuanhang realm?" Zhao Haifeng, who was originally full of confidence and planned to surprise everyone, was the first to express his dissatisfaction when he saw Jun Moshao. Jun Moshao smiled calmly. "Is it strange? I am different from you. I am just recovering my strength, not making a real breakthrough." "That's true. Then besides you, I will be the first one to break through the spirit transformation realm." Zhao Haifeng took the first place without saying a word. "Whatever you say." Jun Moshao was too lazy to argue. He felt very comfortable now anyway. He would soon become the Supreme, and after the Supreme he would be the Emperor. Then I can settle the score with that couple. Jun Moshao's eyes flashed with coldness, as if he saw the couple begging for mercy at his hands. At this moment, his heart was filled with murderous intent. Bang! A hand was placed directly on Jun Moshao's shoulder. Jun Moshao turned his head and found that it was the boss. He seemed to have discovered something and his eyes were extremely surprised. Boss, how did your strength reach the 9th level of Yuanhang realm? Fuck, boss is awesome. Hearing this, Zhao Haifeng was surprised and offered congratulations before everyone else. Flatterer. Lin Feng on the side cursed Zhao Haifeng's behavior inwardly, and then quickly congratulated his boss on successfully breaking through to the 9th level of Yuanhang realm. Huh, why is there a panda here? Hasn't that panda always been living with his concubines in the back mountain? Zhao Haifeng looked at Lin Feng with a very strange look and a sly smile on his face. Lin Feng stood silently in his seat, too lazy to pay attention to him. Realizing that no one noticed him, Lin Feng secretly touched the bruise on his eye and couldn't help but gasp. This was done by his sister, it was too violent. He never understood why she was so gentle with her boss. In fact, he could recover easily with his strength, but his sister wouldn't let him. They said this was punishment for him playing with his life. Chu Ge sat in the main seat, looking at the people who were gradually taking their seats, and said with a smile, I'm lucky too. I've made breakthroughs one after another, and I'm just one step away from successfully advancing to the supreme position. Zhang Chuchen had long been accustomed to the incredible things happening to his boss. I originally thought that my breakthrough to the spirit transformation realm was already very good, but now it seems that I'm still far from it. Even though he had long been accustomed to it, he still couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. Li Yunxiao said with a look of shame on his face, boss's talent is unparalleled. I am already very satisfied with my lucky breakthrough to the spiritual transformation realm, but after seeing your cultivation level, I wish I could find a tofu to kill myself. Apart from the talent, isn't this the result of your hard work and cultivation? And I am actually satisfied with the status quo. I am simply a waste. You are worthy of being my boss. Boss, you are the pinnacle of life that I need to pursue throughout my life. Chapter 473, Trip to the Demon Realm. Li Yunxiao's words were very influential. Chu Ge could tell that he was praising himself, but he felt very comfortable in his heart. It seems that your skills have improved a lot. Even he couldn't resist Li Yunxiao's flattery. It had to be said that Li Yunxiao's strength was 1 in a million. When will you flatter me? Shu Muyu suddenly envied Li Yunxiao's ability to flatter. Li Yunxiao shook his head and said to Shu Muyu, Sister Muyu doesn't need any flattery. The facts are in front of us. Sister Muyu's achievements are well known to everyone in the Heavenly Court and even in the entire Chongla Prefecture. She has done countless chivalrous things, such as subduing demons and monsters, and helping the weak when she sees injustice. Shu Muyu tightened her face, trying to suppress the upward curve of her mouth. No wonder everyone is afraid of Li Yunxiao's flattery. They are used to hearing other people's unoriginal flattery, but it feels different when it comes from Li Yunxiao's mouth. When Chu Ge saw everyone looking at him, he made his thoughts known. I plan to go to the demon realm. Since the outside world says that we are pawns secretly cultivated by the demon realm, then I will make this happen. I feel that the royal family of the Qing dynasty has no need to exist anymore. I decided to give Ji Yu Quan a chance and let Ji Yu Quan be the regicide. Isn't he thinking about becoming the emperor? Then let his hands be stained with the emperor's blood first. Shu Muyu took the initiative to stand up and prepare to take on the task. Boss, why don't you leave this matter to me? I'll go talk to Ji Yu Quan. Chu Ge looked at Shu Muyu in confusion. Usually this guy was the laziest, so why is he so proactive and diligent now? In fact, Chu Ge had no idea that there were so many complicated issues concerning the female disciples in heaven, even though she had promoted a lot of people to help her manage them. But her energy told her that if she didn't leave, she would be exhausted to death sooner or later. Things between women aren't big, but there are a lot of them and they're very troublesome to handle. Originally, she had just shirked her responsibilities in these matters and handed them over to Zhao Haifeng and the 4 elders. She has been almost driven crazy since taking over for half a month. It would be better for her to run away first. As soon as Shu Muyu finished saying this, Zhao Haifeng and the other 3 looked at her. Shu Muyu looked straight ahead and said, I can't see, I can't see. Then I'll leave this matter to you, please do it efficiently. It was rare for Xu Muyu to ask for help, so Chu Ge would naturally agree. Jun Moshao withdrew his gaze from Xu Muyu and asked doubtfully, the demon realm has always been mysterious. Even the emperor cannot enter it without the gate to the demon realm. I have my own way. You don't have to worry about it. Chu Ge used the spatial coordinates of the demon realm. Jun Moshao suddenly remembered the most famous thing in the demon realm. Boss, if you have a way to enter the gate of the demon realm, can you bring me a Yellow Springs red spider lily when you come back? Sure. Chu Ge nodded. He was too lazy to ask what the Yellow Springs red spider lily was used for. Since his subordinates needed it, he would naturally do his best to satisfy them. Thank you, boss. If you really can't find it, I won't force you. Jun Moshao smiled. The Yellow Springs red spider lily is the most famous flower in the demon realm and also a precious thing in the demon realm. The reason why Jun Moshao wanted this flower was very simple, that was because the Yellow Springs Bian lily could allow him to see the person destined for him. Once upon a time, he also had such a flower by chance, but it was used by that woman, who said that he was the destined one. But in the end, it was obvious that the person the other party saw at that time was not himself, but the bastard who betrayed him. Boss, you're leaving again. Zhao Haifeng silently reminded his boss. Half a month ago, he said you wouldn't go out. What happened? You went back on your word. So this time I decided to take you and Li Yunxiao with me. Chu Ge looked at Zhao Haifeng, who was in tears, speechlessly, and finally said helplessly. Originally, he planned to go to the demon realm alone, but as he said, he hadn't been going out recently, so it would be a bit too deliberate to bring one person with him, so he decided to bring two. Li Yunxiao has made some breakthroughs recently, which should be of great help to his trip this time. Boss, actually I don't blame you. After all, you are the boss, and I have forgotten what you said last time. Seeing that the boss was going to take him with him, Zhao Haifeng immediately changed to an ugly face, leaving everyone speechless. Li Yunxiao was surprised to find that he got a share, as it was not often that he got the chance to go out with the boss. However, Wuden felt that as his boss's mount, he didn't know what his boss was thinking when he went out every day without taking him with him. Since the boss is leaving, how will heaven respond to the rumors outside? It has been going on for half a month, and we have not responded to them, making people outside think that we have acquiesced. After Zhang Chuchen came out of retreat, he learned about the current situation in heaven, especially the rumors outside, and the anger of all the disciples in heaven towards the rumors. In response to Zhang Chuchen's question, Chu Ge simply shook his index finger. No need to respond. After a while, people outside will know that the majesty of heaven cannot be violated lightly. If you want to throw dirty water on heaven, you have to see if you have the strength to do so. I understand. Zhang Chuchen nodded. Although the whole thing seemed to be the Qing dynasty throwing dirty water on heaven, the people they planted in Shenyang had already reported back that it was the mayor of Shenyang who did it. Everyone should do their job. This area is about to change, and there will definitely be many battles in the future. If heaven wants to truly gain a foothold in this world, your efforts are indispensable. Chu Ge reminded everyone not to slack off in their practice, and not to think that you are very strong just because of the breakthroughs this time. This world is full of strong people, and if you are not careful, you will lose everything. Everyone present followed the boss and stood up, quickly promising that they would not slack off. By the way, Lin Feng will leave Shenyang City to you. We can't let them be too idle. Some people tend to have unrealistic thoughts when they are idle. Before leaving the meeting, Chu Ge gave Lin Feng a special instruction. Lin Feng understood and promised to complete the task successfully. The demon realm is difficult to find even for the emperor. It is extremely mysterious. It is extremely difficult to obtain information inside the demon realm from the people in the demon realm. Even if the monks from the demon realm were captured, there were early warning systems set up in their brains. Once leaked, they would destroy themselves and be humanely annihilated. Chu Ge took Zhao Haifeng and Li Yunxiao through the spatial coordinates of the demon realm and appeared directly in the demon realm. Is this the demon realm? No wonder the people in the demon realm have always wanted to attack the outside world. It is indeed desolate. Chu Ge looked around and found that the environment of the demon realm was truly horrible. It was a world filled with blood-red color, with no sun or moon, and the sky was extremely depressing. If you stay here for a long time, you will have some serious psychological problems. Chapter 474. Now that you're here, why not just sign it? It's so desolate, no wonder the people in the demon realm want to leave this world all the time, and I am the same. Zhao Haifeng stepped firmly on the land of the demon realm. The geology was soft and felt sandy, which was very uncomfortable to step on. Logically speaking, there should be quite a few people from the demon realm, otherwise they wouldn't have enough power to threaten the people outside. Li Yunxiao came to a high place, looked around, but found no trace of people from the demon realm. Actually, I don't believe that everyone in the demon realm is loyal to the Lord of the demon realm. There must be many people who are dissatisfied with the Lord of the demon realm after the defeat. The purpose of our coming to the demon realm is to find these people and let them join us. Chu Ge silently put on a mask with red and black patterns, a black robe, and his voice was extremely low, appearing extremely mysterious. Zhao Haifeng and Li Yunxiao were also well prepared. After dressing up like their boss, the three of them disappeared from the spot. The Lord of the Demon Realm has not appeared since his defeat in the battle. It is said that he has been recuperating and has not recovered. However, some smart people know that the Lord of the Demon Realm is fishing. People with evil intentions are fish. Although the Lord of the Demon Realm is a high-level Emperor-level warrior, he is unable to control people's hearts. After all, human hearts are the most complicated things in the world. As time goes by, the number of people who are dissatisfied with the Lord of the Demon Realm is increasing, and they are becoming more and more cautious. It was because when they returned to the Demon Realm after the defeat, those who were dissatisfied with the Demon Realm Lord caused trouble, and were killed on the spot by the humiliated and angry Demon Realm Lord. Although he was defeated outside, he is still the supreme ruler of the Demon Realm. However, the Lord of the Demon Realm has regretted his actions back then to this day. If he had acted a little slower back then, those people with ill intentions would have been exposed and the people in the Demon Realm would not have changed their minds now. How can we achieve great things if we are not united? Therefore, the Lord of the Demon Realm has always been in urgent need of a war to establish victory and stabilize people's hearts. Finding those who are dissatisfied with the Lord of the Demon Realm is both easy and difficult. Even if the Lord of the Demon Realm wants to find out who these people are, it will be very difficult. Who are you? Why should I believe you? A supreme-level powerful demon from the Demon Realm looked at the three people covered in black robes with vigilance. He had tried to test it before, and even his supreme strength could not hurt the three of them in the slightest. However, he still did not believe that the other party was a great emperor who was far more powerful than himself. If the other party is a powerful emperor, he would naturally not hide behind a black robe and mask with his head and face covered. Not to mention that in the entire Demon Realm, there are so many powerful emperors that they can be counted on one hand. 3 days ago, 3 men in black robes came to my residence and gave me an address. I came there out of curiosity. This place is remote and the demonic energy is extremely violent. It is a place that cultivators in the demon realm generally agree is not a place that even dogs would come to. No one can make another person completely trust him unless he sees it with his own eyes. Chu Ge waved his hand, and the majestic force of space forcibly locked onto him, scaring him so much that his face changed drastically. He was about to resist, but found that the scene in front of him had changed instantly. He was smart and knew that the other party did not attack him, but took him somewhere unknown. Chu Ge never does anything empty talk. The demon realm does not belong to the demon realm lord alone. He can easily win over the people of the demon realm to his side. Just take this guy out of the demon realm and appear in the outside world, let him see whether what he said is true or false, and let him decide for himself. What is this? The supreme strong man looked at him in astonishment. The smell of this spiritual energy was exactly the same as when he invaded the outside world. Before this supreme strong man could wait for a few seconds to appreciate the spiritual energy here, Chu Ge brought him back to the demon realm. The huge gap in feeling made this supreme strong man feel extremely lost. Spatial ability. You actually have the ability to enter and exit the demon realm freely. The supreme being was extremely astonished. You know, even the powerful lord of the demon realm could not do this, but the mysterious man in front of him could do it easily. Unbelievable. It was really sensational, and he would never have believed it if he hadn't experienced it himself. Can we continue our conversation now? Chu Ge laughed strangely under the mask. Sure, as long as you can take me out of the demon realm, just tell me what your conditions are. The demonic energy in the demon realm is extremely violent, and one needs to be very careful when absorbing it. It is far from being as easy as in the outside world. Moreover, if one is not careful, the demonic energy will affect one's character, so most of the cultivators in the demon realm have extremely brutal characters and use extremely cruel methods. Demonic energy was something that even a supreme being as powerful as him had to deal with carefully. This is the reason why people in the demon realm are always thinking about leaving the demon realm and entering the outside world. The supreme emperors in the outside world naturally knew the reason why they wanted to leave the demon realm, but there were only so many pieces of cake on a plate, and it would not be possible to share it with a few more people. Sign this contract and pledge allegiance to me. From now on, your life is no longer in the hands of God. It depends on my thoughts. Chu Ge did not keep him in suspense. A contract scroll flew out from the long sleeves of his black robe. As long as he signed his name in it, his life and death would be controlled by the owner of the contract scroll. Impossible. The Supreme's face darkened instantly and he stared at him dangerously. If you can't even control your own life and death, then what's the point of practicing Taoism? In order to linger on and survive. Okay, you have ambition, but I believe that someone will willingly sign this scroll contract. Seeing the other party's refusal, Chu Ge did not hesitate. The scroll instantly flew back into the sleeves of his black robe, and he prepared to leave with Zhao Haifeng and Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao suddenly spoke at this time. This supreme being is so dignified, but I believe some supreme beings would sign it. If it were me, I would sign it. Quote. Compared to freedom, I am more afraid of slow death. Once you sign the contract, I will be yours. If it were me, I would not harm someone who signed a contract with me. What a pity that you are here now. Wait a minute. Upon hearing this, the supreme being immediately blurted out to stop them, but he regretted it as soon as he said it. No way, no one is going to go back on their word, right? Zhao Haifeng said sarcastically as he stood behind Chu Ge. The supreme being suppressed the anger in his heart, and for a moment he didn't know how to start speaking. That person was right. Compared to freedom, I am indeed more afraid of slow death. If you stay in the demon realm, sooner or later you will die because your lifespan will be exhausted and you will not be able to continue to break through. The demonic energy in the demon realm has become more and more violent in recent years. In fact, the demonic energy in the demon realm was originally spiritual energy. The demon realm was originally the best place for cultivation. Unfortunately, the environment of the demon realm turned the spiritual energy into demonic energy. His own aptitude was not enough to make further breakthroughs, and because of the demonic energy, his cultivation was several times slower than that of people of the same period in the outside world. Since you are here yourself, why not just sign it? Such an idea suddenly popped up in the mind of this supreme being. Chapter 475 makes a decision that goes against one's ancestors. At this moment, Li Yunxiao noticed that the other party seemed to be interested in moving, and his tone was full of regret. One step behind, all steps behind. Thinking back then, my beloved became someone else's bride on their wedding night because I became the supreme one step later than him. Since then, I realized that I can't fall behind, because some things can't be recovered once they are missed. Zhao Haifeng was holding back his smile under the mask. Everyone knows that you are a Neptune-like lickspittle. Pretending to be affectionate almost made him break the room. However, Zhao Haifeng found that he actually believed the other party a little bit, and there was a hint of sympathy in his eyes when he looked at Li Yunxiao. Give me the scroll. I'll sign it. The supreme being said anxiously but firmly, as if he was a house hunter who saw another person rushing to buy the floor he liked. Chu Ge threw the scroll to the other party without saying a word. To show his sincerity, this supreme being signed his name directly without even looking at it or hesitating at all, bit his finger, squeezed out blood, and signed his name. When he wrote the last stroke of his name, a close connection emerged in his mind. The person in front of him was the one who could control his life and death. In an instant, a cold feeling of fear arose from the bottom of my heart. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He regretted why he was so impulsive, but he didn't know if he could change. The moment the name was signed on the scroll, it automatically disappeared and returned to Chu Ge's hands. Since the contract has been signed, we are family. Next, you should share this good news with your supreme friend. Chu Ge looked at the bloody words in his hand with satisfaction. Zhang Haisheng, all things are difficult at the beginning. Once there is the first one, there will be countless follow-ups. This contract scroll is something I get when I sign in every day. I originally thought that I would not need it, but after coming to the demon realm, I remembered that the thing that was thrown away and covered in dust in my space could actually come in handy. However, Li Yunxiao's eloquence was indeed remarkable. Fortunately, he did not take the entrance exam to the Academy of Fine Arts and failed when he was in the lower world. It was too late for Zhang Haisheng to regret. If he showed the slightest sign of regret, the other party might harbor a grudge against him. You have to know that you are the first person to sign the contract, so it must be different. It's better not to do anything stupid. You can't ruin a good hand by yourself. After bidding the three people farewell in a friendly manner, Zhang Haisheng felt a strong sense of confidence that he had never felt before. With someone in his heart, he was not in a hurry to do things. This kind of good thing should naturally be shared with his supreme friend. Since he has already separated himself from the demon realm, then what he has to do is to poach the demon realm's talents. The demon realm is a place of slow death, and you cannot bear to see your friends trapped in the dark quagmire. At the critical moment, you still have to help your friends. Boss, Li Yunxiao is a terrible guy. He can't even control his ability. He just opens his mouth and starts a group attack without distinguishing between friend and foe. Zhao Haifeng recovered after leaving and immediately complained to the boss. Li Yunxiao looked innocent. What can I do? I'm desperate too. Do you think I want to? There's nothing I can do. Chu Ge smiled. Everything in the world is carved and polished. If such a heaven-defying ability doesn't have any flaws, it will really be envied by heaven. Next time, I think I should practice a silencing technique. As long as I can't hear you talking, I won't be affected. Zhao Haifeng silently put 2 earplugs in himself. In fact, Li Yunxiao really wanted to say that it would be useless even if you muted yourself, because as long as you could see, you couldn't stop your own abilities. Ji Yu Quan, the lord of Jila City, is making a decision that goes against his ancestors. Xu Muyu was standing right in front of him, holding the sword and staring at her silently, which made Ji Yu Quan feel very pressured. Although Xu Muyu, the goddess of heaven, has only reached the spiritual realm, the entire heaven stands behind her. He can't afford to offend the current strength of heaven. He could even kill a supreme being. If it wasn't for the guarantee from Ji Yu Quan's most trusted subordinate, he wouldn't have believed it at all. Heaven has the power to kill the supreme being, so killing myself who is in the Yuan Heng realm should be easy. Now the heavenly court actually wants him to take action to solve the problem of rumors. He asked Xu Muyu how to solve it. As a result, Xu Muyu actually said that the best solution is to directly deal with the people who spread the rumors. The ones who spread the rumors were the royal family of the Qing dynasty, and the heavenly court actually wanted them to deal with the royal family of the Qing dynasty. His hands would be stained with the blood of the royal family, which would pose a great obstacle to his future ascension to the throne. However, after weighing the pros and cons again and again, Ji Yu Quan finally compromised, sighed deeply, and said helplessly, "Okay, this city lord agrees to you. But I also hope that you in the heavenly court will do what you say and help me ascend the throne and become emperor." When he said this, greedy ambition burst out in Ji Yu Quan's eyes. Xu Muyu looked at him without changing his expression. "This is a test given to you by our heavenly court. If you pass the test, I naturally wish you to ascend the throne and become emperor. If you fail, naturally there is no need for me to say more. I will record the entire operation." "What do you mean by this? Are you trying to find something to hold against me?" Ji Yu Quan immediately interrupted the other party with a gloomy tone. "No, I don't need any evidence to deal with you. This is a necessary part of the mission. You can't say you did it just because you say it." Xu Muyu stared at him expressionlessly and said lightly. In fact, she doesn't think highly of such people at all. They are full of ambition but lack the strength to realize their ambitions. Everything is in vain. Unfortunately, the other party is in the game and cannot see through this. Okay. Ji Yu Quan had already decided in his heart that he would solve the problem in heaven after he ascended the throne. The city of Shenyang was already on full alert at this time, claiming to be conducting exercises and training, but in fact it was preparing to deal with the imperial family of the Qing dynasty. Who knew that what he was waiting for was an imperial edict? After the eunuch read the imperial edict, he left Shenyang city directly with his guards, as if he didn't want to stay in Shenyang city for another quarter of an hour. "Father, the emperor actually invited you to the palace to see him. This is a trap." Qin Zhen said to his father Qin Hongxi fiercely, "Why don't we just rebel?" Qin Hongxi looked at his son with loving eyes and shook his head firmly. No, although the imperial family is weak, there are still a few supreme strongmen loyal to the imperial family. Those city lords with evil intentions are waiting for us to rebel. Quote. Don't worry, your father is the supreme. Even if the imperial family really wants to get rid of me, I can retreat unscathed. But, Qin Zhen was about to say something when his father waved his hand and interrupted him. Qin Hongxi smiled and said, my son cares about the world. As a father, I will never hold you back. Don't worry, I will be fine. Chapter 476. Qin Zhen always felt that there might be danger here and wanted to say something, but his father had already left. Obviously, his father's decision could not be changed. Even Qin Zhen could not change his father's mind. Qin Zhen knew exactly what his father was thinking. He just wanted to shoulder everything by himself. Qin Zhen stood there for an unknown amount of time, and only left after he realized it was dark. He didn't know what to do, but his inner desire to set things right became more and more resolute. The Qing imperial family has gone too far, and I absolutely cannot just sit there and wait for death. My father has his own decisions and his own ideas. Qin Zhen went directly to Zhou Tianyang and Lin Tian to discuss the issue of the uprising. Specifically, I plan to start the uprising when my father returns from his trip to Shengjing. This would also create a certain amount of pressure on the Qing court, preventing it from lightly touching his father. Zhou Tianyang didn't expect Qin Zhen to be so decisive, but he was not a hesitant person, so he agreed on the spot. Since brother Qin wants to do big things, as a brother, I must support him. Zhou Tianyang is ready to fully support Qin Zhen's enthronement. This is also the result of his discussion after successfully contacting his father. His father told him that since the seal could not be reopened now, he should use all the power he could. After Zhou Tianyang told his father about his good brother Qin Zhen, his father also agreed with his approach. As long as Qin Zhen becomes emperor, the new dynasty's vitality and luck will be enough to open up a new passage to the demonic realm with internal and external support. Brother Lin, what about you? Zhou Tianyang looked at Lin Tian beside him. Brothers working together can accomplish anything. Lin Tian nodded heavily and stretched out his hand. Qin Zhen was moved and put his hand on the back of Lin Tian's hand. Brothers are united. The sharpness of the hand can cut through metal. Zhou Tianyang finally covered it and shouted loudly. The decline of the Qing dynasty's imperial family was not the emperor's problem, but rather a lack of strength. People's hearts were changing, and the hearts of the city lords were no longer with the Qing dynasty. Therefore, the royal family of the Qing dynasty has always been very sensitive to rebellion. A lot of evidence shows that Qin Hongxi, the lord of Shenyang City, has the intention of rebellion, especially since he is the lord of Shenyang City who has always been trusted. This made the Qing imperial family feel deeply deceived, and they had previously thought of setting an example to re-establish the imperial prestige. As luck would have it, the city of Shenyang came up on its own and was targeted by the Qing imperial family. Let's use the life of Qin Hongxi, the lord of Shenyang City, to set an example and deter those who secretly harbor ambitions. Qin Hongxi also knew that he would be in danger of death if he went, but if he didn't go, wouldn't it be really confirmed that he had the intention of rebellion? In order to give his children some time to prepare, Qin Hongxi turned his back to his son and subordinates and explained his affairs after his death. As long as I die, those who were originally neutral will sympathize with my side. Then, with the name of avenging their father, my children's rebellion will not be a treason, but an act of filial piety and revenge for their father. But since he was going to die, he would let those old stubborn people die with him. As long as he could take away some of the power of the Qing court, his son would have a greater chance of success. Qin Hongxi didn't even care about his own life for his child. He only had a heart full of love for his son. What you cannot do yourself, your children can do. He has always believed this. On Qin Hongxi's way to Shengjing, he was attacked by 3 supreme beings without any mercy, and he was obviously killed on the spot. The bloody battle lasted 1 day and 1 night. Qin Hongxi died of exhaustion on the spot. The power he burst out before his death directly took away 2 supreme beings, and 1 supreme being was seriously injured and fled in a panic. The news that Qin Hongxi was attacked and killed by 3 supreme beings was spread by someone with ulterior motives. Almost all intelligent people knew the plans of the Qing imperial family. With 2 supreme beings dead and 1 injured, the power of the Qing imperial family was weakened by half. I don't know how many ambitious people are secretly mocking the weakness of the imperial family, while looking forward to the actions of Shenyang City. Father. Qin Zhen knelt down on the spot upon hearing the bad news, and kowtowed 3 times in the direction of his father's death with tears on his face. Damn it, Qin Zhen pounded the ground repeatedly, his fists covered in blood. He no longer felt the pain. He regretted why he didn't try to persuade them more. Lin Tian and Zhou Tianyang stood silently behind Qin Zhen. Seeing Qin Zhen in so much pain, they both felt uncomfortable. However, it is really difficult to persuade people about this kind of thing, because you cannot empathize with them, and persuading them will only make them feel annoyed. At times like this, Qin Zhen should be allowed to vent his hatred, turn it into motivation, accomplish great things, and live up to Uncle Qin's kindness. Young City Lord, this is a letter the City Lord gave you before he left. At this time, a personal guard appeared behind Qin Zhen. His strength was at the Taishu realm. This was a guard trained by his father personally for Qin Zhen. There are a total of 100 guards like this, all of them are Qin Zhen's guards. Qin Zhen quickly stood up, without even having time to wipe away her tears, and carefully opened the envelope. My son Qin Zhen, when you see this letter, your father will no longer be around. I knew you were different from others since you were young. At that time, I was a loyal minister of the Qing dynasty. However, after seeing the wish you wrote down when you were 5 years old, I made a decision that I have been proud of for more than a decade. To help my son realize his wish, this is my decision as a father. I went there knowing that I would never come back, but I went anyway. My son, my Qin family's century-old foundation is now entirely handed over to you. Success depends on heaven, but success depends on man. As long as you start the rebellion under the name of revenge for your father, those who were originally neutral will also be biased towards us. Of course, you must be careful of those ambitious people, and don't do things that the fisherman benefits from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam. It is easy to start a business, but difficult to maintain it. I am an irresponsible father who has pushed all the burdens onto you. But this is the only way. If I don't go, the Qing royal family will not let us go, and those ambitious people will pounce on us and take a bite like hyenas when they smell blood. Qin Zhen's tears accidentally fell on the paper, and he was so scared that he quickly restuffed the envelope. His red eyes were filled with hatred for the Qing royal family. Qin Zhen turned to everyone, looking at the officials and generals his father trusted most, and his voice was extremely sad. The Qing imperial family cannot distinguish right from wrong. My Qin family is loyal to the Qing imperial family, and heaven and earth can bear witness to that. But now we are attacked and killed by the Qing imperial family on the way to Shengjing. Heaven is angry and people are resentful. I, Qin Zhen, will obey the will of heaven and respond to the will of the people. I will start a rebellion for revenge. Start a rebellion. Start a rebellion. Chapter 477, Regicide. What? Shenyang City has rebelled. As expected, I have long expected that Shenyang City is a den of traitors and villains. In Shengjing City, in the imperial palace, the Qing emperor sitting on the dragon throne was furious when he heard about the incident in Shenyang City. The ministers in the court were outraged and all of them denounced Qin Zhen's wolfish ambition in the name of revenge for his father. Although the Qing emperor also had supreme power, he had never taken action, and the luck of the Qing dynasty could only support him to the supreme power. Even if he is the supreme being, he cannot change the current situation where each city lord in the dynasty is ruling their own country. The imperial court has already lost 2 supreme warriors in the killing of the traitor Qin Hongxi, and one of them has been seriously injured and is in seclusion. The last 3 supreme beings in the imperial family must not be used lightly. If they are not used, they will be a temporary stabilizing force. If they are used, their trump cards will be completely exposed. This will only make the current situation even more chaotic. The court cannot take action on its own now, but it can definitely pass the reason for action to others. So the Qing emperor ordered those city lords to lead the troops to quell the rebellion. There will always be people who will go to quell the rebellion because they value the benefits. The Qing emperor is really good at tricks. He is very good at carrying out such overt schemes. It's a pity that you won't see tomorrow's sunrise. At this moment, the door of the hall was suddenly closed tightly. Ji Yuquan walked out from the darkness in the corner of the hall, and his black-clad subordinates who were training him slowly appeared around him. Ji Yuquan from Paradise City, what do you want to do? Do you, a mere 9th-level Yuan Hang realm cultivator, want to rebel? Emperor Qing knew that Ji Yuquan was only at the 9th level Yuan Hang realm, not yet at the supreme level. He sat on the dragon throne with a calm expression, displaying the majesty of an emperor. You are so bold, Ji Yuquan, you trespassed into Shengjing city without the emperor's order. You violated the emperor's authority and your entire clan should be executed. You traitor, Ji Yuquan, you deserve to be killed. Why don't you surrender? So you, Ji Yuquan, are also a traitor. Now under the emperor's authority, your wolf ambitions are finally exposed. Some ministers who were loyal to the emperor angrily rebuked him one after another. Are you done? Ji Yuquan looked at the ministers with a very gloomy expression. No matter how good-tempered he was, he could not stand these ministers scolding him. You. A minister who was about to continue scolding Koizumi stopped talking abruptly as a blood-red sword pierced through his body from behind. Phew. Phew. Ah, you actually surrendered to the traitor. Ah, Your Majesty, please leave quickly. The colleagues around these ministers launched direct sneak attacks, killing these defenseless ministers one after another. It's not that they are not strong, but they simply didn't realize that their colleagues and friends of many years would actually betray them. The Qing Emperor sat on the dragon throne, watching his ministers killing each other, and Ji Yuquan was looking at him with a mocking look as if to say, "Look, this is your minister, you are finished. Stop it, everyone. You traitors should be killed." The Qing Emperor was angry and took action. He couldn't bear to see his subjects die in the infighting, and he didn't expect that many of the princes and ministers he trusted would betray him. To be honest, Koizumi was also a little confused. He had never expected such a scene to happen. He looked vaguely at Shu Muyu, who was holding a recorder in the corner and recording everything without taking any action. Shu Muyu covered herself in a black robe. Her mission was to record Ji Yuquan killing the Qing Emperor with his own hands. Of course he would help, otherwise Ji Yuquan wouldn't be able to do anything to the Qing Emperor with his strength. But don't forget General Bai's ability. His ability is the nightmare of all cultivators. She had already set up the formation given to her by General Bai here in advance. After the Qing Emperor took action, she immediately activated the formation that had been set up long ago. After the formation was activated, the rebellious ministers seemed to have received some kind of signal. They immediately took out pistols from their arms and fired several shots at their colleagues. Without mana, guns are the most deadly weapons. If one shot doesn't kill, then shoot twice. The jade seal in the hand of the Qing Emperor suddenly fell to the ground with a clang. The Qing Emperor did not react at all for a while. All his strength was consumed. He only had luck left, but luck does not represent strength. The only 3 priests who were capable of fighting had no idea what was happening inside. The gate of the Qing palace was suddenly closed, and the guards outside had long been accustomed to it. Sometimes when these ministers were discussing top-secret matters, they would close the door, but today the door was closed without any warning. What's going on? Where has my power gone? Emperor Qing was horrified. He quickly stood up and ran to the back, which was directly connected to the imperial palace. He was now running for his life like an ordinary person. Even the Qing Emperor was wondering at this moment why he had to build such a long walkway. Do you think you can get away? Ji Yuquan chased closely behind, and a long sword instantly blocked the Qing Emperor. The Qing Emperor was so scared that he stopped instantly, turned around and looked at Ji Yuquan, his heart full of vigilance. Whatever you want, my dear Lord Ji Yu, as long as I have it, you can take it. Why bother bearing the name of regicide? Under Ji Yuquan's relentless pressure, the Qing Emperor retreated again and again. In fact, Ji Yuquan was no less frightened than the Qing Emperor. If Shu Muyu had not informed him in advance, he would have probably thought of running away by now. The Heavenly Court actually has the means to turn immortal cultivators into mortals. This method is unheard of and unseen. It is something that will never appear in ancient, modern, or future times, yet it actually appears in the hands of the Heavenly Court. I want your life. Although it is not my intention, you will definitely die today. Ji Yuquan did not bother to think too much. Since the Heavenly Court chose to support him, it is not impossible for him to lower his waist now that he knows the Heavenly Court's methods. As long as the Heavenly Court can help him ascend to the throne, how he will treat the Heavenly Court at that time depends on now. If he offends the Heavenly Court now, he will never be able to ascend to the throne. Now Ji Yuquan's thoughts about the Heavenly Palace kept changing. Looking at the trembling Qing Emperor in front of him, a strange pleasure emerged in his heart. The Qing emperor, whom he once had to kneel before, is now in his hands, and he can end his life with ease. Hurry up. Shu Muyu came to Ji Yuquan's side at some point and urged him to hurry up. After all, she didn't have time to continue playing with him here. We have traveled all night to get here, and then used the bribed ministers of the Qing dynasty to successfully set up a large formation, wasting so much time. This time I was able to come out, and besides completing the task, I could also go out for a walk and delay some time so that I wouldn't have to worry about the troublesome affairs of heaven. Chapter 478, Troubled Times, Demon Realm Offline Recruits People. I understand. Ji Yuquan didn't want to offend this woman. As the saying goes, it's better to offend a villain than a woman. Especially since the other party is the goddess of heaven, who is in charge of all the female cultivators in heaven. She is so terrifying. How many male cultivators will be implicated by these female cultivators? If he offends her, he will probably offend the entire heavenly court. No, you can't kill me. The Qing emperor looked at him walking towards him and felt panic in his heart. He was at a loss. For a cultivator who loses his power, it is equivalent to losing everything. Emperor Qing had no time to savor the feeling of falling into the status of a mortal. A sword was swung down and blood splattered. The emperor of the Qing dynasty was beheaded in the passage behind the hall. The Qing emperor had never thought that he would die so miserably one day. He was the supreme ruler, the emperor, but was easily killed here without any power to resist. Okay, the work is done, and it's time for me to go. Don't worry, my heavenly court will definitely support you to ascend the throne and become emperor. After Shu Muyu put away the recorder, he didn't even look at the dead Qing emperor, turned to Ji Yuquan and said, "The Qing emperor is dead. This is the punishment of my heavenly court on the Qing dynasty. You can directly announce the real reason to the world, or you can do whatever you want." Ji Yuquan forced a smile on his face and bowed his hands, saying, "How dare I? The Qing emperor is incompetent and the court is treacherous and rebellious. I am following the will of heaven, clearing the court of corrupt officials and restoring peace to the world. How can I seek that false reputation? Don't mention it, don't mention it." Ji Yuquan would naturally not be stupid enough to expose himself. He could make a fortune by keeping silent. HMPH, hypocritical man. Shu Muyu snorted coldly, and her graceful figure turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared in an instant. Ji Yuquan waited until the other party had completely left before releasing his bow, feeling relieved. Sometimes strong strength is far less important than a strong background. It's like I'm obviously stronger than this woman, but I still have to endure her bullying. What kind of world is this? Ji Yuquan, feeling inexplicably sad, looked at the Qing emperor lying in a pool of blood, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. In the future, will I or my descendants be ruthlessly killed one day? Kill. The Qing emperor committed atrocities and was assassinated in the hall. The Qing dynasty is doomed, but the royal family is still there. Anyone who stops me from going to Shenhao is an enemy. Kill. In the name of avenging his father, Qin Zhen captured 3 cities in just 5 days and planned to go directly north to Shenhao. The death of the Qing emperor made Qin Zhen feel that it was a bit too strange. He had just started the rebellion and the Qing emperor died. Could it be that this was God's help? Qin Zhen's battle went smoothly, which gave him the illusion that all the heroes in the world were just like him. The unstoppable power displayed by Shenyang City, coupled with the assassination of the Qing emperor in the palace, made countless ambitious people see an opportunity to break the deadlock. Since the Qing emperor had many sons and did not leave any wills, these princes were all busy fighting for the throne and had no time to pay attention to these rebellions. No one wants to make things easier for others, and everyone wants to sit on the throne first and then deal with these rebellious people. For a time, the false balance of the Qing dynasty was instantly broken. Many heroes emerged, their ambitions were revealed, they called themselves kings, and sprinted hard for the only throne. Ji Yuquan was not foolish enough to release the news that he had assassinated the Qing emperor, but the heavenly court had grasped the evidence. But it didn't matter, as the heavenly court would not target him for no reason. Demonic realm. Li Yunxiao made great contributions. Under Li Yunxiao's persuasion, those supreme beings who were originally reluctant or even wanted to escape also, voluntarily, signed the contract. Now the number of supreme beings on the contract has reached 10. Each supreme being has his own demon army, and their strength should not be underestimated. The combined power of the 10 supreme beings and their subordinates accounts for 1/10 of the power of the demon realm. The contract scroll has reached its limit, and Chu Ge can no longer use this method to win over the people from the demon realm. However, this was not a problem for Chu Ge at all. With 10 supreme beings in hand, it was too easy for him to continue to expand this achievement. Under Chu Ge's instructions, as long as these 10 supreme beings can each win over one more person, the team will double in size. If the person you have won over can win over another person, then the team will be twice as large. This is the offline recruitment model. The condition is that they can be taken out of the demon realm, but now these people can't see any hope of getting out of the demon realm. Once they are in the water, they can never wash out, so these people can only follow Chu Ge obediently. They hoped that Chu Ge could lead them out of the demon realm, and the lord of the demon realm, who had been defeated once, would no longer be the invincible lord of the demon realm in their world. The lord of the demon realm that they believed in no longer existed. Now they are the supremes of the demon realm who only live for themselves. There are already more than 40 supremes who are dissatisfied with the lord of the demon realm. Almost half of the people in the demon realm have great opinions about the lord of the demon realm. It's just that they don't have the power to resist the lord of the demon realm, but now that mysterious man wearing a mask and a black robe has the power to leave the demon realm, which is something that even the lord of the demon realm cannot do. Regardless of whether this black-robed masked man has the power to defeat the lord of the demon realm, they all chose the black-robed masked man. As long as we take them away from the demon realm, they will be able to fly freely in the sky. Jun Moshao saw that his boss had no intention of leaving the demon realm. He had just told his fortune and knew that if he continued to stay here, he would most likely be discovered by the lord of the demon realm. After all, he is the lord of the demon realm. If the lord of the demon realm doesn't even have this ability, Zhao Haifeng will do whatever it takes to urinate outside the lord of the demon realm's palace. And write 7 big words, Emperor Zhao Tian was here. But now he doesn't dare. This is not just courting death, this is blatantly seeking death. Boss, the strength of the lord of the demon realm is that of an emperor. You should know that Jun Moshao was once an emperor. He told me that people with supreme strength are just ants in front of the emperor. Chu Ge naturally knew the power of the emperor. Although he had never faced him personally, he could imagine the power of the emperor from the fact that the supreme beings were just ants. The emperor can be said to be the top power in this world, but emperors also have strengths and weaknesses. Let's leave now. The trip to the demon realm has been fruitful. I think the outside world is in chaos. We can take advantage of the situation. The heavenly court will control the 4 directions and pacify the troubled times. It will become the destiny of heaven. Chu Ge's meaning is very easy to understand. The destiny pursued by the dynasty is the will of heaven. Whoever the heavenly court takes a fancy to is the destiny. His purpose of coming to the demon realm has basically been achieved. Boss, I think it's time to deal with those 3 people. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but remind. He has not forgotten those 3 people. Eradicating them completely is the most fundamental way to protect himself. Chapter 479 Inches sends the 10 Supremes to Zhou Tianyang. It's time. Chu Ge nodded slowly. It was not a good idea for the protagonist to hang out outside all the time. It would be bad if some unexpected things happened. He had not dealt with it before because he wanted to take advantage of Qin Zhen's ambition to make this chaotic world even more chaotic. And now, I think Qin Zhen's father should have been dealt with by the Qing court. The father offered sacrifice to the gods, and the protagonist gained unlimited magical powers. All of this was within Chu Ge's plan and was happening according to his script. According to these Demon Realm Supremes, the Demon Realm Lord does have a way to contact the outside world, but the cost is very high and it is impossible to keep in touch all the time. After one contact, it will take at least a year. Therefore, Chu Ge concluded that Zhou Tianyang would definitely contact his father after his failure. By then, Chu Ge will arrange some Demon Realm Supremes to come to Zhou Tianyang's side, and everything will be natural. By the way, let's take care of Lin Yi's family while we're out this time. Let Lin Yi lead the team personally. I will arrange 3 Demon Realm Supremes for him to deal with them. Chu Ge said to Zhao Haifeng. Chu Ge also has not forgotten Lin Yi's supreme family. Maybe he attached great importance to the supreme family in the past, but now he has enough power to solve these problems. Chu Ge is already able to kill the supreme powerful being at will. As for the emperor, it might be a little tricky. No problem, boss. These forces are enough for us to instantly wipe out all obstacles in the entire Qing dynasty. Zhao Haifeng said excitedly. You should know that there are no more than 10 supreme beings in the Qing dynasty today, while the demon realm has as many as 100 supreme beings, several emperors, and countless cultivators under the supreme beings. No one knows how many supreme and powerful people are hidden under the command of the Lord of the Demon Realm. This is the demon realm that countless emperors are afraid of. There is no shortage of monks in the demon realm. As long as a monk is demonized, he can become a monk in the demon realm, fight for the demon realm, and completely change the war camp. In other words, once a war breaks out, the number of monks in the demon realm will increase. This is the horror of the demon realm. As for whether he can control the 40 supremes of the demon realm, Chu Ge does not have to worry at all. With 10 supremes who have signed contracts in his hands, these supremes will not let the others cause chaos. They are the most loyal supporters, and they are more worried than anyone else about whether the other 30 supreme beings will betray them. Once they betray, they will inevitably be implicated by the people they have won over. They don't want to die, they haven't lived enough. Chu Ge did not gather these demon realm supremes together, but divided them into 4 groups. Each group had 10 demon realm supremes, and they were soon sent directly to the world outside the demon realm by Chu Ge. The 40 supreme beings and their subordinates disappeared without a trace, and the Lord of the demon realm soon found out. Investigate them for me. Even if they hide at the ends of the earth, we must find them for me. The Lord of the demon realm said this angrily, making his men run themselves to death. The Lord of the demon realm never suspected that someone would sneak into the demon realm to cause trouble. But I always thought that these people were just hiding because they were afraid of death. At the same time, the thing that annoyed the Lord of the demon realm the most was those people who betrayed him, even though he usually trusted them so much. I didn't expect that he was actually mistaken. In fact, it is only too normal for the protagonist's father to be betrayed by his subordinates and for him to make mistakes. Heaven. The spatial coordinates that Chu Ge returned to were the place leading to the demon realm, and Zhao Haifeng was immediately sent by Chu Ge to deal with the affairs of the heavenly court. Before leaving, Zhao Haifeng was still muttering something like workers don't need to rest, capitalists who squeeze their employees dry, etc. After Li Yunxiao found that there was nothing for him to do, he said goodbye to his boss and followed Zhao Haifeng away. Chu Ge looked at the demon realm supremes and their subordinates in front of him. There were more than 10,000 of them in total. If Chu Ge had not repeatedly instructed them to only take their trusted followers, they would have been able to take away hundreds of thousands of people. 40 supreme beings stared at the mysterious masked man in black robe in front of them. It's already this time, it's time for you to show up. Chu Ge directly lifted the black hood, and everyone present looked forward to seeing what he looked like under the mask without blinking. The mask was slowly taken off under the watchful eyes of the crowd, revealing a very young face, no more than 20 years old. However, the so-called supreme strong man is naturally not a fool, and no fool would stand up and provoke Chu Ge on the spot, which made Chu Ge disappointed. He originally thought that these people would at least question him, and even a few supreme beings would stand up to provoke him, and then he would kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. In the end, none of these people stood up. Being able to beat them out and gather them together so confidently, even though they look young, they will not take it lightly. Chu Ge looked at everyone with great disappointment. To be honest, I'm very disappointed. I thought some of you would stand up and provoke me, but you didn't. When everyone heard this, they laughed in their hearts. They were not fools. What was the benefit of provoking you? Sometimes Chu Ge wished so much that he could be treated like the protagonist, but it was a pity that only the protagonist could encounter such provocative things. Although Chu Ge also felt that he was a bit shameless, as no one came to provoke him, he actually hoped that someone would do so. As expected, people will only think about something that has never been done before. Okay, let's not waste any more time. Since you have come to my territory, you must obey my orders. Otherwise, I will send him back to the demon realm myself. I believe the Lord of the demon realm will be very happy for me to do so. Chu Ge's gaze swept over the crowd. These supreme powers looked at him without any retreat. None of them wanted to return to the demon realm. Especially for the 10 people who signed the contract, their only thought was to hope that the people behind them would not rebel, and even if they did, they would not be implicated. The 30 people at the back thought that as long as Chu Ge remained mysterious and did not give them the possibility of defeating Chu Ge, these people would not act rashly. Not only was it easy for him to leave the demon realm with so many people, this was not something a weak person could do. Quote, "You will live here temporarily. I will arrange someone to tell you about the current situation and where you are. As for my identity, you will know it soon." After Chu Ge left, someone came to arrange accommodation for them and introduce all the situations in the heaven and the outside world. Immortal City. The original Washian city was prosperous, with a developed economy, and the daily spirit stone trading volume reached 100 million spirit stones. The army from Shenyang city has completely razed the area to the ground. Zhou Tianyang was so happy at this time that his father actually brought him 10 supreme powerful men. Although he didn't know how they were delivered, his father must have paid a huge price. Zhou Tianyang had no idea that these demon realm supremes had completely betrayed his father and became people of the heavenly court. Chapter 480 10 supreme beings attack at the same time. However, Chu Ge made Zhou Tianyang feel the deep, father's love. His father really loved him. With 10 supreme beings, he would definitely be able to open the door to the demon realm. A strange light flashed in the eyes of these 10 demon realm supremes. Their mission was to kill Zhou Tianyang, Lin Tian, and Qin Zhen. However, Chu Ge knew the halo of the protagonist and never took it lightly. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Xu Muyu, who had a strong protagonist aura and looked very cool outside, was sent to lead the operation. Xu Muyu didn't expect that even though he stayed far away from Tianting, the boss would think of him first when something happened. It turns out that I can't just wander around outside doing nothing all the time. I have to find a reason to go out next time. If you are busy yourself, no one can throw tasks on you. At this time, Zhou Tianyang had no idea that his life was now in Chu Ge's hands. Brother Lin, Brother Qin, my father brought me a huge surprise. This time, Brother Lin and Brother Qin, I will help you avenge your deaths. Zhou Tianyang happily shared the good news with the two of them. Qin Zhen and Lin Tian looked at him in shock. 10 supreme warriors, Brother Zhou's father was really generous. For Qin Zhen, 10 supreme warriors are enough for him to wipe out the enemies of the Qing dynasty in the shortest time and re-establish a new dynasty. But for Lin Tian, 10 supreme beings were enough to kill the Lord of Heaven and avenge his childhood sweetheart. Come, I'll take you to see. From today on, the three of us have the power to deal with the Lord of Heaven. Zhou Tianyang enthusiastically invited the two to his residence to let them see what the power of the Supreme Lord of the Demon Realm is. In Zhou Tianyang's residence, Xu Muyu was standing in front of 10 supreme beings and talking about the plan. Did you understand everything? Please ask the goddess to let the master of the court rest assured and say a few good words for us. We will definitely complete the task. The 10 supreme beings were very confident about this mission. They thought it was a life and death mission, but they didn't expect it was just killing a few small shrimps. The Lord of Heaven is making a big deal out of nothing. Just one of them can easily crush these 3 small shrimps. Even though this person is the only flesh and blood of the Lord of the Demon Realm, some of them even proposed to keep the Lord of the Demon Realm's child and use it to threaten the Lord of the Demon Realm. But in the end it was rejected by the others. If the Lord of the Demon Realm knew about it, they would be in trouble. And they were still threatening him, they were courting death. The Lord of the Demon Realm has an unknown lifespan, so it is unknown how easy it will be for him to have another child. Once they use the young master of the Demon Realm to threaten the Lord of the Demon Realm, he will be like meat on the chopping board of the Lord of the Demon Realm, seeking death by himself and washing himself clean before sending him to the Lord. Very good, everything is going according to plan. Xu Muyu looked in a certain direction, and after noticing someone coming, he disappeared in front of everyone. These are the 10 supreme powers my father sent me. They are my brothers. Zhou Tianyang naturally had to show off his status as the young master of the demon realm in front of the 10 supreme powers. The 10 supreme beings cooperated very well with Zhou Tianyang's performance and greeted Lin Tian and Qin Zhen with a very gentle attitude. Young master, the demon lord has already told us everything when we came. The 10 of us are here to help you solve the trouble and get rid of the heavenly court that is in the way. One of the supremes spoke directly. Zhou Tianyang was somewhat tempted, but he always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out for the time being. Brother Zhou, we must deal with the heavenly court, otherwise, we will definitely be obstructed by the heavenly court in the future. Instead of doing that, it is better to get rid of the people who are in the way first. After that, we will unify the entire territory and establish a new dynasty. Quote. Besides, the Heavenly Court doesn't even know the arrival of these 10 supreme powers. We just need to launch a surprise attack on the Heavenly Court's lair and destroy it. Even the Lord of the Heavenly Court can't stop the joint attack of 10 supreme powers. This is actually what Chu Ge thought. In his heart, the threat of the Heavenly Court to him is too great. Rather than having to resolve the issue later, it is better to catch the other party off guard while they are still unaware. Lin Tian said with full agreement, let's create a time difference. The Heavenly Court will definitely be caught off guard. We will go straight to the heart of the Heavenly Court and completely eliminate the hidden dangers. Zhou Tianyang was persuaded by the two of them. He hesitated and would not accomplish anything great. He made up his mind and immediately said, let's do it. Action is better than thinking. Let's set off immediately. Zhou Tianyang and the other two, together with 10 supreme strong men, set off towards the Heavenly Court with a solemn oath. The fate that awaited the three of them had already been determined. After getting help from his boss, Lin Yi from heaven left heaven directly with 3 supreme powers and flew at high speed to the Lin family's land, which was very far away from here. After seeing that the plan was successful, Shumuyu followed behind them. The boss had instructed that as long as the 10 people took action, she would take action immediately. She didn't need to use her full strength, and only needed to participate in the final stage of killing 3 people. Commonly known as picking up heads. Shumuyu used to hate this kind of behavior, but now she actually has a little expectation. As expected, once the position changes, the mentality changes instantly. We are almost at the heaven. Let's rest here for a day and recover our magic power. This time I will make sure that the heaven is completely destroyed. Zhou Tianyang, who had been traveling all night, stopped immediately when he saw that he was about to arrive at Chongla Mansion. The journey during this period had consumed a lot of his magic power. This time he must be fully prepared and must not let the Lord of Heaven escape. The 10 supreme beings did not listen to Zhou Tianyang's words, but took a pill directly in front of Zhou Tianyang. This was the pill that the Lord of Heaven asked them to take. It was also a means to further lure Zhou Tianyang and the other two into a trap. They all recognized this pill. It was the pill that restored mana. Although it was not surprising, the top-grade elixir that could restore mana still made them look at it with higher regard. Although the 10 of them all felt that the Lord of Heaven was going too far, since the Lord of Heaven had so strongly requested it, the 10 of them had no choice but to do as he asked. Zhou Tianyang saw that all 10 people had taken the pills, so he asked them for 3 pills as well. Take it quickly, I can't wait to deal with the Heavenly Court. Zhou Tianyang had great trust in the 10 supreme subordinates. After all, they were given to him by his father and must be trustworthy. He took it without hesitation. Chu Ge and Lin Tian did not hesitate. After Zhou Tianyang took the pill, they took the pill one after another. Boom! At the moment when Zhou Tianyang and the other two took the pill, 10 powerful men with supreme strength attacked together. The 3 of them had no time to react at all after the supreme power was deployed, and were hit instantly. A palm strike from the front and back directly shattered the 3 people's heart meridians. But there is a mysterious force protecting the last breath of these 3 people. Chapter 481, Finishing off the enemy and touching the corpse. It's so simple. Even the son of the Lord of the Demon Realm can't dodge my palm. Ha ha ha. The son of the Lord of the Demon Realm is such a waste. The Lord of the Demon Realm has no successor. Even if he comes out, he will lose again. It is the most correct choice for us to abandon darkness and join light. Those in the Demon Realm who believe that the Lord of the Demon Realm is making a comeback are just wishful thinking. I think the Lord of Heaven is very ambitious, and his methods are comparable to those of a strong man with the strength of the Emperor. There must be a place for the Lord of Heaven in the future. We must make the most of this opportunity. That's right. Do you know? The information about heaven seems exaggerated to me, but I checked it out and it turns out that the description of heaven is quite modest. Well, the rise of heaven is unprecedented, and the growth of the Lord of Heaven's strength is unheard of. Do you dare to believe that the Lord of Heaven is not even as strong as the Supreme? I don't believe it. He must be hiding his strength. Just when everyone was talking about their own future prospects without making any finishing moves, Shumuyu slowly walked over from behind the crowd with a sword in his hand. What are you doing, goddess? We can absolutely guarantee that the 3 of them are dead. There is no need for you to do it yourself. A supreme being saw that Shu Muyu was ready to finish him off. This person simply did not believe in their ability, so he made a guarantee directly. Yes, goddess, these three are dead. Their heart meridians are broken, and all their cultivation is destroyed. That's right. With 10 of his supreme masters attacking together, there is absolutely no possibility for these three to survive. The rest of the silent people also confirmed that the three were dead. Don't disbelieve their expressions. Shu Muyu was too lazy to argue with them. He walked right past them and came to the three seriously injured and dying people, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Sure enough, he is not dead yet. Just as the boss said, there is still a glimmer of hope. One sword shatters three souls. The last chance of survival for the three people was ended by Shu Muyu himself. Seeing that the goddess did not trust them and still chose to finish them off, the 10 men were so angry that their eyebrows twitched, but they endured it because of the other party's identity. However, the unhappy expression was already revealed on his face. The cultivators from the demon realm had bad tempers to begin with. If it weren't for the strength of the Lord of Heaven who made them control their temper, they would have attacked Shu Muyu by now. But there is no way, the strength is not strong enough, and I am a little afraid of the methods of the Lord of Heaven. He is so strong even though he is not the Supreme. If he reaches the Supreme, wouldn't he be able to become a strong man with the strength of the Emperor? The boss told me that after finishing my work, I had to touch the corpse. I wouldn't have been so rude if I had known this earlier. Shu Muyu looked at the bodies that he had cut in half, his eyebrows twitching. Why did he only remember the important things after he had done so much? He had no choice but to put on surgical gloves and start to feel around the bodies of the three people. Isn't this woman a bit perverted? A supreme and powerful man looked at the goddess and actually touched the corpse. What good things can a few small shrimps have? They have some little quirks. I've seen many people with the habit of touching corpses, but I've never seen one that touches a corpse so bloody. A supreme and powerful man who was quite curious said suddenly, could it be that this goddess likes to touch the corpse all over after each action to satisfy some kind of desire of her own? It's so horrible, so horrible. The others stared at the goddess silently for a while, and turned away silently. These psychopaths all thought that the goddess was too perverted. If Shu Muyu knew that the people behind him were talking about him like this, he would definitely try his best to give each of them a sword attack. Shu Muyu took out a white jade seal from Qin Zhen's body and took his storage ring. As for Lin Tian, there was nothing good on him, but his body was useful to Wuden. Although it was the boss's instruction, he could also make Wuden owe him a favor. So Shu Muyu took Wuden's body. As for Zhou Tianyang, Shu Muyu looked at Zhou Tianyang's bloody body, took out a dagger and started to work. Fuck. This woman is peeling the skin of a dead person, and it's the skin of the Lord of the Demon Realm's son. It seems that this woman is not a pervert, but is really collecting some useful things. It seems that the Lord of Heaven has given her a task that we don't know about. But this is also normal. After all, there is still a gap between the relationship between the goddess and the Lord of Heaven and us newcomers. Quote. That's right, if we want to be valued by the Lord of Heaven, we still have to work hard. Shu Muyu first reconnected Zhou Tianyang's body, and used the talismans given by Zhang Chuchen to make the other's skin recombine without the slightest scar. To peel out a complete skin, you need to start from the top of the head and do it in one step, keeping your hands steady during the process. This was what she asked Gong Lian for advice when she had free time in the lower world. Gong Lian was a master of disguise, and he usually used human skin masks for disguise. Zhou Tianyang's skin is still very useful, and this is also a backup plan for Chu Ge to deal with the Lord of the Demon Realm. Shu Muyu also took away everything in Zhou Tianyang's storage ring, leaving nothing behind. Including Zhou Tianyang's memories, as long as a person has died within 20 minutes, the memories will exist in their brain. Shu Muyu didn't understand these things, but there were people in heaven who knew how to retrieve memories. He also put the head into the storage ring, took off the bloody gloves and threw them aside. A fire talisman fell directly on the corpse. With a bang, the high temperature instantly melted the corpse. After a few breaths, the distribution of the white ashes could vaguely reveal a human shape. Okay, we're done. Shu Muyu clapped his hands in satisfaction. Thinking that nothing was left out, he turned around and looked at them. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, everyone took a step back at the same time. What do you mean? Shu Muyu's expression changed instantly, and then he looked at everyone with a smile. It's meaningless. Since the goddess has completed the task assigned by the lord of the court, we should also set off and go back. When the atmosphere among the crowd became a little tense, a supreme and powerful man hurriedly came out and laughed it off, trying to avoid the matter. Tisk! Shu Muyu made a weird sound, and his body turned into a lightsaber and disappeared in front of everyone. Why did you take a step back just now? We, the supreme of the demon realm, are we still afraid of a mere woman? The supreme who had just spoken looked at everyone with a look of disappointment after the goddess left. No one spoke, and everyone looked behind him silently. The supreme quickly turned around and looked at Shu Muyu who had returned. His expression changed instantly, and he quickly smiled and said, "Why is the goddess back again?" Shu Muyu glanced at him, an old man who spoke ill of others behind their backs, and said, "I just forgot my sword." After she finished speaking, the sword stuck in the ground reacted instantly and returned directly to her hand, and then Shu Muyu disappeared on the sword. Hiss! The ancients said, only women and villains are difficult to raise. The supreme touched the sword mark on his face, and the blood was fresh. Chapter 482, Lurking in Disguise, You're the One. After Shu Muyu returned to heaven to report, he immediately left heaven and left his affairs to Zhao Haifeng and the other three. The reason for leaving left Zhao Haifeng and the other three unable to find any reason to refute. That is, the goddess of heaven needs to go out and spread the reputation of heaven and let more people know about the existence of heaven. Li Yunxiao, I'm giving you a task now. From now on, you are the young master of the demon realm, Zhou Tianyang. Chu Ge handed over the things that Shu Muyu had handed over, including all the items related to Zhou Tianyang, to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's face was full of question marks. What was going on? How did he suddenly become Zhou Tianyang? Boss, you want me to pretend to be Zhou Tianyang. But I don't know the magic skills. Li Yunxiao looked embarrassed and refused politely. In fact, he was a little unhappy, but the boss told him to do something and he couldn't refuse to do it just because he didn't want to. Chu Ge naturally knew that Li Yunxiao was refusing implicitly, but Li Yunxiao was the most suitable person for this matter. For all the memories about Zhou Tianyang, go directly to Lin Lang, he will help you turn you into a real Zhou Tianyang. Among these people, you are the only one in heaven who is most suitable for this task, and only you can carry out this plan perfectly. If you succeed, you can take charge of the entire demon realm. This world is either black or white, righteousness or evil, one light and one dark. My heavenly court has it all under control, the future of this world belongs to us. Chu Ge walked up to Li Yunxiao and patted his shoulder earnestly. Things have come to this point, and Li Yunxiao feels that if he refuses again, the boss's smiling face will disappear. So love will disappear, right? I understand, boss. I'll take this mission. No matter who I am in the future, I'm Li Yunxiao from heaven. Li Yunxiao solemnly took the storage ring handed over by his boss. This mission might be a long-term one, and he was mentally preparing himself to lie dormant for a long time. Zhou Tianyang and two other people were accidentally ambushed and killed by the heavenly court, and you, Zhou Tianyang, escaped with serious injuries and went back to take over everything of Qin Zhen. From then on, you and the heavenly court are irreconcilable. Chu Ge has already made up the story. By then, the heavenly court will continue to send troops to hunt down Zhou Tianyang, and the plan needs to be more comprehensive. I understand. I'm leaving now. Take care, boss. Li Yunxiao bowed seriously and left without looking back. In the research institute, Li Yunxiao came to the institute and found Lin Lang directly. Lin Lang had already analyzed the brain that Shu Muyu had given him in advance. Zhou Tianyang's brain was soaked in a container, and the instruments were connected to this brain. You're here. Yes, I'm here. I have completed 90% of the steps of recalling memory, and the last step is waiting for you. What should I do? Just lie down. Oh. Li Yunxiao was lying on the operating table in a daze. Lin Lang had put a series of complicated instruments on his head that he didn't understand. There were wires all over his head, which made his scalp tingle. Are you sure it's okay for me to lie like this? Li Yunxiao looked at Lin Lang who was operating the instrument at the side with some concern. I always feel like I'm being sliced and studied, but I don't know if it's an illusion. It has been confirmed repeatedly that there is no problem. Memory transfer is about to begin. You must be prepared for your brain to be rushed. Lin Lang, wearing a mask, answered Li Yunxiao very professionally. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Li Yunxiao felt a little flustered after hearing this. What does it mean to have your brain washed away? It sounds weird. Don't panic. Although this is my first time performing this kind of surgery, I have sufficient surgical experience to support me. There is basically no possibility of failure. Lin Lang's tone was full of confidence and a little excited at the same time. After all, this was his first time performing this kind of memory transfer surgery. He is able to research robots and has extensive knowledge of the human body and even medicine. Panic, I'm very panicked. Li Yunxiao answered seriously. What does it mean that you have sufficient surgical experience for the first time and there is basically no possibility of failure? It means that there is still a probability of failure. It seems that you are ready. So I will start. Lin Lang ignored his words, observed his expression seriously, and pressed the start button directly. You, %at %, Li Yunxiao felt as if his brain suddenly switched. Countless images flooded into his mind, impacting his original memory. By the way, I forgot to tell you, remember to protect your memory, otherwise you will likely be affected. Seeing that Li Yunxiao was in so much pain, Lin Lang couldn't help but stimulate him to help him relieve the pain. What did you say? Is there no way to solve this problem? How do you do things? Li Yunxiao was so anxious that he almost sat up, and shouted at Lin Lang in panic. How unreliable this person is, why didn't I realize it before? Of course there is a way to solve it. Lin Lang smiled with satisfaction when he saw that the other party had transferred the pain. Under Li Yunxiao's dangerous gaze, Lin Lang smiled awkwardly and quickly pressed another button. As long as he controlled the transmission of memory, such a problem would not occur. It was like a cursory tour or a slideshow, as if he had watched a long movie of life, and Li Yunxiao fell asleep comfortably. He had a dream, a very long dream. The memory that Zhou Tianyang was a time traveler did not exist. After Zhou Tianyang's death, the memory that Zhou Tianyang was a time traveler disappeared. Li Yunxiao didn't know how long he had slept. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Lin Lang operating the instrument with his back to him. You're awake. Lin Lang turned and looked at him, his eyes full of smiles. This experiment is very important to Lin Lang, and he even has an evil idea. If we forcibly transfer one person's memory to another person's memory, can we turn that person into another person? Can this achieve immortality in some sense? Also, if we capture a monk in the future, can we input the monk's memory into a robot so that the robot has human thoughts? However, the control aspect needs to be fully guaranteed, otherwise there is a chance of backlash and betrayal. Well, how long has it been? Li Yunxiao felt better than ever before and did not feel as tired as he had imagined. One day and one night, and then you'll need to change your skin. Lin Lang stared at Li Yunxiao and spoke slowly. Quote? Li Yunxiao's face was full of question marks. You didn't switch with me when I was asleep, and you waited until I woke up to tell me. What are you doing? The skin is in your hand. If you don't take it out, how can I do it when you wake up? Not to mention that I still need your personal consent when I do it. Otherwise, what if you cause trouble to me afterwards? Lin Lang shrugged helplessly. Why didn't you ask me before? Li Yunxiao stared at Lin Lang and said, gritting his teeth. Sorry, I was so excited that I forgot. Lin Lang looked at him innocently. Chapter 483, Life-Saving Trump Card, Lin Yi destroys his own family. It is very difficult to completely and perfectly install a piece of human skin on another person's body. The things involved are quite complicated. Although Lin Lang has some information on this subject, he has never done it himself, so he is more or less unfamiliar with it. There was no time to conduct experiments again and again, so Lin Lang had already made preparations and directly invited Gong Lian. Gong Lian is the boss's woman. If it weren't for the task assigned by the boss, Lin Lang would not have had the opportunity to invite her. Changing skins is very troublesome. Cultivators can actually change their own appearances, but it is easy to be seen. Especially if you want to deceive the Lord of the Demon Realm, you can only change your skin. Gong Lian stood in front of Li Yunxiao and slowly told Lin Lang what she knew about the techniques of changing skins. Lin Lang found that Li Yunxiao simply closed his eyes and lay back down obediently. He snorted in his heart, thinking that this guy only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Next, Li Yunxiao followed Gong Lian's request and directly sealed his consciousness, setting it to automatically wake up after 24 hours. After all, Li Yunxiao is a cultivator, and anesthetics have no effect on cultivators, so this is the only last resort. A day later, Li Yunxiao stood in front of the mirror with satisfaction. He had now completely turned into Zhou Tianyang, with the same height, appearance and even expression. Li Yunxiao, who had just opened his mouth, widened his eyes in confusion. Why did his voice change? I forgot to tell you that I installed an automatic voice changer in your body, so that you can have a full experience of the mission you are playing. Lin Lang handed him a communicator. By the way, take this communicator. You can contact us from anywhere. But if you are too far away, then I can't do anything about it. Quote. What is the contact range? Li Yunxiao asked curiously, holding the communicator. The range is 10 Earths. There is still room for improvement in the current range. I am currently studying it. Lin Lang had completed all his tasks. After giving his instructions, he directly kicked Li Yunxiao out of the research institute. Li Yunxiao walked out of the research institute and secretly went to find the boss. Chu Ge looked at Zhou Tianyang, Li Yunxiao, and said with satisfaction, it is indeed very similar. No, to be precise, you are now Zhou Tianyang. Your task is very simple, and that is to thoroughly do what you should do as Zhou Tianyang. Don't worry about the heavenly court, because you are Zhou Tianyang. Considering that Li Yunxiao's mission this time is not easy, Chu Ge took out a space jade slip and a time jade slip that he had refined long ago. This is a teleportation jade slip. As long as you crush it, you can return to heaven immediately. I hope you won't need it. The other one is a time jade slip. When you are seriously injured, it can instantly restore you to the state you were in half an hour ago. This was the life-saving thing Chu Ge gave to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. With this, he was finally protected and didn't have to worry about being exposed or in danger. Li Yunxiao left the heaven, and from now on he is Zhou Tianyang. Only the highest level in heaven knew about Li Yunxiao's role as Zhou Tianyang. After Li Yunxiao returned as Zhou Tianyang, he directly summoned Zhou Tianyang's old subordinates and used his eloquent words to persuade Qin Zhen's old subordinates who had become angry after hearing the news of Qin Zhen's death. Just as Chu Ge imagined, Li Yunxiao was the most suitable person for this kind of undercover work, because people believed whatever he said, and he was simply invincible. Li Yunxiao began to practice the skills in Zhou Tianyang's memory, completely transforming himself into a person of the demon realm. He has no worries and doesn't need to worry about not being able to go back in the future. He has no worries about being an undercover agent because the person behind him gives him sufficient protection and confidence. He believed that his boss would let him return to heaven, and this was just a temporary residence. Lin Yi and 3 Supreme Masters finally arrived at the Lin family. This place was far from being comparable to the remote place in the Qing dynasty. This is the Dagon dynasty, and the emperor of the Dagon dynasty is a true powerful emperor. The Dagon dynasty prospered under the governance of Emperor Gan and his ministers, with benevolent policies and rights, and the entire dynasty was in an upward stage. In the Dagon dynasty, if one wanted to become a city lord, supreme strength was only the basic requirement. The Lin family is the #1 family in the ancient city. There are 2 supreme masters in the Lin family, one of whom has died at the hands of the boss. Now the only remaining supreme master in the Lin family is the lord of the ancient city, Lin Changrong. Lin Changrong is not only the patriarch of the Lin family but also the lord of the ancient city. He is extremely talented. From his youth to now, he has only been defeated once in his life, and that was a battle with Emperor Gan, who was once a prince. After that battle, he was defeated, completely defeated. From then on, he began to follow Emperor Gan, who was once a prince, and until now he is still one of Emperor Gan's most trusted people. The deceased Lin Chunghua was his biological brother. The 2 brothers had similar talents, but the elder brother Lin Changrong was better. Until now Lin Changrong still doesn't know that his brother Lin Chunghua is dead. Lin Yi did not stand above the Lin family and yell as if to vent his anger. The Lin family was no longer important to him. He just wanted justice for his father and mother. The justice of this is to let the Lin family go down and apologize to his parents in person. The breath of the Supreme. In the city lord's mansion, Lin Changrong was handling affairs when he suddenly looked up in one direction. He seemed to have smelled the scent of the devil just now. How could it be possible for the supreme powerful person from the demon realm to come to his ancient city? Not good. Lin Changrong's face suddenly changed, and he arrived above the Lin family in a few breaths. Seeing that the Lin family was being ruthlessly slaughtered, he couldn't help but get angry. How dare you, you thief! Please, let me go, your parents' death has nothing to do with me. An uncle begged for mercy in front of Lin Yi, but Lin Yi killed him with a knife with an expressionless face. It's not that this uncle is not strong, but that his cultivation has been destroyed by a supreme being around him. At Lin Yi's command, the other two supreme beings started a ruthless killing in the Lin family. No one in the Lin family can be a match for the two supreme beings who are attacking with all their strength. All those below the supreme beings are ants. There are no injured people in the Lin family, only dead souls. Why should the dirty Lin family stay in this world? Don't you think so, Master Lin? Lin Yi wiped his hands covered with Lin family's blood directly on his face, raised his head and looked up at Lin Chengrong in the sky. His smile was very creepy. Three supreme powerful men, but Lin Yi, you colluded with people from the demon realm to kill your own blood relatives. You will not be tolerated by the world. You are crazy. Lin Chengrong saw his people being slaughtered, and after sending a message out, he attacked in anger. That's right, I'm crazy. There is no need for the Lin family to exist at all, I said it. Lin Yi sneered, no longer looking at him, and killed the remaining members of the clan. The end of the Lin family ended in his hands, which could be considered a complete beginning and an end. Leave this to me, you guys do your best to kill him. No problem. This was also the intention of the three demon realm supremes. The three of them had evil faces and exuded demonic energy all over their bodies. Killing some weaklings is really boring, it is interesting to kill a supreme being. Chapter 484, Revenge is taken, promoted to the supreme. Lin Chengrong held a longbow, and three blue light arrows condensed from magic power hit the bowstring. The next second, the bow moved, and three arrows of thunder's fury shot out like falling light from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the arrows hit the three people respectively. The three of them instantly realized that this guy's attack was not simple, so they did not dare to be careless and defended themselves. Thunder arm, magic light bell, Chenkin shield. However, the three bows and arrows actually broke through the defenses of the three people and caused some damage to them. Fortunately, the three people dodged in time, otherwise, the damage to them would not be just a little bit. It's interesting. It seems the three of us have to be serious about this. Hurry up and deal with this guy, then we can go back. Yeah, although the three of them had no sense of belonging to the heavenly court, they were afraid of the Lord of Heaven. As long as the Lord of Heaven was still there, they dared not act presumptuously and could only do their jobs honestly. The 3v1 battle between four supreme beings swept across the entire ancient city. Countless monks fled the ancient city in panic. Those below the supreme are all ants, and the lives of mortals are even less valuable than those of ants. But whether they are ants or not, they are all equal under the power of the supreme. Many monks died, and countless mortals were killed or injured. The battle in the sky became more and more intense, with no sign of stopping. It could be said that they didn't care about the lives of these people. At this time, Lin Yi had completely killed all the members of the Lin family, leaving no one alive, and his entire body was covered in the blood of the Lin family. The sticky blood made the world look blood red in his eyes, and Lin Yi's low laughter echoed throughout the bloody Lin family land. It's better to die, father, mother, I have avenged you. Ah! Lin Yi released the pleasure of revenge in his heart, roared to the sky, the supreme blood in his body suddenly rose up, and the supreme blood actually ignited without fire. The third level of Yuan Hang realm, the fourth level, the fifth level, the sixth level, the seventh level, the eighth level, the ninth level. Until the supreme bloodline spontaneously combusted without fire and was consumed, the aura on Lin Yi's body became thick and terrifying. The first level of the supreme realm, directly breaking through to the supreme realm. If this supreme level requires such a price, then, I would rather not have it. Lin Yi did not feel the joy of the breakthrough, and there was no one to confide the bitterness in his heart. He had already become the supreme, but his parents were no longer around. What was the use? Lin Chengrong. Lin Yi knew that the culprit was the head of the Lin family in Tiancong. At this moment, the sound of a knife suddenly came from the Lin family ancestral hall. With a whoosh, a white light rushed towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed the knife. The legendary Lin family's sword, this is the sword. Lin Yi looked at the sword in his hand, with a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. Evil creature, Lin Chengrong felt a little regretful when he saw the Lin family being wiped out and his former junior actually breaking through to the supreme level. If he had known this would happen, he would not have done that. Moreover, the Lin family's tyranny actually chose this child, which made Lin Chengrong feel a little panic for no reason. Kill. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had arrived in front of Lin Chengrong. Facing the explosive Lin Yi, Lin Chengrong directly shot an arrow. Clang! With a slash of his sword, Lin Yi's extremely sharp arrows were directly broken into pieces. He swung his sword directly at Lin Chengrong. The sword light was extremely domineering, and even Lin Chengrong did not dare to resist it. At this moment, the three Demon Realm Supremes joined forces to attack Lin Chengrong. Facing the power of the four Supreme Beings, Lin Chengrong was defeated again and again. He was not invincible, and the arrows he shot were not unlimited. Each arrow carried part of his power. The more arrows are used, the weaker Lin Chengrong will become. Simply put, Lin Chengrong is a mage, and he is facing four warriors. The three Demon Realm Supremes were extremely shocked. They were originally at the third level of Yuanheng Realm, but they suddenly became Supremes. This guy actually activated the Supreme Bloodline, which is rare. The three Demon Realm Supremes suppressed the horror in their hearts and became even more awed by the methods of the Lord of Heaven. Since their subordinates were so powerful, it seemed acceptable for them to work for the Lord of Heaven. Thinking of this, the three Demon Realm Supremes completely let go of their pride. They couldn't compete, so there was no need. 10 hours later. In the end, Lin Chengrong had no choice but to die on the spot at the hands of Lin Yi. The bow and body were also taken away by Lin Yi. Because Lin Yi remembered that Lin Feng seemed to need this thing. Lin Chengrong's call for help prompted the lords of several nearby cities to come and support, but unfortunately they arrived a step too late, and Lin Chengrong didn't even leave behind his body. The once prosperous ancient city has now become a ruin. Before leaving, Lin Yi and the three Demon Realm Supremes looted the ancient city together. Since they were doing it, they had to do it thoroughly. This was what Zhao Haifeng taught him. After Lin Yi came back to report, Chu Ge discovered that Lin Yi had actually broken through to the supreme level. This news instantly caused Zhao Haifeng and others to rush over. Fuck, you actually broke through to the supreme level directly, that's awesome. Zhao Haifeng looked at him curiously. I thought I was already very powerful, but I didn't expect you to be the one who hid the most. I was right about you, the supreme bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Jun Moshao seemed to have expected it, and he was not very surprised, as if it was natural. Once the supreme bloodline is activated, it will directly break through to the supreme level. However, in order to activate the supreme bloodline, one must reach the Yuanheng realm, otherwise, the supreme bloodline will not be activated. If you want to activate the supreme bloodline, everything depends on your luck. To put it simply, maybe your supreme bloodline will be activated after a good sleep, or maybe you will never be able to activate it despite your whole life's efforts. It all depends on fate. Supreme strength, it seems that I have to work harder recently. If I can't be the first, then I must be the second. Zhang Chuchen first congratulated him and then sighed with emotion. Don't people who practice Taoism say that they should do nothing? Zhao Haifeng glanced at Zhang Chuchen. There are thousands of ways to practice Taoism, not just the way of inaction. A smile appeared on Zhang Chuchen's lips, and his figure gradually faded, and finally turned into a whisk. This guy is still in seclusion. Is he so greedy? Zhao Haifeng went back without saying anything and prepared to go into seclusion as well. As for the matters in heaven, the boss was there anyway, so if he quit, he would be sure that the boss would solve them himself. While the boss is still in heaven, I have to work hard and not fall behind everyone else in cultivation. Lin Yi didn't know what to say. He was a little uncomfortable with suddenly becoming the first person in the group. After all, his presence had been very low before. Thank you for your corpse. I'm going to go into seclusion too. Lin Feng took the gift from Lin Yi and left with satisfaction. After everyone congratulated them one after another, they gradually left. Boss, I think the Dagon dynasty will definitely find out this time. After all, my identity may have been exposed in the ancient city. Lin Yi looked at the boss with some concern. Chapter 485 A visiting card to Emperor Gan. Don't worry, the Dagon dynasty won't be able to come to us for a while. Since Chu Ge gave Lin Yi the opportunity to take revenge, he naturally thought about the possibility of being exposed, and he had already made arrangements. Although Lin Yi didn't know what the boss had done, since the boss said so, Lin Yi felt relieved. Boss, these are the various treasures I got from looting the ancient city. Lin Yi seemed to have thought of something and quickly took out a dozen storage rings. These storage rings are filled with various spiritual stones, as well as ancient books on immortal cultivation and some confidential documents of the Dagon dynasty. Chu Ge only took the confidential documents about the Dagon dynasty and the secrets of ancient books on cultivation. As for the rest of the spirit stones, Chu Ge asked Lin Yi to give them to Li Heru. Then I'll go back first. Lin Yi left with the storage ring filled with spirit stones. After Lin Yi left, Chu Ge sat down and casually took out a storage ring to look at the contents. They were all secret records and techniques of some cultivation families, but Chu Ge suddenly stopped moving and his eyes became careful. Secret stories of the Dagon dynasty. It is rumored that the current Emperor Gon has a younger sister, whose whereabouts are still unknown. When the sister was born, there was a red mark on her body. Chu Ge suddenly thought of his boss Liu Yanru, but the age didn't match. The current Emperor Gon of the Dagon dynasty has been on the throne for more than 50 years, so his sister cannot be Liu Yanru. I am really possessed. How could I think of such a place? How is it possible? Then, Chu Ge couldn't help laughing and shook his head. He thought he was too sensitive. However, when Chu Ge looked on, his expression gradually became solemn. Because he saw that Emperor Gan's face was extremely similar to Liu Yanru's. If this was just a coincidence, then everything would not make sense. If Liu Yanru is really the princess of the Dagon dynasty, then Emperor Gon of the Dagon dynasty is her brother-in-law. Although everything remains to be verified, too many coincidences are no longer coincidences. As for age, there was a difference just now. Since when did cultivators use age to determine their values? No matter how old he is still a cultivator and can have children. In order for Liu Yanru to wake up earlier, Chu Ge felt that it was necessary for him to go to the Dagon dynasty. Wu Tian, temporarily terminate the plan and send a visiting card to the emperor of the Dagon dynasty. I, the Lord of Heaven, will visit him personally. Chu Ge picked up the communication jade slip to inform Wu Tian who was executing the plan. Then, Chu Ge returned to heaven and wanted to visit Liu Yanru. I have to go out this time. I found clues about Yanru's sleep. Chu Ge called Feng Linlin and informed her that he was leaving so that she wouldn't worry. Okay, you go quickly. I'll take care of Sister Yanru. Feng Linlin also cares about Sister Yanru. Now that she has found a rare clue, she is also looking forward to her man bringing good news when he returns. Naturally, Chu Ge would not leave alone this time. Since the heavenly court was visiting the Dagon dynasty, there had to be some pomp and ceremony. Wooten, who had been lurking in the Dagon dynasty, was a little confused. What was going on with his boss? He had clearly arranged everything, but now he was telling him to stop. Visiting the Dagon dynasty, the boss is too arrogant, he just offended the Dagon dynasty and now he goes to visit again, is he kidding? Wooten muttered to himself, he went to deliver the visiting card himself, Gandhi is the emperor, can he come back after he went there? But I can't disobey my boss's orders. Since my boss wants me to do it, then nothing will happen to me, right? Although Wu Tian had some concerns, he still went to the Dagon dynasty to deliver a visiting card. This was the face of the heavenly court, and he had to observe etiquette. After all, it was an above-board thing. Emperor Gon was furious at this time. Lin Chengrong, one of his most trusted ministers, was actually beheaded in the ancient city. This was not only a provocation to the Dagon dynasty, but also a slap in the face of the Emperor Gon, who usually did not show his power. Investigate for this emperor. No one can escape the fate of killing people from the great Gon dynasty. During the court meeting, the ministers lowered their heads and dared not say a word. No one could afford the wrath of Emperor Gon. Even though Emperor Gon was usually kind to them, everyone knew how cruel his methods were. Everyone could still remember the fate of the crown prince and many princes back then. Why is no one talking? Are you all mute? Aren't you all able to speak normally? Emperor Gon was furious when he saw that they all acted like cowards. They were all useless. They spoke very well normally, but kept silent when something happened. Report, Your Majesty, a three-legged golden crow is flying over from the front, and it wants to see Your Majesty. At this time, a guard hurried in, knelt on one knee, and bowed his head respectfully. Let him in. The anger on Emperor Gan's face subsided. The three-legged golden crow was rare, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. In fact, he was not really angry. The waste was dead, so it was dead. It was just that the person behind the scene had just sent people to investigate and had not received any news yet. The reason why he got angry was that he just wanted to take the opportunity to warn these ministers and let those frontier ministers stationed in major cities see his love for them. You see, I am still on your side. Don't be afraid, I am here. The killing of a supreme being has a huge impact. This is the first major event in so many years. If it is not handled properly, it may leave hidden dangers for future generations. Every generation of Emperor Gan would abdicate after staying on the throne for 1,000 years. It was not because they were forced to do so, but because they abdicated voluntarily. Because 1,000 years is enough to use the dynasty's fortune to stabilize themselves. Even if they leave the dynasty, they can be promoted to emperor. In this way, the dynasty will not become a bondage to them, and the dynasty will also cultivate one emperor after another for his descendants of the Ge family. Unfortunately, his father died early because after he left the throne, he failed in his attempt to become the emperor again and died accidentally. They have reasons why they have to break away from the fortune of the dynasty. Once they rely on the fortune of the dynasty for more than 1,000 years, they will become one with the fortune of the dynasty and will never be able to break away from it. Once the dynasty encounters changes, they will perish along with the dynasty. This is the most important reason. Secondly, how can a person becoming an emperor be stronger than the Ge family who has been an emperor for generations for thousands of years? This is the tradition of the Ge family and also the ambition of the Ge family. There are still 5 great emperors in the Ge family, which is also the biggest trump card of the Dagon dynasty. Once luck is heading towards irreversible decline, it cannot be reversed by a few emperors. This is the horror of luck. Wooten walked into the hall under the vigilant gazes of the Yuanhang realm guards and bowed to the emperor above. This was etiquette. The visiting card in his hand flew out and flew towards Emperor Gan. I am here to deliver this invitation by order of the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven will come to visit you personally on a chosen day. Lord of Heaven, is that the useless heaven that caused so much trouble in the Qing dynasty? Emperor Gan held the visiting card between 2 fingers and looked at him with a little interest. Interesting. Emperor Gan suddenly thought of Lin Yi, the useless person who was expelled from the Lin family. If he remembered correctly, he is in heaven now. Could it be that this matter was done by the heavenly court? Chapter 486. Where does the confidence come from? What have you come for? Emperor Gan's awe-inspiring look did bring a lot of pressure to Wooten. The ministers who had been angrily rebuked by Emperor Gan before also looked at Wooten. They did not even take the mere heavenly court seriously. Wu Tian said directly without being humble or arrogant, I don't know. What a good I don't know. Emperor Gan glanced at Wu Tian with a half-smile. What a dry emperor. Wooten felt as if there were thousands of mountains pressing down on him and he was just a little bit away from suffocating. It is obvious that Emperor Gan did it on purpose. What's the point of making things difficult for a subordinate like himself? He should wait for the boss to come and make things difficult for him. Wu Tian doesn't believe that Gandhi would be a match for the boss. Although the boss has not yet been promoted to the supreme, in terms of means, Gandhi is still slightly inferior to the boss. For a few breaths, Wooten only lasted a few breaths under the pressure of Emperor Gan's gaze. His whole body was drenched in cold sweat, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Emperor Gan withdrew his endlessly coercive gaze, and Wooten heaved a sigh of relief. Emperor Gan's voice came slowly. Yes, before the Lord of Heaven arrives, you will stay as a guest of my great Gan dynasty. Thank you, Emperor Gan. Wooten showed a bitter smile on his face. He couldn't run away now. However, there is no need to worry about his life for the time being, which is a blessing in disguise. The royal family of the Qing dynasty fought fiercely for the throne, and Guquan also rose up. Under the slogan of eliminating violence and restoring peace to the world, he directly captured the surrounding cities and began to expand. As promised, Heaven secretly funded Ji Yuquan. Whatever Ji Yuquan needed, Heaven gave it to him. However, Heaven took 1/3 of the profits from the city occupied by Ji Yuquan. Ji Yuquan felt a little painful at first, but when he thought about the benefits of ascending the throne and becoming emperor, he felt that this little gain was nothing and he should not lose the big picture for the small. He can't afford to offend the heavenly court now, and he has already made up his mind. When he can't afford to offend, he will just lower his head and act like a turtle and endure it. When he can afford to offend, he will settle the score. Ji Yu Quan knew about the news that the Lord of Heaven was leaving for the Dagon dynasty, but he did not want to know. The most important thing for him now was how to capture more cities, accumulate his own strength, and become the final winner. Today, the Qing dynasty is on the verge of collapse. The entire dynasty is in chaos, wars are being launched everywhere, and troubled times have emerged. Talents from all walks of life have emerged, each shining with their own brilliance. Changla Prefecture ruled by the Heavenly Court can be said to be the last paradise in the entire dynasty. Countless businessmen, immortal cultivation families, as well as hundreds of thousands, millions, and tens of millions of ordinary people poured in, and the Changla Prefecture seemed to have suddenly become more lively. After settling all these outsiders, the Heavenly Court issued new regulations, announcing that no one would be turned away. Only quantity can bring about a qualitative change. Even if one person out of 50 million people can become an immortal, that is enough. The Heavenly Court has set up countless immortal cultivation qualifications testing points within the area of its rule, once a year. The foundation of heaven will be passed down through the ages. This is what Zhao Haifeng and others most want to see. Just as the boss said, heaven belongs to the boss and also to them. The boss went to the Dagon dynasty, and Zhao Haifeng did not rush to go. Instead, Zhun Moshao followed him, and the rest of the people stayed in heaven to prevent any unexpected events from happening. The Heavenly Court's network of contacts is constantly increasing. Since the war cannot affect the area ruled by the Heavenly Court, the Heavenly Court's status has suddenly become transcendent. It has become a force that most people want to make friends with. Even those heroes who were at war and wanted to fight for something held the attitude of not offending the Heavenly Court if possible, which made the Heavenly Court's reputation soar. Chu Ge went to the territory of the Dagon dynasty. Perhaps it was because Emperor Gan had given a greeting, but he had a green light all the way. He was even treated with courtesy by local officials when he took a rest in transit. Chu Ge brought a lot of people with him on this trip, and now that everyone's strength has improved, they have the strength to refine some advanced pills. Ji Yu Bai's guard team has basically been upgraded to the Spirit Sea realm, and there are also many in the Spirit Transformation realm. This time the guard team brought 3,000 people. Zhao Yu's East Factory team also had a total of 3,000 people, most of whom were at the Linghai realm, with several at the Hualing realm. Chu Ge possesses the complete book of heavenly alchemy. He has all the recipes for elixirs that exist and don't exist in this world. However, due to his lack of strength, he is unable to refine some elixirs. This is also the way that heaven can keep up with Chu Ge in a short period of time. The Heavenly Court has no shortage of foundation or talent, it just lacks a little bit of time. 6,000 people appeared in the capital of the Dagon dynasty in a mighty manner. Although the Dagon dynasty would not care about these, the fact that the newly rising Heavenly Court had such a large number of powerful cultivators did make Emperor Gan, who received the news, look at them differently. Although Emperor Gan did not care about this little power, but for the current Heaven Court, the Lord of Heaven was so young, and the rapid development, Emperor Gan paid more attention to the Lord of Heaven. In the court, Chu Ge walked in slowly, followed by Zhun Moshao, Zhao Yu and Ji Yu Bai. The great Gan dynasty is indeed as the rumors say, with clear governance, wise rulers and virtuous ministers, and it is thriving. The first time Chu Ge saw Emperor Gan, it was as if he saw Lu Yanru. Although they were a man and a woman, their looks were so similar, much more lifelike than in the portraits. Zhun Moshao, Zhao Yu and Ji Yu Bai, except Zhao Yu who has not met Lu Yanru, the other two have met the proprietress. Emperor Gan actually looked so similar to the boss's wife. Coupled with the boss's personal purpose of coming to the Gan dynasty, Zhun Moshao and Ji Yu Bai instantly had a lot of thoughts in their minds. Could it be that this Emperor Gan and the proprietress are related by blood? Then, would Gandhi know the reason why the boss lady has been unconscious? So the boss came here this time to solve the boss lady's problem. The Lord of Heaven has come from afar, so I will naturally treat my guests with great courtesy, but as for my enemies, I will make them regret going against me. Emperor Gan looked at the Lord of Heaven who was a little too young, and was very curious about how he had cultivated to the Yuanhang realm. When I was as old as the other person, I was only at the Taishu realm. Boss, you're finally here. Wooten, who had been treated well with good food and drink these days, finally waited for the boss to come. He hurried to the boss's side and felt safe instantly. Well, thank you for your hard work. Chu Ge patted Wu Tian's shoulder to comfort him, then looked at Emperor Gan. Dagon is thriving and his fortune is as high as a rainbow, how could anyone dare to go against Dagon? Quote. Haha. Is that so? Emperor Gon looked deeply at the Lord of Heaven. The other party didn't feel afraid of him at all. Now he was sure that this was what the other party did. Isn't he afraid that I will kill him? Where does this confidence come from? Chapter 487, Emperor Gan's long-lost sister. After a few polite words, Chu Ge's voice suddenly reached Emperor Gan's ears, causing a flaw to appear on his calm and indifferent face. I wonder if Emperor Gan once had a sister. Dismiss the court. Emperor Gan announced the dismissal of the court on the spot, and in front of the ministers who were about to leave, he directly invited Chu Ge and others to his monastery for a chat. Gandhi's monastery is Gandhi's private space. It is full of birdsong, flowers and pleasant climate. More importantly, it is full of spiritual energy and some rare animals and plants can be seen along the way. Emperor Gan really knows how to enjoy himself. Chu Ge noticed that even a floor tile had been carved in every possible way, and couldn't help but sigh at the power of the Gan dynasty. Sometimes, the heritage of the Dagon dynasty can be seen from these details. These floor tiles are formed from extremely special spiritual minerals. Everything we do is for the great cause. As long as we can become stronger, any means and any sacrifice are worth it. Emperor Gan sat in a pavilion with a nonchalant look, poured a cup of tea himself, and asked Chu Ge to sit down. Jun Moshao and the other two stood obediently behind Chu Ge. Chu Ge held the teacup and sipped the tea before saying slowly, I'm not going to beat around the bush. Emperor Gan still remembers your sister. Is she dead or alive? Have you seen my sister? Emperor Gan's gaze was like a pair of sharp scissors, as if he wanted to cut open Chu Ge's brain and explore his memory. Let me show you this portrait. Chu Ge directly handed a photo to Emperor Gan. It was a photo of Lu Yanru and himself. The fundamental reason why Lu Yanru's parents in the underworld have always treated her badly is that Lu Yanru is not their biological daughter, but someone they picked up. If nothing unexpected happens, I might be able to call you brother-in-law. Chu Ge couldn't help but smile. Emperor Gan stared at the woman in the portrait. She looked very much like himself, especially her eyes, which were so similar. He remembered clearly that after his mother gave birth to his younger sister, he immediately rushed to the palace to visit his mother upon hearing the news. He remembered it very clearly, and those eyes were exactly the same as they are now. Unfortunately, a huge fire burned his mother and sister to death. When he arrived, he couldn't even find their bodies. It was said that they were burned to ashes. How could he possibly believe this result? His mother was an immortal cultivator, how could she die in a fire? However, his father had actually ordered the execution of all the eunuchs and palace maids who served his mother and sister just before he arrived, thus cutting off the clues. From then on, Emperor Gan began to harbor resentment towards his father and his heart became hardened. It was also from that moment that he decided that he must obtain the throne. In particular, his father's favorite concubine Yu. After he ascended the throne, he killed concubine Yu with his own hands and learned the truth of that year from her. His sister is missing and her body cannot be found. His mother must have sent her away before she died. He has never given up looking for her until now. Because the only relative he has in the world is his sister who may still be alive. Family affection is simply a luxury for the emperor, especially for someone like him whose hands are stained with the blood of his relatives. No one can understand his desire for family affection. Where is she now? Emperor Gan's tone fluctuated greatly, and it was obvious that this news had caused a huge wave in his heart. Although he was not really sure yet, the feeling of blood connection was not wrong. As long as he found her, he would be able to confirm whether she was his sister. Chu Ge shook his head. I can take you to see it now. She has a red mark on her body, and now she has been in a coma for several years because of the awakening of her blood. If you want to confirm whether she is your biological sister, I think you have a way, Emperor Gan. Emperor Gan was so excited that he stood up and said impatiently, hurry up, take me there. The red mark and the awakening of blood reminded Emperor Gan of something that had never happened in the family. It was rumored that the family once had a bloodline that could allow people to awaken directly to the Supreme or even the Emperor. But the price is falling into deep sleep, and continuing to sleep. Only special methods can shorten the sleeping time. He was not worried at all that the Lord of Heaven would deceive him and deceive himself. He believed that the other party was fine and would not come to him to commit suicide. Huh, what did you call me just now? At this time, Emperor Gan suddenly reacted. The three people behind Chu Ge suddenly wanted to escape. Is it really okay for the boss to call him that? Although the outcome is still uncertain, if Emperor Gon gets angry and the boss can't take care of the three of them, they will be in trouble. Brother-in-law. Chu Ge narrowed his eyes, ready to respond to the angry Emperor Gon at any time. He deliberately angered Emperor Gon in order to test whether he really cared. If Emperor Gon accepted it with a smile, Chu Ge would never take him there no matter what. If the other party is irritated by him, Chu Ge can always feel at ease. After all, no brother in the world would like his sister to be taken advantage of by a pig and be called brother-in-law in person. Emperor Gan's eyes instantly became extremely gloomy and dangerous. The emperor's move was extraordinary. It seemed that he was powerless and invisible, but it was extremely terrifying. When Emperor Gon thought about how his sister was actually being killed by this guy in front of him, his anger grew, and he took direct action, intending to teach this guy a lesson. Although I won't kill this kid, I want him to know what the anger of his brother-in-law is. The three people behind were instantly transferred into space by Chu Ge, but even so, the space became extremely fragile and unstable. The next second, the Kunlun mirror appeared in Chu Ge's hand, and the power of the Kunlun mirror instantly made the space stable. How terrifying. Is this the power of the Emperor? Ji Yu Bai and Zhao Yu were both still in shock. It was too terrifying. Only Jun Moshao remained silent. He was very clear about the power of the Emperor. However, he felt very aggrieved now. In the past, even Emperor Gon had to bow his head in front of him. You are worthy of being the Emperor. You have directly affected the structure of space. Once the space collapses, all of us will be buried in the space. Chu Ge appeared outside with three people, looking at the surprised Emperor Gon, and exclaimed, I didn't expect that you would have such an opportunity and learn the ability of space. Emperor Gon didn't expect that the other party could actually use the ability of space. He was shocked and did not choose to attack again. He recognized the ability of the other party in front of him. Being able to dodge your own attack is also a skill. It's just a coincidence. Chu Ge smiled and said, I'll take you to see her now. You three just wait here, Gandhi and I will be back soon. Have you used your spatial ability to this extent? Gandhi did not expect that the Lord of Heaven actually intended to use the spatial ability to take him away directly. Isn't he afraid of being too arrogant by taking a person at the Emperor level? Chapter 488 Wake up in half a year. I think we should use other methods. Emperor Gon was still very wary of space. If something went wrong, he might be directly buried in the turbulence of space. Once, out of curiosity, he tried to study the laws of space and used a magic weapon with a trace of space power, and finally he was fortunate enough to enter the space. But the ending was not good, and he almost died in the space turbulence. From then on, he knew that even though he was already an emperor, he was still extremely vulnerable in the face of space. Don't worry. Do you think I would joke about my own life? Chu Ge seemed to see through Gandhi's inner worries and said directly, this is the fastest way. Don't you want to confirm it with your own eyes right away? Gandhi was also a straightforward person. Even the Lord of Heaven in front of him did not have the courage to harm him. This is the Emperor's confidence, and it also comes from the reliance on the Emperor's strength. Don't resist. Chu Ge entered the space directly with a hint of caution in his heart. How come you're back so soon? Feng Linlin was very surprised to see Chu Ge suddenly appear, and then she saw the middle-aged man beside him, with a puzzled look. Who is he? This is the doctor I found for Yanru. I hope there is a way to make her wake up as soon as possible. After Chu Ge explained to Feng Linlin, he found that Emperor Gon had taken out a gem in his hand, and the gem was glowing slightly. Perhaps he noticed the puzzled look of the Lord of Heaven. Emperor Gon said to himself, this is the blood orb of the royal family of my great Gon dynasty. All my royal blood can be verified. When my sister was born, her blood dripped into this blood orb. I only need to take a drop of blood to know whether she is my biological sister. Biological sister? Feng Linlin looked at this man in surprise. She hadn't taken a closer look before, but now she found that this guy looked exactly like Sister Yanru. Although Feng Linlin still had many questions she wanted to ask, she swallowed back the words she wanted to say because there were outsiders present. Chu Ge took out a needle and directly took a drop of blood from Lu Yanru's finger and handed it to Emperor Gon. Emperor Gon suppressed the excitement in his heart and directly merged the drop of blood into the blood orb. In the 990th year of Emperor Jinglong's reign, concubine Yang gave birth to a daughter. The information suddenly appeared in Gandhi's mind. The information was very short, and just one short sentence summarized everything about his sister. Before he even had time to be named, his sister disappeared and his mother was murdered. Emperor Gan had vivid memories of the dangers of those years. He faced many life and death crises, and became more ruthless each time. So after he ascended the throne, he eliminated all the princes, even the crown prince of that year. Among the royal family members now, only the princes who were just children back then were spared by Emperor Gan. They were clear about their gratitude and grudges, and as long as they did not pose a threat, Emperor Gan did not mind giving them a chance to survive. Sister. Emperor Gan looked at his sister who was soundly asleep with a dazed look in his eyes. After so many years, he seemed to see the sister who was still in her infancy. Brother-in-law, now we should find a way to wake her up. Chu Ge couldn't help but remind him. This was the important reason why he brought him here. After Emperor Gan confirmed Lu Yanru's identity, Chu Ge was happy for Lu Yanru. With such a brother-in-law in the future, Lu Yanru will have relatives who care about her. Emperor Gan shook his head with great regret. Although he also wanted to recognize his sister immediately, he could not stop the awakening process. Once blocked, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The awakening of the Ge bloodline is extremely rare. Even this emperor has never awakened. My sister had a rough first half of her life, but it will be smooth sailing later. There are gains and losses in the way of heaven, that's all. Is there no way? I don't believe it. Chu Ge didn't believe that there would be no solution to the bloodline of the imperial family of the Dagon dynasty. Indeed there is, but she has to go to my Ge family's forbidden land, and it will take only half a year to wake up. Half a year is just a blink of an eye for Emperor Gan, but his sister seems to be very happy, having a man who cares about her and protects her, especially since this man has a bright future. Even if this man has other women, it is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and even he himself has many women in his harem. Half a year. That's okay. Chu Ge picked up Lu Yanru and said to Feng Linlin, wait for me to come back. Okay. Feng Linlin glanced at Emperor Gan. She didn't expect that Sister Yanru actually had a brother who was an emperor. She didn't know how happy she would be when Sister Yanru woke up. Let's go. Chu Ge looked at Emperor Gan and took him and disappeared in the room in an instant. After returning, Emperor Gan looked at his sister in Chu Ge's arms and said, come with me, your men will wait here. You continue to drink tea, I'll be back soon. Chu Ge followed Emperor Gan to the Ge family's forbidden area, which was heavily guarded and had layers of formations. In a cave, there was an ice bed. After placing it there, I will activate the formation here. There are hundreds of millions of top-grade spirit stones buried under the cave. As long as the spirit stones are sufficient, you can come out after awakening for half a year. It's a pity that no one is qualified to use the accumulation of several generations of emperors. I didn't expect that it would be my sister who has this opportunity. Emperor Gan laughed unconsciously, not knowing whether he was mocking the incompetence of the Ge family's children or feeling happy that his sister had such a godsend opportunity. You have made an indispensable contribution to the recovery of my sister today. Tell me, I will grant you one request. Emperor Gan looked at Chu Ge. Although the other party had a request of him, his sister was recovered thanks to the man in front of him. I don't need it. Chu Ge didn't need to rely on a woman to survive now, so he refused directly. As long as she can wake up safely, that's enough. Emperor Gan looked at him in surprise. As far as I know, although the heavenly court is in a transcendent position now, it is just a remote place. You don't even need the help of a great emperor. Emperor. Is the great emperor stronger than me? Chu Ge laughed. Don't Emperor Gan understand? In front of the power of the law of space, even the great emperor is not enough. Hearing this, Emperor Gan laughed and said, it's me who has misjudged you. Okay, I won't force it, but I owe you a favor. As for when to repay you, it depends on God's will. There were more and more seals in Emperor Gan's hands, and the seals seemed to activate the surrounding formations. In an instant, the place was extremely bright, and the seals turned into lines that directly blocked the entire cave. Before this, Emperor Gan and Chu Ge had already left here. See you in half a year. Chu Ge looked at Emperor Gan. Yeah, Emperor Gan was in a very good mood after his sister was found. So, he personally saw off the Lord of Heaven that day, accompanying him for thousands of miles, and all the ministers followed him. It was a grand scene. Chapter 489 Killing because of seeing the future. Boss, if the Emperor of Dagon is the boss lady's brother, then doesn't that mean we in heaven will have an extra helper? Jun Moshao asked curiously after leaving Dagon. Gu Bai, indeed, if the boss lady is Emperor Gan's biological sister, then we and the Dagon dynasty are related by nepotism. Zhao Yu, what nepotism? This is called a marriage relationship. Chu Ge put down the book of secrets in his hand. The three of them were so curious, he could only explain. The matter of the Dagon dynasty has been resolved, and the Dagon dynasty will not continue to pursue responsibility for the matter of the ancient city in the future. Now for half a year, I want to make Tianting a peaceful and tranquil area. I hope that when she wakes up, she can see a world without war. Handsome, half a year is enough. Jun Moshao thought that with the current strength of Tianting, it would be easy to support Ji Yu Quan to become emperor and make Tianting aloof. Ji Yu Bai did not say anything. He now possessed the inheritance of the great emperor. He only needed to follow the steps. He had the hope of being promoted directly to the great emperor within a year. This is the inheritance of the great emperor, and he has sufficient experience in becoming the supreme and impacting the great emperor. Why does it feel a little weird here? Zhao Yu suddenly said. Some of these cowards only know how to do sneaky things. Chu Ge shook his head slightly and continued to read the interesting news. Chu Ge didn't care at all whether someone would ambush them. There might be people in this world who can kill me, but they are definitely not the kind of people who can do sneak attacks like me. The strange formation was activated instantly, and a repressive force emanated from the formation, directly suppressing everyone's realm. It seemed that everyone's strength was suppressed to the level of Taishu realm. This kind of formation is rare, but it has a big drawback. Anyone who enters the formation will be suppressed to the Taishu realm. Tisk, kill them. Chu Ge felt that his strength was also rarely suppressed to the Taishu realm, and he couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Kill! Shouts of killing suddenly rang out from all around. Countless cultivators appeared in the sky, flying on swords and rushing directly into the formation. It was obvious that they were well prepared. All the people from the East Factory, follow me to kill them. Zhao Yu spoke sharply and led 3,000 East Factory men to kill them directly. Royal Guards, kill the enemy. Ji Yu Bai did not expect to be attacked, and immediately arranged for his trusted men to ask for help from the Heavenly Court. This was a precautionary measure. Nothing is more important than the boss's safety, and it is always right to believe in something. Jun Moshao stayed beside the boss without taking any action. He noticed that no leader had appeared and they were obviously still in the dark trying to let him down. Chu Ge watched the fight between his own people and the enemy, thinking to himself that there were not many formations that could affect him, but he did not expect to encounter one today. This is the Holy Land of Dian. Since someone wants to assassinate me, the Holy Land of Dian must know about it and may even be involved. I just don't know why the person behind this is against me. Suddenly, a huge hand came from the sky with the force of covering the sky, and Jun Moshao punched it to death. Within the formation, everyone is in the Taishu realm, and this is the drawback of this formation. Boom! The big hand was instantly shattered by Jun Moshao's punch. Several figures appeared directly. Even though they were suppressed in the Taishu realm, their combat experience and real combat strength far exceeded that of the Taishu realm. Lord of Heaven, today is your memorial day. One person said coldly. The Heaven Court is colluding with the devil, and their crime should be punished. An old man looked righteous, but his words were full of shit. He has committed numerous evil deeds. The Heavenly Court has committed unforgivable crimes. Heaven has wrath and people hate him, and anyone can kill him. A young man stood beside the two men, looking at the Lord of Heaven with anger. Chu Ge was drinking a pot of tea, the aroma of the hot tea slowly flowing out from the spout of the pot. Holding the teacup, he took a sip of hot tea and sighed with enjoyment. Chu Ge glanced at him puzzledly. Who are you? Hee. Of course you don't know who I am. You just need to know that I have evidence of your Heavenly Court colluding with the evil sects. As long as I make it public, there will be no place for Heavenly Court in this world. When Lin Yan thought of the scene of the beautiful figure in his mind dying miserably in the future, his heart was broken and he could not suppress his anger. Oh, Chu Ge looked at the boy with some surprise. Who is this guy? He has no impression of him at all. Jun Moshao didn't want to listen to their nonsense, so he attacked directly, and his every move was a killing move. Jun Moshao's attack directly defeated the three people. With this little strength, you want to assassinate the Lord of Heaven. It's just a daydream. Jun Moshao sneered as he looked at the three people who were beaten back by him. You don't know what you are capable of. Judging from the skills you are using, you seem to be from the great Yan Holy Land. Since you have taken action, you must bear the wrath of heaven. Abandon Heaven Fist. Jun Moshao punched forward again, and the Abandon Heaven Fist instantly made the three of them look miserable. Lin Yan didn't expect that the power of this heavenly court elder was still so strong after being suppressed to the Taishu realm. Unexpectedly, both elders were unable to withstand the other's isolated power. This power seemed to be unacceptable in the world, but it was easily used by the other party. He was so stubborn that he would never admit that he was not as good as the other party's men, even though they were at the same level of strength, so Lin Yan kept holding on, holding his breath in his heart. Fortunately, I informed my father and the elders in advance and prepared this formation to ambush the Lord of Heaven, otherwise, it would be hard to tell who would win or lose. This time, they brought a total of 10,000 people from the great Yan Holy Land, all of whom were at the Taishu realm in strength, and the rest of the people were there to maintain this formation. After all, the strong ones above Taishu are the same as those in Taishu realm when they come in. This is the biggest trump card of the great Yan Holy Land. Now that it has been used, it is bound to be feared by other dynasties and holy lands. Lin Yan died for no other reason than because he saw the beautiful figure from the future die in front of him. The heavenly court colluded with the demonic path to destroy the holy land of Dian, and his fiancée died at the hands of an elder of the heavenly court in order to cover his escape. It was the person before him who would destroy everything he had with his own hands in the future. Even though it had not happened yet, he could still remember vividly the tragic scenes of the future. No matter what, you will die today. Lin Yan condensed two different kinds of strange fire in his hands, preparing to forcibly merge them into one. The extremely violent strange fire made people fearful. In order to carry out today's attack, he personally persuaded his father, and then his father personally persuaded the leader of the Holy Land to agree to this action. He and his father have already paid a huge price for this action. It is undoubtedly not a good choice to offend the heavenly court, which is on good terms with the Dagon dynasty, for no reason. Holy Son, you can't do this. The two elders shouted worriedly. Chapter 490, Lotus of Strange Fire. Please hold me back for a while, the two elders. I need some time to fuse the strange fire. Lin Yan was now forcibly fusing the strange fire and could not be disturbed at all. He had never tried this trick before, but now he had to do it. Even at the risk of his own life, he was determined to eliminate the Lord of Heaven and one of its elders. This is a rare opportunity, and after this time, there will be no more opportunities. This action will definitely be exposed, and there will definitely be a battle with the heavenly court, but the Holy Land of Dian is not afraid of the heavenly court that has lost its Lord. In the remaining fragments of the future, he saw the power of the Lord of Heaven, and he also knew that if the Lord of Heaven could not be killed here, he would never have another chance. Holy Son, please be careful. The Holy Land cannot lose the Holy Son. The two elders are close confidants of the Lord of the Holy Land, who is also Lin Yan's father. Naturally, they do not want Lin Yan to have any problems. The Holy Son found two strange fires after going out twice. The future of Dian Holy Land depends entirely on the Holy Son. Strange fire, Chu Ge couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise when he saw the two kinds of strange fire in the other party's hands. There are indeed strange fires in this world, but they are not mainstream. Moreover, there are 99 strange fires in the world, scattered in countless corners of the world, and no one can collect them all. The universe is so vast that no one knows its end, but for some people, everywhere is the end of the world. Ding dong. Options on. Option 1. The protagonist who sees through the future can often know the future trends and thus influence the future. Catch him and capture the future. Reward. Eyes of the future. Option 2. Destroy their clan, cut off their descendants, and let the people of the world know the price of provoking the heavenly court. Reward. Area ruled by heaven, awe of heaven +1. Chu Ge slowly put down the teacup and directly selected both options. He turned out to be the protagonist who saw through the future. This made him more interested in this protagonist. Will the Holy Land of Dian be destroyed by heaven in the future? Or, will this protagonist offend me again in the future, and then die from committing suicide? The eyes of the future and the heart of awe are both good things for Chu Ge, and he cannot possibly not want them. However, seeing that Zhun Moshao was at ease, it seemed that he did not need to do anything himself. Zhun Moshao looked at him with some surprise. I didn't expect it to be a strange fire, 99 strange fires of heaven and earth. I didn't expect that you would get 2 of them. You are such a lucky boy. Even as an emperor back then, he had never seen a strange fire. It can only be said that strange fire is not only rare, but also difficult to find. Currently, there are only a dozen or so strange fires that have appeared and have owners. Each strange fire possesses infinite power, which is one of the representations of the power of heaven and earth. You didn't expect it, but soon you will be able to taste the strange fire. Lin Yan stared at him coldly. The 2 strange fires in his hands had already merged halfway. After the fusion, the strange fire energy will explode completely, and this place will be completely destroyed. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to use it. Good luck is just good luck. Zhun Moshao remembered that Zhang Chuchen was lacking a kind of flame when refining the elixir, so he just gave these 2 flames to him and made him owe him a favor. The 2 elders successfully stopped Zhun Moshao, but Zhun Moshao was not panicked at all. The power of the abandoned heaven fist made the 2 elders feel upset. This force frequently broke up their attacks, and the power of the abandoned heaven record became more obvious and prominent as Zhun Moshao was about to become the supreme. 2 old guys want to stop me. How ridiculous. As soon as Zhun Moshao finished speaking, he punched out, and an elder was blasted out of the sky and disappeared into the horizon. This is impossible. The only remaining elder of the Great Yan Holy Land exclaimed in astonishment. We are both Taishu, so why is this guy so strong? It's your turn. Zhun Moshao stared at the only remaining old guy. During the battle, Zhun Moshao had secretly used the abandoned heaven record to suppress the opponent's cultivation. At that moment, the opponent was only below Taishu. This is a trap within a trap. You can suppress me and I can suppress you. The elder stared at him with fear. He didn't expect that a mere elder of the heavenly court could be so powerful. Even though they were at the same level, he, who was full of experience, was no match for the other party. The reputation of the Elder of Heaven is well deserved. Would you please leave your name? I will reward you handsomely in the future. The Elder was still trying to delay time to give the Son of God a chance to fuse with the strange fire, although he also felt that fusing with the strange fire was too risky. When the Son of God expressed his fear and worry about the heavenly court, no one took it seriously. But now he deeply feels the horror of the heavenly court. After returning, I will report to the Holy Lord and do my best to destroy the heavenly court. Zhun Moshao. Zhun Moshao will never change his name or surname. Sooner or later, one day, Zhun Moshao's name will once again resound throughout the 9 layers of the sky in this world. He was well aware of the power of the strange fire, and now that he was suppressed to the Taishu realm, he really could not withstand the destructive power generated by the strange fire. Now we must do our best to defeat the person who is blocking our way. Zhun Moshao's gaze passed over the old man and looked at the boy behind him who was still forcibly maintaining the balance of the 2 strange fires. This kid is really lucky. The strange fire is extremely fierce, but he hasn't lost his balance and exploded yet. He is really lucky. Whoever stands in my way will die. Zhun Moshao roared, and the power bursting out of his body reached the extreme of the Taishu realm, almost breaking through the restrictions of this formation. The Elder of Dian Holy Land felt a creak in his heart, ignited all his magic power, and rushed forward with a low roar. I'm here. The Elder who was knocked away also rushed back, and the 2 of them joined forces to deal with Zhun Moshao. Then let's both die together. Zhun Moshao laughed loudly, his fists were like thousands of mountains, and the ancient wild beast was roaring. The sky rumbled frequently due to the might of Qi Tian. Lin Yan's forehead was covered with cold sweat unconsciously, and he was extremely anxious. Faster, faster, faster. The 2 elders would definitely not be able to hold on, so he had to condense 2 different kinds of strange fire before they were defeated. At this moment, the 2 strange fires seemed to have heard Lin Yan's angry cry in his heart, and they merged into one at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just when Lin Yan was overjoyed, a surprised voice came from beside him, and his hands were empty. Despicable and shameless. Lin Yan discovered that the Lord of Heaven had come to him at some point, holding in his hand the strange fire that he had condensed with great difficulty. What was even more strange was that the strange fire that he had forcibly fused did not have any signs of unstable aura and explosion at all without his constant stabilization. Chu Ge played with the fire lotus in his hand, his eyes slightly narrowed and a smile on his lips. This kid was slow to fuse the strange fire, making him wait for a long time. Lin Yan tried to snatch it, but failed. It seemed that how could a child whose lollipop had been snatched away be a match for an adult? Despicable. Okay, I'll give it back to you. The strange fire in Chu Ge's hand instantly flew towards Jun Moshao. Elder, be careful. Lin Yan shouted anxiously. Chapter 491 Playing the long game to catch the big fish. The reason why the strange fire lotus did not explode at the moment of snatching was because Chu Ge used time to freeze the explosion of the strange fire lotus. The reason why Chu Ge wanted to snatch the strange fire was because after obtaining the eyes of the future, he saw a picture. He already possesses the law of time, and now he also possesses the eyes of the future. With the help of the law of time, he can see the future in more detail. In the future, after he allowed the other party to successfully condense and release the strange fire lotus, Jun Moshao was actually blown to death. Although he was not seriously injured, no one around him was unharmed. This protagonist is indeed terrifying, and the strange fire is even more terrifying. However, no matter how terrible it is a thing of the future. As long as we stop it in advance, the other party will not pose any threat to us. After hearing the Holy Sun's reminder, the two elders of the Dian Holy Land immediately noticed the strange fire lotus that was attacking them. Those were the auras of the Holy Sun's two strange fires. The two of them thought something was not good and tried to escape immediately. The strange fire itself is very scary. Once infected, it is extremely painful and difficult to resist and eliminate, not to mention the strange fire that is the result of the fusion of two different fires. At this moment, the strange fire lotus exploded instantly. The light blue flame instantly engulfed the two of them. This was the lotus of strange fire that was carefully condensed by Lin Yan from the Taishu realm himself. Now the two of them have reaped what they sowed. Lin Yan felt extremely heartbroken when he saw the two of them being devoured. The lotus of strange fire that he condensed was so powerful that even the Supreme Being would have to temporarily avoid the attack. Not to mention the two elders who are now suppressed in the Taishu realm. The elders with supreme cultivation never thought that they would die miserably under the attacks of their own people. It's just the explosion range, why is it so small? A hint of doubt arose in Lin Yan's mind. Jun Moshao had disappeared from the spot a second ago and was moved to Chu Ge's side through space. Boss, this strange fire lotus is really terrifying. If it weren't for you, I would be in danger. Jun Moshao didn't know that the strange fire lotus was thrown at him by the boss himself. Looking at the two old guys who were mistakenly killed by their own people, he was still frightened. Jun Moshao had never encountered something like strange fire before. It can only be said that different protagonists have different opportunities. The strange fire is indeed very powerful. I think the only one who can get two of the strange fires of heaven and earth at once is the person in front of us. Chu Ge looked at Lin Yan. His tone did not reveal whether he was happy or angry, but it made Lin Yan secretly alert. Although the Lord of Heaven was as powerful as himself at this time, the opponent's methods, the methods that suddenly appeared in front of him, and the scene where he had no power to resist made Lin Yan know that he was no match for the Lord of Heaven. He was too reckless. If possible, he would definitely ask his father to come along. Oh, do you need me to do anything? Jun Moshao looked at the young man. If he could catch him, perhaps he could get the method for him to find the strange fire. It is not surprising to be able to obtain a strange fire, but getting two is not just a matter of luck, it also requires the opportunity for strange fire. Jun Moshao had encountered such a person before, but he had already been killed by himself because he was a threat if he was kept alive, so it was better to get rid of him. Haha. Does the Lord of Heaven want to use his numbers to bully the few? Lin Yan showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. He put the thing that he was holding tightly in his hand back into his ring. He had already informed his father and hoped that his father would arrive in time. Chu Ge looked at Lin Yan deeply. If he wanted the other party to find all the strange fires, he could only play the long game to catch the big fish. Okay, I won't bully you either. Chu Ge suddenly laughed and said, catch Jun Moshao alive for me. Jun Moshao looked at his boss in a very strange way, his eyes full of doubts. A one-on-one fight. Given the boss's personality, shouldn't we all fight him alone? Why did you change your gender today? Just go when you're told to go. Why are you asking so many questions? Chu Ge was too lazy to explain to him for the moment. Did he mean to let him go? Most likely he feels like someone has possessed his body. Okay. Seeing that his boss didn't want to explain to him, Zhang Moshao didn't bother to think too much. He decided to fight him one-on-one. He was still confident. Lin Yan felt deeply maliciously insulted when he saw the two men ignoring him in front of him, as if he were a commodity waiting to be picked. Lin Yan, who was extremely angry, took action directly and threw out two strange fires. Zhang Moshao dodged hurriedly. Being contaminated by the strange fire was not a good thing. The strange fire seemed to have spirituality and automatically attacked Zhang Moshao, who was dodging. All the 8 wastelands will be destroyed. Lin Yan condensed a strange fire blade, and a sword more than 10 meters long fell directly down. The roar of the abandoned heaven. A roar as if from the sky came out of Zhang Moshao's mouth. Suddenly, the blade of strange fire seemed to encounter an obstruction and was unable to fall. Zhang Moshao sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and rushed directly towards Lin Yan. Flame escape. A wall formed by strange fire. The wall of strange fire formed in an instant directly blocked Zhang Moshao's attack. I have to say that the protagonist Lin Yan is a rare magician. Lin Yan's efforts to avoid close combat made Zhang Moshao realize that Lin Yan was a cultivator who was not good at close combat. So Zhang Moshao kept trying to get close to him, preparing for close combat. Lin Yan was very smart. He knew that the other party had found his weakness, but when he saw that the Lord of Heaven did not take action, he was secretly delighted. If I wait a little longer, if I delay a little longer, my father will arrive and I will definitely be able to escape. You must never notify the people outside to remove this formation. Once it is removed, you and the people outside will die without a burial place. Zhang Moshao and Lin Yan fought back and forth. Zhang Moshao's violent attack made Lin Yan dodge again and again to avoid a head-on confrontation with the opponent. The methods displayed by Lin Yan also opened Zhang Moshao's eyes. The strange fire was really amazing. It can defend and fight, but the specific ability of the strange fire in the opponent's hand has not yet been revealed, and it is not known whether the opponent has intentionally hidden it. Dark Purgatory. A light blue strange fire filled with dark power instantly burst out from Lin Yan's body, and the black flames surged in the sky, directly covering an area of several miles. Like a rain of arrows, black flames turned into sharp arrows and shot directly towards Zhang Moshao and Chu Ge. Lin Yan had already sensed that his father was nearby, and this fight would give him a chance to escape. The record of abandoned heaven. Zhang Moshao directly held the record of abandoned heaven above his head. Anyway, the record of abandoned heaven was indestructible, so since it was indestructible, he might as well use it as much as possible. For Chu Ge, just when the rain of arrows formed by the strange fire in the sky was about to fall on him, he just took a glance and swapped the positions of Lin Yan and himself. Lin Yan is the master of the strange fire, but that doesn't mean the master won't be attacked by the strange fire. When the strange fire hit Lin Yan realized that he had actually swapped positions with the Lord of Heaven. Chapter 492 Killing the Emperor with all his strength. In this moment of life and death crisis, Lin Yan found that he had no way to retreat. My mind went blank in an instant, and the sound of life and death echoed in my ears. Is this a song of mourning or a song of the underworld? Damn it! Am I going to die? Is this the end? Lin Yan shouted in his heart with unwillingness. Yun'er. His father's worried voice sounded in his ears. Lin Yan's father, Lin Ji, finally arrived here and rescued him. Father, the two elders have sacrificed their lives. Lin Yan said with guilt. I know everything. What a pity. Lin Ji sighed deeply. This matter was his fault. If he had paid more attention to it, such a thing would not have happened. Now the great Yan Holy Land has lost 2 supreme beings at once, which is a huge loss. But it will all be worth it as long as the Lord of Heaven is eliminated. The future that Yun'er predicted, only Yun'er and he knew, the future can be changed. The Lord of Heaven is indeed powerful. I have seen today that he is indeed extraordinary. Before, as a powerful emperor, Lin Ji was naturally not afraid of the Lord of Heaven, and even felt that it was completely unnecessary for him to take action. He had agreed to this operation from Yun'er only because he felt that the heavenly court was just so. If it weren't for Yun'er's strong request, he would not have arranged so many people to participate in this operation. In the future, the Lord of Heaven will be able to destroy the Holy Land of Dian, but that is only in the future. The future is unpredictable. All we have to do is get rid of the Lord of Heaven before he rises. Now I didn't expect that the Lord of Heaven has already grown strong, and it is too late to take action now. Father, why was the formation dismantled? Only then did Lin Yan realize that the formation had actually dissipated. This formation has too many drawbacks. If my father takes action now, no matter how strong the Lord of Heaven is, he will not be able to escape the attack of the Emperor. Now the Lord of Heaven is not even the Supreme. You must know that in the eyes of the Emperor, even the Supreme is just an ant. Lin Jiyu said without any concern, or perhaps this is the confidence of the Emperor level. In the eyes of the Emperor, perhaps only those at the Emperor level can be called opponents. The battle between Zhao Yu and Ji Yu Bai was still going on. The two men were commanding their own men to fight each other. No one was their match. Even if the formation disappeared, the two of them would be invincible when they joined forces. There is no one who is invincible under the Supreme, even the Supreme can fight against him now. Holy Lord of Dian, it seems that you are not going back after coming here today. Chu Ge had expected this scene to happen. This protagonist is still useful to him. Strange fire is a good thing. Since the other party is destined to have it, there is nothing wrong in helping him to achieve it. No one in the world knows about the branch of strange fire, and if you want to collect strange fire, you must fatten up this protagonist. But capsizing in the ditch will not happen. You are so arrogant. Do you think that you can live in peace with Emperor Gon protecting you? This is the territory of my holy land of Dian. Emperor Gon wants to come to my holy land of Dian, but he has to ask me for my consent. On the surface, Dian has only one emperor, the Holy Lord of Dian, but who knows how many real cards Dian has in secret. The Great Yan Holy Land and the Dagon dynasty are adjacent to each other on the border, and there have always been many frictions between them. In the past 10 years, the disputes have been calm, with both sides winning and losing. How could the Holy Land of Dian, which was able to fight the Dagon dynasty with a 50% win-loss ratio, be easy to deal with? Today, I want to see if the Emperor will fall. Over the years, I believe many people have forgotten that the Emperor is not invincible. Thousands of years ago, the Emperor fell, the sky was filled with blood and rain, and strange phenomena occurred. Today the scene will be repeated, letting the world know that the Emperor can also die. Although Chu Ge planned to let the protagonist go, but as the protagonist's father, how could he not make plans as a villain? If the protagonist's father is killed directly, wouldn't it make the protagonist more motivated and have more power to seek revenge and become stronger? In this way, I have become the protagonist. Jun Moshao wanted to say something but stopped himself from saying that when he fell, there were also signs of blood raining down from the sky, as if the sky was crying, but he had never seen it. It has been less than 100 years since I died, why 1,000 years ago? Chu Ge had no idea what Jun Moshao was thinking. Now he stared at the Holy Lord of Dian with dangerous eyes and sent a message to Jun Moshao. Leave here now, and go with Zhao Haifeng. Let him lead all the heavenly court troops to launch a surprise attack on the headquarters of the Holy Land of Dian. Don't leave any one of the Holy Land of Dian alive. If there is a woman who has a good relationship with this little guy, spare her life or capture her alive. Jun Moshao looked at the young man with sympathy. Why would he offend the boss when he could just go after anyone else? Now, his family is about to be destroyed. With the current boss's means, although it will take some effort to kill the emperor, it is not impossible to kill him. As expected of the boss, Jun Moshao left here as quickly as possible. Zhao Yu and Ji Yu Bai watched Jun Moshao leave, and suddenly looked towards the boss's position. They were startled and thought something had happened. Lin Ji Yu didn't care at all about the other party's men running away. In his opinion, after killing the Lord of Heaven, he would immediately send troops to destroy heaven to eliminate future troubles. Chu Ge's figure disappeared in an instant, and a domineering sword energy instantly covered Lin Gu's eyes. Snort. Lin Jiyu snorted coldly, and the sword energy disappeared in an instant as he waved his sleeves. The unmatched aura instantly suppressed Chu Ge. The Emperor's wrath is like the might of heaven. The singer of Chu held the Longyuan sword, looked up to the sky and drew thunder. Under the rumbling thunder, it was as if the thunder prison deepened. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yan discovered that his father was actually catching lightning. If he made any mistake, he would not be struck by lightning. Lin Jiyu was confused. I just wanted to move, but I found that the divine thunder would strike wherever I moved. Chu Ge's eyes of the future can always see where Lin Jiyu will be in the next second, so it is very easy to hit Lin Jiyu. Arrogant. In just a few breaths, Lin Jiyu felt that his dignity as a great emperor was directly shattered by the Lord of Heaven and fell to the bottom. The thunderbolt was directly shattered, and Lin Jiyu attacked directly. For a moment, it seemed as if the world was overturned and all things were destroyed. Chu Ge discovered that even if he was hiding in space, the power of the Emperor could actually affect the space. The next second, Chu Ge forcibly pulled the other party into the space tunnel. This is actually a space tunnel, are you trying to kill yourself? Lin Jiyu suddenly found that he had been forcibly pulled into the space tunnel by the other party without him knowing when. Here, even an emperor has to be cautious. Outside, Lin Yan discovered that his father and the Lord of Heaven had disappeared, and was shocked. If something happens to my father again, what should I do? Go back and call for reinforcements. After Lin Yan made up his mind, he headed straight for the Holy Land. Welcome to my home ground, Holy Lord of Dian. The battle between us has just begun. Chu Ge directly summoned the Dongwang Bell and Kunlun Mirror. This time he would go all out to kill the Emperor. Chapter 493 Breaking down the Emperor's psychological defenses. Good baby, it seems that this is the trump card of confidence for you to face the Emperor. No wonder you are so confident, but don't forget, no matter how strong your personal means are, they are all vain in front of strength. Only powerful force can break any means later. This emperor once met a smart guy. Do you want to know what happened to him? Lin Gu's eyes frequently fell on Chu Ge's Dongwang Bell and Kunlun Mirror. He could feel the power emanating from the two treasures, which frightened him. So he said to himself, if I remember correctly, he has become a dead soul in my hands. And his methods have also become my methods, using the generosity of my enemies to help me. Hearing this, Chu Ge looked at him with 3 parts of amusement and 7 parts of sarcasm in his eyes. This guy talked for a long time, and how could he not feel the greed in his tone? It was nothing more than that he had set his eyes on his treasure. Since the Holy Lord of Dian wants it, why not I give it to you? Chu Ge suddenly laughed loudly and waved his hand. The Dongwang Bell moved as he wished, making a dwang sound. The whole space seemed to be still, and the turbulence in space seemed to be frightened. Buzz. Lin Jiyu was in a trance for a moment. The sound of the bell unexpectedly made him feel fear. He felt that the space around him seemed to be confined. It turned out to be a magic weapon that could affect space. Thinking of this, his face changed slightly. Opportunities for the Lord of Heaven are extremely rare. Could this guy be the favorite of God as he is said to be? Heaven is unfair. Lin Jiyu actually felt a little jealous. When Lin Jiyu became the great emperor, he had the honor of visiting the space tunnel once. The space here is extremely unstable and it is the most fragile place. If the emperor is not careful, he will die here. However, the Lord of Heaven was able to attack in the space tunnel so easily with the help of 2 magic weapons. If he obtained them, Emperor Gon would not be his opponent. The Dongwang Bell was rotating at an extremely fast speed, as if in that instant, it was rushing towards him. While Lin Jiyu used his magic power to stabilize the surrounding space, he kicked away the attacking Dongwang Bell. Although he didn't know the other party's intention, he had a hunch that he couldn't let the Dongwang Bell come to his position. The next second, Lin Jiyu regretted it. The hardness of the Dongwang Bell was beyond his imagination. The moment he was kicked, he seemed to hear the sound of his bones breaking. But if he was just dodging, Lin Jiyu suspected that the other party's purpose was to let the Dongwang Bell get closer to him. That's quite clever, but I don't know if you have ever tasted the feeling of dwang, dwang, dwang. Chu Ge was like a villain, ready to force Lin Jiyu to death step by step. When the Dongwang Bell returned to Chu Ge with a duan sound, it kept swinging, as if saying, Master, let me hit him to death. Don't be anxious. Sometimes it's easy to kill someone, but how you want to kill him is the most important thing. Chu Ge tapped the Dongwang Bell lightly and said to himself, Arrogant young man, go to hell. Lin Jiyu was undoubtedly enraged. This young man was really arrogant. He really didn't know that there are always people better than you. The next second, Lin Jiyu took out a magical dagger in his hand. This was a treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Holy Land of Dian, and it was also used by the Holy Lords of Dian from generation to generation. The dagger lives up to its name. In the space tunnel, the dagger turns into a stream of light and shuttles rapidly in the space tunnel. Its speed is as fast as light and it arrives in an instant. Ha ha ha. The divine dagger returned to his hand. Looking at the blood in his hand, Lin Jiyu looked at the other party's astonished expression and laughed triumphantly. Junior, this is the price of arrogance. Chu Ge covered his heart with his hands, unable to believe it and looking unwilling. His body lay directly on the space tunnel. You are mine. Lin Jiyu immediately grabbed the Dongwang bell with one palm, wanting to take it for himself. The Dongwang bell slowly flew towards him, and the joy on Lin Gu's face grew bigger and bigger. Good baby, it's his now. Dwang, dwang, dwang. Unexpectedly, the moment Lin Jiyu touched the Dongwang bell, the bells began to ring continuously, and an extremely terrifying aura instantly locked onto him. The first dwang, Lin Jiyu felt that he was completely confused. The second dwang, Lin Jiyu felt that his soul was actually leaving his body. The third dwang, the Dongwang bell directly hit Lin Jiyu, and it continued to make bell sounds with every impact. Lin Jiyu was caught off guard by the Dongwang bell's sneak attack. The treasure protects its master. What a pity that your master is already dead. Lin Jiyu was not angry, but laughed frequently. His body as an emperor allowed him to withstand the frequent impacts of the Dongwang bell. The Dongwang bell might be very powerful, and Lin Jiyu also wanted to conquer it. Treasures were the main thing, and the strong were the first choice. Do you really think you have succeeded in killing me? I am immortal and you can't kill me. Chu Ge's figure loomed and condensed into substance, appearing in front of Lin Jiyu. The Dongwang bell was so happy to see its master that it flew directly towards the master and kept circling around Chu Ge. Impossible, you can't be alive. The magical dagger in Lin Gu's hand killed Chu Ge again. Chu Ge used the power of the laws of time and space to appear in front of Lin Jiyu frequently. The time travel between life and death allowed Chu Ge to have a further understanding of time. At the same time, Lin Jiyu was shocked by Chu Ge's frequent resurrection from the dead. The defenses in his heart were gradually collapsing due to Chu Ge's resurrection. Impossible, you are really dead, I really killed you. Lin Jiyu never believed that someone could be truly immortal. After being the emperor for so many years, countless powerful enemies had died in his hands, but he had never encountered such a phenomenon. You haven't encountered it. I don't blame you, it's just that you are ignorant. You can't kill me. Even if the heaven and earth are gone, I will be immortal. Chu Ge whispered in Lin Gu's ear like a devil's whisper. This voice would be heard every time Lin Jiyu killed Chu Ge. Sometimes killing a person is too easy, but torturing a person and then killing him is the real punishment for him. The great Yan Holy Land attempted to assassinate him. Although Chu Ge did not say anything, he was extremely angry in his heart. Any Tom, Dick or Harry dares to get close to him. He is not the protagonist, and he doesn't have a sarcastic face, so where do so many people come from to block his way? Usually it is the protagonist who is constantly obstructed by the villain, but he, as the villain, was obstructed by the protagonist in every way, which was the exact opposite. It can't be an illusion, just a little trick. If you are really immortal, why don't you take action? Why don't you take action against me? Lin Jiyu suddenly calmed down, staring around with a gloomy face, trying to confirm how the other party was resurrected. Do you want to see yourself disappear with your own eyes? I can fulfill your last wish. Chu Ge's figure slowly appeared in front of the Kunlun mirror. Looking at Lin Jiyu, who was a little bit upset, he smiled coldly. With the help of the Kunlun mirror, Chu Ge directly swung out a force of time to hit Lin Jiyu. Chapter 494, The Fall of the Emperor. This emperor has gone through countless tribulations and was promoted to the great emperor in one day. How can you shake me? Lin Jiyu stopped talking for a moment, staring blankly at the missing finger on his palm. As time passed, my second finger was also disappearing. The fingers were actually disappearing, without any warning, unheard of, without any feeling, no pain, they just disappeared like that, as if they had never existed. Wow, your fingers are disappearing, how magical. Chu Ge appeared in front of Lin Jiyu with a weird look, looking at his fingers with a surprised face, like a curious baby. Go to hell. Although I don't know what means the other party used, if I can't solve this means, then I will solve the person who used this means. Chu Ge could completely ignore Lin Gu's attack and let the other party attack him at such a close distance. You can't kill me. Chu Ge let the opponent's attack pass through his body, slowly turned around and looked at him. The smile on his face seemed to be mocking the other party for overestimating his own abilities. At this time, Lin Gu's entire arm disappeared, and he became a one-armed eternal emperor. What kind of ability is this? Lin Jiyu began to panic. The entire arm may be able to recover, but if it continues like this, my entire body will disappear. At that time, I will really die and disappear completely between heaven and earth. I said, you can't kill me. So what if you were an emperor? You are just an ant in my hands. Chu Ge found that in the space tunnel, by using the Kunlun mirror and the Dongwang bell, his time and space power actually received a rare blessing. Although he was already struggling a bit and his mana was being consumed very quickly, it was enough for him to kill the emperor in front of him. The more Chu Ge delved into the power of time and space and the more thorough his understanding became, the more he felt that he had no control over time and space. Perhaps only when he completely controls the power of time and space will he be able to eliminate the inexplicable fear in his heart. Lin Ji has started to go crazy. Anyone who encounters such a problem and has no idea how to solve it will go crazy. There is great terror between life and death, and after the terror comes madness. Lingu found that as a great emperor, he was powerless to deal with the opponent's methods. Lin Ji had never met an enemy like the Lord of Heaven. He was many levels stronger than the Lord of Heaven. In front of him, the enemy was actually an ant. But now, I am like a puppet controlled by silk strings in front of the other party, at the mercy of the other party. After many unsuccessful attacks, Lin Ji has completely given up the idea of destroying the Lord of Heaven, and now he just wants to escape. Damn it! The aura of the Emperor on Lin Gu's body became agitated, and the power in his body surged out instantly, trying to resist this invisible force. The space tunnel was rarely torn open by the power released by Lin Gu. Lin Ji seemed to see a chance of survival and directly escaped into the black gap. Chu Ge just watched Lin Ji slip away from his sight quietly. It seemed as if he lightly drew a line in the space tunnel with his finger, and a black crack appeared. With a look of relief on his face, Lin Ji couldn't wait to run out from the black crack. But when Lin Ji saw the Lord of Heaven, he pointed at him and was speechless for a moment. In an instant, a space crack opened and he continued to escape into it. It must have been an illusion just now. Lin Ji could only comfort himself in this way. Far away from the Lord of Heaven, Lin Ji found that the speed of his body disappearing began to slow down, and his own strength could actually begin to fight against the power in his body. There is hope, there must be hope. Lin Ji, sweating profusely, shuttled through the black cracks, his eyes fixed on the front. It was pitch black here, and he longed for a ray of light to appear before him to save him. The light only appeared for a moment and was grasped by Lin Ji, who instantly penetrated into it. You're back. Chu Ge turned his back to him, as if he had expected that he would come out from here. Lin Gu's face was gloomy. He found that his strength was once again unable to resist the power in his body that was making him disappear. The time pointer for his body's disappearance began to tick. Lin Gu's whole soul was trembling. It was a fear that came from the unknown, an unprecedented fear. He even felt that it was a wrong choice for him to agree with Yun'er to deal with the Lord of Heaven. Is this the future, the unchangeable future? The two arms had completely disappeared, and Lin Gu's eyes were filled with regret. I have this disaster because I know the future. Is it true that what will happen in the future cannot be reversed? Will the holy land of Dian be destroyed in my hands? If he died here, the heavenly court would never let go of the holy land of Dian. How could the holy land of Dian possibly resist the heavenly court which had the Lord of Heaven? I told you that I would let you see yourself disappear with your own eyes, and I will definitely let you see it. You are such a devil. Lin Ji found that his legs had disappeared, and most of his body was almost gone. Can you tell me what this ability is? Lin Ji knew that he was no longer able to struggle. The power of the emperor seemed like that of a child in front of the other party, and he was easily toyed with by the other party. After Chu Ge watched the other person's body disappear and only a head remained, he said slowly, time flies. Even a great emperor will be nothing but a yesterday's flower in the glorious years. Time ability, Lin Gu's pupils shrank in fear, and at the same time he was extremely jealous. The person in front of him actually mastered the two powers of space and time at the same time. Even the emperor is merely qualified to touch it, but whether he has the chance to touch it depends on his personal fate. The boy in front of him is blessed with talent. He actually masters the laws that all the emperors are looking for, and he also masters the most powerful laws of time and space in the world. When Lin Ji completely disappeared, his only thought was to hope that Yun'er would escape to the holy land of Dian and lead the rest of the people of the holy land to leave here, the farther away the better. The emperor fell, but there was no unusual phenomenon in the outside world. The phenomenon of the emperor's fall occurred in the space tunnel, and Chu Ge was the only one who saw it. After returning to the holy land of Dian, Lin Yan immediately summoned all the elders and, under the order of his father, the Holy Lord of Dian, ordered all the elders to lead the disciples of each major sect to provide reinforcements. At this time, Lin Yan had no idea that his father had completely disappeared from this world. After all, Lin Yan's way of obtaining future fragments is not a passive skill, but an active skill. At this time, Zhao Haifeng had already led the heavenly army to the Holy Land of Dian, directly blocking Lin Yan and others who wanted to go over to reinforce. The people from heaven are here, and it looks like it will be a fierce battle. Lin Yan said solemnly. I didn't expect that the heavenly court would arrive so quickly. At this time, Lin Yan suddenly noticed the heavenly court elder in the front. It was him again, could it be? He suddenly remembered the scene of the destruction of the Holy Land in the future, and had an ominous premonition in his heart. Chapter 495, The Heavenly Court Comes to Block the Door. When an elder beside Lin Yan heard that the Son of God thought so highly of the heavenly court, he, who was always arrogant, could not help but sneer. It's just a small heavenly court. My great Yan Holy Land has existed for thousands of years. How can it be shaken by a heavenly court that has existed for less than 10 years? Son of God overestimates them and underestimates my great Yan Holy Land. Lin Yan ignored him directly. If it was really as he said, he would not have made such a big fuss. When a trapped beast fights, there is only death. There is no life. It seems that our trip will be smooth. Zhao Haifeng read the fortune for this operation, and the comments of the fortune made him feel relieved. It seems that this operation will be smooth. The boss said that for this operation, we must destroy the great Yan Holy Land and spare the life of that kid. Jun Moshao, who was standing beside Zhao Haifeng, suddenly reminded him, fearing that his superiors would forget what he had told him before. I know. Don't worry. Zhao Haifeng would naturally not forget his boss's instructions. But he was very curious about what was so strange about the boy that the boss wanted to keep. Following Zhao Haifeng's order, the heavy firepower robot troops on the floating vehicle in the rear frequently emitted rumbling sounds of artillery fire. The gravity force shells were like meteors from outer space, with burning fireballs falling into every corner of the Holy Land of Dian. The violent explosions instantly destroyed the buildings on the ground. In just a few short breaths, the prosperity of the great Yan Holy Land came to an end, and was replaced by broken walls and corpses everywhere. Many disciples of the Dian Holy Land with low cultivation levels were unable to avoid the first wave of explosions and died. Among them were some who were quite talented, but unfortunately, they were unlucky and suffered from the disaster. Countless people who had been in seclusion in the Holy Land of Dian came out one after another, and some of those who were unlucky died directly in the fierce artillery fire. My elders, this is the heavenly court I was talking about. Isn't such a heavenly court enough for you to take seriously? Lin Yan didn't expect that the heavenly court would take the first step and didn't give him a chance to react. The yin array summons Yin Tiankui. The faces of the elders became solemn, they looked at each other, and changed the seals with their hands. A magic array appeared on the ground, and a Tiankui with countless giant hands slowly rose from the array. Roar! The wooden puppet was extremely sturdy. With a wave of its hand, the artillery fire was directly bounced back by a force. A flash of sword light, a sword shining into the sky. Countless cannon fodders that bounced back instantly exploded on the way, and a graceful figure holding a sword slowly walked out from the thick smoke of the explosion. This is the goddess of heaven. Lin Yan was very afraid of the sword in the other party's hand. It is this woman who will split the entire Holy Land of Dian in half with one sword in the future. It is so terrifying. But the other party probably doesn't have that strength now. After all, the future he predicted was a few years later. Shu Muyu snorted coldly, looking at the puppet, a hint of interest flashed in her eyes. I said that long-range attacks are useless, what artillery fire, one sword is enough. Female disciples, dare to follow me to fight. Doesn't she know what pre-war consumption is? Zhao Haifeng looked at Shu Muyu speechlessly. This woman, he couldn't beat her. Lady Goddess, I am willing to fight. Me too. All the female disciples of Elder Zhao are here, and they are willing to follow the goddess to fight. Long live the Tao, the female disciples of Elder Zhang are willing to follow the goddess to fight. With Shu Muyu's order, the female disciples in the crowd of heaven flew in with their flying weapons, looking ethereal and heroic. All of these female disciples admire Shu Muyu. This is their pride as women, and this is the goal they want to follow. Zhao Haifeng looked at Xu Muyu, who was so popular that he couldn't help but complain. Well, we are the ones who teach these female disciples, and we are the ones who handle the affairs, but in the end, she is the only one who does all the showing off. Zhun Moshao laughed. This is normal. After all, in the heavenly court, Xu Muyu is a goddess. The existence that all female disciples yearn for. With one sword, she can cut off all the darkness in the world. Who wouldn't worship her? What's more, she is not bad looking. Many male disciples admire her. Xu Muyu glanced at the two of them. He always felt that they were saying bad things about him, but since he didn't hear it, he had no evidence. But seeing so many female disciples standing up at my command, I unknowingly felt an extra responsibility on my shoulders. A heavy, heavy burden. Very good, follow me to fight. Xu Muyu said little, and swung down a sword energy directly. Boom! The huge puppet hand slapped directly towards the sword energy. A sword mark appeared on the puppet's palm. The sword mark was very deep, which showed how strong Xu Muyu's sword energy was. Kill. Lin Yan didn't waste any words and directly led all the disciples to kill. Keep bombing, bomb him to pieces. Zhao Haifeng picked up the communicator and ordered loudly into it. Aren't you going to help? Zhun Moshao looked at Zhao Haifeng. I'm not going. Since Xu Muyu wants to show off, why should I go? Will it make people dislike me? Zhao Haifeng put down the communicator. The artillery fire from the rear began to bombard the rear of the Great Yan Holy Land, giving Xu Muyu some support. Who says women are inferior to men? The fighting power of the female disciples of heaven is not weak at all, and they are decisive in killing. Xu Muyu fought against Yin Tiankui and several supreme beings alone. Her unmatched sword energy made it difficult for these supreme beings to understand her strength for a while. At this time, a deacon came forward to report. Elder, someone asked to fight, saying that we can't just let the female disciples go up, and let the male disciples watch the show from the back. Quote. Okay, then let's go together. Zhun Moshao glanced at Zhao Haifeng, and seeing that he didn't say anything, he couldn't help but say. This action of heaven was carried out partly by the main force of heaven, and partly by the vassal forces that defected to heaven. All forces in the entire Chongla prefecture were subject to the heavenly court. At the command of the heavenly court. Yes. The steward manager quickly took over the order. By the way, what's so strange about that kid that made the boss go easy on him? Zhao Haifeng suddenly asked at this time. In fact, he was not unwilling to answer just now, but was thinking about this matter. Don't worry, the boss is not trying to be stingy with his talent this time. Instead, he is planning to play the long game to hook a big fish. This guy actually possesses two kinds of strange fire. Can you believe it? Zhun Moshao explained. Two strange fires. Zhao Haifeng immediately became interested. It is said that no one can collect the second kind of strange fire in the world, but this kid actually has two. It is a crime to possess a treasure. If it were me, I would directly capture his relatives and force him to find strange fire for me. This strange fire is a good thing. Zhao Haifeng spoke like a villain, and even Zhun Moshao didn't think there was anything wrong. Zhun Moshao nodded and said, the boss probably killed his father. His father is the emperor of the Great Yan Holy Land. The boss's strength has actually left us far behind. We have to work hard. Chapter 496, The advantage is mine, the power of the black hole. Zhao Haifeng said nothing after hearing this. He looked towards the place where the battle took place, silently took out the compass, and flew away. Why don't you come over and help? Just when Zhun Moshao was wondering what was wrong with Zhao Haifeng's voice transmission had already reached his ears. Zhun Moshao chuckled softly and shook his head. It seemed that Zhao Haifeng was not as calm as he had imagined. Including himself, Zhang Chuchen, and everyone else, no one wants to be left behind by the boss. They also want to follow the boss to the end of this cultivation and see the scenery. The battlefield became tense, the fighting became more and more brutal, and people on both sides continued to die. This is war. Life and death are not in our control. Anything can happen on the battlefield, so surviving depends entirely on God's will. A supreme being died on the spot under the joint sneak attack of Xu Muyu, Zhun Moshao and Zhao Haifeng, and blood rained down from the sky. Without the suppression of a supreme being, the pressure on the three people was greatly reduced. Ha ha ha, the Supreme is just like this. Zhao Haifeng laughed heartily after killing a Supreme. His strength, which had not been broken through for a long time, actually broke through to the Yuan Hang realm in this instant. Xu Muyu glanced at Zhao Haifeng. She didn't expect that this LSP would be promoted to Yuan Hang realm at this time. As expected, he is the first person that the boss values. He is indeed extraordinary. Even though Jun Moshao had already recovered to the Yuan Hang realm, he still felt an inexplicable pressure in his heart. I am the first one to reach the great emperor among everyone, including my boss. Am I going to be surpassed now? This won't do. At the very least, you have to stay firmly in the second position behind the boss. Jun Moshao activated the killing mode with all his strength. Under the suppressing power of the abandoned heaven record, Jun Moshao killed 10 Yuan Hang realm powerhouses in a row. The heaven and the earth are magnificent. I abandon the heaven is my slogan. I am immortal and shall be the emperor. Jun Moshao's laughter shook the earth and heaven. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to the past, and shouted the slogans when he was conquering all over the world. The monks from the surrounding Great Yan Holy Land looked at him in horror, only to see an extremely dark black ball condensed in his hands. The power condensed in the black ball was extremely terrifying. Just by looking at it, I felt timid, as if I would be sucked into the black ball in the next moment. Zhao Haifeng looked at the black ball in Jun Moshao's hand with some surprise. This guy actually made it. No wonder he kept running to Lin Lang recently. It turned out that he went to ask for advice on the principle. Under the arrangement of the deacons, the heavenly court disciples fought and retreated at the same time, and while everyone's attention was attracted by the black ball in the hands of the fourth elder, they directly distanced themselves from the enemy. Run, run quickly. Although Lin Yan didn't know what the black ball was, he discovered a small detail that gave him an ominous premonition. Run. Why should we run? I have the advantage. The high-ranking officials of the Great Yan Holy Land and even an elder in command were puzzled when they heard the words of the Son of God, but they did not flee immediately. Escape. Jun Moshao found it very funny when he heard Lin Yan's words. If his ability could allow the other party to run away so easily, then what was the point of studying and researching this ability? His ultimate move had already been prepared, but he had not used it because he was looking for the most suitable opportunity to release it. He is just waiting for the most suitable opportunity. Zhao Haifeng and Xu Muyu blocked 5 supreme beings. Although there were only 5 supreme beings, in fact, the number of supreme beings in the Dian Holy Land was almost the same as that in the Dagon dynasty. The territory of the Great Yan Holy Land is also very large, and the forces that the garrisoned line faces cannot be underestimated, and both require the presence of a supreme-level strongman in person. At this moment, a closed formation that isolated the world instantly enveloped the entire Dian Holy Land. What's going on? Damn it, why didn't anyone notice it? We can't get out. It's an isolating formation. Even I, with the power of the Supreme, can't shake this formation. When did the Heavenly Court acquire such power? Several elders suddenly felt panic in their hearts. Even Lin Yan knew that something was wrong, but why didn't they listen to him? Lin Yan knew that although he, the Son of God, had received much attention and been cultivated in the Holy Land, he still lacked prestige. At this time, Lin Yan regretted that he had only thought about keeping a low profile and not exposing his true strength. He ignored his own prestige in the Holy Land. When his father was around, he didn't realize the reason at all. Hey. Except for a few Demon Realm Supremes who were secretly operating the formation and needed to maintain the operation of the formation, the other 10 Demon Realm Supremes who came to the battlefield turned into balls of red mist, making strange noises and attacked the crowd of disciples of Dian Holy Land. In an instant, screams were heard continuously. The flesh and blood of these disciples of the Great Yan Holy Land were reduced to skin and bones. They looked horrible and hideous before death. The pain they endured before death lasted only for a moment, but it was also the greatest pain they had ever endured in their lives. The 5 groups of fog simply passed through the crowd and came directly to Zhao Haifeng and Xu Muyu, relieving the pressure on them. Zhao Haifeng glanced at the young man, then sent a message to Xu Muyu. Xu Muyu glanced at him, then rushed forward with 5 supreme beings, staring at the young man and swinging the sword in his hand. He is actually someone from the demon realm. The Heavenly Court is actually colluding with the demon realm. This is unacceptable to the world, and this news must be spread. Young master, hurry up, we will cover your escape. The Holy Lord gave you a space teleportation talisman that year. Although it can only be used once, I think now is the time. Go and ask the Holy Lord for help, and ask him to return quickly. There is trouble at home. Several elders retreated back to Lin Yan and said to Lin Yan quickly. Okay. Lin Yan used the space teleportation talisman to escape. This talisman was given to him by himself at the request of his father. However, he did not know that if he had not asked for it, perhaps his father could have used this space teleportation talisman to escape. The opportunity has arrived. Jun Moshao saw Lin Yan leaving, and then looked at the cages that appeared around him. He instantly threw the black ball in his hand towards the Dian Holy Land. The black ball stayed in the sky above the Holy Land of Dian. With a bang, the black ball slowly began to rotate. The increasingly powerful attraction began to make the broken walls and ruins on the ground float up and be sucked into the black hole. In just a few seconds, the black ball turned into a black hole as big as a basketball court. There was endless darkness inside. Jun Moshao had no idea what was inside. Let's retreat. The heavenly court deacons scattered in various corners of the battlefield saw the retreat signal flare, and hurriedly led their team, took out a technological weapon in their hands and released it directly. It is a space gate, a disposable item that Lin Lang analyzed based on the space engine, and can be used for large-scale evacuation. The space gate disappeared instantly after everyone left. There are only their own people left in the entire Dian Holy Land. This is the best burial place that Jun Moshao has given them. Even the Supreme cannot resist the attraction of the black hole. As the disciples were constantly sucked in, even if the elders attacked the black hole, their power would be devoured by the black hole. If you want to destroy the black hole, you have to create another black hole to achieve the annihilation effect. This is why Jun Moshao dared to release it. Chapter 497 The Great Yan Holy Land is completely destroyed. Tisk 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 tisk, I didn't expect that you could actually come up with this thing. I used to think that you had delusions and thought that this was not something you could just come up with casually. Outside the formation, Zhao Haifeng looked at the black hole inside that absorbed everything with amazement. By the way, do you know how to shut down this thing? Another black ball appeared in Jun Moshao's hand, and the formation cracked at this time. The black ball drilled directly into it in an instant, and the hole in the formation healed instantly. I consulted Lin Lang, and considering the peculiarity of my own cultivation method, it is not surprising that I created a black hole. When a black hole meets a black hole, it will cause an annihilation effect, and they will disappear together. The black ball turned into another black hole. The two black holes seemed to be attracted to each other and gradually approached each other. The part where the two black holes touched each other actually disappeared directly. In just a few breaths, the terrifying black hole disappeared without a trace. The formation disappeared, and several demon realm supremes who controlled the formation came from different directions in the distance. Zhao Haifeng suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering something and feeling very regretful. The Holy Land of Dian just disappeared like that. We have made a loss this time. We didn't get any benefit at all. Everything was absorbed by the black hole. Zhao Haifeng clutched his heart, his facial features seemed to be squeezed together, and he was in great pain. Jun Moshao didn't care about these things. Resources were of no use to him. He felt that the supreme power was not far away from him and he was in a good mood. If they're gone, they're gone. My heavenly court doesn't lack these things. Anyone who can reduce casualties and win will be the real winner. Zhao Haifeng felt that Jun Moshao was talking bullshit. The entire Holy Land of Dian has disappeared. He must notify Li Heru to take over everything here. This will also be his heavenly place. I will ask Li Heru for some spirit stones when the time comes. I need money to find my sister recently, and high-quality female monks also need spirit stones to feed them. It's all about money. People in the lower world don't have to worry about money, but now all the funds in heaven are managed by Li Heru. He spends lavishly, and there is often a shortage of spirit stones. Although many vassal forces have given him tributes, that little money is not enough to fill his stomach. Shu Muyu suddenly looked at the two of them and asked, "What should we do if that escaped young man spreads the news that my heavenly court is colluding with the people from the demon realm?" How could Jun Moshao not think of this? The boss had already prepared everything. Don't worry, someone is already watching him. He has the boss's mark on him, just like a bright light bulb, the most dazzling existence in the dark. Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Shu Muyu's eyes turned, and he left without saying a word. Jun Moshao and Zhao Haifeng were about to speak when Shu Muyu suddenly turned into a flash of sword light and disappeared, as if there were jackals, tigers and leopards chasing her. This girl is so lazy. The boss doesn't even say a word to her. Zhao Haifeng complained to Jun Moshao. What? She is the only woman among us. Jun Moshao shook his head with a bitter smile. Now that the matter has been resolved, let's report to the boss what we should do next. Zhao Haifeng directly called an intelligence officer in charge of liaison and asked him to report the news here to the boss. Then, Zhao Haifeng took out a map with many names written on it and said quickly, "This is the territory map of the Great Yan Holy Land. The Supremes distributed in various places of the Great Yan Holy Land are still there. I'll trouble you from now on. After all, I'm not good at fighting. Leave it to me." Jun Moshao took on the task directly. He felt that he would be able to recover to the strength of a Supreme after this mission. Taking these Demon Realm Supremes with him, Jun Moshao left. In the Dagon dynasty, in the court. The Heavenly Court won. This is impossible. The Great Yan Holy Land and our Dagon dynasty have been confronting each other for so many years. Our Dagon dynasty needs to pay a huge price to destroy the Great Yan Holy Land. It has only been a short time, and the Heavenly Court has won. Could it be that the Great Yan Holy Land is putting on an act, and wants my Dagon to let down its guard? An important court official looked at the person who came to the hall to report the news in disbelief. Even he, a steady court minister, did not believe it, let alone the other ministers, who did not believe the news even more. It was too sensational. How is the Holy Land of Dai'an doing now? Emperor Gon looked at the person who came to report calmly, wanting to know why the Holy Land of Dai'an lost. Your Majesty, the Holy Land of Dai'an has completely disappeared, no one escaped. Some people from Heavenly Court left behind are cleaning up the mess, but after recording through on-site investigators, it seems that they have discovered the breath of people from the demon realm. Quote. The battle ended too quickly at that time, our people only saw a black hole above the Holy Land of Dai'an, and then another black hole appeared, and finally the two black holes disappeared. Quote. And the rest of the supreme beings who were responsible for guarding the borders of the Holy Land of Dai'an have been attacked and killed one after another by Heavenly Court. Our people are unable to detect the operatives, the four elders of Heavenly Court, and unknown supreme beings. It seems that the other party has eliminated all traces after the battle. Quote. Okay, go down. Emperor Gon waved his hand to let the intelligence officer retreat. The ministers fell silent instantly. Emperor Gon never expected that his brother-in-law would have the courage to collude with people from the demon realm. It seems that the person from the demon realm who they colluded with is at least at the supreme level. There must be at least 10 supreme masters from the demon realm, otherwise, Emperor Gon felt that it would be impossible for heaven to destroy the Holy Land of Dai'an. The Great Yan Holy Land was also unlucky. It couldn't even hold out for a day, and the supreme powerful beings scattered everywhere were too late to come to its support. Isn't this cheap brother-in-law afraid of inviting a wolf into the house? Emperor Gon was still in the unknown stage about the demon realm, and his understanding of the demon realm was basically the information recorded in books during the Great Gon dynasty. After dealing with Lin Ji Yu, Chu Ge went straight back to heaven. The news that the Great Yan Holy Land was destroyed by the Heavenly Court spread in all directions in an instant. This heavy news made those forces that did not take the Heavenly Court seriously full of fear towards the Heavenly Court. The Holy Land of Dai'an had powerful emperors and more than 20 supreme powerful men, but they were easily destroyed by the Heavenly Court. This means that the Lord of Heaven is most likely a powerful being at the level of the Great Emperor, or the Lord of Heaven has the means to kill the Great Emperor. No matter what, the Heavenly Court has truly been included in the danger list, and the attitude towards the Heavenly Court will change accordingly. Whether to make friends with them or to be secretly wary of them, these are all things they need to consider. The Holy Land of Dai'an is gone, but the territory of the Holy Land of Dai'an is still there. However, no one dares to offend the Heavenly Court at this time. Who would dare to provoke a tiger that has just been bloodthirsty? Li Heru of the Heavenly Court was responsible for receiving the remaining inheritance of the Great Yan Holy Land. As the territory was too large, the Heavenly Court directly arranged a number of vassal forces to occupy the position. You can take the profits, but it will be split 80% to 20%. Even if it is an 80-20 split, these forces that are vassal states of heaven are extremely grateful to heaven, and even a 20% profit is enough for them to live well. Chapter 498, Selling Daughter for Fame. The stronger the Heavenly Court is, the more loyal these forces that are subordinate to it will be to it. Although they lost a lot of people during this expedition with the heavenly court, the benefits they gained were far greater than the losses. They had no complaints, only yearning for the heavenly court. Moreover, the threshold for admission into the heavenly court has become higher, and these vassal forces will get some places into the heavenly court based on their strength. These quotas will not only make these forces more dependent on heaven, but also make it easier for heaven to control these forces. It is the common wish of both sides that the relationship between the two sides becomes closer. Lin Yan, who was escaping and preparing to find his father for help, learned on the way that his father was killed by the Lord of Heaven. When he heard this devastating news, he found it hard to believe at first. His father was an emperor, and had been promoted to the emperor for a long time. How could he die at the hands of the Lord of Heaven? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Yan came to the place where the Lord of Heaven was ambushed, and a shocking scene came into view. Countless elite disciples of the great Yan Holy Land who had followed him, and the elders who had asked him to leave, were all forcibly hung on the trees with a rope hanging over their heads. Judging from their struggling faces, they were obviously hanged there by someone before they died. Lin Yan, who was so angry that his whole body was cold, wanted to collect their bodies, but he found that there were people from the heavenly court patrolling here. In the end, he could only leave with great pain, and knelt down on the spot before leaving. I am sorry for them. It was I who acted willfully and provoked the heavenly court. It was their own mistake, but they paid for it with their lives. Lin Yan left, leaving with hatred towards the heavenly court. But he didn't know that there was someone behind him who was always watching him and ready to report on Lin Yan's situation at any time. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen once again went back to their old job of monitoring people, and they had never been truly discovered. Yi Feng followed behind Lin Yan, holding a notebook in his hand, recording everything Lin Yan was doing, including when he went to the toilet and so on. It's a waste of our talents to ask the two of us to monitor a small fish. When can we really hold our heads high and make a name for ourselves? I think it's a good idea. Don't you think that Zhao Haifeng and the others are exhausted every day? We have so much free time, absorbing the resentment in people's hearts every day. But we can't absorb too much. If the people in the heavenly court continue to absorb more, I suspect that they will all become saints. I'm afraid that Zhao Haifeng and the others will cause trouble for us. That's true. Lin Yan can only look for the strange fire now. Only the strange fire can make him stronger. He was now like a lost dog, extremely miserable and somewhat afraid to see her. Burning Moon Valley. Why do you want me to go to heaven? Father, I'm engaged, or are you going to change your mind after seeing the destruction of the great Yan Holy Land? When Fu Qingyu learned that she was going to be sent to the Lord of Heaven as a maid, she immediately went to find her father to confront him face to face. Unexpectedly, her father, who always valued her personal wishes, has now changed. He directly ignores her personal ideas and wants to send her away like a commodity. Fu Qingyu looked at her father with disappointment in her eyes and felt helpless. If her father insisted on doing so, she would have no choice but to be sent to heaven by force. Facing his daughter's questioning, Fu Lin was not angry, and explained patiently, "My Burning Moon Valley is no longer the Burning Moon Valley of the past. The surrounding Yinshui sect, Huayan sect and other guys are eyeing us covetously." Quote, "In the past, your father had some friendship with the Holy Lord of Dian Holy Land. Unfortunately, Dian Holy Land is destroyed now, and the Holy Son Lin Yan is missing. Your father is also thinking about the future of Burning Moon Valley." Quote, "Once you surrender to the heavenly court, no one will dare to target Burning Moon Valley. Uaa, your father is sorry for you, but your father has no choice. This is really a helpless move." Fu Lin felt very ashamed. He was already the 9th level of the Supreme. It was a pity that he could not break through that thin film. He is only one step away from breaking through to become a Supreme Emperor. At that time, sects like the Yinshui sect can be destroyed easily. I understand. Fu Qingyu looked at his father for a long time, and finally turned around in disappointment and prepared to leave. For the sake of Burning Moon Valley, she couldn't escape on her own. This was her home, where her father and other relatives and friends were. She was very clear about the responsibilities she had. However, she still couldn't accept that her father was treating her like a commodity and trading with the heavenly palace. "Lin Yan, where are you? If you're not dead yet, why don't you come to me?" Fu Lin looked at his daughter leaving and said another sentence. "The one going with you this time is Miss Huang from Ruyi Valley." Fu Qingyu paused outside the door for a moment before leaving. Huang Yao is her good friend with whom she can talk about anything, and the two have known each other since childhood. Logically speaking, Huang Yao also has an engagement, and the force behind his engagement includes two great emperors. How is this possible? Why is our fate like this? Fu Qingyu looked up at the full moon hanging high in the night sky, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. I am the master of my own destiny. Father, you are not qualified to decide my future. When I was young, you decided on my engagement, and I accepted it. And now, you go back on your word and offend my fiancé. Have you ever thought about the future of Ruyi Valley? I'm sorry that I can't accept your decision. Huang Yao, like Fu Qingyu, went to question his father in person after receiving the news. Huang Yuanliang was not going to tolerate Huang Yao, and said in a stern tone, "You are not allowed to make the decision on this matter. The heavenly court is powerful. Even if there are two great emperors, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Our Ruyi Valley is now under the rule of the heavenly court. The attitude of the heavenly court is too tough. The only solution is to send you to the heavenly court. With your appearance and talent for cultivating immortals, you will definitely be looked at differently by the Lord of the heavenly court. Your good friend Fu Qingyu will go with you, so you two sisters can take care of each other. It's settled on this matter. No one can change your father's decision." Huang Yao didn't expect that her good friend would have the same experience as herself. She was so angry that she didn't know what to say, so she just waved her sleeves and left. She would not accept her fate like this. Her fiancé would definitely be able to help her, and she believed that her fiancé would never want his woman to fall into the arms of another man. Huang Yuanliang couldn't express the pain in his heart as he watched his daughter leave. Although he was a powerful 9th-level supreme being, he could not withstand the might of the heavenly court. He. Valley Master Huang really knows how to handle matters. Our great elder of heaven said that as long as Valley Master Huang sends his daughter to heaven, we will guarantee the basic interests of Ruyi Valley. Quote, as for the engagement your daughter has, our great elder of heaven will take care of the person involved. After Huang Yao left, two groups of dark red mist appeared directly beside Huang Yuanliang. They were the supreme strongmen from the demon realm. Chapter 499 sends a woman to the boss. I hope the heavenly court will keep its word. Huang Yuanliang looked at the two demon realm supremes of the 8th heaven and became more wary of the heavenly court. They actually colluded with people from the demon realm. What methods did the Lord of Heaven use to make these supreme beings from the demon realm be so respectful to the Lord of Heaven and even let them regard themselves as people of heaven? If the information he knew was correct, the Grand Elder of Heaven, and all the high-ranking officials except the Lord of Heaven, had not yet reached the Supreme. Huang Yuanliang was very puzzled as to why these Supreme Masters from the demon realm were so obedient. But if they don't agree, the heavenly army will appear outside Ruyi Valley on a certain day, and Ruyi Valley will have no way to resist. Originally, he was on good terms with Burning Moon Valley because the Holy Land of Dian was behind Burning Moon Valley. But now that the Holy Land of Dian is gone, Ruyi Valley has also been implicated. There are gains and losses, and now Ruyi Valley has no way out. If the Lord of Heaven can kill the Holy Lord of Dian Holy Land, then he will have enough strength to resist the two emperors. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. By the time the people from Tianlei Pavilion arrived to support, Ruyi Valley had already been reduced to ashes. As for pretending to be friendly with the heavenly court and secretly seeking help from the Tianlei Pavilion, that is even more impossible. The marriage is very solid when the strength is equal, but it is very fragile when the strength is unequal. He even doubted whether Tianlei Pavilion would go against the heavenly court for the sake of a woman. So he didn't dare to gamble on this possibility. After all, his daughter had only entered into a marriage contract with the young master of Tianlei Pavilion, and the real marriage had not yet taken place. Don't worry. We in heaven always keep our words. The great elder of heaven admires you for being able to see the times, so he plans to meet you in person. The supreme lord of the demon realm took out a pistol and fired a shot directly at the open ground. When shall we meet? Just when Huang Yuanliang was about to make an appointment, a space door appeared and Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng walked out of it. What's wrong? Are you surprised to see me, Valley Master Huang? Zhao Haifeng saw that Huang Yuanliang looked very surprised, so he pulled a chair beside him and sat down very familiarly. Heaven is truly mysterious. Could this be the legendary spatial ability? Huang Yuanliang's hope of luck was completely dispelled by this mysterious method. The great elder of heaven has come to visit us. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Huang Yuanliang kept his methods very low-key. Did your daughter volunteer? Lin Feng sat next to Zhao Haifeng and asked Huang Yuanliang. This guy Zhao Haifeng actually wanted to find a woman for the boss. As the boss's brother-in-law, he felt that he had to keep a close eye on it. Although I feel a little sorry for my sister, it is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. After all, this is a world of cultivating immortals, not the lower world. My sister should have adapted to it long ago. Huang Yuanliang naturally knew that this person must be the second elder of heaven, and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, second elder, this is absolutely voluntary." Since he is already prepared to join heaven, it is only right to call him the second elder. Although the opponent's strength was not as good as his, the 2 demon realm supremes stood obediently behind the 2 elders, so he did not dare to put on airs. Putting on airs in front of the elders of heaven is like seeking death, isn't that like hanging yourself? Some forces really have no choice but to bow down before power. Of course, the power behind this authority must be strong, otherwise this authority will have to bow down to other powers. Just like now, both Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng are very weak, and Huang Yuanliang, as a 9th level supreme, dares not act rashly at all. This is the reality. It's good that it's voluntary. I don't want anything to happen. Lin Feng also knew that it was definitely not voluntary, but he still had to say it. When the time comes to deal with the matter, the other party will bear the responsibility. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no problem. Huang Yuanliang made up his mind to persuade his daughter in private. He must not let his daughter be willful anymore. The lives of everyone in Ruyi Valley are in his daughter's hands. Zhao Haifeng whispered to Lin Feng, maybe the boss likes this kind of rebellious tone. Let me tell you, I encountered this kind of tone last time. I didn't think much of it before, but since that time, I found that I like this kind of tone. As he spoke, Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but chuckled. Lin Feng couldn't help but remind him, whenever you go, remember to take me with you. I'll give you some advice. I'm afraid you can't grasp it. Zhao Haifeng coughed a few times and handed Huang Yuanliang a communicator to contact him directly. This is a communication device that can talk to me directly. Press it once to call me, and press it again to hang up. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Huang Yuanliang nodded quickly, and at the same time became more curious about the heavenly palace. It would be great if he could go to the heavenly palace in person. Let's go. Zhao Haifeng was very satisfied with Huang Yuanliang's attitude. The reason he came to meet him was to dispel Huang Yuanliang's other ideas. The space gate opened again, and Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng left directly with the 2 demon realm supremes. Huang Yuanliang stayed in his room for a long time with the communicator in his hand. Although the new power of heaven has only been rising for a short time, it seems to have a lot of foundation. Therefore, directly joining the heavenly court may be the most correct choice. People go to high places, and water flows to low places. If you want to survive in this world, sometimes one choice can determine the fate of your life. In just 1 week, the heavenly court wiped out all the hostile forces that refused to submit, and showed no mercy in confiscating their property and exterminating their clans. Under such tough measures, those forces that were originally hesitant all defected to the heavenly court. After the heavenly court swallowed up the territory of the Great Yan Holy Land, the area it ruled had expanded to an incredible extent. Some people have even proposed relocation, as the current development of the family is no longer suitable in Shenyang County. The person who raised this question was Zhang Chuchen. Zhang Chuchen felt that it would be better to move directly to the former site of the Great Yan Holy Land, where spiritual energy was abundant and there was no shortage of spiritual veins. Sitting there would only benefit and not harm the rule of heaven. Chu Ge had also thought about this issue. Indeed, the current heavenly court in Shenyang County or Chongla Prefecture were both considered small places. Moreover, even the entire territory of the Qing dynasty is just a remote place, and the heavenly court should not retreat to such a place. If you want to relocate, there are many things to consider. But now the matter of relocation can be completely implemented, because Chu Ge directly signed in and got a one-time prop for one-click relocation. Whatever you think of will come true. With a one-time prop for relocation with one click, you don't need to consider so many things. After the relocation with one click, the Heavenly Court disappeared directly in Shenyang County, and those forces in Shenyang County and Chongla Prefecture that had defected to the Heavenly Court also disappeared. However, the remaining interests are firmly held in the hands of heaven. Ji Yu Quan had received the news a long time ago, so he was not surprised at all. The Heavenly Court would still support him to ascend the throne and become emperor. He wished that the Heavenly Court would become stronger. Only when it became stronger would it not care about his own interests. At this time, Chu Ge was looking at the two women sent by Zhao Haifeng with a puzzled look on his face, wondering what Zhao Haifeng was doing. Chapter 500. It's impossible not to eat the meat that's right in front of your mouth. Someone come here. Chu Ge knew that it was definitely Zhao Haifeng who acted on his own. It would be fine if he just found women by himself. But he actually went through all means to find women for himself. Although these two women seemed to have their own merits and were extremely beautiful, he needed his men to send them to him. This was simply an insult to Chu Ge's personal charm. Fu Qingyu and Huang Yao both came to the Lord of Heaven unwillingly. They had no strength to resist and were picked and chosen by the Lord of Heaven like goods. For these two people who lived the life of Heaven's darlings, this was worse than death. Lord of the court, the two people outside hurried in and bowed their heads respectfully. Call Zhao Haifeng for me. Chu Ge glanced at the two women and said lightly, let me guess that you two are not doing this voluntarily. Quote. Yes, sir. The two of them hurriedly took their leave. Fu Qingyu knew that the fate of Burning Moon Valley was just a word from the Lord of Heaven, so she didn't dare to act rashly and said expressionlessly, of course it's not voluntary. Quote. If the Lord of Heaven is unwilling, and his subordinates are just acting on their own, then he can just let us go back. Quote. Huang Yao glanced at his friends around him and said to the Lord of Heaven, does the Lord of Heaven know Tianlai Pavilion? Quote. Tianlai Pavilion is a more powerful force than the Dian Holy Land. Its territory alone is twice as large as the original Dian Holy Land. I originally had an engagement with the young pavilion master of Tianlai Pavilion, but unfortunately my great elder forced me to come here. Quote. If the Lord of Heaven does not want to offend Tianlai Pavilion, he can send me back. I will definitely ensure that Tianlai Pavilion will not be an enemy of heaven. Quote. After Huang Yao finished speaking, she originally thought that the Lord of Heaven would hate a stupid woman like herself after hearing it, but she heard a disdainful sneer from above. Chu Ge laughed even deeper, looking at Huang Yao, and suddenly became interested. You are an interesting woman, more attractive to me than the one next to you. Quote. You are not afraid of danger. You want to use your previous stupid speech to make me hate you and look down on you and let you go back. It's a good idea. Quote. Huang Yao was panicked. She didn't expect that her little thoughts would be seen through by the other party. Fu Qingyu sighed in her heart. Yao Yao was too reckless. She didn't know how powerful the Lord of Heaven was. Before she came, her father had given her all the information about the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven killed the Supreme and then killed the Emperor. His real strength was not as strong as the Supreme, but he had countless geniuses under him. The Heaven, which is owned by the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan, is not that simple. And the Lord of Heaven, who sits on the heaven and controls it tightly, is not a simple person. In her opinion, the Lord of Heaven is the Son of Heaven who is rare in 1,000 years. He has countless talents around him. Given time, he will definitely be ranked among the emperors and suppress the ages. What about Tianlai Pavilion? If I can kill one emperor, I can kill the second emperor and the third emperor. Quote. Chu Ge supported his chin and looked at Huang Yao. What's your name, lady? Congratulations on successfully attracting my attention. Quote. Huang Yao. Huang Yao held her head high, as if she didn't want to show weakness in front of the Lord of Heaven. But the other party didn't take Tianlai Pavilion seriously at all, making Huang Yao lose her support in an instant. Huang Yao, what a nice name. From today on, you will stay by my side and be a maid. Quote. Chu Ge's words directly determined Huang Yao's future, which made Huang Yao want to take action, but reason stopped her. Fu Qingyu looked at the Lord of Heaven from the side and found that the Lord of Heaven did not pay any attention to her at all. She felt a sense of loss in her heart that she could not explain. As for you, if you want to go back, I can ask someone to send you back. Chu Ge looked at her at this time. If I guess correctly, even if I don't keep you, you probably won't be able to go back. Quote. Chu Ge more or less guessed that even if he let the other party go back, the people behind this woman would find a way to keep this woman in heaven. As long as the Lord of Heaven lets me go back, I can naturally go back. Fu Qingyu said confidently. She had told her father before coming that as long as the Lord of Heaven was willing to let her go back, her father should not stop her. Her father agreed at that time. I hope so. Chu Ge didn't expect that this woman was so naive and had good aptitude. She was already in the Taishu realm at such a young age. Although he said he was sending her back, he had to eat the meat when it was in his mouth. Even if he took a bite, it was the meat in his mouth and he would not let it go. The two women probably didn't know that they had become the little toys of the Lord of Heaven to entertain him. Boss, how is it? As an elder of heaven, I work hard and whenever I have some free time, I think about what is missing from my boss's side. Quote. A gust of wind blew the door open, and Zhao Haifeng's figure slowly appeared in the hall. His extremely frivolous tone surprised the two women. Who is this man? He actually dared to speak to the Lord of Heaven like this. Even if he is the great elder of heaven, there should still be hierarchy. Chu Ge looked at Zhao Haifeng and suddenly sneered. Well, it seems that you have been free recently and actually do some things like this. Quote. I'm innocent, boss. This was the idea that Lin Feng and his team came up with. I was just the executor. Quote. Zhao Haifeng said innocently, they said that the boss is too lonely. As the master of heaven, he only has a few women. This is not right. Quote. Nowadays, every cultivator has dozens or even hundreds of women. As our bosses, we all agree that we cannot fall behind. Quote. So I specially found two women whose looks are worthy of the boss. Please don't be dissatisfied, boss. As the great elder, I have really tried my best. Quote. Zhao Haifeng's words made the two women dare not speak out. This man turned out to be the great elder of the heavenly court, the culprit who made them come here. You are all very free, so I will accept it this time. This time I will punish you to go to the demon realm for training once, and I will teleport you back after half a month. Quote. There was no smile on Chu Ge's face, and his eyes made Zhao Haifeng feel uncomfortable. Zhao Haifeng secretly wondered whether the boss was satisfied or not. Zhao Haifeng was not panicked at all. As long as everyone went together, there would be no punishment. It was simply a trip. He didn't have to worry about the affairs of the heavenly court. He was very happy. No, that's not right. Zhao Haifeng suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He seemed to see a smile in the boss's eyes. Great, this is not a punishment, this is clearly a reward for them. After seeing the Lord of Heaven punish Zhao Haifeng, the two women felt much more comfortable. It turned out that the Lord of Heaven was also unaware of it, and these subordinates just acted on their own. The subordinates know their mistakes and accept the punishment. Quote. Zhao Haifeng suppressed his smirk and left without looking back, which made the two women feel that Zhao Haifeng was being punished by the Lord of Heaven for not accepting his decision. As for what the demon realm was, the two women naturally knew. The news that the Lord of Heaven could enter and leave the demon realm freely was shocking. Chapter 501, The Dark Boss. The demon realm is a topic that countless cultivators, including those with the strength of emperors, avoid talking about. Whenever someone from the demon realm appears in this world, there will be rivers of blood. If people outside knew what the Lord of Heaven said, they would definitely attack the heavenly court. Anyone who gets involved with the demon realm will not have a good end, and the two of them know very well that since they heard the news, heaven will never let them leave. It's too late to leave now. I'm so sorry. You two will probably have to stay in heaven forever. Chu Ge suddenly seemed to remember something. He said with a smile on his face and a regretful tone. I think you are just kidding me. Fu Qingyu finally realized that the Lord of Heaven had never intended to let her go from the beginning. Huang Yao might have been naive before, but when the other party showed no fear of Tianlei Pavilion, she had already given up the idea of being let go. Although he had never met the young master of Tianlei Pavilion, he knew from a young age that he would be the young master's man in the future. And now that she had been given to the Lord of Heaven by her father, even if she was extremely unwilling in her heart, what could she do? After all, in this world, the powerful have the final say. You're right, I was just kidding you. Chu Ge snapped his fingers, and a figure walked out from the corner of the hall. Zhao Yu was wearing a eunuch's robe, and he had already learned all the eunuch's etiquette. Master. Zhao Yu lowered his head respectfully. Chu Ge pointed at Huang Yao and Fu Qingyu and said, place the two girls well in the heavenly palace. Try to satisfy their requests as long as they are not excessive. Yes, sir. Zhao Yu stood in front of the two girls. Please come in, both of you. Zhao Yu usually has no tasks at all. Usually, he manages the East Factory and stays in the Heavenly Palace with Chu Ge. Huang Yao and Fu Qingyu didn't expect that a eunuch could make them unable to see his cultivation level. The foundation of the Heavenly Court was far beyond their understanding. Zhao Haifeng, who was leaving, shared the good news with Zhun Moshao, Lin Feng and others. Let me tell you, the boss is very satisfied with our actions this time. I think we can continue to do this. This time the boss has rewarded us handsomely. He. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help laughing. No way, you're laughing while being punished. Even a pervert like me thinks you're very perverted. Li Yunxiao muttered silently as he stood behind everyone. Are you irritated? Is the boss unhappy? Don't say the opposite. Although Zhun Moshao was only involved in a suggestion, he was innocent if he was implicated. Based on my understanding of the boss, it should be a reward rather than a punishment. Zhang Chuchen asked doubtfully. Zhao Haifeng said to everyone mysteriously. The boss said, let's go to the demon realm together and stay there for half a month. What the hell? Go to that remote place in the demon realm and stay there for half a year. Li Yunxiao, who had been there before, was instantly unhappy. That place is not a place for people to stay. Not only is the spiritual energy violent, there is no scenery at all. He would not be happy to stay in the demon realm for half a month, or even a few days. I'm not saying, what does your business have to do with me? Why do you want to include me in this? Li Yunxiao suddenly remembered that he had no part in the whole thing, but he was the one being punished. Lin Feng said speechlessly, Zhao Haifeng, you call this a reward? You may be half asleep. Others also thought so. The demon realm is not a good place. Going there is suffering, but Zhao Haifeng looks very happy. Why don't you think about the fact that if we stay for half a month, we won't have to do the things we are doing? Zhao Haifeng looked at everyone with a look of disappointment. Why are these people so stupid? No wonder I am the great elder and you are only below me. Zhao Haifeng silently looked down upon everyone, but of course he did not dare to say it out loud, as he could not bear the anger of everyone. Then what? Lin Feng asked. Zhao Haifeng said directly, then it's like we have a half-month holiday. With our collective strength, we don't have to be afraid to go to the demon realm together. If this isn't a reward, then what is it? Why don't you guys get it? That's true, but you're the only one who can think of this. Zhun Moshao smiled silently. Zhao Haifeng, you are right. Compared to taking a vacation, going to the demon realm does not seem unacceptable. Li Yunxiao felt that he was a fickle man. After thinking about it, he actually looked forward to going to the demon realm. Zhang Chuchen didn't say anything. He could understand his boss's good intentions. Who doesn't like to have a holiday? Everyone here likes to have a holiday, but the affairs of heaven hold them back. When do we set off? Lin Feng asked. You set off now. Chu Ge appeared in front of everyone, looked at everyone and directly opened a space tunnel leading to the demonic world. In half a month, I will reopen the door to the demon realm at the location where you appeared. Don't miss the time. Chu Ge earnestly reminded everyone, the Lord of the demon realm is still very powerful. If you don't have enough strength, don't provoke him. Although he knew that this reminder was of no use, he was still in the habit of reminding them and was worried about them. After all, these people were the protagonists. If the protagonists didn't cause trouble and didn't provoke big boss like the Lord of the Demon Realm, could they still be considered protagonists? So Chu Ge knew that their trip would definitely not be peaceful, and he hoped that they could all return safely. He was also using this incident to give them a break so that they could get some experience. As for the trivial matters in heaven, wouldn't he put them aside for half a month and deal with them when they came back? If these people think that they can help them handle the affairs of heaven, they are too naive. Boss, don't worry. With our combined strength, we can handle the situation even if we encounter the emperor. We won't fight him head-on. Zhao Haifeng assured confidently. Good luck to you. Chu Ge watched everyone leave. Goodbye, boss. Boss, I'm leaving. Boss, remember to miss me. After learning that they had half a month off, everyone happily ran directly into the space tunnel and waved goodbye without any reluctance. I just wonder if they will regret leaving without any reluctance when they come back and see the work that has piled up for half a month. Chu Ge didn't tell them for their own good. When you go out to play, you should do it without any burden. If you know that you will have half a month's worth of affairs to deal with in half a month, you will definitely not have a full enjoyment of the game. Chu Ge smiled sinisterly, closed the space tunnel with a smile, and prepared to taste the delicious food sent by Zhao Haifeng. Chapter 502, The Wingman Who is Thrown Away After Use. It was dark in the main hall of Linglong Palace in the northwest corner of the Heavenly Palace. Huang Yao leaned against the window, with a light gauze dress draped over her shoulders, looking up at the night sky with sad eyes. In this vast night sky, there is no place for me. This is the reality. Perhaps I should have thought of it from the beginning, but I only recognize the reality now. This is what it feels like to experience it yourself. Huang Yao was very confused. She thought that she might have to spend her whole life in this heavenly palace. Do you miss home? Chu Ge's figure appeared beside her at some point. Huang Yao knew that the Lord of Heaven was very powerful, so she was not surprised. Yeah, Huang Yao nodded crisply. Chu Ge looked at the beauty under the moon in front of him, and there was a hint of sadness in his eyes, which made people feel pity, but this did not include Chu Ge himself. Mortals often say that immortal cultivators are oblivious to the passage of time. A blink of an eye is a mortal's entire life. Homesickness usually appears in the hearts of mortals. When did immortal cultivators become so sentimental? This is not a good phenomenon for cultivators. Huang Yao looked at the Lord of Heaven and didn't know what he was talking about for a moment. Could it be that he couldn't even feel homesick? For some reason, Huang Yao felt very aggrieved, but she didn't dare to vent it out for fear of offending the other party. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. I am just a little woman. Huang Yao pursed her lips and tried hard to suppress the urge to feel wronged. Chu Ge didn't expect that the pitiful look of this little guy in front of him could be so touching. His fingertips stroked the other person's soft hair, and a wisp of unknown hair fragrance gently penetrated into his nose. This woman really caught my eye. At this moment, in the palace opposite, a somewhat flustered figure was swaying in front of the half-open window. Fu Qingyu paced back and forth in the room in a panic. Her best friend was right opposite her, and the Lord of Heaven also appeared. How should he save Yao Yao? Is he going to watch his good friend Yao Yao fall into the clutches of the Lord of Heaven? Huang Yao had no idea that his good friend was trying every possible way to save him. He was now taking the initiative to talk to the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven's tone was very talkative, not at all as anxious as he had imagined, which was exactly the image of the man he had imagined in his mind. He started from scratch, has amazing talent, a stunning appearance, is very powerful, has countless talented people under his command, and his power is expanding at an alarming rate. Am I really worthy of such a talented person? Such a cowardly thought suddenly came into Huang Yao's mind. She was different from Qingyu. She had never met her fiancé before. The only connection between her and the young master of Tianlei Pavilion was the marriage certificate. So there is no emotional problem. I refuted my father before because he treated me like a commodity and threw me around. But now she has changed her mind. The Lord of Heaven is not bad, so why should she resist? She will get married sooner or later and cannot make her own decision. Then why is the Lord of Heaven not a good choice? Qingyu met the Holy Son of Dian Holy Land because of marriage, and then they fell in love with each other and stayed together from time to time. I used to envy them very much. But now, I feel somewhat fortunate that I don't have so many worries. For Chu Ge, there is no so-called halo of the heroine or the hero, otherwise Huang Yao would not have such normal thoughts. I'll take you to see the stars. Chu Ge looked straight at Huang Yao. Huang Yao originally thought about refusing. After all, what was so beautiful about the stars? However, the irresistible gaze of the Lord of Heaven made her swallow the idea of refusing. Looking at the charming face of the Lord of Heaven, Huang Yao felt a little flustered and nervous. Could this be an invitation? Huang Yao herself is not very old. She is a spoiled girl in her 20s. She has never been blessed by love and doesn't know how to deal with herself at this moment. Okay. Huang Yao held it in for a long time before finally uttering one word. She no longer resists getting along with the Lord of Heaven. Perhaps this is accepting her fate after facing the reality. A crisp whistle and a cry. The three-legged golden crow appeared in the night sky like a sun and stayed in the open space in the center of the hall. Wooten didn't want to talk at all now. Although he hadn't been the boss's mount for a long time, he was forced to be fed dog food on such a night. What a fuck. Wooten didn't want to say a word now. Chu Ge had no idea what Wooten was thinking, so he pulled Huang Yao and stood directly on Wooten's back. This is the demon emperor. Wouldn't that be a bad thing? Huang Yao was a little restrained and nervous. After all, he was standing on the three-legged golden crow, and it was also the demon emperor who was personally appointed by the Lord of Heaven that day. It doesn't matter. He's just too idle to sleep. Chu Ge directly signaled Wooten to take off. Wooten spread his wings and flew away in silence. He was brought back by his boss just after entering the demon realm. It seemed as if the vacation had passed him by. Wooten flew into the night sky like a dazzling light that seemed to directly illuminate the night sky. Fu Qingyu watched as the Lord of Heaven took Huang Yao out of the courtyard and flew directly into the night sky on the three-legged golden crow, feeling inexplicably lost. Strange, wasn't I thinking of taking Yao Yao out of the sea of fire? Why be lost? Fu Qingyu was a little confused. Now she only hoped that Lin Yan would know that she was in heaven and come to save her. In Fu Qingyu's heart, even though Lin Yan is weak now, he will sooner or later become stronger than the Lord of Heaven. After all, he is the man she has chosen. Although Wooten was full of complaints in his heart, it was everyone's decision for the boss to pick up girls and he was also involved in it, so naturally he had to be the best wingman. A rain, a flaming meteor shower. The night sky is filled with twinkling stars, like flames formed by snowflakes floating down, and meteor showers formed by flames sliding across the sky. Do you like it? Chu Ge hugged Huang Yao directly. Her soft and boneless waist made his heart flutter. At the same time, Chu Ge decided to give Zhao Haifeng and the others an extra half-month of vacation. For the first time, Chu Ge felt that having a subordinate who knew how to find women for him was really good, really great. Huang Yao did not struggle, but half leaned on the Lord of Heaven, looking at the dazzling night scene with a dazed look. It turned out that this was the romance that Qingyu talked about. The sky is the blanket, the earth is the mat, and the universe and the stars are all spectators. Huang Yao was intoxicated in this feeling and let the Lord of Heaven gallop thousands of miles away. She didn't want to wake up. She would rather stay at this moment forever in her life. Wooten was thrown back to the demon realm by Chu Ge early on, and he was thrown away after being used without any hesitation. In the devil's realm, Zhao Haifeng and his companions had just angered several supreme beings and were hiding in a remote place eating barbecue. The ingredients for the barbecue were all brought by themselves and were all funded by Zhao Haifeng alone. Oh, has it been used up by the boss? Zhao Haifeng teased him with a smile after seeing Wooten appear from the space. Chapter 503, The friendship between the two women is about to break down because of a man. Wooten brushed off the non-existent dust on his body and picked up a roasted leg of lamb and started eating. I have good news to tell you. This is the good news I have earned. It's not too much to eat one more leg of lamb. Wooten directly picked up the last roasted leg of lamb, and under the dangerous gazes of the crowd, he hurriedly said, "This time I have exchanged for an extra half a month of vacation. This is the vacation I earned with my labor. It was originally just for me, but since everyone is my brother, it became everyone's vacation. Now we have a total of 1 month vacation. Don't you want to do something in the demon realm?" General Bai looked at Wooten. Are you thinking of making a big fuss in the demon realm? You must know that the strength of the Lord of the demon realm is not something we can match now. Even my ability probably can't make the Lord of the demon realm lose his power and become immortal. Now General Bai's strength has secretly become a supreme-level powerhouse, so his power is enough to affect the emperor. Zhun Moshao was somewhat tempted. I'm only one step away from being the supreme. I believe I will be able to recover to the supreme strength soon. I can make a big fuss. I thought I was invincible, but I didn't expect you to be braver than me. Young man, I'll teach you a lesson. Zhao Haifeng spoke to Wooten as if he was praising a junior. I don't even dare to imagine where this guy Wooten gets the courage from, but it seems very exciting and I like it. Let's do it. Li Yunxiao and others agreed. Except for Shu Muyu, Yifeng and Xiao Chen, everyone else is here. None of these people are law-abiding. Without Chu Ge's pressure on them, they were like Sun Wukong without the golden hoop, or like wild horses that had broken free from their reins, and they began to run wild. The Lord of the Demon Realm did not know at this time that a group of restless protagonists had come to his demon realm and were preparing to cause a big commotion in his territory. Huang Yao, who had been baptized once by the Lord of Heaven, now officially entered the Heavenly Palace and became a member of the Heavenly Palace. Yao Yao, have you really accepted your fate? Fu Qingyu came to talk to Yao Yao. He also wanted to know what the two of them were doing in the sky last night. Why did they come back so late? Did they enjoy the scenery all night? The sneer on Huang Yao's lips was full of disdain for her previous self. So what if I don't accept my fate? Don't you think the Lord of Heaven is better? I can choose too. What I can choose is to accept my fate. This is also my own choice. It's the only time I have made my own choice in all these years. Fu Qingyu didn't understand Huang Yao's thoughts at all, and argued, we have an engagement. Huang Yao sneered, engagement? Is the engagement our own choice? Isn't it our parents who chose it for us? We are both victims, but you and I are different. You enjoy the happiness that the engagement brings you, but I don't. I haven't even met the young master of Tianlei Pavilion, although according to the time of the engagement, this year is the time for me to get married. Is there any difference between getting married and coming to heaven? Yao Yao, you say, for me, there is no difference, right? Fu Qingyu didn't know what to say for a moment, but she got along very well with her fiancé, and Yao Yao's situation was different. Then I'll go first. Fu Qingyu seemed to have realized that Yao Yao was no longer the same kind of person as her, but she was also sincerely happy for her. There is no point in telling Yao Yao what I am thinking. He wanted to leave, but Yao Yao had already accepted her fate and stayed in heaven. Huang Yao watched Fu Qingyu leave and did not try to keep her. Perhaps two women who are in the best of relationships may have their relationship broken apart because of a man. Huang Yao felt that perhaps she should talk to the Lord of Heaven about Fu Qingyu's fiancé. Although she didn't know much about Fu Qingyu's fiancé Lin Yan, she knew that his cultivation advancement was also extremely terrifying. There have been many cases of accidents. Now, as the woman of the Lord of Heaven, I must sit upright and stand firm. At this time, Lin Yan had successfully found another kind of strange fire. After swallowing this strange fire, he successfully broke through to the spirit sea realm at the critical moment of death. Lin Yan, who was originally very happy after having a breakthrough after escaping death, heard a piece of news that made him regretful. That is, Fu Qingyu of Burning Moon Valley had been sent to heaven by the Valley Master of Burning Moon Valley and was accepted by the Lord of Heaven. People outside say that Burning Moon Valley will be prosperous in the near future. What Lin Yan regretted was why he didn't use his eyes that could see through the future to look at Qingyu's future. Lin Yan felt extremely regretful as to why he had not considered this point. So Lin Yan ran directly to Burning Moon Valley to question Fu Lin. It was true that he was down and out, but as long as he was given time, he would definitely not be worse than the Lord of Heaven. Give you time. What Burning Moon Valley needs most is time. I'm sorry, Lin Yan, the Heavenly Court is looking for you now. Since you have fallen into the trap, don't blame your uncle for being rude. Fu Lin didn't feel any guilt at all. Wasn't your father the same back then? Now that the great Yan Holy Land is gone, I've just changed a person. Lin Yan looked at the monks from the Burning Moon Valley who were gradually gathering around him and sneered, is this the first day that the Burning Moon Valley Master has known me? Since they couldn't come to an agreement, Lin Yan could only go on a killing spree. He would go and save Qingyu himself. Even if the Heavenly Palace is a den of dragons and tigers, he will still try to break in. The power of the strange fire was fully exerted in Lin Yan's hands, and countless cultivators in the Burning Moon Valley were burned to death on the spot. In the explosion of the fusion of three kinds of strange fire, Lin Yan took advantage of the explosion and left Burning Moon Valley directly. Why don't you let me take action? Fu Lin looked at the Demon Realm Supreme beside him in confusion. This is what the higher-ups mean. Don't guess, just follow orders. The two Demon Realm Supremes looked at him expressionlessly. How could they know? They were just following orders. Lin Yan did not directly sneak into the Heavenly Palace, but instead prepared to go to the Tianlei Pavilion to seek help. After all, Huang Yao, the woman of the young master of the Tianlei Pavilion, also went to the Heavenly Palace. He is not a fool, how could he really think that he could sneak into heaven alone? Perhaps he could use the power of Tianlei Pavilion to rescue Qingyu. After this time, he would never let Qingyu leave his side again. Perhaps it is safest to be by yourself. Lin Yan took advantage of the rest time to see a fragment of the future. He clearly saw that his trip to seek help from Tianlei Pavilion was very smooth. It's a pity that I can't see the scene of myself rescuing Qingyu. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, who were monitoring Lin Yan, yawned as they recorded information about Lin Yan's movements. Chapter 504, The Conspiracy of Emperor Gan. Tianlei Pavilion is located in the southeast of the Dagon dynasty. It has a very unfriendly relationship with the Dagon dynasty and can be said to be a hostile force. There are always frictions between them, and it is common for small-scale battles to break out again and again. Emperor Gan of the Dagon dynasty learned that his brother-in-law had married 2 more beauties, and he came up with a plan. Because one of these 2 beauties, Huang Yao, is the fiancé of the young master of Tianlai Pavilion, and this concerns the reputation of Tianlai Pavilion, Emperor Gan really wants to know what Tianlai Pavilion will do. A brother-in-law is a brother-in-law, and the interests of the Dagon dynasty are the interests of the Dagon dynasty. There is no need to worry about the difference between the 2, but of course you have to sit firmly on the throne. If it were Chu Ge, if given the chance, he would also use the Dagon dynasty to achieve his own goals. The young master of Tianlai Pavilion was born with a divine thunder body, and with the full resources of Tianlai Pavilion, Lei Tianyi had already achieved the supreme status at the mere age of 25. The terrain of Liege is extremely high, as if it was built above the clouds. There are natural layers of thunder here, making it the most suitable place for being infused with thunder. A figure appeared in the clouds, and thunder was like a dragon flying through the clouds. The violent thunder seemed to have no effect on the figure. Lei Tianyi held the thunder in his hand and swung it. The thunder turned into a thunder whip and lashed the clouds, and it seemed as if the space was exploding. Young master, the pavilion master asks you to go for a trip. A simple and honest strong man stood on the edge of the cliff and shouted at the clouds. A divine thunderbolt instantly landed beside the sturdy man, and his figure, wrapped in thunderclouds, slowly emerged as the thunder gradually disappeared. The resolute face and the confidence in the eyes are the most prominent. It is not particularly attractive, but it is memorable. Lei Tianyi stretched his muscles and said to Lei Mang, "What does my father want to see me for? He is looking for me when I am practicing, so it must be an important matter, right?" "Young master, it's about the young madam," Lei Mang said with difficulty in answering. Seeing Lei Mang hesitating, Lei Tianyi thought that something had happened to his fiancée and she came to ask for help. He couldn't help but smile and said, "The wedding date is approaching, and it's time for me to meet her." Over the years, Lei Tianyi has been busy with cultivation and has never cared about his children's love affairs. His father has also talked to him about this many times, but each time it had no effect. For Lei Tianyi, practicing and becoming stronger is the most important thing. He has already seen the consequences of practicing while falling in love. He knew about the destruction of the great Yan Holy Land and the rising star of the Lord of Heaven. Even when living at home, he still listens to what is happening in the world. Listening to intelligence is one of Lei Tianyi's few hobbies besides cultivation. When Lei Mang saw that the young master had misunderstood, he didn't know how to explain it, so he could only wait for the young master to go to the scene to see what was going on. Thundercloud Hall. Lei Tianyi came to the hall and found that his father and the elders were all there, and the strange supreme monk was actually from the Dagon dynasty. When will the supreme ruler of the Dagon dynasty be able to appear openly in the Thundercloud Palace? "Father, elders," Lei Tianyi greeted very politely. Lei Batian, the leader of Tianlai Pavilion, looked at his son with great pride. He was a gifted child who had the hope of breaking through to become an emperor before the age of 30. The great supreme looked at Lei Tianyi with a teasing look and said slowly, "When did Tianlai Pavilion become so out of touch with the news? If not surprisingly, your fiancé should be in the arms of the Lord of Heaven right now." After seeing Lei Tianyi's face start to turn wrong, the great supreme added fuel to the fire, and as the young master of Tianlai Pavilion, you already have green grasslands growing over your head. "What do you mean?" Lei Tianyi resisted the urge to make a move, and thunder began to flash on his body. "Have I not made it clear enough? Even if you are the supreme, you will definitely wear this green hat. My Emperor Gan kindly sent me to inform you. He is afraid that you will get too comfortable wearing this hat and will not want to take it off in the future." However, this supreme Dagon was not afraid at all. Tianlai Pavilion did not dare to attack him. Once they did, a war would break out between Tianlai Pavilion and the Dagon dynasty. I believe that such a war will not easily break out in Tianlai Pavilion. Over the years, both sides have had a tacit understanding, and the supreme being will not take action. Basically, the people below fight to the death for the interests of the people above. "Father, what's going on?" Lei Tianyi didn't care about any woman, but if his fiancé was in the arms of someone else, he would never let the other person go easily. Moreover, he is a time traveler, born with a body of divine thunder and accompanied by rare treasures. As a modern man, Lei Tianyi would never let anyone cheat on him. As for the woman he wants, he can choose from among the countless beauties available to him. He also has no objection to arranged marriages. After all, it is better to marry a virtuous wife and take a beautiful concubine. In a world with 3 wives and 4 concubines, the strong are respected, and he has been working hard to become stronger. Lei Badian's face was gloomy, and an aura of thunderous rage instantly suppressed this great supreme being so that he could not raise his head. This was the oppression from the great emperor. He actually did not receive this message, or rather, the message was deliberately intercepted by someone and did not reach his ears. Ahem, is Pavilion Master Lei planning to attack me? The great Gon Supreme resisted with difficulty, but his waist was getting more and more bent, and he shouted loudly with cold sweat pouring down. The aura that was suppressing him disappeared instantly, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that Pavilion Master Lei and the young master of Tianlei Pavilion were silent, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. His goal had been achieved and he had successfully completed the task assigned by Emperor Gon. This time, he came here on the orders of Emperor Gon to stimulate the Tianlei Pavilion, with the purpose of making the Tianlei Pavilion take action against the Heavenly Court as soon as possible. At that time, the Heavenly Court will naturally ask for help from the Dagon dynasty. Finally, the Dagon dynasty will have a reason to take action, and can take the initiative in this cooperation. In the end, it can cripple or even destroy the Tianlei Pavilion. This was an opportunity that Emperor Gon saw, an opportunity to break the 1,000-year deadlock and give the Gon dynasty a chance to expand its ruling territory. The expansion of territory means that the fortune of the Dagon dynasty will grow further. Emperor Gon himself will also see visible growth in strength. After all, if Emperor Gon, who is already at the level of a great emperor, wants to go further, luck is crucial. He has not yet gotten rid of the idea of luck. He has always had an ambition, which is to use the luck of the Dagon dynasty to be promoted to a level above the emperor. Let the Dagon dynasty be successfully promoted to an imperial dynasty. Once promoted to an imperial dynasty, Emperor Gon will become a true emperor, surpassing the existence of the great emperor. Emperor Gan's ambition had been hidden in the deepest part of his heart until he saw the Lord of Heaven, who was also his brother-in-law, and he discovered this opportunity. Chapter 505 The Protagonist Wearing a Hat. My brother-in-law is not a law-abiding person. You can tell the character of the Lord of Heaven from the first glance at him. This guy's ambition is bigger and deeper than mine. He looks harmless, but if you let your guard down, you are likely to be tricked by this guy. This time, Emperor Gon has secretly reorganized his troops and is ready to dispatch at any time. As soon as the Heavenly Court requests for help, he will arrange for the generals in the court to immediately attack the Tianlei Pavilion. The supreme being sent by Emperor Gon was finally beaten up by the leader of Tianlei Pavilion. Although he did not die, he suffered a lot of trauma. After all, they are enemies. How can we be so polite to them? At this time, the Tianlei Pavilion was in an uproar. The young pavilion master's fiancée was actually abducted by the Lord of Heaven. The specific situation is unclear now, but it is estimated that the young pavilion master is doomed. They must let the Lord of Heaven know that the wrath of Tianlei Pavilion is not something that the Heavenly Court can withstand. Master, let's fight, otherwise how will the world look at our Tianlei Pavilion? Just send an army to destroy the so-called heaven. Under the army of my Tianlei Pavilion, the heaven has no choice but to be destroyed. The Dagon dynasty is not a good thing either. This time it is very likely to attack us when we attack the heaven. When have we in the Tianlei Pavilion ever been afraid? Do we have to endure it? You can endure it, but I can't. I'm not a coward. The elders of the Tianlei Pavilion are not good-tempered. After all, it is normal for people who practice thunder-based immortal cultivation techniques to have a bad temper. However, there are gains and losses. Although it has a bad temper, it is also very powerful. This is why Tianlei Pavilion has always existed. The violent power of thunder is a rare attribute power, and the prerequisite for joining Tianlei Pavilion is to have spiritual roots with thunder attributes. There are countless powerful people in Tianlei Pavilion, and the strength of the pavilion master is even more powerful than Emperor Gon. Lei Badian's attacks were always accompanied by violent and destructive thunderstorm power, which made the once confident Emperor Gon completely give up the idea of attacking Tianlei Pavilion. Now, if we want to take action against the Lord of Heaven, we must bypass the obstacle of the Dagon dynasty. Finally, Lei Badian considered it again and again, and finally nodded and agreed under the gaze of his son. When had his chosen one ever suffered such an injustice? And why didn't that old fellow from Rui Valley ask him for help? Was he afraid of the outburst from the heavenly court? Isn't the other party afraid of the thundering wrath of Tianlai Pavilion? Lei Badian plans to go to Rui Valley in person to see what the other party's reasons are. If it is really as he thinks, and the other party is trying to curry favor with the powerful and seek another job, then don't blame him for being ungrateful. What Lei Tianyi was thinking about was how to make the Lord of Heaven die under his thunder. He was the son of destiny, so how could the time travelers from past generations lose? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As a time traveler, Lei Tianyi was cuckolded by a local. How could he endure such a great humiliation? Lei Tianyi followed his father and led the Tianlai Pavilion army there in person, while the other elders stayed in Tianlai Pavilion to prevent any accidents. There is more than one emperor named Lei Badian in Tianlai Pavilion. There is another emperor who is Lei Tianyi's grandfather and Lei Badian's father, Lei Shang. It is not known whether the Dagon dynasty received orders from Emperor Gan, but the generals guarding the border of the Dagon dynasty simply turned a deaf ear and allowed the Tianlai Pavilion to bypass the Dagon dynasty. Father, is this a conspiracy of the Dagon dynasty? Emperor Gan must have been unwilling to accept the defeat by you personally. He has endured it for so many years. I suspect that Emperor Gan can't bear it anymore. Lei Tianyi felt something and expressed his concerns to his father. Ha ha ha, you are just a defeated general. In front of my Tianlai Pavilion, you are nothing but that. Even if there is any conspiracy, I have the method of thunder in my hand. I am not afraid even if all the emperors of all generations come together. Lei Badian was very pleased that his child could see the essence of things. Having been in charge of Tianlai Pavilion for many years, he is not a simple-minded person. He had seen through it a long time ago, but he couldn't let his son bear this humiliation alone. As a father, he wanted to wash away this humiliation for his child with his own hands and let the world know the consequences of offending Tianlai Pavilion. When he was young, he did many cruel things such as exterminating clans and families. This world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. He also wanted Tianyi to personally experience what the real world of cultivation was like. Lei Tianyi has been staying in Tianlai Pavilion to achieve supreme strength. He has never been to Tianlai Pavilion. However, he never thought that his child was a time traveler and deeply understood what the world of cultivating immortals was like. This is a world where the strong are respected, the strong are right, the strong can do whatever they want, and people become stronger and cultivate immortality in order to survive and do whatever they want. Lei Tianyi understood this truth, and he was afraid that one day he would encounter a strong man and be powerless. It was because of this idea that his strength reached this level. Young master of Tianlai Pavilion, please show yourself. Lin Yan felt extremely helpless. He was still a step too late. Tianlai Pavilion had already set out. He had no choice but to resort to this last resort. Who are you? Lei Tianyi flew out directly from the warship, looked at the person in front of him carefully, and found that he did not know him. I am the holy son of the great Yan Holy Land. I used to be, yes, now the important thing is that we have a common enemy, that is the Lord of Heaven. Although my great Yan Holy Land has been destroyed, there are still many old subordinates in the dark. The power in the dark was actually cultivated secretly by the great Yan Holy Land. It's a pity that the great Yan Holy Land was destroyed too quickly. Lin Yan knew that he had no relatives or friends with the other party, and it was impossible for him to agree to his request, so he could only increase the bargaining chips. So it's brother Lin, you and I have a common enemy. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although the Dian Holy Land has no connection with my Tianlai Pavilion, my Tianlai Pavilion sympathizes with the plight of the Dian Holy Land. Lei Tianyi originally wanted to get rid of him casually, but thinking that there was still a hidden power in the hands of the Dian Holy Sun, he might as well use it if he could, since he would not lose out anyway, so he changed his expression and greeted him with a smile. Young Pavilion Master, you are too polite. The villains from Heavenly Court have the right to be killed by everyone, and they have been secretly colluding with the demon realm. Otherwise, my great Yan Holy Land would never be destroyed by Heavenly Court so easily. Lin Yan was invited to his cabin by Lei Tianyi. He was exhausted from the journey, and with the destruction of the great Yan Holy Land, he hadn't sat down to drink tea like this for a long time. Colluding with the demon realm. Brother Lin's information is very timely. Brother Lin, please wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. After Lei Tianyi received the news, he was shocked. He did not expect that the heavenly court would actually collude with the demon realm. He must inform his father. Chapter 506, each with their own thoughts. Father, this is the specific situation. That Lin Yan would not lie for no reason. This guy just wants to use our power for revenge. Heaven is colluding with the demon realm. We have to prepare early. We can even use this to reveal it to other forces. Although heaven is small, it would be best if it could reduce our losses. Lin Yan told Lei Tianyi everything except the matter of his woman. A hint of fear flashed across Lei Badian's eyes. As for the demon realm, even he didn't dare to say that he could deal with it. The lord of the demon realm is at the top level of the Great Emperor, the 9th level of the Great Emperor. After so many years, no one knows whether he has made any progress. The heavenly court is actually colluding with the demon realm, or it can be said that the heavenly court is a pawn of the demon realm. Once the demon realm makes a comeback, it will no longer be Tianlei Pavilion's business, but a major matter that concerns the lives of all people in the world. Then there is no need for Tianlei Pavilion to take the lead, and the matter in heaven is no longer a simple personal grudge. But, words are not enough. We must find evidence that the heavenly court is colluding with the evil forces. Otherwise, our words will not be convincing, and we will not be able to convince those forces. Lei Badian shook his head. He still couldn't do this directly. This will only make people mistakenly think that you want to use them to deal with the heavenly court to resolve your personal grudges. Why? The demon realm is not something our Tianlei Pavilion can deal with. Even though the heavenly court is most likely just a forward stop for the demon realm, it means that the demon realm can enter and exit this world freely. The door to the world has been quietly opened by the demon realm. The Tianlei Pavilion can't just rush in recklessly like this. Lei Tianyi couldn't understand his father's thoughts. As the young master of the Tianlei Pavilion, he didn't want to see the Tianlei Pavilion make useless sacrifices. If there was an ambush by the emperor of the demon realm hidden in heaven, even if he and his father were traveling together, there was a high possibility that they would never return. Lei Badian suddenly felt a little resentful. If it weren't for Lin Yan, he and his son wouldn't have quarreled over this matter. There is no reason. Although the world of immortal cultivation does not emphasize evidence, the fact that heaven has not been exposed shows the nature of heaven. And don't forget why heaven wanted to spare Lin Yan's life. Have you ever thought about it? Lei Badian didn't know why he said this, but after thinking about it carefully, he didn't feel anything was wrong. Lei Tianyi calmed down all of a sudden and nodded in agreement. Father is right. Lin Yan is likely to be used by someone, and the heavenly court is likely behind this. I am reckless and did not consider the whole situation. Lei Badian looked at his son with great satisfaction. The heavenly court does not dare to use the power of the demon realm blatantly, so our trip is absolutely safe. If the demon realm emperor takes action, that aura cannot be concealed. So as long as the lord of the demon realm is not prepared for a full-scale war, he will not allow the demon realm emperor to appear in this world. But this information is very important. We can prepare in advance for the upcoming impact of the demon realm. We can use the power in Lin Yan's hands. I know more about the foundation of the Great Yan Holy Land. There must be a lot of shady forces in secret. Lei Tianyi didn't know what he was thinking about. His face gradually turned cold. He bowed to his father and said, in that case, I will first build a good relationship with Lin Yan. Who knows when I can use it? The heaven court is using him, and I also want to see what his value is. Lei Badian nodded. Go, there is still some distance to reach the heaven court's ruling territory. The Holy Lord of Dian Holy Land is really a waste. I suspect that he is not dead, because I didn't see any blood rain in the sky. Then, Lei Badian worriedly reminded his son who was about to go out, of course, there are also unknown means to make the emperor die silently. You still need to be careful on this trip. It's better to be safe than sorry. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, who were hiding in the dark, have completely merged with this space. Even the divine consciousness of an emperor like Lei Badian cannot find their trace. Has our heavenly court been exposed? Will the matter of the demon realm supreme be leaked by the pavilion master of the Tianlei Pavilion? Leaked. Even if they say it, someone has to believe it. Didn't you hear what he said just now? Lin Yan is a scheming guy, but it's a pity that he doesn't know that the other party is not a fool either. They use each other, haha, it's interesting. Watch the show. I thought this trip would be lonely, but unexpectedly there was a good show. However, the boss is the only one at home now. I don't know if he can hold on. Don't worry. The boss is a very capable person. Even if we are not with the boss, nothing will happen to the boss. What's more, the boss has learned the news in advance and will definitely be prepared in advance. Lin Yan, who was still drinking tea at this time, said after seeing Lei Tianyi coming back, "Brother Lei, the heavenly court should not be underestimated, especially the lord of the heavenly court. You must be careful on this trip. My people are on the way and will meet us soon." Single quote. This operation will be extremely noisy, and the large number of people involved will definitely make it impossible to hide from the eyes and ears of heaven. A sneak attack is impossible. Heaven's current lair is on the original site of Ardayan Holy Land. Brother Lei, has your father ever thought of leaking the news of heaven's collusion with the demon realm? Having said that, Lin Yan looked at Lei Yunyi expectantly. Lei Yunyi sighed deeply and started to act like an actor, with a hint of worry in his tone. "Brother Lin, father wants to agree, but no one believes him. Words are useless. Even if we say it, it will only lead to misunderstanding and add to the jokes." Lin Yan sat back awkwardly and lowered his head to drink tea. "Brother Lin, it was I who lacked consideration. The protagonists may be attracted to each other, but their different personalities may also make them hostile to each other. Lei Yunyi himself is a person of indifferent temperament. Except for a few family ties, he doesn't care much about other people." Not to mention Amir Lin Yan, Lei Yunyi said with a fake smile, "Brother Lin is in a hurry, it's understandable. Brother Lin has suffered a great disaster, you should have a good rest. If Brother Lin needs someone to help him with his clothes and purse, just tell me, I will definitely arrange it for you clearly." No need for that. Speaking of women, although Lin Yan and his fiancée are deeply in love, they are affectionate and polite to each other, and have never done anything inappropriate. "We are all men, Brother Lin, why bother yourself? Just leave it to me." Lei Yunyi clapped his hands with a smile, and after two specially recruited maids came in, he quietly left the room. Lei Yunyi closed the door and didn't care at all. These women were professionally trained. A stray dog can be dealt with by just a few women. Chapter 507. The entire territory is a big gossip formation. Fuck, there is such a good thing. Yi Feng looked at Lin Yan, who was hesitating and pushing and shoving with the two maids in the room, and suddenly became angry and wanted to go in and help. "Why is this kid pretending? We are all men and we all know each other." Xiao Chen's focus was different. He said, why do I feel that this young master of Tianlei Pavilion has the attitude of not caring about trivial matters when it comes to great things? The strength of the Supreme is a strong opponent." Yi Feng chuckled. "What's the use of the Supreme? Even the pavilion master of Leiyan Pavilion was used by the two of us. We mobilized their emotions and played them at will. I began to like this feeling." Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. "That's true. This Lin Yan is far worse than Zhang Chuchen. When that little bastard Zhang Chuchen was taken to play by Zhao Haifeng for the first time, he said that women pass through the intestines, but the Taoist ancestors kept it in their hearts, and he didn't hesitate at all and went straight to it." Speaking of Zhang Chuchen, Yi Feng felt a headache. "Don't mention Zhang Chuchen. When I mention him, I think of the days when we were locked in the formation by Zhang Chuchen in the mass grave and were struck by lightning. Ha ha ha, I really miss it when I think of it. Go away, if you want to miss him, go ahead and miss him. I feel uncomfortable just seeing him." Yi Feng and Xiao Chen looked at Lin Yan, who was rejecting them seriously. His fake look made them laugh. At the same time, they also thought of Zhang Chuchen, the little Taoist priest, and their mood suddenly became bad. This guy Zhang Chuchen is simply the nemesis of the two of them. The only thing in the world that can deal with them is Taoism, and the only one in the world who possesses Taoism and is highly proficient in it is Zhang Chuchen. Heaven. But have you found out clearly? Chu Ge looked at the Jinyue. Although the leader of Jinyue, Lin Yi, was thrown into the demon realm by him, the Jinyue organization was still operating normally. Reporting to the Lord, I have already found out clearly that it was the people sent by the Dagon dynasty who let Tianlei Pavilion get the current information about Miss Huang Yao. The anger of Lei Batian of Tianlei Pavilion, his son Lei Tianyi, and even the entire Tianlei Pavilion was ignited in an instant. Chu Ge waved his hand to let the Jinyue go. He was so angry that he wanted to laugh. His brother-in-law was really capable of making trouble. In an instant, Chu Ge thought of the current situation of his brother-in-law and the Dagon dynasty, as well as what his brother-in-law wanted to do with the help of heaven. Destroy heaven. Chu Ge didn't believe that his brother-in-law would be such a brainless person. Then there is only one possibility, that is, he wants to force me to cooperate with him to deal with Tianlei Pavilion together, with the Dagon dynasty as the leader of the cooperation and take the absolute initiative. Interesting, really interesting. It seems that my brother-in-law is also a restless person. He devours forces to strengthen his luck. The road that my brother-in-law has to take is not easy, it can be said to be very difficult. Why don't you tell me directly? Even if I tell you, I won't agree. We are really the same kind of people. Chu Ge thought of the information that Yifeng and Xiao Chen had sent him before. The news that he possessed someone from the demon realm was known to the Tianlei Pavilion. He was not panicked and had even expected it. Master, I heard that my fiancé whom I have never met is coming. Huang Yao hurried in from outside, looking a little uneasy. Why panic? It's not like I can't beat you. Don't you believe me? You have experienced for yourself how powerful I am. Chu Ge pulled Huang Yao directly into his arms. Huang Yao was lost in this warm embrace, and the uneasiness in her heart disappeared. I'm worried about you. Huang Yao's face flushed and her voice was as small as a mosquito. Maybe you can worry about your fiancé whom you have never met. Chu Ge pinched Huang Yao's fair face and couldn't help but teasing. Hate it. He and I only have an engagement paper, there's really nothing else. Huang Yao was afraid that he would misunderstand, so she hurried to explain. Chu Ge ruffled Huang Yao's hair, his deep eyes showing a cold look. He also wanted to try the feeling of resisting thousands of troops by himself. The Heaven Court rules the territory, and a Demon Realm Supreme is responsible for guarding it. This Demon Realm Supreme dares not rebel against the Lord of Heaven and can only serve him. However, he is also very free, just with one more person above his head. It is much freer than when I was in the demon realm, and the monthly payment from heaven is more than when I was in the demon realm. He was very satisfied with the abundant spiritual energy, sufficient resources, good environment and good status, and gradually accepted his current identity in his heart. As long as the Lord of Heaven is still there, there is a promising future for heaven. He believes that as long as the high-level officials in heaven are given time, their achievements will definitely be higher than his. After receiving the news from heaven, the Demon Realm Supreme made preparations and activated heaven's defense formation. The Heavenly Court now has a vast territory, and there are many places that need to be guarded. Chu Ge directly asked the supreme strong men who came out of the demon realm to guard the four directions. As for whether they would cause trouble to the local area, Chu Ge only said one thing to them: a rabbit does not eat grass near its burrow. Chu Ge welcomes the evil deeds committed in other people's territory, but if you do this in your own territory, you are seeking death. Every city lord is the supreme ruler of the demon realm. Chu Ge still trusts them very much. They also know that the lord of the court has enough trust in them, so they don't want to let him down. After all, the lord of the demon realm has never trusted them so much. This is the first time they have enjoyed such trust and they are very grateful. Each city lord holds a token in his hand to activate the magic circle, and requires a drop of blood to recognize the owner. Except for the city lord, no one else can use it. After moving here, Zhang Chuchen, Zhun Moshao, Lin Lang and others personally set up the Bagua formation for the Heavenly Court. Once the core of each city's formation is activated, the entire territory of heaven will be transformed into a Bagua formation and operate. When the enemy comes in, we will just close the door and fight them. They will not be able to find the direction. The city will move around along the ground veins, like a mobile source of troops, dividing the enemy into countless parts and defeating them one by one. The army of monks from Tianlei Pavilion has arrived at the edge of the heavenly territory. Father, the people who were scouting ahead just reported that the city ahead is the same as usual, with no movement, and they seem to be unaware of our arrival. I suspect there is a trap. After all, we are already here, and heaven cannot be blind. Lei Tianyi was very suspicious whether heaven had already set a trap. There is a trap here, brother Lei. Once we enter, we will be deeply trapped in it. Lin Yan only saw a fragment of the future and did not see too many pictures. He only saw that in the future pictures, his people suffered heavy losses. Tianlei Pavilion had nothing to do with him, so he did not see it. How did you know that? Lei Batian looked at him puzzled. This was originally the territory of my Dian Holy Land. I still know some information. Lin Yan could only explain it this way. He couldn't say that he could see the future. Who knew how the leader of Tianlei Pavilion would treat him? Chapter 508, Leading You into a Trap. Who knows if he will imprison me and come to the dungeon to greet me when I need him. Tianlai Pavilion is not a force that is easy to get along with. Not only are they bad-tempered, but they are also meticulous. When you really think that they are just reckless men, you have already lost. Lin Yan also knew that these people did not truly trust him at all. They were just trying to get what they wanted from each other, and he needed to take advantage of this opportunity to rescue his woman. Since nephew Lin has such an intelligence network, it couldn't be better. However, since we are already here, we can't stop here just because there is an ambush inside. Lei Badian really wanted to know how much this little guy Lin Yan was hiding. I will follow Uncle Lei's instructions in everything. Lin Yan is not a stupid man. Why do I have to say so much? Do you really need me to teach you what you want to do? You are all veterans, why pretend to be newbies? Lei Badian looked at him with a smile and said nothing. The answer was obvious. He was naturally planning to let Lin Yan and the people he brought with him give it a try. Although he, the great emperor, is here and most problems can be solved, who knows whether the Lord of Heaven is here or not? It is said that the Lord of Heaven has killed the great emperor, but I don't know whether this information is accurate or not. Emperor Gon of the Dogon dynasty was personally observing the entire situation in secret. He didn't want any unexpected things to happen. If things went wrong and the heavenly palace was really destroyed, it would be terrible. After all, he is her brother-in-law and her sister is her biological sister. Even if Emperor Gon is ruthless, she does not want to become a real lonely person. Seeing that the old guy was looking at him and smiling without saying anything, Lin Yan's heart sank, and he suddenly smiled. Uncle Lei, this time I suspect I should go in and explore the way with Brother Lei. Lei Badian looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect that the little guy would react so quickly. He nodded. Tian'er, then you and nephew Lin go together. Be careful and pay attention to safety. If you encounter any problems, just send out a signal flare and your father will come in person. Lei Badian needs to stay in charge, instead of taking action at will. The emperor can destroy the world with one blow, and the emperor cannot take action against people below the supreme being at will. This is the consensus of this world. Otherwise, what's the point of developing power? You work hard for hundreds of years, but in the end, an emperor without any sector school makes a move and destroys your power in an instant. Who can bear it? In order to avoid such things from happening, all emperors abide by this rule tacitly, except for those emperors who are single and have no relatives. Lei Tianyi cupped his hands and said confidently, "Don't worry, father. I'll be back soon. This is just a small heaven. You must go there yourself this time. There will definitely be no accidents. It's better to be safe than sorry. We can succeed hundreds or thousands of times, but as long as we fail just once, we will hit rock bottom. We can't be careless. Cultivating immortals is not just about cultivating strength, but also about your heart." Lei Badian saw how confident his son was. He couldn't say the words to discourage him. He could only warn him. These were all the losses he had suffered in the past. This was gained from experience. Lei Tianyi actually understood the truth. He also knew that if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet, but he has never suffered any loss. Lei Tianyi brought 3 supreme beings with him, and Lin Yan also brought 3 supreme beings with him. Now Lin Yan only has the power of 6 supreme beings. This is his last asset. Lin Yan must use this power carefully. In any city, his power will be the top one. However, in the eyes of Tianlai Pavilion in heaven, his power seemed not enough. Lin Yan and Lei Tianyi looked at the empty city and frowned secretly. They looked like they didn't care, but they still kept a trace of vigilance in their hearts. Just go in. After a while, Lin Yan suddenly spoke. The previous second, he had seen the scene of himself entering the city in the future. He was safe and sound, and there was no one inside. The people in the first few cities have been evacuated completely. It should not be too easy for the cultivators to carry the mortals with them, as the heavenly transport ships have already evacuated all these people to the rear. Only the city lord, Demon Realm Supreme, was left hiding in the city lord's mansion, waiting for orders. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen did not follow Lin Yan to monitor him, but stayed by the side of Lei Badian, the leader of Tianlai Pavilion. The two hiding in the dark had their own missions. The task Chu Ge gave them was to let Lei Badian enter the formation and close the door to attack the enemy. Now is not the time for Chu Ge to take action. Chu Ge even feels that he can trap the emperor to death without taking any action. The heavenly court does not have enough power to deal with the emperor-level forces like himself. This is an essential transformation of strength. A true force is one that can withstand the intrusion of forces of the same level even when the most powerful person is not there. That is a truly mature force. Why has Tian'er been in there for so long and hasn't come out? Lei Badian suddenly felt a little anxious, wondering what to do if something happened. That shouldn't be the case. Tian'er is a supreme being. If the emperor doesn't come out, it will be extremely difficult for a supreme being of the same level to kill Tian'er. However, Lei Badian's anxiety grew more and more intense, and he wanted to go and take a look in person. The real combat capability of Yi Feng and Xiao Chen might not be obviously outstanding, but when it comes to ambushing people, the two old men said it was too easy and could be done with ease. Try harder, this old guy can't bear it anymore. But will this make him realize something is wrong? No, this is the first time my son has performed such a mission. It is normal for a father to worry about his son. That's fine, just don't expose us. Once the other party shows resistance, don't guide him. Don't worry, just proceed step by step. I've been reading some books about psychotherapy recently, and I think they are very helpful. Is it true? Yi Feng asked curiously, where did you find these books? Xiao Chen gradually twisted his mouth, I found them from Lin Lang. Lin Lang has a passage to the underworld. After all, many industrial equipment is in the underworld, and the upper world still cannot supply itself. I'll go and have a look next time. Yi Feng put his curiosity away and concentrated on guiding Lei Badian's emotions. The worry on Lei Badian's face was clearly seen by an elder beside him. Master, are you worried about the young master? It's normal for a father to worry about his son, but the pavilion master should also believe in the young master. A young eagle can only truly grow up after going through wind and rain. The elder comforted Lei Badian with the look of an experienced person, which instantly dispelled the worry in Lei Badian's heart. He should indeed believe Tian'er. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen in the dark instantly turned dark in expression. Chapter 509, The Crystallization of a Lifetime, The Gossip Formation. Is this damn old guy seriously ill? He is concerned about his son, why are you butting in on us? That's right, we were almost successful, but we didn't expect that this old guy's casual words of comfort would wipe out the fruits of our labor. At this moment, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, who were both cursing, received a message in their communicators at the same time. Why are you urging him? The other party is the emperor. Do you think he is just a mere supreme being? Yi Feng replied to the message unhappily, with a somewhat aggressive tone. Xiao Chen. At this moment, only silence can express Xiao Chen's complicated feelings. The Demon Realm Supreme who is stationed in the city is currently looking at the replies from Yi Feng and Xiao Chen. The first one has a bit of an aggressive tone, so bear with it. He had no idea what the second one was. How could there be these two gods in heaven? It's simply too unreliable. The Demon Realm Supreme is feeling a bit of a headache now. His teammates are unreliable, but he cannot question them easily. This is a question of qualifications. Cultivating immortals also requires social skills, otherwise it will be difficult to get by. Only when Yi Feng and Xiao Chen successfully lure the leader of Tianlei Pavilion, Lei Badian, into the city, or into the sphere of influence of heaven, can he notify others and activate the formation together. Let's try again. You can't do something that would let your teammates down. Yi Feng rubbed his temple with a headache and said to Xiao Chen beside him. Go on. Xiao Chen nodded. This was the only thing he could do. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen planned to attack from the side, starting with the troublemaking elder. The elder who was comforting just now suddenly became worried. Master, why don't we go and take a look? We can't be too rash. After all, the young master is the future of our Tianlei Pavilion. Didn't you say that before? Lei Badian looked at him suspiciously. After thinking about it, I think the pavilion master is more thoughtful. Many tragedies happen because the elders are too careless. Pavilion master, why don't I go and take a look? Lei Badian looked at him, and his originally calm heart was stirred again. His worry for his son became more and more intense, and he even began to feel uneasy. No, I'll go there myself. Lei Badian's figure disappeared instantly. Only if he went there in person could he ensure that nothing would go wrong. Even if I am protecting myself secretly, I always feel uneasy when someone else is protecting me. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. This old guy finally fell into the trap they had prepared for him. The tiger is in the cage, the action begins. Yi Feng sent a message directly, and then he and Xiao Chen left slowly, preparing to continue to attack Lin Yan. This guy Lin Yan could not die yet. After all, the strange fire is something that all bosses care about, so the two of them did not dare to be careless, fearing that Lin Yan would die in the next second if he was not in front of them. If Lin Yan really died, the two of them would also find Lin Yan's soul and make him continue to search for the strange fire and work for them even after his death. If the boss hadn't said that he was afraid of unexpected events, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen would have wanted to do this a long time ago. On the other side, the Supreme Lord of the Demon Realm who was hiding in the City Lord's mansion had already sensed the presence of a great emperor in the city, and